31, 13, and 10.
Really, really odd feel the entire night to that game. Good, bad, and then bad, and then good, and then bad, and then really, really good, and then good again to finish. Like, it just kind of was like that. Now, this is what this team does. I told you guys yesterday, Indiana has talent. Like, I think it's got the capability to be a really good basketball team here in a couple of years. And even towards the end of this year, like once they get a little bit of chemistry underneath them and they know how to kind of use everybody and they figure out how to do the mix between Siakam and Miles Turner. They didn't have Halliburton last night.
Yeah, they're missing their best player too.
That team's very, very capable of putting it to a lot of different teams in the NBA. But what the game came down to was late execution. And we'll get to the Todd Helton stuff in a little bit. But it's funny. The fourth quarter starts, Marty, and you have this incredible third after a sluggish first half where you didn't do all that much. You're giving up easy buckets at the rim. And the second half starts, and you blow them out in the third quarter. Just take it to them, outscore them by 20. What was it, 39-19, I think was the third quarter. And then the fourth quarter starts, and I'm like, all right, you just did that. Now it's Nuggets time, where the fourth quarter starts, and they start just hammering people. And the fourth quarter started poorly. Turning the ball over, not getting good offensive possessions. You're giving up buckets. Now you give up the lead. And it almost had the feel of, who was it that they played really bad in the fourth quarter against and lost recently? It was just a couple weeks ago. Where Jamal turned the ball
OKC?
over.
When they blew that huge lead? It was a while ago.
No. What game am I thinking of? Well, I'll find it in a minute. But they had really bad late game execution, and it was weird to see. Because all you think is, all right, Jokic and Murray two-man game. Oh, the Sixers. Sixers game. Jamal turns the ball over a couple times against the Sixers, and offensive possessions. You know, it's 4 seconds left on the shot clock, and you aren't in a good position to get a shot. In the beginning of the fourth quarter last night had that feel to it, but they righted the ship. They went out and calmed things down. Why? Because you have, and I'm done with this conversation, by the way. Like, there's no argument anymore. Jokic is the most clutch player in the league. Like, I don't know anybody else in the league, Marty, where you need a bucket late in the shot clock, late in the fourth quarter, with the game tied or close or within a possession or whatever, where Jokic lets it go, and I'm like, that's in. Because you know what's weird about Jokic? Especially when he takes threes. If he took that three in the second quarter, Marty, I'd be like, probably missing. But he takes it with 2 minutes left in the game, and it's close. I'm expecting it every time to go in, because every time it does. And I didn't look up the numbers on this stuff because I know they kind of keep track, but the way that they do the clutch numbers, it's weird. It's like, well, if it's within 5 minutes and 4 points or whatever they make up the stat for, all I know is in the Brett Kane huge bucket category, Jokic never misses.
He's got a 10.
Literally, like when Jokic misses a shot that you need at the end of a game, are you not shocked? Like, because it happens so rarely.
What was the last time that happened, honestly?
Every time you need one, he makes it. And look, that's not a good shot for him. It's like that was 2-point game. How much time was left on the clock then? Like,
I mean, he hit it with 6 seconds left.
he kind of walks up to the 3-point line.
They did leave him wide open. Like, maybe not that guy.
But he looked like so uncomfortable and awkward as he kind of stepped into it. He was like, wait, I'm this open. And then he took a dribble, waited for the defender to get a hand in his face, and then let it go, and it was nothing but net. And he hit another 3 like a minute before that in a similar type of situation.
That wasn't even his best thing of the game. His best thing was challenging that call with, 3 minutes left? Because that would have been a huge momentum swing.
Huge. What, are you talking about the Murray 3?
Yeah. They said it was an offensive foul.
That didn't count, by the way. How did that not count? How did the bucket not count?
Right, yeah. It was just side out, right?
They did a side out, and it's like, no, that should be an and one.
Yeah, but the ball went in, so...
The ball was in the air, or he was in his shooting motion, and then he got bear hugged by whoever the hell that guy was. How is that not an and one as opposed to a side out? But whatever.
They ended up getting a 3 because Jokic hit a 3 5 seconds after that.
Correct. So. Finishes with a triple-double. That's it. That was his first one against Indiana, right? So he's got one team left, I think, to get the triple-double against before he's gotten it against the entire league.
It's Washington, right?
I think it is Washington, yeah.
And he just missed his opportunity.
And was that the Sombor double game? I think he had a Sombor double in that one. But he's basically gotten it against the entire league.
That game he only had 42, 12, and 8. So he did miss it.
Did you say he only had 42, 12?
Well, we're looking for a triple-double, and he only had 42, 12, and 8.
2 away
Yeah.
from a triple-double. I loved, by the way, I thought KCP played a phenomenal game last night. He was an absolute pest. Like, I knew KCP was into it. It was early in the first quarter where he's diving on the floor, getting loose balls, chucking it down. But you know what's funny? What was that sequence of chaos that we had with, was it 2 minutes left in the game where it was turnover, looked like the ball was going the other way, and then some guy flies out of nowhere, knocks the ball out again, and then somebody flies out of nowhere, knocks the ball out again. You're like, what the hell is going on here?
Yeah, just when you think the danger's over, all of a sudden somebody knocks it out of half court.
Dude, they were playing prison rules at the end of that fourth quarter. Refs were just blindfolded like, hey, you guys call your own fouls. And it literally had to happen that way with Jokic calling for a challenge. It was prison rules.
And Carlisle didn't even make it through the game. He got tossed pretty early.
What was he upset about, by the way?
No calls.
Did they ever figure that out?
Prison rules?
But that
Specifically, I don't know, though.
That was the third quarter. It was weird. But in that sequence, there wasn't a whole lot of contact on either side. I think those were just open jumpers that people took. And the Nuggets hit a couple. Indiana didn't. Was he trying to get a timeout and they didn't hear him, so he lost his bleep? I don't know. I always forget that Carlisle is still coaching too. But look, it was an up and down game for the Nuggets, but they executed when they had to. The bench is still something that they played all right last night. Reggie gave you 13 off the bench. Peyton Watson with a big 3. But you know what? We keep kind of going to this narrative about the bench that I don't like, which is, hey, don't worry about it. When the playoffs start, it'll get pared down and it won't be a worry. Yes and no. Everybody's going to point to last year and be like, remember all those conversations we had about the bench? And then 2 of them played during the postseason. Correct. There's a giant Kim Kardashian-sized butt in the middle of this, though. But you were healthy. What happens if you aren't? So, yeah, if this team's starting 5 is healthy heading into the postseason, cool. No problem. Odds are that's not going to happen 2 years in a row. Now, knock on wood. I'm not wishing anything, but I'm trying to deal with reality here. How many times, Marty, has the postseason rolled around? It's like, oh, we're scared of the Clippers, and we're scared of the Suns, and we're scared of this team, and then Kawhi's hurt. And then Chris Paul is out of the, you know what I mean? Like, it's always somebody goes down, and you were fortunate enough last year where your guys were healthy. Much in the same way that how many seasons got derailed for the Avs over the last 3 or 4 years because guys were hurt. And the one year that they weren't, what happened? You won a cup, right? But if somebody goes to, and I'm not talking about like your big dogs, like if Jokic or Murray goes down, then you're going to have a set of issues that it doesn't matter what your bench is. It's just going to be too much to overcome. But if you lose KCP, if you lose Michael Porter Jr., well then a Peyton Watson, a Reggie Jackson, a Christian Brown, they get thrust into the starting lineup. That's when it becomes a problem.
Talking about Zeke Naji playing clutch minutes in a fourth quarter tight game.
So, yeah.
Can you win that? I don't know.
If you guarantee me that the starting five is healthy during the entire postseason run, then I agree with you. I'm not too worried about the bench. I'm worried about the bench in case that doesn't happen. Like, you know what happened last year, Marty? Even though you were healthy, let's say you weren't, well, just throw Bruce Brown in there. Like, that'll work. That'll fit. But how big was Bruce Brown to play with the bench unit to stabilize some of that stuff, even though you were going short off the bench? So that's the only thing that kind of sticks out. And so, look, I think we all, and I'm going to include the Nuggets organization in this, thought that Christian would make a little bit bigger jump than he's made so far this year. Like, Christian's almost getting, they put him in the game, and then it's not going well, and then he goes directly to the bench. You know who that never happened with last year? Bruce Brown. Like, he was a mainstay, essentially a starter off the bench in that lineup. That guy right now for him is Reggie. And Reggie is good in his own way. But he doesn't do the stuff that Bruce Brown got you off the bench. Like, Reggie, to his credit, he can get you a bucket. And that's a weapon to have coming off the bench.
I didn't think Reggie Jackson would make the jump that I was expecting Christian Brown to make.
Dude, I
thought Reggie was done because 30-plus-year-olds don't make jumps.
I'll take it a step further. And this is where I was totally wrong. Guys, I thought it was a waste of money. I'm like, you just gave $5 million a year to a guy you didn't even play last season. Like, remember the narrative at the end of the season was, I know he didn't play and I know he's not that good, but isn't it cool that the hometown kid got a ring with his team? Like, we treated it like a charity case. And now Reggie is like, nope, he's your guy off the bench now. I'm hoping. Look, we've seen Peyton Watson come off the bench and play really well. Peyton Watson, to be honest, has way more of these Bruce Brown qualities than I think anybody else coming off the bench. Texture says, are you high, Kane? The Avs weren't even close to being healthy during the Cup run.
Whoa. Answer the question first.
No, I'm not high. Secondly, their guys played. They might have played hurt, but a bunch of guys do during the playoffs. Like, I know there were screws in the hand of Naz Kadri, but he was on the ice. I know that Val's foot was falling off
to get out of the
but he
Cup
played. That's what I'm talking about. He was on the ice. You know what didn't happen the years before? Guys were off the ice. Landeskog got his knee severed. I mean, that is what happened. I understand that guys played through pain and played through injury, but they played. So it was different. And let's address the elephant in the room. Can we all play rock, paper, scissors to see who gets free throws from here on out?
Was it best 2 of 3, or do they just keep shooting the same thing?
I think that was, well, that's a great question.
Because they did it like 5 times.
They should have been asked that in the post game if a real journalist was out there.
What'd you throw? Was it paper?
I mean, that's all I wanted to know. Like, technical free throw. And I watch both of them walk to the line and they start Rochambeauing, or as Marty would call it, scissors, rock, paper, or whatever you've called
Paper,
it.
scissors, rock.
That's ridiculous. We've already established, Marty, with like a 99%
Yeah, no,
poll that
everybody's
you were
against
wrong.
me there.
I want that every time now. I think we should be doing that for penalty shots in hockey. I think we should be doing that for free kicks in soccer. To be honest, I think that they should have done that for the tush push for Philly. You Rochambeau with Jalen Hurts, and you figure out who takes the snap, who gets the touchdown. I love it. And you're right, Marty. The good follow-up question is, was that best 2 out of 3? Or did you guys start throwing the same thing and you just had to redo it? How long would you have done it if you kept that game going? Like, you couldn't just sit there. The ref's not going to wait a minute for you guys to figure out who's going to take the shot.
And Jamal played by the rules. He lost. Immediately was like, okay.
Walked
Game's
away.
the game.
303-504-0925. So, couple things I want to get to here. The first one is Todd Helton getting into the Hall of Fame, breaking this sort of Rockies curse, right? But secondly, there's a narrative about somebody that absolutely has to stop because people are just making this up at this point. We'll get to it next.
And our third and final member of the class of 2024 played his entire 17-year career while wearing number 17 for the Colorado Rockies. Today, Todd Helton becomes a member of the National Baseball Hall of Fame.
We did it, everybody. We did it. The most obvious Hall of Famer that you could get finally made it after 27 years. I mean, how long was he on the ballot, by the way? What was the final tally?
This is his sixth year.
Ridiculous. But he did.
But he had a
make
huge
it.
year last year. I mean, his WAR was
I know.
unbelievable.
I know, Marty. It's like
Didn't strike out one time.
if he didn't hammer out about 50 more dingers last year, I don't know if he would have made it. So stupid. You know what's great about Todd Helton? And it's funny. I was in the car listening to this as Kreckman Lindahl were tuning in live. And if you guys weren't, it was hysterical. Because they're listening to this thing live, right? So they first introduce Beltre, right? He was the first one that was announced.
Yeah, he got 95% of the vote.
Second, they start to do the whole thing before they introduce the guy. He played his entire career with one team. And then they said, hometown kid. And you're like, wait, huh? Joe Mauer. And you're like, oh my God. And I thought they were doing it alphabetically, Marty. So Beltre to Mauer, I'm like, there's an H somewhere in between a B and an M. And to hear Kreckman Lindahl, who thought that they just skipped over Helton because he didn't get in, was hilarious.
The video on Twitter is even better. Like, they all just go, yep, mm-hmm. Then Joe Mauer comes out, they're like, what?
Yeah.
No.
And I know what they were doing. They had their microphones off, waiting for the announcement. And then they announced Mauer. And then you know what happened? They turned their mics on. They go, well, that was a fake out. Psych.
Let's hope they're not done.
And they weren't. Thank God.
Why was Mauer second? Because he got 76% of the vote. Helton got 79.
I don't know.
It's out of alphabetical order.
Made no sense to me
Makes
either.
no sense.
But bottom line is Helton got in. And look, for as good as Larry Walker was, and look, he's a Rocky. I don't care that he played for other teams. He's a Rocky. Helton's the best Rocky that's ever played, right? I'm just talking about the longevity of a 17-year career in one place. So here's the results from the Hall of Fame. So Beltre got in at 90. Look, I loved Beltre. The fact that he got 95%, isn't that a little steep?
He was great and like a perennial Gold Glover. Like, he was incredible.
Not to mention, and this stuff matters, guys, Beltre was a fun guy. And if you're in the good graces of these people, that helps. Remember, who was his shortstop when he was in Texas? Elvis Andrews, right? Where they'd always mess with each other. Like it'd be a pop fly to the left side, and they'd like fake each other out on who's going to take it. But scroll back up for a second. So we got 95. Todd Helton got 79.7. Mauer 76.1. Billy Wagner just missed at almost 74%. Sheffield, this was his last year on the ballot, right? So he does not get in with 64%. And that's just got to be a steroid thing. Now, I don't even know, did he actually get proven to take them?
I don't know.
Or is he just one of the guys who looked like it and played in the era?
He just hit bombs from 98 to 2003, and you can't be doing that. And you look like that, too.
Sheffield gets in my Hall of Fame batting stance alone. Coolest one I've ever seen. Like, I challenge you. And in fact, guys, give me some. We love to play the old baseball game. But give me somebody who went to the plate that looked scarier than Gary Sheffield. Andrew Jones was 62. Carlos Beltran, 57. The fact that A-Rod's down here at 35 is just insane to me. Like, I'm not even like an A-Rod fan. I don't like the guy. I think he seems really cheesy and used car salesman and all those different things you want to use, Alex Rodriguez was one of the best baseball players I've ever seen. Shortstop, third base, early in his career, gold glove type of guy. Hit bombs, hit for average. Was so good that a team gave him $250 million before that was a thing. I mean,
That's almost 700 home runs.
What are we doing here? I mean, it's the same thing with Bonds, I guess, but I'm like, just what are we doing?
Is Bonds off the ballot? Did he have 10 years or did he not receive enough votes to keep going? Because he's not on this list.
Oh, Bonds, I think Bonds has been done for a little bit. Like, dude, Bonds retired in what, 2006, 7? I think he's been done for a while. But I'm looking at this and I'm just going, who's out here voting for Bartolo Colon? Like, I would love to see the 5 ballots that had Bartolo Colon on here. And look, we all love Bartolo. Why? Do you want to know why we love Bartolo Colon? Who, by the way, didn't... I'm not going to say it. We all love Bartolo. Why? Because he wasn't that good and he was fat and we liked him. That's why. But who are the people voting for this dude?
I guess it's a pretty safe vote. Like, you covered him your whole career. I'll throw him a vote. It's not going to matter.
But that's their whole thing is it does matter. That's what I don't get. And Marty, guess what? You're never going to find somebody who loves Omar Vizquel more than me. He was one of my favorite players growing up. I was an infielder when I was younger. That guy was one of the best defensive shortstops I've ever seen. Guy's not a Hall of Famer, though, man. He's not.
He couldn't hit at all.
No.
He was a designated fielder, essentially.
If he got a base hit, you're like, what the hell just happened here? But amazing defensively. Look, and defense matters. That's part of the appeal that I made with Todd Helton. You can't just look at hitting numbers. Do you know how important it is, especially at Coors Field, Marty, to be a good like no matter what position you are, to be a good defenseman, like to save runs in a place where you know you're going to give up a ton. But if you can save a couple by scooping a ball out on a double play, by saving a ball from getting down the line and turning into a double or triple, like that's huge. And I don't think they put enough emphasis on things like that. Texters are alleging, by the way, Marty, that they might have done Mauer before Helton because it was for his first year on the ballot.
Okay.
Like going through Beltre and Mauer's first years.
That makes sense.
Sure.
By the way, Bonds' last year was 2022, and he ended with 66%.
So there's 34% of people out there who watched baseball their entire lives that said, nope, not good enough for that guy.
Win a few ball games.
Gotcha. No, that checks out. You know
Win
who doesn't?
more games, Cub Scout.
You know who should make the Hall of Fame? Tom Brady. It's like his steroid was deflating footballs and having the greatest coach ever. Like, how much did he actually do? You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, but he didn't say hi to me at a red carpet event once. So I don't like him.
That's the main thing. So off the ballot. I mean, that's what they're doing with Terrell Owens, right? Terrell Owens, like he's out of the Hall of Fame, period, right? Terrell Owens can't get in anymore. And isn't the whole reason because they didn't like him?
He is in the Hall of Fame. Remember, he didn't go to the ceremony.
Go. But okay, yeah, it took him a few years to get in.
Yeah.
Because people didn't like him. That's what it was. Speaking of something I don't like, and this needs to stop, guys. Like, it needs to stop. Because I've heard multiple people on television still trot this out there. Can I take you back a few years? Just a few years ago, the Broncos were picking in the NFL draft. They had a bad year. They were trying to figure out, should we take a quarterback or not? And in this draft, it was 2018. They went with an edge rusher from NC State named Bradley Chubb. And everybody talks about you passed on Josh Allen to take Bradley Chubb. But there's another guy drafted later. His name is Lamar Jackson. And in the lead up to this draft, there was a longtime NFL executive named Bill Polian who said, what? Do you guys remember? That he would not draft Lamar Jackson as a quarterback. He would draft him as a wide receiver. Well, there's a lot of egg on the face of Bill Polian now. But what needs to stop is people pretending that people are still saying that about Lamar Jackson. I was watching my television this morning on ESPN. And there was somebody on ESPN that said, can you believe that this quarterback, because they were talking about Lamar Jackson getting to a Super Bowl, will that get him over the hump, right? Will that get him past what we're saying about Josh Allen and get him in the conversation of Patrick Mahomes? And they said, can you believe that Lamar Jackson, some people still think he shouldn't be playing quarterback? And the follow-up question, if you're a real journalist, is, come here for a second. Who the hell has said that in the last 5 years? Because I keep hearing people talk about this like there's a swath of the NFL watching community that thinks Lamar Jackson shouldn't be playing quarterback. And I want to know who they're talking to. Like, if you guys are listening to this show, you're at the very minimum casual sports viewers, okay? When you go out and hang out with your buddies, when you talk to people at work about sports, can you guys tell me a single name of somebody you've talked to that thinks Lamar Jackson shouldn't be playing quarterback? The answer is no, you can't. So what the hell are they talking about still on TV? Are they still hanging on to Bill Polian's draft assessment from 2018? I shouldn't be yelling because I can't talk in the first place right now.
You're losing it. You're right on the edge there.
But it's so frustrating. It's so frustrating.
He's going to win his second MVP. Why? It doesn't make any sense why people would be saying this.
Hey, newsflash, guys. He was awful in the postseason for all of his career until last week. He had 4 touchdowns in 4 games, passing or running. That's a legitimate criticism for what somebody considers a superstar quarterback, is it not? Like, I seem to remember, and they're like, Lamar Jackson's the only guy that gets this criticism. I'm like, have you talked to anybody about Josh Allen before? Like, you know what's funny, Marty? Josh Allen last week actually played pretty damn good. But he played bad on one drive towards the end of the game, and we're like, this guy sucks. Overrated. I seem to remember, and Marty, correct me if I'm wrong here. Remember Peyton Manning in Indianapolis? He never got criticism for never going to a Super Bowl, did he? Oh, that's right, he did, like every single year. And every year they talked about a couple of picks that he would throw in the playoffs in games that they lost. It's what comes with the territory of being a superstar. So do me a favor. Shut the hell up with that. Like, there's enough storylines, okay? The 4 teams left. The Chiefs have made it to 6 straight AFC championship games. Kyle Shanahan has done this with multiple quarterbacks over the past few years. Jared Goff, by the way, listen to this. Jared Goff is on the cusp of becoming the 5th quarterback ever to take 2 teams to a Super Bowl. You know what names surround that? Brady and Manning. But you want to bring up something that doesn't exist? Like, I almost, Marty, want to argue on this show that Lamar Jackson is playing the wrong position just to give these guys an actual person to yell at because they're yelling at nobody right now.
You couldn't even say that with a straight face.
God, no, I can't because it's so ludicrous, the idea of a 2-time MVP in this league and somebody going, yeah, bro, he should be a corner.
I would love to see what Tyler Huntley could do out there in the AFC Championship game.
What?
But that's just me personally.
What in the world are we doing?
Throwing a go route to Lamar? Come on.
Like, hey, we're going to put you on one of our most watched TV shows in the morning. We're going to ask you about Lamar. We're going to pay you like $400,000 a year. Give me your analysis. Can you believe that some people think he shouldn't be playing quarterback? Wow, let's build 15 minutes around that segment.
As a matter of fact, I can't believe that.
And let's not ask the one question we all should be asking, which is, who's saying that still? Because this segment would last about 20 seconds because you'd be like, nobody. That's right. You know what, Marty? Jokic shouldn't be playing basketball. He should be a jockey. The wrong sport. He's not good enough.
He should hang it up and just be a coach. He's got such a brilliant mind.
Nathan McKinnon should be playing goalie. I don't know what they see in this guy as a forward. You know what I mean? Like, he's so quick. He's playing the wrong position. And I'm looking at the person right now who said it this morning that pissed me off. Like, I'm getting seethingly angry just looking at you. You! Turn it off.
You got the remote in there. Decorum on that person.
Texture says this rant would hit better if he wasn't blackballed in the offseason. Oh, yes. The blackballing of the guy who got $200 million of a contract to play quarterback. What are we talking about? I mean,
$260 million.
Do we know what blackballing means? Have we lost the plot? You see what I mean, Marty? Like, what is it about Lamar that makes people act this way? I also, can I say something to you guys? I am the one who always tells you, I think the quarterback wins with a Z thing that people do is stupid. There's a lot more that goes into it. And Lamar has been very unfairly blamed for not taking his team to postseasons. He also has been awful in the postseason before. And it's a fair criticism. Not to be all suds bucket about it, but can't it be both? Can't he be really good and also has played poorly in big moments? Because we just talked about that with Josh Allen. I'll tell you what, Marty. I hereby declare myself blackballed. $260 million, please. Prove me wrong.
A texter said it best. There are idiots out there. After all, 5 people thought Bartolo Colon is a Hall of Famer.
Great point, Dexter.
That's actually a great point, yeah.
303-504-0925. Champ Mazda text line. Wait, and sorry, last thing. I know we got to get the break, Marty. Sorry. Blackballed by 30 teams, my guy. He got a good contract, but the majority of the league wouldn't even look his way. Do you want to know why? Because the Ravens weren't dealing him. Okay? Like, the Falcons are the only team that I heard that said no. That was it. But you're telling me if the Ravens cut Lamar Jackson, he's still on the sideline right now? He's still in his house, just waiting for a job offer? Good Lord, man. Come on. 303-504-0925. Back after this. So, very quickly here. Last night, the Portland Trail Blazers played a game against Oklahoma City. If you didn't see the end of this, the end of the game, Portland is up 1 with about 20 seconds left. They inbound the ball to Anthony Simons, who hit a big three the possession prior. He crosses half court, picks up the dribble, and it turns in that thing. It's the double team. Look, Marty, I don't know what happens at the end of these things, but it's like the guy's getting slapped and hacked and whatever, but because it's the end of the game and it's a double team, they don't call a foul. So then Chauncey Billups runs over and tries to get a timeout. He's doing the timeout call. Ref doesn't hear it or see it. Ball ends up back on the ground. They call a double dribble on Anthony Simons. Billups goes ballistic, gets double teed and tossed out of the game, which gives OKC a free throw. They tie it, and the subsequent possession right after the free throw, they get a bucket. Blazers lose. Brutal way to lose a basketball game. The Blazers this morning have filed a protest of the game. So here's what that means. If the league decides that the Blazers win this protest, at some point this year, they will have to replay the game with 16 seconds left from where the timeout was called. And I am begging this happens because I want to know how they get, do they sell tickets? Do they pack the house for 16 seconds of a basketball game? Do they do this in just a blacktop somewhere? How do you handle that? Because to my knowledge, Marty, the only protest that I think that has worked in sports was the George Brett pine tar incident, right? Where I think I have this right, don't I? They replayed that game.
Well, like the last, couple innings.
But I think they did that when they already had them scheduled, and they treated it almost like a doubleheader, like we're going to finish this, and then we'll play the game. Basketball, can you do that? Do they play each other later in the year?
I'm sure they do. Those teams play a lot.
So let's just say they win. Is the plan the next time you two face off, we're going to have a 16-second game before the actual game? And what if that game goes into overtime? Double OT, triple, quadruple. I think we all remember, guys, the Blazers have played a team into quadruple overtime in the playoffs before. That was the Nuggets.
They play each other one more time, but it's in Oklahoma City. Would they just do it then?
Well, that's not feasible.
You're not shipping a team up for 16 seconds.
We aren't recreating the conditions properly. That's why you can't do it, right? And maybe the Blazers will just be like, I don't care where it's at as long as we can try and get this win. I don't know. Like, where are the Blazers, by the way, in the standings? What's their record?
They stink. They're 12-31.
Okay, so they don't even got a chance at like 10 seed play-in sort of thing. They're going to just give them the middle finger and just say, sorry, bleep happens. And it's not a cool way to handle this, but honestly, Marty, if I'm Adam Silver, I'm like, oh, just shut up. You got 12 wins. Nobody cares. I'll tell you what. If you guys magically win 15 in a row, we'll consider it. How's that sound? I would treat this almost like some refs when they treat a foul on a shot, where they wait to see if the shot goes in first, and it's like, all right, it went in. We're good. No foul. But God, would I love to see this. Just how do you handle it? Because I want to see them fly out Oklahoma City for a 16-second game that they're probably going to lose.
They do like layup lines and warm-ups and everything.
Layup line, warm-up, all of that. Everybody, you know what? You have 2 seconds to get your beers or else we're cutting it off, guys. Sorry, that's it. Like, show me all of that stuff. 303-504-0925. So, a lot to get to today. We'll talk to Jared Bednar, by the way, 8 o'clock this morning. Can I ask you a very basic question here? Do you fear coaches? Does a coach scare you in the NFL? Because all indications are pointing to Jim Harbaugh going to the Chargers. And here is what's different than years past. Jim Harbaugh, for the last, 2 or 3 years, has interviewed with NFL teams. Hasn't left, stayed at Michigan. But you know what he's never done, Marty? He's never talked to teams about his coaching staff before, because I don't ever think he was serious. He talked to other teams in years past to try and get a better contract from Michigan. I think he's serious this time, because he's talking about guys that he would put on his staff, like Todd Monken as his offensive coordinator and a whole bunch of other people. Before it was taken off the board, Vegas Sportsbooks had Jim Harbaugh to the Chargers at about minus 400 and him going back to Michigan at about plus 150. But if Jim Harbaugh got the Chargers job, would that scare you? Because it would me. And it would scare me for about 4 or 5 years, because after that, he's going to be gone because nobody can handle Jim Harbaugh for more than 4 or 5 years. But the guy has never been unsuccessful, ever. And his best quality as a coach. You know what's funny about Harbaugh, Marty? He's never been a play caller. But he is excellent at hiring people to do the job. It's more of an old school approach now. But sometimes you just need a guy who can lead and you let the other guys do their thing. He's really good at that.
You know who his OC was when they went to the Super Bowl in San Francisco?
No, I don't.
It's Greg Roman.
Roman's pretty good. I mean, Roman went to Baltimore, right?
Yeah, but I don't think he went anywhere after that.
Roman went to Baltimore when Lamar Jackson got there and tailored that offense to him and got him an MVP. But he is scary. Make no mistake about it. I do not like the idea of that guy going to L.A. because it would change a whole lot of things in the way that you perceive that team.
Well, just think of the bump up from Brandon Staley to Jim Harbaugh.
Well, and I think that
that's a big bump.
That narrative of Chargers going to Charger goes out the window if that happens. 303-504-0925. You can watch the show live on Twitch, twitch.tv, search Altitude SR in the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast. That is the Safeway Twitch feed. Get all of your immunizations from flu, RSV, to your COVID booster and more at Safeway's Pharmacy. Schedule an appointment at safeway.com/pharmacy. So, lot to get to today. Todd Helton in the Hall of Fame. Nuggets win one last night with what is, I will hear no other arguments, the most clutch player in the NBA. You need a bucket, Jokic gets it to you. Get to all that with Moshe Lombardi and Kane next.
Murray has it left side of the midcourt circle. Throws it on the high right side over to Nikola Jokic. Jokic guarded by Turner. Hands it back off over to Murray. 5 seconds. Over to Jokic. Jokic at the point. Steps into a three. Ball game! Denver leads it by 5 with 4.7 seconds left to go. Nikola Jokic absolutely clutch. 31, 13, and 10.
Vic, the Nuggets played bad, and then they played good, and then they played bad, and then they played good, and then they played really bad, and then they played really, really good, and then they finished good. It was just very up and down the entire night, but a really, really dominant third quarter followed up by a great finish is what got them the win against look, that's a tough Indiana team. I know they're out Tyrese Halliburton, but they're still really difficult, especially with those two bigs.
They had a lot of energy, number one, because it's Pascal Siakam's first home game. They had not won a game since the trade, and they still haven't. Mm-hmm. So they wanted to win in front of their home fans. Rick Carlisle gets ejected, so they're hyped up over that.
Boy, he's really
Why did
bald.
he do that? What happened?
He's really bald now. Oh, the Nuggets went on a run. He got
angry
hot and bothered.
He felt that Miles Turner got fouled the play before.
Okay.
And he wanted that call. He didn't get the call. And he just wanted to get ejected, and he did. Right? The funniest thing, though, is he gets ejected, and how do the Nuggets decide who shoots the technical free throw? KCP and Jamal Murray do the old rock, paper, scissors.
Okay.
It was funny.
Well, I want to get to that in a little bit because you know what?
Well, I
have so many more thoughts on how that took place, and we need to do that more in sports. But back to this.
Hold on, I need to know what happened to his hair. Like,
Ooh.
Well, Carlisle,
He's been bald forever.
I know. I still think of Carlisle as coaching 22 years ago. You know, with he's got that TV anchor hair. It's just gone. It happens to all of us. I'm just saying.
I'm going to tell you right now. I'm done with this debate. It's not even a debate anymore. It's over. This is done. Nikola Jokic is the most clutch player in the NBA, and it's not like I don't know how to describe this other than Vic. Mm-hmm. If he took the exact same shot he took with 6 seconds left in the second quarter, I don't think that goes in. But if he takes that in a clutch moment and he misses, I'm shocked. Like, I don't know how he does that. But every time you need a bucket late in the game, it doesn't matter how weird the shot looks, nothing like that. He knocks it down every time.
I want you to consider something because it was a night where the Nuggets struggled shooting from three. In the first half, they were, I believe, 2 of 16 from three. They were terrible, 3 of 16. He took 4 3-point shots, Nikola Jokic did. He made 3, okay? The 3 he made, here's what they were. One was right before the half, seconds remaining. Just a dagger before the half. The other one was with 2.5 minutes left from the top of the key after that foul was reversed. Mm-hmm. And then the last one was the one that ended the game, essentially. All 3, huge threes, clutch threes. The only one he missed came when they exhausted the shot clock and the ball bounced near half court. He had to turn around and heave it.
Right.
So he took 4 threes. One was inconsequential and dumb because it wasn't his fault. The other 3 were all huge and monumental, and he made them all. He is the most clutch player in the NBA. Don't give me anybody else. He is the most clutch player in the NBA. Clutchness is who he is.
And it's not just regular season. Like, we watched it over and over again in the postseason last year. But seriously, Moj, like, I don't know anybody else that I can think of. And I'm even saying, like, go back a ways. Like, Jordan. Okay, fine, Jordan. Everybody says Kobe's clutch. Kobe's, like, clutch field goal percentage numbers, he had a lot of big shots because he was in a lot of big moments, but he didn't shoot like 60% on those. It was like 30-something%.
Well, it's crazy, too,
Jokic
Brett.
never misses.
I think back to last year against the Lakers and the Rainbows, especially the one right where AD smiled. Remember that one? I'm thinking to myself, I don't know how he does it. How does it happen? Yet it continues to happen and continues to happen, and he continues to produce, and they look for the big fella. And I love it, too, how when you watch that play, the Pacers just laid off him, right? Yeah. There's no way. I mean, hell, he's 26 feet from the basket, and he steps right into the 3, blam, and then I think my favorite part is his reaction. He's like,
There is no reaction.
yeah, he's like, eh.
Yep.
And I always love the shots from behind the player so that you can see the crowd and you can easily spot the Nuggets fans, right, in attendance. There's like a handful of them, and they're bopping up and down like little pogo sticks, and everybody else is like, eh.
When people want a description, when people say, describe the difference between Nikola Jokic and most every other human. Because if that's me making that shot, I'm doing histrionics through the roof. I'm running around.
Dude, you make a free throw and you're touching yourself.
Exactly. I'll be touching myself all day if I make that shot. Joel Embiid made a shot over, if you remember,
Marty,
over Aaron Gordon.
Don't put your hand up. Just accept it. You know it's true.
Joel Embiid made a shot, and he did the who's the bowler that does the
Who do you think
Pete
you
Weber?
are? I am?
Yeah.
Pete
Did
Weber.
you see? So Embiid did that a couple times after he made that shot.
Wait, what do you do? Wait. Describe it to me. Like, who do you think you are? I am?
He did the
Crotch chop.
crotch chop.
Oh,
twice.
wait,
Yeah.
whoa.
You think I am? You didn't see that? Yeah, he did it twice.
I didn't see him crotch chop.
Oh yeah,
no.
he was crotch chopping all day.
You chopping son of a
You know,
gun.
Steph Curry makes a shot, and he does. I mean, it's a Broadway
Shimmy shake.
play.
Yeah, it's this,
Night.
exactly. He's doing
doing Broadway.
Chicago on Broadway.
He's
right?
doing the
Yeah.
full Broadway.
He's what's that famous one? Oh,
Cats.
Les Mis.
no. Yeah,
Let's-
it might,
Rent.
Well,
Let's name all our
Hairspray.
Broadway
okay,
plays. Here we
okay,
go.
Never mind.
Anyway,
Oh no, the one that's Babe Ruth. No, Nanette. Remember, that's when the Red Sox sold Ruth to the Yankees for the play and the money that became No Nanette. All right, never mind. You son of a gun.
Mosh, that's an early dollar for you.
All right, I put
An
it
early
hold on.
dollar.
We put it-
anywho, all these players
Got it.
have reactions like normal humans would. I'm not
There you
bashing
go.
people
Hold
for
on.
doing that. He's putting a buck in the jar. Thank
All
you.
right, you're welcome.
You're
All the-
actually putting $1 in there?
Yeah, that's all Mosier's money.
Fantastic.
Yeah,
All
every
Mosier's
cent
money.
in there is mine. So,
Well, it's only $8.
well, it used to be 10. Somebody ripped us off.
The point is, he's the only human being I know who is emotionless when he does something like that. I can't think of another human being who would do that, make such a shot, and turn around and mosey back to the bench as if nothing happened.
He did it once. When was it?
He did what once?
He made a shot
Golden State.
and freaked out.
Yeah.
Golden State, and I think that was a bleep you to Steve Kerr.
No, I think he got crazy there because he didn't think he was going to make it, and it banked off. He knew he was going to make this one.
But also, Steve Kerr was giving him the eyes and the jawing in the middle. Remember, that was
Yeah.
like
Oh,
5
yeah.
minutes before, and he did it right in front of him. Look, maybe he didn't think that way. Maybe you're right, Vic.
Yeah.
I choose to believe he got
Sure.
excited because it was Steve Kerr.
I mean, you watched a guy in Barry Sanders for years score touchdowns and just hand the ball to the ref and all
Yeah.
that stuff. And
But Vic,
these professional killers, the guys like Nikola Jokic, who is so emotionless, and he just does the deed and just walks away.
we could never, ever know what that feels like. Like Nathan McKinnon coming down on a breakaway to win it. He just burns the goalie, blocker side 7-hole, smack, and just turns in the corner, waits for his guys to get there. We'll never know what that feeling
No.
is like. The closest we can get, and I've seen you do it actually, and I've seen you do it, is to knock one in from 20 feet. Just go to the hole, pick up your ball, and walk away like, oh yeah, I'm cool. Remember that birdie you had on the first hole over at Lone Tree that time?
Yeah, crushed it.
And you just picked your ball out and you're like really
what I
cool.
do.
Yeah.
That's
And
who I am.
I've seen you run in like 25 footers and you're just like, you don't say a word. You're just like being too cool for school.
Yeah.
Grab your ball out of the hole. That's as close as we can get. And that's just amongst us dillweeds.
But he's
Imagine
not
that-
doing that
I know,
intentionally.
but imagine the satisfaction of that.
yeah.
And then multiply that times 1,000 with 19,000 screaming idiots at you in Indiana.
I've told you guys this before. If you're a Nuggets fan and the game gets tight, here's what you want to happen. Because the Nuggets win these kind of games. You want chaos. You want guys on the floor. You want ejections. You want people just going nuts. It's got to be chaotic. Because in a chaotic climate, they're better than everybody else. If the game is clean, and it's just scoring up and down like it was in Philly, all scoring, I don't think they do well when it's like that. There has to be an ounce of adversity. And once they go there, they thrive there.
Well,
the team is so good when there's that kind of game.
But that's what that game was, by the way. They give themselves the adversity because they dominate the third. They have a huge lead, and remember, they started the fourth terribly. They were awful to start the fourth.
Such a great way to put it, Vic. In that first quarter, let's say, that was some of the worst defense I've ever seen them play. How do soccer fans in Europe? What are they saying together?
Ole,
Ole, ole, ole, ole. Dude, they were just like turning and watching guys drive to the bucket on their heads, and I'm like, dude, somebody step in front of somebody.
Well, it's
and
almost,
then that happened also in the fourth quarter. I'm like, somebody just take a charge, even if it's a block. Somebody do something to stop this runaway train to the bucket for free.
it's almost as if, and I hate to say this because the Nuggets are champs and you have that championship hangover. They know how good they are. They know they can turn it on. And sometimes turning it on, the engine doesn't turn over, right? It just doesn't turn over. We've seen that on a couple occasions this year.
It's your snowblower.
But most of the time, you're right, the snowblower doesn't start when it needs to start. But most of the time, that engine is ready to roll. And the two-man game that they've been running for 8 years now, everybody says, well, you can't continue to do the same thing. People will figure it out. Guys, nobody's figured it out. Nobody's figured it out.
Well, because
Jamal goes one way, Joker goes the other, and they make buckets.
How do you figure out? Well, here's the thing. Murray's a great player. But how do you figure out Nikola Jokic? How do you figure out what he's going to decide to do with the ball? You can't. And that's what, I mean, everything feeds off of him as the point center. It's incredible. There were a couple times, though, in that game where I saw the Nuggets standing around when Joker had the ball. And I see guys on the perimeter just standing there. I saw AG in the corner on the near side, and he just was just standing.
You're talking about late?
Yeah. I'm like, dude, somebody, I mean, at least give him somebody cut. Somebody,
They're also
I've
waiting
thought about
help.
this.
They
No.
want room for them.
Exactly.
They're told to stand there, to be honest with you. They're told
They
to
are?
stand. Oh, yeah.
Well, it was four guys
Moshe.
besides Joker.
I have this argument with T. Willie all the time. Because I'll go back home, we'll watch the Nuggets game together. He goes, look at these guys, they don't even move. And I'm like, it's part of the offense. They don't want to crowd the lane for Jokic. They want to let him work. Like, it's
Who's
part.
T. Willie?
My dad.
Oh.
That's who he,
Oh,
Troy.
Yeah.
To Mosier is
His
T.
name-
Willie.
His name is Foulmouth Troy.
gotcha.
But,
God, he's got a great mouth.
but he said,
I mean, he's just not. I mean, I'm telling you, boy,
Got
this
a-
guy,
He's got a pretty mouth.
he makes me laugh because he talks to himself. He's great. He's just the greatest dude.
the point is, he's like, why is everybody just standing? And I go, it's part of what they want is that you suck defenders in, then you can kick it out for a shot.
How
like all
about the
that.
shot? How about the shot clock violation when Jamal Murray was forced to throw up a 27-footer and didn't even get it off in time, and it clanged off the iron anyway?
It didn't work.
What do
What
you mean
about-
it didn't work? Everybody's just standing around looking
What
at
about
themselves.
all the other ones?
It just took too long to get into the offense. I mean, listen, I am
Okay,
not
so
going to.
I don't want to. I apologize, Vic. I don't want to nitpick
Sure.
on a 5-point win at Indiana, but they made it a lot harder on
No
themselves
doubt.
than they had
Yeah.
to.
You know, they were down by 8 at halftime. And here's the difference in the game. The end of the game we come to expect. When there's chaos at the end of a game, that's where the Nuggets thrive. So I knew they were going to win when chaos ensued. But the game was decided in the third quarter. Because if you remember in the first half of that game last night, Jamal and Joker did their thing. It was the other three starters who didn't bring it. They didn't have the production points-wise. Well, what happened in the third quarter? They outscored the Pacers 39-19, and KCP scored 12 of his 14 in the third. All you need is a
KCP
little
played
help.
great.
You need a little help for those two guys, right? Give them something, and they're going to win.
I thought Reggie was effective last night. I think that second team defense, though, that's got to tighten up.
I got
It's got
something.
to.
I got something for the bench a little bit later in the show because I know the whole narrative is like, well, you know what? Once the playoff starts, it's not going to matter. But it might. So we'll get to that a little bit later. But let's talk to somebody who knows a Hall of Famer now. And that is Patrick Saunders. He will join us next to talk about Todd Helton. Yes, he did it. He made it to the Hall of Fame yesterday. We'll get to that next.
And our third and final member of the class of 2024 played his entire 17-year career while wearing number 17 for the Colorado Rockies. Today, Todd Helton becomes a member of the National Baseball Hall of Fame.
God, that made me feel good. God, that made me feel, dude.
Long time coming.
I had some emotion in my eyeballs, Vic, and in my chest.
I was scared because they got, first of all, when they got to their second one and they said played his entire career, I'm like, oh, there it is.
Hang on. Did you guys see the video of Kreckman Lindahl? Because they did it live.
So good.
So here's what happened. We got the video on Altitude SR. They're playing the audio live, and when they got past Beltre, the next thing is you're mentioning Vic. They said played his entire career with one team. All of them put their hands up. Hometown kid, and they're
Joe
like,
Mauer.
No,
what?
Yeah.
And then you started thinking, is this alphabetical order?
No.
Like, what are we doing here?
But what really freaked me out, they got to the third one, and our third and final, and then I was like, oh, my God.
Yeah, Billy Wagner.
Yeah.
All right.
But anyway, watching it was something. Can you imagine being in that room with Todd Helton when he took that phone call? We have somebody on the line who was in the room.
Well, let's go out to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. Patrick Saunders of the Denver Post. Patrick, thank you for joining us, buddy.
No problem, guys.
I mean, it took too long, but he finally got in. What was it like for you being there?
Oh man. Well, first of all, a huge thanks to Todd and his wife Christy for letting us be at their home. It was incredible, guys. I got to say, I've been doing this a lot of years, and it was one of the most special sports coverage moments of my career. It was really cool. But to answer your question, the call came in Eastern time quite a bit before the show on MLB Network. We had it at 5:17, and we knew it was going to come in. But we didn't know if the call was going to come. That's the thing. We were waiting. And there was a little party going on, and Christy had put out this nice little spread, and everybody was kind of chipper. Todd was incredibly nervous, more nervous than I've ever seen him, pacing the room. It was tense. And then for about 5 minutes or so while we were waiting, there wasn't a peep in their living room, and it was like, oh no. And then the call comes, and when Todd picked up the phone and then pumped his fists, it was pretty amazing. It was pretty special.
Regarding the call, Patrick, I don't know if you were privy to the instructions. Does the call mean that he's in, or does the call mean, hey, you're in or out? Like, did you guys know as soon as the phone rang that he was in?
Yeah, they don't call you if you're not in.
Gotcha.
They don't call you and say, hey, I'm sorry. Let's try next year. It's like, if the phone doesn't ring, the phone doesn't ring. But if it rings, and Todd's just staring at his phone, and Christy, his wife, goes, well, pick it up, and he's just like, it was pretty crazy. It was very emotional for everybody.
What makes me laugh is that you know him better than most. Todd Helton for years was this gruff sort of, I'm a competitor. I'm going to really, I'm going to work hard to make sure I get the ball in play. He never looked nervous to me. But this brought him to his knees inside, to his core, right? And wasn't it weird seeing that side of Todd Helton?
Yeah, it really was. It really was. And you're exactly right, Vic. And you were around Todd enough to know that beneath that gruff exterior, he could be a real teddy bear. Now, he was the biggest smartass on the planet, still is. But, I had never quite seen him like that. And he told me, he said, I haven't been superstitious in 10 years since he retired, because he was the most superstitious of players. It was legendary. But he said, hey, I haven't been superstitious in 10 years. I said, not even on the golf course? And he goes, no. He said, but I've been superstitious today in the last couple of days. But it was pretty crazy to see him. And he didn't cry, but he was close to it.
Patrick, he should have been superstitious on the golf course, because I've seen him bang it, off the side of a hill before, that kind of thing. No, I'm kidding. In all honesty, over these years, God, I love to watch him play the game. And I know for a fact behind the scenes, Patrick, that, he's done so many things for sick people and sick kids. And he's just the more I've talked to him over my lifetime, he's just a genuine dude. You know what I mean? In addition to being a great player. and he's just a real human being with flaws like all of us, and he he owns it. I love the guy, man. I loved him as a player. I think he's a great dude. I got emotional yesterday myself a little bit, and I'm sure you probably did too, just being around that, to see him get rewarded after so many years of putting it out there for this organization and getting so close one time, and that was it. But man, it was a very satisfying moment, I think, for Rockies fans.
It was. Boy, let's face it, the Rockies could use some feel-good moments right about now.
Yep.
Things aren't going real well down 20th and Blake, but you're absolutely right. Todd and his wife Christy mentioned this to me. Todd never wanted anything to be about himself, right? That's one of the reasons he kind of shunned the spotlight. But this was about Todd and about his late father and his mom. And you could tell that, and Christy told me that, for one day, this is about Todd, and it mattered a lot to him. And he was very disappointed. He came up short last year, just 11 votes short. He was guarded because he didn't want to believe it was going to happen. I kept telling him, I think it's going to happen. It's going to be close, but it's going to happen. Turns out he got almost 79%. He cleared the bar pretty easily. He actually had more votes than Maurer. So it was pretty special. And what I'm pleased about a little bit too, guys, is, let's face it, the Rockies play in the Mountain Time Zone. There's the Coors Field factor. The East Coast media, they have a blind spot. And if you mention the Rockies or Todd Helton in Coors Field, not all of them, but a lot of them automatically dismiss him. But if they'd seen Todd Helton play like we did and knew all the things you guys just talked about, you'd realize he was a Hall of Fame teammate, and his numbers alone should have put him in the Hall of Fame. And I don't discount the fact, and you toil for 17 years with the same organization and come to work every day and produce like he did, that puts you in the Hall of Fame, and I'm so thrilled that he made it.
Can I ask you a question of going back to the phone call?
Yeah.
I see this in the NFL draft that guys, they have two phones because they don't want to be bothered by calls that aren't from NFL teams drafting them. Did Todd have another phone just for the Hall of Fame to call him, or if Vic called him sometime and said, hey, do you want to come on the show tomorrow, in the middle of him awaiting the call, did it get interrupted? Like, did he get any phone calls from not MLB Hall of Fame people?
He did not, but he didn't have two phones. I mean, that's a little beyond Todd's technological.
Right.
He's not a two-phone guy, trust me.
He is not a two-phone guy, for sure. No, it was funny. He didn't get a single call. I'll tell you an inside story. About half hour before we anticipated the call coming in, he had somebody, maybe his wife, maybe it was one of his daughters, said, somebody call my phone, make sure it's working.
You double check, right? You double check it. Hey,
did.
Make sure there's the do not disturb is on or not on, and that kind of thing.
Exactly. It was very funny. It was very funny. And then he goes, "Oh, it's working. Okay, and."
Todd, you would have made the Hall of Fame, but it was in airplane mode. Sorry.
That's so funny.
Exactly.
And Patrick, I think back to his career. I mean, I don't know. I always want to, like he and Larry, some of the younger people nowadays, it's not their fault. They weren't born here. They were little. They don't realize what great players these guys truly were. And I know they've had to fight the Coors Field thing. And Todd always said, hey, man, you're not choosing where you're drafted and playing and all that kind of thing. But their numbers on the road wiped all that out too. You know what I mean? Their numbers when you look at them home versus road. I mean, they were awesome everywhere, And I just don't want people to forget what a great player this guy was and truly what he meant to Denver, Colorado. I know that he probably doesn't get back here as often as he'd like to, but damn, man, he was just a terrific player. Talk a little bit more about what you saw at a number 17 on the field.
Yeah, well, real quick, he still owns, as far as I know, a property north of Colorado.
He does.
Ranch
up
north. Yeah,
right. He's got the water rights up there. He's got a lot of
exactly.
He's got a lot of property.
And he doesn't get up there a lot, but he gets up there, son. So he also has a hunting ranch down in Texas with, I think it's Matt Belisle and I think Brad Hopp, if I'm not mistaken. But anyway, to get back to Todd on the field, one of the things, he had 3 Gold Gloves. He should have gotten more. He was, in my estimation, probably the most gifted first baseman with a glove that I've seen outside of maybe Keith Hernandez. I mean, he was superb. And you ask anybody from Tulo to Nolan Arenado to whoever, I mean, Todd was a magician over at first base. So that's one thing that people don't talk very much about. But
Well, how much? Just to touch on that, how nice must it have been for those guys? You just throw it over to the direction of first base, and you know he's going to gobble it up, right?
oh yeah. Tulo told me the other day. I talked to Tulo ahead of this, and Tulo was telling me, he said, my rookie year when Tulo should have been rookie of the year, he ended up second. He said Todd made me a better shortstop almost immediately because with Todd at first base, I realized that I could cut loose and that I could make those kinds of plays, that jump throw and everything that was so Tulo-esque. I could make those plays with the confidence that if the ball was a little off or it was a double hopper or it skipped in the dirt or something, Todd was going to be there, no question.
Mm-hmm.
And Tulo said it'll let me cut loose and play freely, and which was huge because with a lesser first baseman, that probably isn't the case. And I know Nolan Arenado felt the same way too. But the thing that people who don't think Todd belonged in the Hall of Fame said, well, as a first baseman played at Coors Field, he should have had more than 369 career homers. But what they don't realize is Todd had power, but Todd wasn't really a home run guy. He was a doubles guy.
Yeah.
He ranks 19th all time in baseball in doubles. He was a gap-to-gap guy, and nobody, and I mean nobody, could fight off pitches the way Todd Helton did.
No.
I mean, he was one of the few guys I ever saw. If he didn't like his pitch, but he knew maybe he was going to catch the strike zone, Todd could foul it off almost on purpose and then wait for the pitch he wanted. I mean, how many guys with 95, 98 mile an hour fastballs can do that?
Yeah.
Todd Helton could do that.
Well, Patrick, again, it's awesome that you were there and you got to share that. And then now you're going to tell us the whole story in the Denver Post. I read the Post this morning. I thought Sean Keeler's column was outstanding on all the lives he's affected. But I need to ask first two questions. Tulo, you mentioned Tulo. Where is he now? Who's he coaching? He's coaching somewhere.
He's coaching at the University of Texas in Austin.
That's right. Is he an assistant or is he what is he?
He is an assistant. And he's had some offers and I'm not at liberty probably because I've told Tulo I wouldn't ever write this, but he's had offers to be a head coach at some pretty prestigious D1 colleges.
Gotcha.
And for right now, he's turned them down. I think eventually Tulo wants to be a head college coach. But he's very happy in Austin. His son Taz is a very good young player. Maybe not as good as Matt Holliday's two young players, but young kids who are major leaguers are going to be. But Tulo seems well. I talk to him not often, maybe, 3, 4, 5 times a year, but he's doing well.
I'm always a Tulo fan. I really am. My second question, and I watched a bit of the Zoom session with Todd afterwards, and I found it so intriguing. For those that don't know this, Todd Helton is a Rockies lifer, clearly. 17 years, same franchise. But there was a time where the Rockies were looking to trade him, and they were going to trade him to Boston, and he talked about this. The trade never went through. It broke down in the final hour. And lo and behold, Patrick, the Rockies make the World Series that following season to play the Red Sox. How crazy is life when you think of it that way?
Oh, it is. It is. And you're right, Vic. It was very close. It came down to a matter of prospects and to make the trade. And then depending on whose story you believe, either that's what broke down or finally Todd and Dick Monfort had a discussion and Todd essentially said, you know what, I really don't want to go. Mm-hmm. I've never quite known for sure what the true story in that is. But, talking about irony, the one really great season in Rockies history may never have been if Todd Helton had ended up in Boston. Boston probably would have made the World Series. The Rockies without Todd Helton probably would not have. Mm-hmm. So that is crazy.
Patrick Saunders with us from the Denver Post. Can I ask you about the process? Because this was year 6 on the ballot, correct, for Todd Helton?
Correct.
Why? Why aren't we just voting the guy's a Hall of Famer right away? What has he accomplished to gain votes in the last 2 years that he didn't get 3 years ago? It's the one thing I don't understand about this Hall of Fame process in the MLB.
It's a wonky process, and there's gamesmanship involved. And, I don't have a full explanation for it. I don't mind the process. I like the fact that it's very public. I like the fact that it generates so much interest and buzz for baseball during the off season. I think it creates more buzz than any of the other Hall of Fames, even the NFL Hall of Fame. There are some quirks to it for sure, but essentially it's that people have a 10-person ballot, and let's suppose the ballot's really crowded, and then 3, for sure Hall of Famers come on, and you've got to say, well, somebody's got to go, and so Helton gets bumped off for a year or something.
Gotcha.
It is a wonky process. I would tweak it a little bit if I could. If it was up to me, I would definitely allow certainly play-by-play announcers from radio and TV who cover games all the time. I'd let them in on the process, not just the baseball writers. But overall, baseball probably needs as much pub as it can get these days. And as wonky as it is, I kind of like the process.
All right, last thing for you from me. Let me get sentimental and let me get nostalgic for a second. It's going to be, I think, in May, 2 years since you lost your father. And
Right.
I got to tell you, I miss the days of opening up the Rocky and in a post and seeing your dad's column. You know what I mean? Those days were like, I don't know, Vic. How do we categorize those days? Right? Like just nostalgia. What do you call it?
Well, that's when everybody took a newspaper.
Yeah.
I still do.
Yeah.
And newspapers were vital.
Well, I do it online, but yeah.
Newspapers were vital. And, that was before Dusty, his father, he did things that now you see online. That's all. It's social media.
Correct. That is correct.
I think Dusty Saunders was our first social media
I think so
guy.
too. Yeah.
Yeah, that's interesting, and thank you for that. It's interesting that you guys would bring that up. As my dad neared the end of his life, my dad was like really, he was so bad when it came to new technology. And I used to tell him, Dad, if you would embrace this new technology, the way you wrote and the things you wrote about would be a huge hit.
Oh, I'd be a star. Yeah.
Right, but he didn't quite get that. He's such an old school newspaper guy. But you're right. And a quick story, one of my favorite memories with my dad was in, I think it was 2006. I can't remember exactly. I think it was the first year of the Cardinals' new stadium in St. Louis. My dad went with me he was a huge Cardinals fan. He grew up in Denver, but he was a huge Cardinals fan. And I took him with me for Father's Day to see the Rockies play the Cardinals in St. Louis. And he got to meet Helton. And I think in Clint Hurdle and some other folks. But Helton treated my dad like my dad was his dad. That's the kind of guy Todd is. And I'll never forget that. But to your point, Moj, what's really interesting about it, nobody really writes about sports TV media or sports radio media anymore in this day and age. Behind the scenes or who leaves this radio station for that radio station, who's the new sports anchor, whatever. And even though my dad could be critical of folks, he was a go-to guy. And what I found is interesting, if anybody in our paper, me or somebody else, writes about, still in this day and age, writes about TV or sports people, on-the-air people, it gets huge traffic. People still care about that. I remember when I did something on Romy Bean when she became a sports anchor at Channel 4. The numbers went off the charts. And if my dad were still alive and he could have embraced the new world, Twitter and whatever else, he still would have been a star.
Oh, he was clever too. He was clever.
Patrick,
He
let
was
me tell you
clever.
a story about a small town kid from Omaha.
That is now on the #1 rated sports radio show in Denver, by the way.
Pat, we got to run. Thank you so much for the time and the insight from yesterday. Really appreciate the time, buddy.
Great stuff, Patrick. Thank you.
Hey, thanks for having me on. I appreciate it.
Patrick Saunders of the Denver Post joins us on the Ramos Law
That must have
Hotline.
been special to be
Oh,
there,
that'd be
dude.
so cool. Good for him. I got emotional just watching it at home, going like a little bit like this because he takes the phone call, the fist bump, all that when it's done. He does the phone flip. Remember he does.
Oh, yeah.
Because he's do the bad flip and all. Dude, it was straight up Helton stuff, and it must have been cool for Patrick to be
I think
there.
the number one reason I was so emotionally invested is because we got to know Todd as just this. He could be crass at times.
Oh, yeah.
He's one of those typical guys,
Yeah.
right? He could
Like a ribber.
He's just one of those dudes, and
But he do it to anybody.
To anybody.
He's a great dude.
and he was never. He's not emotional. Put it that way. you could see the emotion yesterday.
Yeah, of course.
Now he's on his way to Cooperstown right now. We got to get him on sometime soon here.
Well, we'll make an effort to do so. We got Jared Bednar coming up in 20 minutes as well. Micah Malone, by the way, going to be on with Dempsey and Company at 10:20 today. But when we return, before we get to Bednar, I've heard over the last couple of days multiple people, multiple talking heads, say something that is blatantly untrue, and they continue to trot it out there. We'll get to it next. The world's largest sports book is available at your fingertips right now, and that is Circa Sports. Download that app because it's sports wagering the way it should be. Lowest holds, high betting limits, incredible customer service, tight money line splits. And look, tonight on the Circa Sportsbook, Caps at Avs minus 235 to win tonight. Also, big game in college basketball. CSU on the road at Nevada. The 3-point dogs. Both of these teams with 15 wins on the year. Check it all out on the Circa Sportsbook and do it right now. Download your new bookie today or visit circasports.com and start gambling like a pro from anywhere in Colorado. Any gambling problems, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit problemgamblingcolorado.org.
Living after midnight, rocking till the dawn. Hey, I know you teased your thing.
Yeah.
Martin, please find, for those who don't know, please find the picture for me, please. The day Todd Helton retired. Remember what happened?
Oh, your lawn?
I mowed a perfect 17 into my front lawn and just left it like that. Remember that? So that anybody driving by would see the 17 in the lawn and would be like, oh, yeah. Dude.
Front lawn or back lawn?
Front lawn.
Front lawn?
Right there for everybody, for the entire neighborhood to see when they drove
Nicely
by.
done.
Well, Marty, go ahead and pull up that picture when you can.
What, yeah.
So wait, you're asking, I'm confused. You did this, you documented this, and you're asking Marty to find it?
Yeah, because I can't find the damn picture, and I want it.
But
and
it's
he
your
reminded-
picture.
But you took the photo.
I know, I can't find it, though. He reminded me of it.
So
And I said, oh, yeah. So I went back to look for it, and I can't find it. I don't know how I gave it to
do you
him.
want him to help you go to the bathroom too?
Some days.
All right. So as Marty tries to find that, I've heard this multiple times here, and I need this to stop. And by the way, guys, I brought this up in the 6 o'clock hour, and people started yelling at me like I was the crazy one. I've heard multiple people say things along the lines of this, because the conversation is, hey, Lamar Jackson, he needs to get this win to push him over the top and get him out of this untrustworthy category as a quarterback into more of a Mahomes category, right? Like, get out of the Josh Allen one and get into the Mahomes one. And they always end it with something like this. And can you believe there's still people out there that don't think Lamar Jackson should be playing quarterback? And I'm just like, what are we doing here?
Who said that?
Like, first, the one I heard this morning, she's not the only one. Kimberly Martin on ESPN said this. And I'm just like, who are you guys talking to that thinks that anybody, if you listen to this show, you're at minimum a casual sports viewer. You guys talk about sports with friends, coworkers. Has anybody said that in the last 5 years about Lamar Jackson?
I've not heard that uttered by anyone with any logical football rationale.
Bill Polian was the only guy to say it, and he said it before the draft. Remember that? That was his scouting report. He should be a wide receiver instead of a quarterback.
That's a total straw man argument. I haven't heard.
Completely, right?
I'm not sure I've heard anybody say that ever.
But now, I'm telling you guys, and Marty backed me up here. How many texts were coming through that I was crazy and Lamar Jackson is treated poorly by, and I'm like, here's what's happened with Lamar Jackson. He's on his way to win the second MVP. And he's been awful in the postseason early in his career.
Yes.
He had a very good game last week, Moj. It's the first one he had. That was a decent postseason game. He's being treated the exact same as every other quarterback that's in his echelon. Like, are we going to sit here and pretend that Josh Allen isn't being criticized today? Are we going to pretend that?
Everybody gets criticized. Everybody gets celebrated. And someone is always offended by either or, right? Either or. But to say that there are people who... I've never heard that. I don't... When did she say this lady?
This morning. And we got a text that somebody else said it the other day. Somebody in town.
Said what?
That Lamar Jackson, there's people saying he shouldn't be a quarterback still. And I'm like, who are you talking to? Who's the people that are saying this?
What circle is this in? What?
I would love to know, Vic, because I keep hearing people say this out loud, and I'm like, I haven't heard a single person. He's amazing. Everybody knows he's amazing.
It seems like artificial crap.
That's what I'm talking about. And you know what? This really spurred up in the offseason before he got his contract. Because remember that? The Ravens and him were waffling on the contract deal. And it was like, is he going to be made available? That's where I think this all kind of cropped up again.
You know what this is like?
And then what happened, Moj?
Yeah.
He got a $260 million contract to play quarterback.
That he did himself, which I totally admire. You know what this is like? It's like me coming out saying this. Hey, guys, we got Coach Bednar coming up here at the top of the hour. Can you believe there are still people out there who are trying to make Nathan McKinnon a defenseman?
Yeah.
I mean, for God's sake, I mean, do we have to continue to have this conversation all the time? I would be looked upon as a total S-weeping.
Right, what are some of the myths that are still being run out there?
That's a great question.
What's a great myth?
That's just the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Dude is one of the best on the planet. Dude has to win in the postseason because that's where you're regarded as one of the best of all time. But I mean, for God's sake, that's such a straw man, bunch of crap thing to say. It's dumb.
Can somebody give me a dumb myth that we could just shoot to the sun right now?
Yeah, that you live above
I know.
the rim.
What are some of these? Come on.
Can you
spit them
believe
out
that
for us.
people are still saying that Vic doesn't live above the rim? Oh, my God.
Dude, there are rims I live above.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, like a little tyke rim.
Right, exactly.
There are rims that I live above.
I
That
like,
is not
I
myth.
like what Vic asked, though. Like, what are some of these sports myths that exist that it's like, it's dead and gone, but there's still people talking about it?
Remember the old Peyton Hillis myth about why he got traded?
No.
That was a myth. It was myth. That
Okay.
was mythology.
What about like Clint Barmas?
What about Clint Barmas? About carrying the deer up the stairs?
Oh, how about these are two good ones just for Joker. Jokic doesn't care about basketball. That myth still
That's
exists.
a ridiculous myth.
Jokic can't play defense. He's a bad defender. That's still a myth
Well, dude, he
that
had
exists
a
out
couple
there.
of snuffs last night that were awesome.
He had a couple defensive rebounds. They don't win that game without him.
Jokic is fat. That's still a myth. How many times do we hear that still? That
Yeah.
oh, the big sloppy guy. I'm like, he's in shape. What are we doing?
Corey Perry and his recent controversy, is that myth?
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
at least
lie detector
the main
determined
one. Yeah.
that was a lie.
Eating before swimming. You know, I've always thought that was
You know what
crap.
that is? That's a terrible myth.
I want to have a hot dog and then jump in the pool. Dang it.
What's the reasoning behind that again? What do they say is the problem with eating
I think
before
you should
swimming?
instantly blow up.
No, you
explode.
No, you get cramps. Cramps.
That's how my mom put it. You will blow up.
Oh.
First of all, we never did pools, so.
Anyway, all right.
What's the matter? Your folks didn't have water in Italy?
We didn't go swimming.
Oh, hold on.
We didn't go to swimming pools.
Vic,
we don't do water.
Vic, I need you. I need you for a second.
That's why you can't swim.
It's exactly why I don't swim. But we didn't do water.
We'll talk to Bednar here in 10 minutes.
Water's for drinking.
Hey, look at me. Focus, because I need you on this. Last night, something crazy happened. If you guys, maybe you went to bed before this played itself out. Blazers, Oklahoma City.
I watched it.
End of the game. 1 point game. Blazers are trying to run out the clock. There's about 20 seconds left. They get past half court. Anthony Simons picks up his dribble. He's getting
It
double
was
teamed.
Malcolm Brogdon, I thought.
I thought it was.
Was it Anthony or Malcolm?
I thought it was Simons. Maybe it was. I don't know. But somebody from the Blazers picks up the ball past half court. OKC sends the double team. They're doing that hit, scratch, claw thing. No foul called. And so Chauncey Billups runs up and tries to call a timeout.
He runs out of the coaching box. The referee calling the play has his back to Chauncey. But Chauncey, you could see him screaming, timeout, timeout, timeout. He's motioning timeout. He runs all the way to half court, timeout.
And then ball ends up back on the floor. They call double dribble. Chauncey loses his mind.
And it wasn't even that bad. He didn't lose it like crazy lose it.
But I mean, he sprinted past half court, got in the guy's face, whatever. Immediate double technical on Chauncey. He's ejected from the game. 16 seconds left now. Remember, Blazers were up 1. OKC gets the free throw. They hit the free throw. And then OKC hits a bucket on the subsequent possession. They win the basketball game. So last night, the Blazers protest the game. The protest means this.
You're not going to do anything.
If it gets passed, they replay the final 16
They're not going
seconds.
to get it passed.
But can we? Can we just? I just want
Let
to
me
see
tell
it in
you,
practice.
I watched that-
just want to see it happen.
That happened at the end of our postgame show, and we're all watching it. Dempsey, myself, Hans, like we're watching this unfold, and we felt so bad for Chauncey because Chauncey's in a world of hurt right now in Portland's situation. The game was in OKC. They were about to beat OKC in OKC. So when I saw that unfold, all I could think of is how bad NBA officiating has gotten, especially this season. And I know why it's gotten bad. Dempsey and I talked about this extensively. They are trying to give the league a new batch of younger officials.
That's true. And
That's what they're doing.
They all seem to have the same
Yes.
haircut.
It's a new batch of officials, younger up-and-coming officials that they're trying to work in. They're sometimes the third official on a three-man crew. And they're not good.
yeah.
And they're thin-skinned. And
That's
they don't
the worst
understand
part,
the
by the
game.
way.
They don't understand the value of a game at that point. You got 15 seconds left. If Chauncey Billups comes screaming down the sideline for a timeout and you don't give it to him and then he says a bad word, you have to understand why that bad word came out of his mouth and you have to just bite it, understand why he's mad, You don't throw him out. You don't give them 2 free throws. You don't give OKC the game there because you're thin-skinned. You don't do that. A good referee, a valued referee doesn't do that. These younger dudes and these are all younger dudes doing this. I hate to be generational about it, but go look at this.
Mm-hmm.
What are you doing?
Well, the ref last night after the challenge, the ref said Jokic, and I know it's not a big deal, but it still bothered me. It still bothered me.
That was on the challenge on the pick and roll, but
by the way, that challenge that the Nuggets won, that was originally called a foul on Jokic, that got overturned. How is that not an and one? How did the bucket not count on that challenge?
Because
the shot was after the foul.
After the foul, right?
Yeah, he was in the gather.
Pretty close.
And Malone listened to Joker not once but twice last night in that regard, and he won both times. But to have the referee come and say Jokic was fouled with the arm around him, I'm like, dude, you know his name.
The official thing bothers me in the NBA so much because whatever happened to if a coach gets in your face, get right back in his face.
Yeah.
Get right back in his face. Say, no, dude, shut up.
Mm-hmm.
Why do you have to just tee him up all of a sudden? Why do you decide a game? Let me tell you, if that happened to the Nuggets, it would be 3 hours of the show today. If it happened to the Nuggets.
Oh, of course.
It'd be a 3-hour program on that incident because I thought it was terrible.
Did you find it, Moshe?
Thank you to Johnny Jazz, who went to my own Twitter feed from 10 years ago and found the picture of me mowing the 17 in my lawn for Todd Helton. Thank you.
Well, and I knew this was coming. 5175. Here come the boomers. I don't know what to tell you.
Vic, you got to save it because we got another boomer coming up. It's Jared Bednar.
Oh, that boomer?
He joins us next. Let's head out to the Ramos Law Hotline. Talk to the head coach of the Avs, Jared Bednar, who joins us every Wednesday at 8 o'clock. And all conversations with the coach brought to you by Quantum Fiber, your world unleashed. Learn more at quantumfiber.com. Also brought to you by Premier Members Credit Union. Coach, road trip, 5-game roadie. You come away with 6 points. I know you wouldn't be disappointed in 6 points. So what is the feeling? You happy, really happy, content? What is it?
Yeah, I'd say satisfied.
Okay.
Obviously you'd like to be doing a little bit better than 3-2. But I think under the circumstances, the start that road trip, we played a lot of hockey, played in some tough buildings there. Started the road trip pretty well. Could have had the first 3. We only got 2 of them. We went into Boston, got beat up a little bit, but responded against Philly. So I think you're knocking off a stretch there going into that road trip against a lot of the top teams in the league, East and West. And we did a nice job going into it and sort of started good, recovered strong on the road trip. So got to be happy knocking out 5 road games in a row. Tough road trip. I thought fatigue was a factor, getting in late on some nights, just the overall energy level of our team. And we got a nice little break here going into these final 2. So I think we're in a pretty good spot, pretty happy with where we're at.
Guys getting healthy. Thoughts?
Yeah. So we will add Lehkonen back in tonight and Bo Byram as well. So as healthy as we've been all season, the only 2 guys that I have up on the missing board are Landeskog and Nichushkin. So, and the rest of the team coming in to play the final 2. The Caps played last night, so we got to get after these guys here tonight early and often. And then we go again for LA before our big break.
Moj, I'm trying to tweet this. How do you spell Lehkonen?
Lehkonen.
Thank you. Thanks, Coach. Appreciate the information. Hey, that's good to hear that they're back. Hey, you've been coaching, obviously, Nathan MacKinnon a long time, and he's had some stretches where he's been just out of this world. Is this the best he's played since you've been his coach?
I think I evaluate his game a little bit different from everybody else, just because sometimes what we ask him to do on top of, going out and producing offensively on a nightly basis. But I would say this is, like, when it comes to consistency, being able to produce on the offensive side of things on a nightly basis, and then run that from 1 month to 2 months to 3 months, etc. This is the best he's played. Like he's in a zone right now. He's like all the work and preparation and focus and determination that he brings off the ice is really culminating in a consistent season. So I would say, the other time that just kind of sticks out to me is like going into our playoff run in 2022, the playoffs, being able to play against McDavid when we played the Oilers, shutting them, their high-powered offense down and then still producing. I just find that to be the most difficult job, like just doing whatever the team needed him to do through that stretch run, whether it was defensive responsibility and really buying into adjusted role every playoff series, to me is at the most important time of the year is remarkable, and it's something that can't be overlooked when you talk about Nate's career.
Coach, somebody else, and I know that you don't care who my favorite players are on the team, but somebody that I love is Logan O'Connor. I just feel like he works hard. Every time he's on the ice, he hustles. But between him having this career year, already a career high in goals in a season for him, but also that entire line that Mosier and everybody has dubbed the Roaring 20s line has been remarkable the last couple of weeks.
Connor, it just in a happenstance, we're just sitting around shooting the breeze. Connor came up with that a long time ago, and it's stuck. It's great.
It's a great nickname, and they're playing great right now. Can you talk about LOC and then that line in general?
Yeah. So, we had them together early in the season, and a couple new guys to the group figuring out how we want to play, really kind of feel like our system and the way we want to play fits all three of these guys. They're hard charging, straight line, north attack, linear players with some physicality, and they all have enough skill to be able to help each other produce. Their production is going to come from hard work, physicality, determination, getting to the net, just hounding teams and forcing them into uncomfortable situations and turnovers, etc. And once they got the detail of our game and started playing as a connected group of three, they're just so difficult to play against, hard-working guys. And so I think all three of them have the ability here to have career years together. We have them separated at times during the year, sort of out of necessity, but it's a line we always wanted to get back to. And we were missing Wood because of his illness with the flu. Took a long time, and he came back and was shot out of a cannon. He was our most rested player at the start of that road trip. And I was worried about his energy levels, but he was great. And those guys on this road trip really started to put it together. And prior to that, with and without, a guy on that line sometimes. But it's a line we certainly want to move forward with because, I feel like they're a trusted line. You could play them against anybody. Top-end players, if they have a hard checking line that produces on a regular basis, we can play them against them and sort of nullify that. So they're very versatile players. All three guys are playing special teams right now, PK and power play at times. I really like that line because it's the work-based line, and they have the ability to sort of turn momentum in games with hard-working shifts and get us started in the right direction if we're lagging a little bit, but yet they can produce and score big goals at key times in games. So they've been fun to watch, especially here recently.
I can't help but think of the movie Miracle when you're Herb Brooks. And here come the Coneheads, right? I mean, that's kind of – you remember that scene? He's like
I do.
Buzz, what do you think about with these guys? Yeah, sounds good. Yeah,
I was praying you would have said, Coach, that you didn't know the scene that he was
because he's
talking
told
about.
us this 35 times.
Well, because that's
everyone knows the scene.
Yeah, but isn't that kind of fitting for those guys? And by the way, I just retweeted it yesterday. When you see the videos of LOC and Colton punching each other's faces on multiple occasions, right? And I love it. I mean, they're just bam, 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 and they're hard and they're going at it. And then all of a sudden, here come all the videos of them hugging it out and jumping on each other in Avs sweaters. I mean, that's pure hockey right there. Pure hockey.
Yeah, I think it's great. It just goes to show you the type of competitors they are. It's both great team guys, and we knew that. It's one of the reasons why we went and got Colton. But one of the reasons we went and got him is because of his the physicality and sort of bite and chippiness and grittiness that he brings to the game. And we all know that OC has that, and so does Woody. And then that's part of what makes those guys successful. If you watch the games when they're really good, they're all highly involved, physical. People are mad at them. Opponents are mad at them on the ice because they're just outworking you, and they're determined guys. And the games, they're few and far between right now. But if you look at an off game, they're lacking energy. They're tired. They don't have the same bite, right? So that's what. When you can get a handful of those guys together and they play that way, it's just this relentless work ethic that's just so hard to play against, which makes it very difficult for other teams' top players. It's why they're playing in the 2 slot right now, because teams are deep. They've got more than one line, and Max Line's going to play against one of them, and they'll play against the other one. And they do a lot of heavy lifting too, like D-zone starts. They'll start in the D-zone a lot because they're all trusted defenders. Colton's pretty good on the draws, and they'll get it moving in the right direction, whether it's forecheck, neutral zone. They're going to hound pucks and be relentless on it. And it's leading to some offensive success, and they're playing with confidence. So hopefully that continues.
As Coach told us earlier, both Byram and Lehkonen returned to the ice tonight after extended periods off the ice. Lecky's missed, 2 months? How as a coach, when you have a dude that's missed that much time, how much room do you give him to get back in shape and back in the action again?
So he's in great shape. He's worked really hard here, and he's been on the ice for quite some time. He had to wait to get cleared from the doctors because they wanted him out a specific length of time before going back, just because of the nature of his injury. This is going to be a confidence thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's taken contact now for a couple weeks, but contact in practice is different from you guys really trying to clock in the game. And as we know, Lucky's a fearless physical player. So he'll find himself in some situations tonight where he's going to get hit, and his confidence will grow as he starts seeing more minutes. He's going to get bumped a few times tonight, a few times on Friday, and he's going to come out of it, and he's going to be, wondering how this is going to feel. And if everything goes well and he comes to the rink tomorrow feeling good, his confidence is going to grow, and he's going to, get right back into it quickly. Here, he's a veteran player, but it is going to take a little bit of time to get bumped around a bit and get in some uncomfortable situations where he's taking some physicality and still get up and walk away from it and know that he's, confident that his injury is healed and that he can continue to play the way he always has.
Coach, I apologize for sounding repetitive. I think I asked you a version of this question last week, but you guys sit here near the top of the standings in the Western Conference. You're playing great. You're racking up points, but it feels like for you guys to get wins, you got to score 5 goals. How much of that is defense? How much of that is goaltending? What's the balance there between you seeing these goals being given up?
Yeah, so it's putting the whole package together. So we break our season down significantly, but I really try to look at it in 10-game segments, right? So we started out really good defensively. Offense was clicking, and the offense has sort of clicked along at the same pace all year, top 5 in a lot of categories that we look at. So we're happy with that. So then our defending started to drop. Segment 2, wasn't really happy with it because it was going the wrong direction. Segment 3, it got worse. But segment 4, which would have been game 30 to 40, it went all the way back to our best defensive segment of the season. And we came off a segment that was 4-4-2, and we had our best segment at 7-2-1. We're clipping along in this one pretty good. We've had good goaltending on a lot of nights, and our team's played well, and it seems to almost guarantee us the win. When we're defending hard, the offense is going, the goaltending is going. We've had some nights where we didn't like the way we defended, and we got some good goaltending, but it wasn't enough just because of the quality of chances that we've given up. And then we've had nights like just recently in Montreal where we outchanced them 2-1, thought we played really well. We didn't put enough pucks in the back of the net, and I didn't like some of the goals that went in, and it cost us the hockey game. So it's the consistency in our defending details and being able to limit the high danger chances, which has been a work in progress for us. But, for the most part, if you take it at 10-game segments, we've done a decent job, and in some of those segments, a really good job. In the games we lost, our goaltending wasn't great, So we have to put the whole package together. I think there's room for growth in the second half of the season here on both the defending side of it and the goaltending side of it. We've seen Gorgie play better, but he's also played some really nice games for us that we haven't quite been as sharp as we want to be on either it's giving up a home run play or just too many quality chances. So kind of refining that and, especially in the second half of the year where offense is a little bit harder to come from, we'll have to get better in both those areas a little bit.
All right, Coach, 3 days off, good. Get back at it tonight. You got the Kings on Friday. I'm assuming it's full court press before you hit the break. I'm assuming we're not going to talk to you next week because there's nothing going on. It's a bye week and then the All-Star break, so we won't talk to you until we're in, I guess, Carolina.
Well,
right?
you can call, Coach. I mean, we'll pick up the phone. It's just up to you.
If you listen, I'm going to be out of town. So if you even remotely call these knuckleheads next week, I'm assuming you're going to be gone too. Please don't call them.
To the ranch.
Good. Okay. Good.
Yeah,
Good.
I'm going to head up to the ranch and get outside and get in the wilderness for a few days for that break and decompress. Because then after that's our longest road trip of the year. Like we come back on the Sunday morning, skate, and we're gone to New York, and that's 6 games over. Looks like
12?
13 days.
12,
yeah, 12, 13 days, which is that's our biggest trip. It's also an important trip coming out of that break. And then we just start picking, like the rest of the road trips are more day trips. We have the one trip to Canada where we're gone for almost a week. But, to hammer out another, like just getting 5 road games out of the way and then doing this all in one trip, it's going to be a difficult trip because it's against all the heavy hitters again, New York, Jersey, Carolina, Florida, the Caps, and Tampa.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like that's another one of the ones where you just got to carve out points on a consistent basis and come out of that, and you're kind of in the stretch run.
So what do you do to decompress? Do you go to a hut in the wilderness and just sit in the darkness for a couple days straight?
Chop wood. You go hanging out.
You know what? I bought a ranch out in the mountains in Colorado here out by Creed. And, I'm just going to go do a bunch of hiking and walking with the dog. Got some work to do out there. Got to get some firewood piled up. So a little bit of everything, cooking out every night and probably just watching movies and sitting by the fire at night. So it'll be a good rest for about 5 days. I think I'm going to go out there, and then I'll be back in town for a few to get ready for the road trip.
You can buy ready-cut firewood outside a gas station or King Soopers.
Hey, Vic, you get some tasty squirrel, right? You go find yourself some squirrels. And
hang on a second.
Ain't nothing like a squirrel on an open fire, right, Coach?
Coach, before we let you go.
Yeah, I know Vic likes the outdoors. He's more of a refined.
Oh, yeah. Right.
Golfing is my outdoors. You know that.
A couple of years ago, he went on a duck hunt. He was wearing a 3-piece suit. That's not.
I was. Coach, just quickly before I let you go, I have to ask you this. You got 2 goals. Your teammates got 2 goals. It's a 2-on-0 empty netter. You're in possession of the puck. You ain't giving that up. You're getting that hat trick yourself, aren't you? You aren't doing what McKinnon did.
I love that. I love that play from Nate. It just epitomizes where he's got to as a leader of our team and being in tune. I've talked about this lots. When you're a young player, high expectations, your focus is on you and what you need to do and to have success, to meet expectations that are put on you from a personal standpoint. And then as you grow as a leader, you start thinking just more about, well, what does the team need? What do I have to do to help the team win? This isn't about me. You give up a little bit of yourself to have the team success. Doesn't mean that you're not highly motivated or focused on what you need to do, but you're experienced enough to be able to do that and then branch out to help others. And that's why I go to that 22 playoff run with Nate. It wasn't about Nate. He didn't care one bit about his stats during that run. It was, except for the fact that he knows he has to produce to help us win, it was about the team. And that was just a huge step. So now he's at the spot where he's comfortable in his skin. He knows preparation and his determination and commitment to the game is going to give him personal success. It also helps the team, but he knows everything, right? It's Logan out there at the end of the game, first NHL hat trick. He's sliding that thing over 100 times out of 100 if the play makes sense. And, so I thought it was fantastic, and it just goes to show you what type of leader he's become for our team.
That's a great answer, Coach, but you're shooting that puck, aren't you?
He's trying to
myself?
You're shooting that puck.
Because I'm with the Logan O'Connor thing. I haven't had a hat trick since I was in Pee Wee or Mike.
That's awesome. Coach, you're the best. Always appreciate the time. Thanks so much.
All right, appreciate it,
Take
guys.
care.
Thanks.
That is head coach of the Avs, Jared Bednar, who joined us on the Ramos Law Hotline. All conversations with the coach brought to you by Quantum Fiber, your world unleashed. Learn more at quantumfiber.com. Also brought to you by Premier Members Credit Union. When we return, we need more of what we saw in the Nuggets game last night. I'll tell you exactly what I mean next.
No, that's fine. This is what we do. We're an honest radio show. And if we don't have honesty, if we're not fair and minded, we completely forgot to ask him about Patrick Waugh returning to the coaching ranks, his predecessor.
Is that a question for him?
Yeah, I mean, it might be good just to get his thoughts. I mean, hey, coach, thoughts. China, thoughts. Patrick Waugh, thoughts.
Was Fangio asked about Vance Joseph?
It's just thoughts on it.
But what am I supposed to ask?
Like this. Coach, Patrick Waugh, Islanders, thoughts.
Does he have a relationship with him?
I don't know.
I don't think so.
Well, then why the hell would he care if somebody got a job?
I don't know.
Why is that a mistake? I don't understand. You're acting like we made an error. I don't think it's an error.
I just think it's an error in judgment on your part. But anyway, I always find it fascinating.
Stop, Brett. I think what Vic is trying to say. Stop erring.
Yeah, you err a lot.
I think we made the right decision asking him about a guy who got hired as a head coach that he had no relationship with, who was before him. Who cares?
The error of your ways. I want you to know something, though. When Coach says that he's going to spend the All-Star break at his ranch in Creed.
That's far away. That's deep. That's deep in the mountains, man.
It amazes me how dumb I am when it comes to Colorado geography, having grown up here my entire life. Been here my entire life. I had to look up where Creed was located.
It's south. It's southwest of Denver.
Oh, it's far.
But it's right. It's like in the middle of the state,
It's
but
between
south.
Durango and Alamosa.
Yeah, it's
way the hell
it's
down
way
there.
down there. Yeah,
It's way down there.
Is he like one of 5 people who live there? I see like no
Creed,
houses in
yeah,
Creed.
there's a
Creed
little
has
bit
an
of a-
E on the end.
Dude, the Creed population is 257.
Well, when
He's
it's
got
going to
a
be about
ranch.
259 when he and his wife get there.
But the point is, there are so many parts I've never ventured to in the state, having grown. Do you know I've never been to Aspen?
You're kidding.
Never. Haven't been to Steamboat.
What?
Haven't been to Creed. Haven't been to Craig. Is this
Can
Creed?
you do what? Yeah, this is Creed.
I haven't been to Durango. I haven't been to Alamosa.
Hey, and it fits.
I
Can you,
haven't been to Lamar.
By the way,
can you take me higher? 8,800 in elevation.
I
in
haven't
Creed.
been to Gunnison.
I mean,
I've been to all of these places.
I've never been to any of them.
You ever been to Craig?
I just told you I've never been to Craig. What the hell am I going to do in Craig?
Grand
of
Junction?
all the places, like if you gave me a list of places to
Dinosaurs.
venture to,
How about this?
Craig would be, and I'm sorry, no disrespect to the Craigians out there. What the hell do I want to do in Craig?
You've been to Sterling.
Yeah, because I've driven past it.
Okay. Have you been to
What am I-
Hugo?
let me
How
ask
about
you.
Hugo?
What am I going to do in Craig, Colorado that I
Dude,
can't
this
do
is the
here?
first time Vic has been in Lone Tree, Colorado. He doesn't
Exactly.
move
That's a good
outside of
point.
Denver.
Well, here's what you do: is you take a short drive. You go to Dinosaur National Monument. I think we already figured that out.
I'm not going to Craig, and to be honest, with all due respect to the coach, I don't see myself in Creed anytime soon.
do you think I can like Airbnb his house for a weekend and I can give? Oh, dude, we should do that. Give a full report of Bedsy's house. Let's
Wait,
Airbnb it.
Where's that Uray place where all the freaks do the ice
Hey,
dancing and climbing?
Don't ignore this. Marty was with me over here. You with me
Vic,
on this?
Yes.
Yeah.
We all
Let's
stay
do a
at
show there.
Bednar's Ranch for a weekend and we give a report of what the place is like.
And chop some wood like
Yeah,
he's
we
going to
chop
do?
some wood. No, I'm only doing it in the
Dude,
summer.
you
I'm not going out there in
wouldn't
the winter.
survive. You wouldn't survive the winter there.
That's what I'm saying. I'm not doing that in the winter.
Yeah,
I'm
you
saying
gotta-
the summer. Summer, I'm going to go to Creed and I'm going to stay at Bedsy's house.
If you want to know where Uray is, it's also down. It's down there.
Where
down
are these
south.
places? What is going on? Why do
Dude,
people
Colorado's-
go there? Why do
Colorado's a
people
big
stay
state.
home? Stay home.
All right, here's a question for you, and I'm going to encourage everybody to do this. Have you ever been to the Royal Gorge?
Mhm.
Okay, so
I've
you
been
have.
there because that's actually a thing, right? You go to the
it's-
thing and you look over the thing.
Dude, it's totally bitching.
Yeah.
I get scared. There's a bridge that crosses
It's
the
outside
Royal
of Canyon
Gorge.
City.
Yeah, and then there's these knuckleheads who get in these harnesses and they zip line across the Royal
Freaks.
Gorge.
Not me. Not
No,
me.
because I don't know how many feet I got onto the bridge.
The bridge like shakes when cars come over it.
I maybe got 30 feet onto the bridge and I'm looking straight down to death. And I'm like, and then here comes this dude in a Jeep. I'm like, dude.
Andy says, Vic, take a weekend and just drive. It's worth it. I don't like driving. Drive where?
I don't. Vic, you have like 5 likes and 1 million dislikes in life.
But I don't understand the whole point of driving. Where am I driving to? Drive where? Drive what?
What do you mean drive
How
what?
have
A car?
have you been to Vail?
I've been to Vail, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
You've never been to
because
Aspen.
it's off the highway. Yeah,
You
no.
just go to Grand Junction.
Well,
Excuse me. You go to.
I do want to go.
You go to
Aspen.
Glenwood Springs and you go
I've
due
been to Glenwood.
south.
Yeah, I've been as far as Basalt for my kid's high school football game. That's
Oh yeah,
as
yeah.
far as
But so
I've been.
that's
near Aspen. I want to go to Aspen.
Well, exactly.
Yeah.
It's on that same road. Correct.
All right, great. Last night, something happened that needs to happen a lot more. And I want this to happen in all sports. Rick Carlisle gets kicked out of the game.
Booted.
Time for the tech.
Mhm.
I see both Murray and KCP walking to the line. And then they start going little Rochambeau, little rock, paper, scissors.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if they played best out of 3, best out of 5. I don't know if they had the same thing that they threw down because they did it 3 or 4 times. And they respected the rules. Murray was about to get to that free throw line, then he walked away. Moj, I want these for penalty kicks. I want these for free kicks in soccer. I want this to be decided for penalty shots.
Shootouts in hockey?
In shootouts. I want all of this. I think this should be the new standard.
Well, Murray and KCP were both perfect at the line yesterday. And
How does Malone feel about that? But they should ask him, by the way. He's going to be on a 10-20. I'm going to force these guys to ask him. How do you feel about your team trying to get a free throw and they're playing kid games to see who gets it?
They're both like 90 or over 90% from the free throw line. So I mean, I think that's why they do it. If one guy was clearly better than the other, but no, they
How many games was it, Marty? How many did you count there?
It's like 3 or 4.
1, 2, 3.
Oh, then he got a quick
see,
hook.
Then KCP took it.
Yeah. What's your go-to when you're playing rock, scissors, papers,
You'll never
rock,
know
paper,
that.
scissors,
You'll never
whatever?
know. What do you think? I'm going to give up strategies? Please.
It's a flawed game, by the way. It's a flawed game because if you're smart, your eye test, you wait for that final draw and you don't release yours until a
Well,
split
then you're DQ'd.
second.
That's
Well,
an auto loss.
It's
If I see you
impossible.
do it, really? Try and do it right now. Let's go. Try and get me.
Ready?
Okay, hold on a second. Let me set myself up here.
Mosher, announce this like it's Game 7 of the World Series.
Right
Here
on the
we go.
right hand
Okay,
side.
we go.
Right,
Hang
where
on,
are we
hang on.
going?
This is very important. 1, 2, 3, or 1, 2, 3 shoot. Which one
1,
are we
2,
doing?
3 shoot.
1, 2, 3 shoot. All right, ready?
Okay. Vic.
1, 2, 3 shoot.
Brett
What
comes
the
up with
hell
the rock.
was that?
Gotcha.
No,
No, you're fake. That's bull
Gotcha.
crap. No,
I win.
That's bull crap.
DQ'd by the ref.
You're DQ'd.
Brett's
am I
up 1.
DQ'd?
Thank
Because
you.
you wait to see what he shot. You saw a rock, and then you threw
like, shook.
You threw your paper out there like a dill
What's
hole.
the
You
limit?
shook like a beaten puppy
you
before
told
you
us
laid
you
it
were
down.
going to cheat, and then you cheated.
Yes.
Try it again.
Yeah.
Review, please. Review.
I need a review. I saw my eyeballs.
All right, ready?
Yeah.
1, 2, 3 shoot. Yeah, you lost again.
yeah,
How
you
about
lost
that?
that
Weird.
one.
All right, let's do it one more
Because
time.
you did
All
it
right.
real.
If I lose this time, I'll wear your shoes on my hands.
All right, yeah. 1, 2,
3 shoot. And Brett, paper covers rock. Take your
This is
shoes
a
off.
flawed game.
Take your
I
shoes
don't
off
like
right
it.
now. Take your shoes
Take your
off.
shoes
Brett.
off, Brett.
Oh, all right.
Vic, you must wear Brett's shoes on your hands. So here's Brett.
Let's see if they
He's taking
stink.
his shoes off.
Do they smell seriously? Because I can't. I'll vomit.
I have those same.
No, they're just men's feet
I have
smell.
those same
Yeah,
Skechers.
but are they sweaty?
They're super comfy.
There's a little warmth.
No,
in there.
Yeah.
let them
There's
dry
a
out.
little-
I
okay,
will,
we'll let
I
'em
will
dry.
wear them on my hands, but I don't. I can't. I'll
That's
vomit.
fine.
I have those same shoes. Are they not comfy as
I
heck?
love those
Give me
shoes,
some of
yeah.
that.
Yep.
Oh, that was a good one.
But
But
anyway,
by the way, back to that game last night. The Nuggets. Again, I hate to nitpick a 5-point win on the road at Indiana. First home game for Pascal Siakam, and they're wearing their road unis, which I thought was kind of weird. Anyway, weren't they?
I don't pay attention to
Okay.
what they're
I
wearing.
honestly don't know. Yeah.
So the deal is that there's a lot of hype, a lot of excitement. Halliburton's not playing, but the Nuggets in the first and the fourth quarters, Vic, I'm like, what are you guys doing?
Mhm.
I mean, there was no defense to be played whatsoever. It was an absolute freight train to the rim for Indiana for half that game
Yeah.
last night.
In fact, Indiana, high flying offense, they opted not to shoot the 3-ball. They just said, nah.
No, just take it to
We're
the
just-
bucket.
Yeah, we're just going to go to the paint.
And who is this little knucklehead McConnell?
Dude, TJ McConnell's been around the league a long time. They
I
couldn't
know,
stop him.
I know,
Can any
but-
human stay in front of him?
No, but he's such a nerd-looking dude.
He's effective. He scored 11 points in that fourth
I
quarter.
know he did. In fact, he was the only one that was. He single-handedly got his team
You
tight.
know what? I was thinking about this, though. On this road trip, the Nuggets are 3-1. You know, they've won 9 of their last 11 road games. They are red hot on the road. I mean, that is the sign of a great team that can go on the road and win like they do. I just noticed something, though. Of the 4 games they've played already, every game has been a low-scoring game except one, the one against Philly. And in each of those games, except one, the Nuggets at the end of the games have something the opposing teams don't. They've got him. They've got Joker. And no other team can deal with that except that one team. Philly has that other person. They lost to Philly.
Yeah.
Now, the other teams don't have that
They
person.
should have, would have, could have won that one, too,
I understand,
though.
but the other teams don't have that person. Like Boston doesn't have that. Boston's got a lot of great players, but they don't have him. They don't have him.
You know, I like Miles Turner a lot.
He's not him.
He's not him, but I like him. He's just, put it this way, everybody's trying to find a guy that
Guess
can
what?
guard him.
The Knicks don't have him
No,
either.
they
They
don't.
think Jalen
No.
Brunson is him. It's
But
not him.
So these other teams, Brett, let me pull a Vic here and let me please congratulate me for recognizing other teams and what they do.
You got to find him.
Marty, Uber Eats him a cookie, please.
Throw me a cookie, will you? Exactly. When I look at Turner last night and I see these guys steady struggling against Joker but trying their best, you know, I mean, you realize how fortunate you are, but these guys are good players. I mean, if it wasn't Nikola Jokic eating them up and Embiid eating them up, these big men are pretty damn good in this league.
How good is Nikola Jokic? Let me tell you how good he is. You tell me if you felt the same way. He shoots, 13 of 19? Those his final numbers? 31
Yeah, I
points?
think it was.
13 of
That is correct, yes.
So he misses 6 shots, which would be
One of them was a throw-up three.
exact. For any player, if you go 13 and 19, that's like, whoa.
Yeah.
I mean, for him, are you like me? When he misses a shot, like a little hook shot, do you like go, whoa?
He had one. He had a turnaround baby hook right by the rim.
And it clanged off the left side. I'm like, what the heck?
He almost airballed it.
Yeah.
And I was like,
Whoa.
he had to get fouled, right?
Whoa,
That doesn't
whoa.
happen.
That's how good he is. That's how much we take greatness for granted. That when he misses just a simple shot that looks like he always makes, we always react with, whoa, there's something wrong.
The one he got when he came underneath the bucket, he got his own loose ball.
The self-assist.
Boom, and then boom. Yeah. I'm like, oh, my God, this guy. Oh, I mean, I can't even imagine what it's like to try and guard him because it's got to be so incredibly frustrating. Vic, as you talked about, he's got every low post move in the world, and both hands work perfectly. You know, he's ambidextrous. I mean, it's ridiculous.
When we come back, if you had your choice of any coach that's available right now, Belichick, Harbaugh, Vrabel, you name it, would you still have Sean Payton as your number one option? We'll get to that next.
I don't want people to think that I squelch on bets. I was prepared to wear Brett's shoes on my hands, but
I got a sweaty foot
he
affliction.
perspires so badly in his foot area.
Those aren't getting dry.
Why do you sweat on your feet? That's a weird place to sweat.
I don't know.
On your feet, you sweat too
I know other dudes
much.
deal with
I'm,
just
I'm
like
feeling my
sweat
feet right now.
on
My
your
feet are nice and
feet.
dry.
I run through shoes, dude. I don't know why.
So you're a good guy. You're not
gonna make you
force
do
that
it.
upon me.
We got to find something else for you to do, though.
I'll do it.
Wait, we'll just take somebody else's shoes. Who's
Marty
Marty?
gonna be Mosier's.
Your feet sweat?
No, that dude runs 100 miles.
Are they sweaty? Are they damp?
No, they're great.
All right, go put them on his hands.
No, I'm not wearing. Give me a woman's shoe.
No.
Give me women's shoes.
See, this is squelching now. We found dry
I'm not-
shoes.
His shoes are not
We
dry.
found
he
dry
runs 100
shoes.
miles.
Well, we'll do the test.
Tick, if you can hear me, bring your shoes
no,
to the
no,
studio.
no. We don't want not
right,
ticks. I want gross shoes.
Give me those. Give me that.
Oh,
Give me that. I'll put them on.
how's the stank on
Okay,
them?
so here's Marty
me-
getting
no,
out.
let
He's
me
getting out
have
a clean wipe.
Wait, what's going on here?
He's getting out a clean wipe.
I'm gonna get my clean wipes out.
Okay, clean wipe.
There you go. Yep.
Now he's got Vic has the shoes on each hand.
Uh-huh.
One left shoes on the left hand. Marty's tying the shoes now to Vic's hands, tight. Okay.
Okay.
That's stupid of a bet. If
We do
you
this on the
do
golf
this,
course all the time. You have to putt with shoes on your hands.
if you do this, I'll wear your shoes on my hands. I mean, ridiculous.
Try putting with shoes on your hands on the golf course. It's actually pretty pleasant.
All right, Vic.
Okay, now Vic is going to do the segment with Martin's shoes on his hands.
Oh, Vic, can you do me a favor? Can you look up Jokic's numbers from last night? Let me get- All right.
He smelled.
Hang on. Let's go back to the question here that I wanted to get to. There's a lot of big name coaches that are available right now, right? I'm going to assume that Harbaugh is, and I think he's going to take this Chargers job. But you could grab Belichick, Harbaugh, Vrabel. No, don't you
No,
dare,
I just lowered
Vic.
my hands.
Harbaugh, Belichick, Vrabel. You could take one of these young hotshot coordinator guys like a Ben Johnson or whoever. If I gave you all those options and said, money doesn't matter, you can get rid of Peyton, no penalty.
Wow.
Would Peyton still be number one?
Well, after what we know now, or is this like
Like right
take
now,
me back in time?
right now, all these coaches are available. Let's say all of them want, you're the number one most coveted job. Anybody you offer the job, they'll take it. Would you still give it to Peyton, or would you take somebody else?
I'm not that upset at the job Sean Payton has done.
You know, I'm not either.
I'm-
I want to see it.
I'm
I kind
upset-
of want to see it through.
Yeah, I'm not upset that like, oh my God, this is going to be horrific. He's not been. He's won games. He's improved
The team was better.
team.
The team was better.
It's just the relationship with the quarterback that causes so much financial turmoil. That could not be fixed.
That's what hurts.
So you can't. I guess you have to look past that. That there's two facets to the job. That
but Vic,
and then coaching.
The mitigating factor though for me, Kano,
Just quickly, Marty, can you hit a straw poll for us? Because I want to know what these guys think. Go ahead.
Okay.
Straw poll. Oh, yeah.
Just ask the question again. In the shoe. In.
Put
to
your
ask the
hands
question
in the
again.
shoe. Thank you.
There's no penalties here, okay? No penalties. You could have any of these coaches available. Belichick, Harbaugh, Vrabel,
I wouldn't
Peyton.
want Belichick.
I wouldn't want Bill Belichick either.
You can take any of them. Is Peyton still your guy? So go ahead, Moshe.
Yeah, I think he is. Look, here's the story. I have to give Sean Payton the benefit of the doubt when it comes to Russ, because while he fixed Russ somewhat, and Russ was efficient, but it's not his guy, and it wasn't special at all. And Russ wasn't even as good, and certainly was far from special with Nathaniel Hackett, right? I mean, Rosberg had him for a couple of games and got him, blah, unleashed a little bit. But I can't assume that Harbaugh or Belichick or anybody else would come in here and do a better job with Russ. So I think you were looking at the eating of the money, no matter what coach was in command of this organization. So, Brett, I'm intrigued by Harbaugh. Obviously, he's coming off a national championship. You've got a coach who's won a Super Bowl. I think you need to see it through.
He's the only guy. Harbaugh's the only guy for me. He never loses. That guy never ever loses.
Yeah, Harbaugh would be when Harbaugh was in the mix last year. When we heard his name, I thought he would be the guy.
That's who I wanted.
I thought he would be the guy, and he ultimately decided to go back to Michigan. So,
And just to be clear, Vic, I'm not like disappointed with Peyton.
Mm-hmm.
I do think he made the team better. There are limitations that either he did not want to try and deal with, or it just didn't work.
At the end of the day, he's a professional coach who knows what he's doing. At
Yeah.
least he understands how to win because he's done it before.
Yes.
So, just understand. He's not archaic. It's
Right.
not like he's been away from the game for 30 years. He gets it.
Follow-up question to this. It's been taken off the board now, so take that information for what you will, but sports books have taken this off the board. But before they did yesterday, Harbaugh was minus 400 to be the Chargers' new head coach. Does that scare you? Like, what has a bigger appeal here? The fact that Jim Harbaugh's been a winner everywhere that he's gone, or Chargers going to Charger? Which one has more of the oomph behind it?
I think Harbaugh's been a winner wherever he's been.
And if he goes to the Chargers, this division, already one of the tougher divisions, will be ridiculous.
Yeah.
First of all, you have that guy. You have the witch. You have Mahomes in your division. Good luck with that. He's not going anywhere. And if you give Chargers Harbaugh, bro,
Scares the hell out of me.
bro,
And here's
bro.
what
You know what
look at.
You know what he's great at, Moj? Harbaugh, I don't think he's ever called plays. I don't think he's ever been that guy. But he hires people who call plays and do it really well.
Nick Saban was great at Alabama because he surrounded himself with great coaches.
Yes.
Like, that's what he does.
When you look at what he did at the University of San Diego, took them from dog butt, boom, winning. Got the job at Stanford, big time winning. Got the job with the Niners, big time winning, a Super Bowl appearance and a loss. Went to Michigan, who's always Michigan. But they were really good, and they beat Ohio State, and they finally won the Natty. I mean, let me just put it this way. I don't want to sit here and wring my hands over Harbaugh getting his hands on Justin Herbert. But I'm going to warn. Keep your hand inside the shoe.
It's in the shoe. I'm trying
That
I'm
right
getting,
hand. That right hand is
I'm
barely
getting
in there.
text
Barely.
messages.
You look like you're
getting
dipping in palm olive.
I'm
Yes.
getting
Your hand
text
in the
messages,
shoe.
and I can't check my
Good.
text.
Then don't check them till
Shouldn't
the
have made the bet.
segment's over.
Sure.
These
I
could
mean,
be vital. What if this is Helton?
you should have been better at rock, paper, scissors.
What if this is Helton?
Give me your code. I'll look for you.
What if Helton is texting me right now and
He's
we can't
not.
do it because I got my hands in Marty's
Then
shoes?
it's the price we pay.
I think
Okay.
Helton would understand and be proud of you that you kept
Okay.
your
This is,
promise.
all right, this is the chance we're taking.
I don't want to sit here and wring my hands over Harbaugh getting his hands on Justin Herbert. But Brett,
Yeah.
can you see a worst case scenario playing out if that happens? Look at him drink with his friggin' shoe hands. God, you look like an absolute moron. I mean, serious.
You're like a bleeping Dr. Seuss book across from
He
me.
really is. Could you see the worst case scenario panning out with Herbert under the tutelage?
Of course I could.
And that friggin' terrifies me. I don't want to worry about it until it happens, so I won't.
like here's my
if
fear.
If you want to allow yourself to see the future a little bit, Broncos fans, you ain't liking what you're seeing.
Here's my fear. That old shoe hands over here, if they get Harbaugh, is going to go from Herbert's overrated to, oh my God, oh, this is the guy. This is who we didn't get under Brandon Staley. That's what I fear. Is that he's going to
but
turn
think
that
about it.
offense into a machine.
Well, the one thing about
hold on, shoe hands. Hang on, think about it. Just like he said, you go from Brandon Staley, who is a walking malfunction at times, to
Continue.
Harbaugh, who's won everywhere he's gone.
Yeah.
I mean, just by osmosis, you've got to be a better football team.
That's the thing about Harbaugh that is impressive to me. He's never not won.
Right.
He's never not turned a team around. Everywhere he's been, he's turned that team around.
By any means necessary, too. Like, whatever it's going to take, he'll do it, including taking some goateed man and putting him on the opposing sideline.
You got 2 minutes left. Hold on.
Dude, I'm getting texts left and right
This
right
is
now.
5752. 5752 says,
I'm getting texts all
I
over
missed
the place.
it. Why are Vic's hands in Marty's shoes?
Because Vic thought he had some secret sauce to winning in rock, paper, scissors, and he got swept.
I tell you what we're going to do by the end of this show.
What?
Rock, scissors, paper is amateur hour.
If
You
you
can't
say,
do that again.
say
You
it out of
cannot say
order
that
like that
again like
again,
that.
I will punch you in the throat.
Rochambeau.
And I'm right behind you.
Okay, Rochambeau is amateur hour. That's child.
What did you call it?
Rochambeau.
Rock, scissors, paper?
Whatever. Your
He
stupid
always
little
does
games.
that. He's always a moron.
Your little American games. All right? I'm going to teach you how to play Mora. Have you ever heard of Mora? It's an Italian hand game, and it involves math. I'm going to teach you how to play that. That is the true decider.
Yeah, Lindsay Lohan's really good at it.
Sure.
No, seriously. It's an easy game. You throw your hands. I throw one hand, you throw the other. You throw a number. I throw a number. You yell a number that it adds up to. If you're correct, you win that hand. So if I throw a 2, you throw a 3, and I yell 5.
Hey, I don't know if you think you're Michael Jordan and you just get to bully people into playing all these games until you win. I'm not that guy. I won.
And you
I
have
take
to
my
be able
dub.
to, you have to be able to yell the number in Italian. You can't yell it in English.
Oh, okay,
That's
yeah.
stupid.
7. Is that Italian?
That works. That works. Okay.
Do
I'll
you
take
like
that.
a
I'll take
Sixto?
it.
Sixto.
That's as close as I'm going to get.
All right, listen, Vic, take the shoes off. You can go ahead and look at your phone now.
Smell your hands first.
No,
Yeah,
I'm
smell
not
your
smelling
hands.
my
Smell
hands.
them.
Sniff them.
Let's
All
play
right.
Mora. Come on. You think you're so good? Let's go. You
How
want
do
some
you,
of this?
I think I can get this Italian word right. No.
Okay. That's what I thought. You can't do math.
303-504-0925. Back to the Nuggets. Hey, by the way, with the Nuggets, everybody says the bench isn't going to matter come the postseason. It might. I'll explain next.
Can I call you mine? I'll be taking it slow. I can't read your mind. Sometimes I feel like I'm here alone. Don't need a wedding vow. Just tell me how you in or out. It ain't fair, baby. The way you got me hanging on. You got me hanging on. Oh. You got me hanging on. You got me hanging on. Oh. Baby, the night that we met was amazing, but it feels like your love has gone missing. Oh, nah, 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 show me I'm the one you want, 'cause it's everything or nothing. If you wanna be with me, I need you all and nothing less than. I can't go on in between, 'cause it's everything or nothing.
All right, so bench was okay last night for the Nuggets. Nuggets get a win in Indiana.
Reggie Jackson.
Reggie Jackson is
Peyton Watson had a big three.
He played well.
He had a big three.
You a little worried about Christian Brown?
I'm
way
worried.
worried about him.
Like, I thought he was the guy who was going to take the step up into the Bruce Brown role, and he hasn't done that. And it doesn't seem like it's getting a lot better. But here's what I wanted to kind of get to on that subject. Is Peyton's got potential, maybe not consistent every night yet, but you see it. Like to me, Vic, Peyton Watson seems like the closer thing to your Bruce Brown replacement than Christian does right now.
Yeah.
And the good thing about Reggie is Reggie's a bucket off the bench. Like he can go eat you some points.
Follow me on this one and tell me what you guys think. Because I have a theory on Christian Brown.
Okay.
I think Christian Brown's the same player he was last year.
I have a theory as well. Let me see if it jives.
And I think he's lost a little bit of confidence on the offensive end.
Boom. Yep, it's a little bit of it.
So he's got to get that back, and I think he can get it back. But I believe that Peyton Watson and Christian Brown essentially play the same style.
That's part of it, too.
Basketball.
Yes.
And they almost cancel each other out. And I was talking to a couple fans about this who attend all the games, and they sort of see the same thing. Last year, Christian Brown did something that was, wow, he's the one guy that does that. He's a bigger version of Bruce Brown. Look at him down low doing, well, Peyton Watson does everything Christian Brown does.
Yeah.
Right? He does the same stuff. Young player, plays with energy, focuses on defense.
And is playing more
can
confidently.
Hit a three.
Well, last year, keep this in mind, Christian Brown, he was like found gold. And you're right, Vic. He played that role. But you know what he felt like last year to me? He was footloose and fancy-free. And this year, they're like, hey, you got to do some stuff. And when they're putting him in a position to do some stuff, he wasn't able to do that stuff. So then his minutes start to get chopped a little bit. And then Peyton is getting a little bit more minutes. And then Peyton's doing stuff. And then it starts to get into that mold, Vic, where they're doing the same thing. Well, they're the same guy, I mean, in terms of the energy they bring and what their role is off the bench. And so then he starts to get lost a little bit. The confidence goes away, and then boom, this is where Christian Brown is right now.
Here's what I see, and tell me if you guys see the same thing. In the NBA, if you're going to play a wing position in the NBA, you have to make threes.
Absolutely.
Right? There are no wings in the NBA that can't shoot. You can't survive. You have to make threes. So when he's in the game and he catches the ball on the perimeter, I see too much uncertainty. I see
hesitation.
A little bit of like, should I shoot this or not? When the reality is, you got to be thinking, if I get the ball in the wing, I'm going to make you pay for it.
Right.
I'm going to make you, and then you can drive. Right now, he's hesitating and then driving. The defense knows he's going to drive. It's not as effective.
Can I take this a step further? Because what I said was, it feels like the narrative about the Nuggets bench has been this. Yeah, it's not great, but we felt that way last year, and in the postseason, the rotation gets pared down. And I'll give you that. That is absolutely something that when the postseason rolls, it'll get pared down, and it's going to look a lot better than it does maybe right now. But here is the concern, and I'm knocking on wood before I say this. Why was that okay last year? Why did we feel okay about the bench in the postseason last year?
Because the bench was extremely short.
Also, your starting five was healthy the entire postseason.
Yeah.
You didn't have to have somebody shuffle into the starting lineup. How many teams in the NBA can say that year after year? How many times do we get to the postseason and Kawhi goes down with an injury or somebody from the Suns goes down? My concern is, I mean, forget Jokic and Murray. If one of those guys go out, it changes everything no matter what. Yeah. But I'm talking about, what if KCP goes down?
Yeah.
What if Porter goes down?
Well,
what if one of those guys? I'm just saying, Mose,
I know, but
that's where the bench is really going to matter later.
But that's where I get in my own head, Vic. What Brett is saying, I try to block all that out because I am so afraid of injury right now. I'm dead serious. I am petrified of us having to come in one morning and go, well, the season's over.
Well, you know what?
I mean, because we've done that before, and last year we didn't have to.
But what I'm saying,
petrified of it because
it's the great unknown, though. It's the great unknown, and it's the wild card for every team in every league every time, it seems, especially the NBA. Because if you look at the Nuggets' march to a title last season, Minnesota, round one, they had major injuries.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember who was out for them? Naz Reid was out for them.
Jaden McDaniels?
McDaniels was out for them. They had injuries left
then
and right.
the punch. Yeah.
All right, Phoenix Suns. Chris Paul, that probably helped him. He was out.
Yep.
All right. The Lakers. Did they have any injuries? That I can
I
recall?
know. I think they're okay.
I think they were fine. Miami. Tyler Hero was out.
Yep.
Yes, he was.
So everyone
Remember, he
has
was wearing that
injuries.
silly hat.
Everyone,
he was wearing that silly hat.
Everyone has injuries. It's the teams that normally stay pain-free, the ones that emerge victorious.
Well, and that's what I'm getting to here is like, Moj, if you have to go through a couple of weeks of the postseason and KCP's got some knee thing or whatever and he's going to be out, well, that bench that you're like, oh, it's okay, we'll pare that down. It'll be like, well, now Reggie's got to go to the starting lineup or Peyton Watson does. And then, you know what I mean? Like, it just kind of, that's where the concern comes in as far as depth.
Why did these thoughts, like last night I'm watching the game. I'm looking at Joker. I'm looking at Jamal. MPJ had a huge, he didn't shoot great, but he had a huge three late in that game.
Well, he started 0 for 6 and finally made a bucket to start the second half and got him going a little bit.
And I'm thinking, man, I why do I let these thoughts creep into my head regarding
What
the
are your
Denver
thoughts?
Nuggets? Well, what if someone get hurt?
You know the thoughts
Because
you know why those
I
thoughts
never used to
creep
be
in?
this way, Vic.
You know why those thoughts creep in?
Why?
You know, think about it. We are fans. They're players. Because the season's too damn long.
It's pretty long.
Because I think deep down we do what a lot of people do. Let's go. Let's just get to April.
I
want to
get to the middle of March and start the playoffs.
I know I'm
Yep.
doing that. I'll be the first to admit. Because this time of year, as you're in it too, it's just like the dog days, bro. I mean, if I could fast forward, if I could hit that fast forward button right now, I would do it.
Oh, I wouldn't. Dude, football's about to end. I need something
But
to
what
buffer
I'm
me to
telling
a
you,
summer.
It's long. You know they're a playoff team. You know they're a championship caliber team. Let's go.
So, on that subject, did you guys hear Anthony Rendon, who had a miserable year last year? So what is he, Marty? The 6th highest paid player in baseball?
Yeah, he hasn't played a full season in like 5 years.
He
went
wasn't
on a
the same
podcast.
after the championship season
No.
in Washington.
No, got the big bucks and then has never been the same. Has been hurt a whole lot, whatever. Did you hear what he said on a podcast?
No.
He was complaining about the length of baseball season. And look, 162 games.
That's insane.
I mean, good Lord.
Yeah.
But this is one of those classic cases of, hey, messenger, this isn't your platform. This shouldn't be your hill to die on here. You're the 6th highest paid player in baseball. And since you got that contract, you've played 52, 58, 47, and 43 games. Maybe
He let go of the rope.
Maybe you shouldn't be the guy talking about
You
this,
should
bro.
not be the spokesperson.
Yeah.
It would be like Joel Embiid being the spokesperson for playing the entire NBA season.
Exactly.
Do we all think that 162 games is too much? But what's the wheelhouse? Let me explain.
I don't think there's a wheelhouse for baseball,
but see,
man.
baseball's
Baseball is
always
just,
it's always been that.
That's what
way.
the sport is.
Yeah.
It's an everyday thing. It's a grind. Like, it's
Okay.
what it is.
Babe Ruth, the great Bambino. Not to be confused with Bambina.
I don't think anybody's ever confused that before.
No.
Great Bambina,
Wait. Your mother's Babe Ruth?
the female version.
Well, she could throw a shoe like
she
he could
throws
throw
a shoe, bro.
baseball.
What are you getting at, though?
He played, I'm looking at his games played. 152, 152, 153, 152, 151, 154, 135, 140. I mean,
It is what it is.
He was a fat tub of goo, bro, Jack and Jacks, and still played over 150 games a year. I mean,
something else just real quick for Anthony Rendon.
so and that's 100 years ago, bruh.
Hang on a second.
I mean, come on, bruh.
Follow-up question to Rendon.
Yeah. Hey, you're only 33, by the way, Rendon. You're only 33.
He looks like he's 50.
He does. He looks old.
You want the season shortened. He'd say yes. All right. Well, no more giant contract for you anymore, because that's how you get $300 million contracts, isn't it? That it's 162 games of ticket sales and concessions and TV contracts and everyday commercials and all that stuff. That's how you get the giant money that baseball players make, is because you play a lot of games.
Yeah.
You're compensated pretty fairly for working 162 days a year.
You're right. Jay on the text line writes in, Vic, can you explain the buyout market with the Nuggets? And I said this yesterday on the show. If you're looking for the Nuggets to make a big splash at the trade deadline, it's not going to happen. They're not going to be a big player at the deadline. It would shock the hell out of me. I'll wear everyone's shoes on my hands if that happened. It's not happening.
They're really sort of.
They can't.
They're sort of pigeonholed where they are, aren't they?
Barring something just out of left field, then they're not going to do it. So what the Nuggets can do, though, is take advantage of the buyout market, which is something that most good teams take advantage of. Championship caliber teams. People want to go play for those teams. So what happens in the buyout market is these big contracts, team gets traded or a guy gets traded to a team, and they want to just release him because they don't want to deal with him on the squad. They just buy out his contract. Well, no, he's a free agent and he can sign wherever he pleases. Why wouldn't you choose Denver? Instant championship contender.
Yep.
That's the buyout market, and those are the kind of players to look for. There are going to be buyout players in about a month.
Mosier, give me the breaking news, please.
I got something for you. I'm going to read this. Vic will recognize it right away. The Smith Entertainment Group. Who's that?
Is that very wealthy billionaire guy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The parent company of the Utah Jazz Delta Center, Real Salt Lake,
Ryan
and Utah
Smith.
Royals, right, and several other Utah-based sports and entertainment ventures today announced that it has formally requested that the National Hockey League initiate an expansion process with the ultimate purpose of bringing an NHL franchise to Utah. SCG has also made it clear its immediate ability to welcome an NHL team to Utah using Delta Center as an interim home for the NHL franchise. Now, the league already has 32 teams. The NBA's got 30. They want a team in Utah bad. Would it work there? Probably, because if you're – Brett, have you been to Salt Lake City?
Never.
Let me tell you what they got there. They got the Great Salt Lake, and they got the Jazz.
And they also have a big infrastructure for the Winter Olympiad.
That is correct, which would be great when you're playing hockey on the side of a mountain.
Dude, they can house a hockey team in Utah.
No, that's my point.
Yeah.
So the question is, would it work there? Everybody would go because they got nothing else going on. They go to Park City.
Sure.
You know,
I think it'd be a great hockey market.
So they want to, and they've been pushing this for a while.
Sure.
Utah has.
If you got, and I know they're not going to move teams, it's going to be expansion. But if you were to move a franchise away from one of the current cities, where would you
probably
move it?
be Arizona. I mean, just because they can't get a new building and it sucks.
Well, if they
I don't want. I mean, they. Let me tell you, the last thing in the world the NHL wants to do,
Is do this again.
They'd rather see you get hit by a bus than move the Coyotes out of that market.
But dude, they're playing in a shopping mall.
But hang on a second. Hang on. That would take them to 33 teams.
Well, they
So
would have to expand somebody east. Would it be Quebec?
34?
Would it be
They want a
Kansas City?
34-team league?
You know who else wants a team really bad? Houston. And Houston has had minor league hockey for 50-plus years.
Houston Aeros.
Oh, forever.
Yeah.
And they've supported the hell out of that team. So
Gordie Howe played there.
Is there a number that's too many teams, though?
that's my question. The NBA has the fewest teams.
30. The
And-
NBA is going to expand. The NBA is going to expand.
Well,
by
Vegas
two.
is they're
I
gonna,
think Vegas and Seattle will have teams soon.
Okay. So then somebody's going to have to go east. Who is it?
Oh. Memphis?
Or two teams will have to go
Me-
east. Memphis, Charlotte, or
Sure. Memphis,
Oh, Charlotte's
can go
already
east.
there, yeah,
Memphis
okay.
is close enough.
Yeah. Okay, so how many is too many? I mean, think
30,
about it.
32 seems like enough.
You talk to Riker. He says, when I was coming out of college and I signed with the Blues and blah, blah, he goes, we were all so excited when they announced expansion teams. We're like, woo, more jobs, more jobs. But it also means you're putting guys now in the NHL who normally wouldn't be in the NHL.
Yeah.
Right? So are you diluting your product? I don't think so. I mean, everybody today's, everybody can skate and da-da-da-da. But how many teams is too many teams? Either way, the Jazz ownership group, they've wanted an NHL team for a while now, and this is the breaking news. They have submitted to the National Hockey League, and they're initiating the expansion process. And incidentally, you know how much Vegas paid for their expansion team?
I met Ryan Smith at the All-Star game last year.
Yeah.
He's a good dude.
Okay, well, why don't you go
Smart
play Tickle
dude.
Fight with Ishbia too? You meet everybody. You know what I did? I played Tickle Fight with Ishbia at the Phoenix Open,
He's
and
innovative.
we tickle fighted on the tee box.
What were you going to say?
Well, they paid $600 million.
Plays basketball, too. Played pickup with him.
I shut him off. They paid $600 million.
Thin ice, buddy.
Vegas. Thin ice. Seattle paid almost $700 million. I'm telling you right now, with the way the league is expanding, the salary cap going up, if Utah wants a team, you know what's going to cost them? I bet it costs them close to $1 billion.
No
if
way.
not yeah.
A bill?
Seattle just went for almost $700 million. We're talking maybe a couple years down the road. I don't know.
303-504-0925. So
And believe me, other owners want that bread.
Vic has told me that he is going to say something about Helton that will break the internet.
No, I didn't. It's not going to break
That's exactly
anything.
what you told me during the break.
I just said I have a great topic I want to bring up that has something to do with the longevity of one Todd Helton.
We'll get to that next.
I have a feeling you have a lot of Colorado Rockies fans that will make the trip to Cooperstown, New York. What does this mean to that fan base? You played your entire career for the Colorado Rockies, and so many people talked about your home and road splits, the fact that you are now an elected Hall of Famer, and what you mean for that franchise. Well, what comes to mind?
They can't take this away from me, can they? I'm just glad I'm in. For the fans, they're unbelievable in Colorado. 162 games, there's sometimes where you're just not feeling it. And you go out and you play at Coors Field, and the fans get you energized and they get you ready to play. And, you never know when the one kid's there that's his first time watching you play. So that's what I thought about when I went out there and to play is to try to show the younger kids how to play.
It's Todd Helton on the MLB Network yesterday as he is finally inducted into the Hall of Fame. If you guys missed it, by the way, our conversation with Patrick Saunders of the Denver Post, who was in the room with Todd Helton when he got the call yesterday, was fantastic. 7 o'clock hour. Go back and listen on the podcast.
I love Nate and Andy yesterday. I love them riding that wave of emotion as it was coming down. That was so cool.
Vic, what do you got for us, though? You've been waiting on this.
I just thought with Todd Helton entering the Hall of Fame finally, and you heard when his name was announced, we knew it was going to be Helton when he said, when the dude, who was that dude for the Baseball Hall of Fame? Whatever dude that was. When he goes up there and he says he spent all 17 years for the same franchise. That's when we knew it was Todd Helton, number 17.
Although he did do that one before. He didn't say 17 years, but he said whole career with one team. We're like,
It got me to thinking how special a place Denver is for the staying power of these athletes who define their respective franchises. I want you to think about something. Todd Helton's a Hall of Famer. He's widely regarded as the greatest Rocky of all time. Played his entire career with the Rockies. That's rare.
I mean, Larry Walker was a great,
Todd Helton is
player.
Mr. Rocky.
Yeah.
John Elway played his entire career for the Denver Broncos.
Yep.
Hall of Famer. He defines the Denver Broncos. He is the brand. That's who he is. Joe Sakic, 21 seasons with the same franchise, Quebec's Avalanche. Still working for the franchise.
Yep.
Hall of Famer. Defines the franchise. Nikola Jokic. I'm going to guarantee you this much, and I can't guarantee a lot of things.
He will never leave.
He will never play for another NBA team. He will play for the Denver Nuggets. He will be a Hall of Famer, and he will have his career defined by his stay in Denver. That is 4 athletes.
That's a great point.
4 franchises. 4 definitions of those franchises by individuals who carry the flag for those respective teams. That's amazing to see.
You know who it could have been?
You say Nolan. I mean, you're going Nolan or Melo. So,
actually, I was going both.
Suds bucket.
Suds bucket.
No, you're right, Vic. It's a great point, though. Like, there is some, well, guess what? Von Miller would have been one of those guys, but
absolutely,
it just didn't make sense to.
Von Miller wouldn't have been an Elway.
No, but he would have been
a
lifer.
Like if the circumstances were different and the Broncos were competitive, he wasn't going anywhere.
It's so rare today because we live in the era of free agencies on steroids now, the era of player entitlement where players sort of assign where they want to play, who they want to play for. I want to join this team or that team. You know, Joker's not wired that way. That's why it's not going to happen.
You think Nathan McKinnon would leave? I mean, he's got a brand new I mean, these guys.
Landy.
Landy, yeah.
The only thing that scares me about those guys is at the tail end of their careers, if they still want that last contract, would they take it? See, there are players who are lifers. Like Adam Foote played the majority of his career here.
Well, yeah, but he also, I mean, he had to go to Columbus after the lost season. And
that's what I'm saying.
So did Peter Forsberg.
You never know. That's why the Sakic thing was so rare. The Elway, the Helton thing. Helton almost got traded to Boston.
I know.
The trade was in the works. It was done. He waived his no-trade clause.
My God.
And then in the final hour, it was nixed. So that's a rare commodity.
Can you even think of Helton being able to poke it at the pesky pole? I mean, I can't think. I mean, dude, he would have raked
what year
at
was
Fenway.
That?
He
would have
2007.
He would have
the year they went to the World Series
at Fenway.
Wait, the year they went or the year before?
The year before is when the trade talks occurred, and then they go on. Not only did he not get traded to Boston, they end up playing Boston in the World Series. How crazy is that?
He would have raked at Fenway. And by the way, if Todd Helton had played it for the Red Sox in his career, or a big market, I mean, he was a great player. He would have been in the Hall of Fame right away. He was a great hitter. Anywhere he was a great hitter.
God, they had. You know the first baseman was for Boston? Youkilis.
Kevin Youkilis?
Pretty damn good player.
Yeah, he's pretty good. He had a beard.
It's funny, though, because when you look at franchises and you define, like, if you had to pick any franchise in sports and say, all right, you have to pick one player that defines that franchise. All right? When I say this team, what comes to mind?
Play the game.
All right?
Let's play it.
Let's just start from Denver, because this is very easy. Denver Broncos.
Elway.
That's easy, right? Colorado Avalanche.
Sakic.
Denver Nuggets.
Jokic.
Joker. Although before that, and because he's going to go down as the greatest Nugget ever, I mean, there were so many good Nuggets in the past, though.
But that's what I'm saying. It's a weird
I'm going to go all the way back
definition.
to David Thompson.
Is the Rockies
English?
Helton or
We
is
go to
it
Dan.
Walker? Is there an argument?
I would say it's Todd Helton.
I would too.
He spent 17 years. He spent a longer
Yeah, he
part
was.
of his
I mean,
career.
he was the. Listen, Larry
Walker was great.
Larry
before
was
he got
here for. Yeah, he was.
And he was great after he left here.
Yes, he
but
was.
He played for several teams.
Yeah.
See, to me, like Allen Iverson played a stint with the Nuggets. Allen Iverson's not a Nugget. Ray Bork played for the Avs. Ray Bork's not an Av. He won a cup here. But you know what I'm saying? There are guys who spent some time. I'm talking about dudes who define the franchises. And those are guys. Let's go around the leagues. When I say, and you can't be recency bias either. This is a long time.
It's my life, so it's gonna be hard if you're
That's
going
true.
back to the
I'm
60s.
taking your opinion.
Yeah.
Dodgers.
Honestly, Vince Scully.
Jackie Robinson for me.
Okay. I mean,
Jackie Robinson.
They were in Brooklyn.
Yeah, the Dodgers.
I don't know.
Jackie.
The Brooklyn thing trips me out with Jackie though, because it's. I think L.A.
From my youth, even though he went and played for the Padres too, from my youth, I think Steve Garvey kind of.
Yeah, me too. All right, you ready? St. Louis Cardinals.
Stan the Man Musial.
So do I. That's what comes to mind for me.
I thought Ozzy.
Okay.
Pujols?
That's fair. That's fair. Yeah.
Pujols
See,
is
I mean,
fair, too.
this is a generational thing, right?
Yeah.
All right, ready? Indiana Pacers.
Reggie
Miller
Reggie
by
Miller.
a mile, yeah.
Reggie Miller. Right? New York Knicks.
Clyde Frazier, Walt Clyde Frazier.
You know what's
Ewing.
crazy for me? I think of Ewing.
Yeah.
Do you really?
And he never even won a title.
No,
there.
he didn't.
Got to be mellow.
So I mean, you could play this game for every team in every league.
Yeah.
Edmonton Oilers. That's easy.
Gretzky.
Of course, it's easy.
Dry
Well, but for the kids, for the kiddies, for the little kiddies, it's going to be Connor McDavid. I think for the kiddies, people who are growing up on McDavid.
Ready for this? Duke basketball.
Bobby Hurley.
Christian Laettner.
Leitner.
Okay, I think Bobby Hurley.
UNLV.
Oh,
Stacey Ogman for me.
no,
I got
it's
nothing. You
got nothing?
Larry.
Nothing.
Stacey
UNLV
Ogman.
in my life is nothing.
Jerry Tarkanian.
Well,
Yeah.
I know that.
Talbiter.
Who?
Talbiter. Jerry
Oh yeah,
Tarkanian.
he was a towel biter. Yeah, he chewed on a towel a lot.
Pittsburgh Pirates.
Clemente.
Dave Parker, hose.
Kent Colvey.
Willie Stargell, Dave
That
Parker.
one's Clemente. Always will be.
Yeah, but
never
he
change.
He was before. He passed away before my time.
UNO Mavericks.
Brett Kane.
Yeah.
Isn't there another famous UNO? Who was the UNO?
Hockey players.
Briscoe.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, Jake Gensel.
Mm-hmm.
Greg the Legs Erline.
Oh, is he a UNO guy?
Yeah. Yeah.
The University of Northern Illinois.
Mike Shanahan.
No, who is homeboy who was the
Well, Jordan Lynch.
Jordan Lynch? That's what I'm thinking of.
Sean Payton went there. No,
Didn't
Eastern Illinois.
Didn't Shanny go there?
Eastern Illinois. Eastern. They all went to Eastern Illinois.
Eastern
Sean
Illinois.
Payton,
That's
Shanny
Romo.
was-
Mike Shanahan, Tony Romo, and Jimmy G. Right? Didn't Jimmy G go there?
Yes, he did.
Yes, he did.
4 guys.
Wow. Okay, enough of this game. I've
I
had
like
enough.
that game actually. I like
Why
it.
don't
that game?
you like playing random
You
baseball?
like my
guy?
games?
I know. I could do it just
Show
for
of hands
baseball.
for who likes my games.
I like the game.
That's a good game.
You and your little reindeer games.
Well, let me. You give me a game.
Twins.
At least I provide a game.
Twins.
Ken Herbeck.
Oh, Kirby Puckett.
I
Come
know
on.
it's Kirby,
Kirby.
but I'm just
It's probably
first,
it could be Rod
first
Carew.
one that comes to
Carew.
mind.
Could be Rod Carew.
Dan
Dan Glavin. You think?
Dan Glasson.
Wait.
No, wasn't his name
Dan
you wanna-
Glasson. Yeah, Glavin is. Yeah, I just
Tom
mixed two
Glavine, Dan
names.
Glasson.
If you want to combine Vic's game with my game for baseball, the correct answer for the Twins is Eddie Guardado. Like that's the right answer.
Dave Conception, Reds.
I mean, but honestly, Pete Rose played for the Phillies.
Milwaukee Brewers.
I think of him as a Red.
Oh, man. Brewers.
Robin Yount by a million. Paul Molitor and Robin Yount by a million
Incorrect.
miles.
It's Jeremy Burnett.
Chicago
for
Cubs.
God's sake.
Chicago Cubs. Marty, I say Cubs. You
Sammy
say
Sosa.
Sosa?
Ryan Sandberg.
Ryan Sandberg. And by the way,
He has
sympathies.
cancer.
He's
Yeah.
got prostate cancer. His is metastatic.
Those are also incorrect. It's Delano DeShields.
Okay, enough of you. Just knock it off. No more. I'm done.
My game's better.
Well, I'm done.
My game is
Kerry
better.
Wood.
Oh, dude, if you want to throw me a little bit of Mark Pryor in there.
All right.
Dude, come on.
Here's one.
Dude.
Houston Astros. This should be easy. Houston Astros. Come on.
J.R. Richard.
Nolan Ryan.
Well, Nolan Ryan played for
I
the
know he
Angels
played for a
and-
bunch of teams,
Yeah.
but I think of Nolan as an Astro.
Bags.
Jeff Bagwell, dude.
Bags.
Absolutely.
Or Biggio. Biggio's also a correct answer on that.
Nah, the cool batting stance, I'll take that.
J.R. Richard was badass, though.
He was a dude.
Mm-hmm.
J.R. Richard, he suffered a stroke on the mound,
Yeah.
which sucked.
Dude, that Astros team, Ken Caminiti with Biggio and Bagwell,
Berkman.
they were loaded.
Loaded. Well,
What? Brad Ausmus, too, right? Brad Ausmus was back there. I know nobody from the outfield on those teams, though. What were those? That Killer B Astros
Yeah,
team. huh?
Bell. One of them was Bell.
Yeah,
okay,
Bell.
I'm done with this, so I'm going to
Is
shut
it
up.
Derek
now.
Bell?
That might
sounds
be
right. That sounds right. Wait, was Beltran on those teams?
I don't think that coincided. I don't think that went together.
All right. Moshe doesn't want to play the game, so I guess
Moshe,
the game
you
is
don't like
done.
reminiscing
Fun
games.
killer. Dude, this game's great.
Hey, what a fun game.
Yeah.
It's fun for about 3 minutes, and then I'm like, no, it's not fun anymore.
I
for me.
could have played that game for another
I
hour.
guarantee there are people driving around Denver playing that
I
game
got a
alongside
game.
us.
I got a game for you. Famous rock guitar players, go.
See, this is a sports show. It's
Okay,
not
I'm
a
just
music
saying.
show.
Exactly.
We do sports.
It could be any topic. You're boring me.
Why don't you go get
done.
a cup of coffee or
Yeah,
something?
you leave. We're going to keep playing the game.
I can't believe you're doing this.
Let's keep playing the game.
I can't believe you're doing this.
Miami
to me.
Dolphins.
San Francisco 49ers.
Joe Montana. That's an easy one. Miami Dolphins.
Dan Marino.
Okay.
Can I play
Not
my
Don
game?
Shula?
No, it's Dan
Can I play
Marino.
my game?
Sure.
Ronnie Brown.
Would you stop
I loved
it?
Ronnie Brown, though. I loved Ronnie.
Man.
What?
He likes the obscure guys.
I like
from
the
all
obscure
these
names
teams.
of guys that I
Orlando
loved.
Magic.
Penny Hardaway.
Penny.
Yeah.
Penny.
See, Moshe? Are you back in now?
Atlanta Braves.
Oh, he's back, baby. He's
Hank Aaron.
back.
Henry Aaron is.
Hank Aaron.
Raphael Furcal.
You know what I think? I think
John Schmaltz.
this is going to sound crazy. Josh. It's going to sound crazy. You know what I think? Bob Horner.
Oh God, he had a blonde perm.
Yes, he did. Well, I think it was natural, but he was
Yeah, but it was like a
curly
blonde perm.
freak. Yeah.
All right, I'll entertain Mosier's thing. He's over this. How about a quick aside here? The Bucks fired their coach, and according to Woj, they just hired Doc Rivers.
Yeah.
The hell's going on here?
You know what? I'm glad you brought that.
They
up.
have 30 wins.
I'm going to.
What's happening?
I'm going to disassemble a man's reputation here, and I feel bad doing so because I like him. Giannis has gotten 3 coaches fired. When are we going to talk about Giannis being the coach killer?
Oh, can I bring something else up about him?
Did you hear what I just said?
No. I know. I'm dovetailing on this, Vic. Not only did he get 3 coaches fired, the worst basketball player in the league is his brother, and he's forcing them to keep him on the roster.
Giannis told the ownership group that he wanted out unless they added to the team. Do you remember this conversation?
Yeah.
Do you remember this?
Yep.
So they go out and get Dame Lillard. They bring in Dame Lillard. They start 30-13. And granted, they have defensive issues because they're a bad defensive team. They fire their coach at 30-13. Fine. It's your
and they just
your
fired
call.
their last coach
Yeah.
last year.
I know. You do what you want. But you talk about, we give LeBron all kinds of grief for running the Lakers. Isn't it obvious to you guys that Giannis runs the Bucks? Isn't it obvious to you that Giannis gets whatever he wants? He's gotten 3 coaches fired.
Giannis this offseason, you were just talking about it, but it's like Giannis this offseason was just saying, if I don't get help, I'm leaving. And it's like, you just won a
flexed.
title.
Yeah, he threatened to leave. He gets Lillard, and now he's like, well, we got to fire the coach. We're not good enough.
Follow-up question.
I am now rooting actively against the Bucks.
I am too.
And we will see the Bucks next week at Ball Arena. I am actively rooting against
Well, what's
Milwaukee.
Adrian Griffin supposed to do? He's got him at 30-13. He gets gassed. It's ridiculous.
Follow-up question. I'm going to turn this into a poll question at Brett Kane Radio on Twitter. Is Doc Rivers the NBA's flex seal? You got a problem? Put Doc Rivers on there. There, that'll work.
Yeah.
It never works.
Well, it did. It worked in Boston. I mean, he won a title
20 years ago.
I'm just saying. I don't know. This guy he's like a bad penny. He keeps showing up, and then he's telling, "Hey, listen, get out there. You got to guard." He loses his voice more than any other human being on the planet, I think.
Loses his voice. His voice is lost.
It's gone.
Past
Okay,
tense.
First of all,
It's
I don't know
over.
how those NBA coaches do it because when I'm peering in from the sideline and it's so loud and they have to address their team, they have to yell at the top of their lungs.
Yeah.
I don't know how they survive.
I don't either. But I can't, like, Giannis seemed like this happy-go-lucky,
Yeah.
super friendly, anything goes guy, and it's not like that.
All right, Moj. Vancouver Canucks.
The Sedin twins.
Yeah, I thought the same thing.
Yep.
Vancouver Grizzlies.
Big country Bryant
Bryant
Reeves.
Reeves.
Hell yeah.
Or Damon Stoudemire. Wasn't he there?
Yeah.
Who was that dude they had that jumped out of the gym? Swift? What was his name? Swift?
Stromile Swift?
Stromile Swift.
Yeah.
That's a blast from the past.
See, Vic, you talk my language.
I like these games.
303-504-0925.
Brett, seriously, we could sit down at a bar and have some coldies, and Brett could do this
Dude,
for 5 hours in a row.
The entire time. I'm not kidding. I could play that game for hours.
I know you
All
could.
right, here's an easy one.
Okay.
Houston Oilers.
Oh, that's Dan Pastorini.
Oh, it's Earl Campbell.
Earl Campbell,
You
I'm
shut
sorry.
your mouth.
Yeah, I got to shut up.
Shut it right now.
It's Earl Campbell. My bad.
Warren Moon?
My bad. No.
It's Earl
No, it's Earl
Campbell.
Campbell.
His
It is.
jersey's untucked. He's running in.
I'm a Jack Wagon.
Yeah, you just
Was Wycheck with Houston?
Frank Wycheck played
before
for the
they went?
Titans.
I know, but before they moved,
think
was
he
he
may
in
have
that
been.
transition?
He may
I
have
don't
been.
know, but I don't care. Would you shut up with Frank Wycheck? Dork.
Give me one more team. We'll go to break. One more.
One more.
Wait, how about Billy White Shoes Johnson?
Give me one more. Hey,
that was a
hey,
good one.
one
Kenny
more. Come on.
Burrows? Kenny Burrows?
One more. Come on.
Okay.
Come on.
The DC United.
One more.
Blue Jays.
Oh, Blue Jays? Joe Carter.
Yeah, Joe Carter.
It's Joe Carter. Come on. Please.
Well,
All
how
right.
about your stupid game then? Pick an obscure one.
What?
That one's Carlos Delgado.
Oh,
Last one.
Yeah.
Chicago White Sox.
For me?
Nobody cares. Is it
AJ Perzinski.
Bo Jackson?
Bo made a name for himself there.
Tigers has got to be Alan Trammell, right?
Yeah.
Or
Ozzie Guillen.
Who would be the
Bobby Jenks.
Woo, Marty!
I don't know who I'd say for the White Sox. That's funny. You know, and that tells you what kind of franchise it is when you can't place
Paul
one.
Konerko.
When you think, again, think about how spoiled we are in Denver. I give you the names.
Frank Thomas.
Oh, that's true.
The Big Hurt.
When I think of Frank Thomas, though, I think of his commercials.
just garbage. You think of getting your yang up?
My buddy Kevin Ray's in that
Well, I mean,
commercial.
that's
That's what it's all about.
It's all about the.
Yeah, he shows up in the
Hey,
gym
get
and he
some
says, take some of
testosterone,
these.
Yeah,
Fact checker next.
and she'll like it too. Huh. What do you want to know about tonight, Kaner?
You tell me. What should I know?
Well, Coach Bednar, if you missed it, please go to our.
Oh yeah, let's play it, Marty. Go give us that. You know which one I'm looking for. It was the big news that he shared with us today. If you guys missed it earlier, we talked to Bednar every Wednesday at 8:00, and he told us for tonight.
Yeah, so we will add Lehkonen back in tonight and Bo Byram as well. So as healthy as we've been all season, the only two guys that I have up on the missing board are Landeskog and Nichushkin.
How about that?
That's pretty cool,
Lecky
huh?
and Byram back in the lineup tonight.
So the Caps have lost a couple in a row. They lost last night at Mini by a final score of 5-3. They're a team that's still battling to try to get into a playoff spot in the East. Mm-hmm. They're 22-17-6 though, Vic. They're not a bad club. It's just that it's pretty easy to see that Father Time is catching up with Ovechkin. He's only got 8 goals this year. And the power play is down around 14%, and that's where he used to eat. So I think they go hand in hand. The Avs have been off since Saturday afternoon when they won at Philadelphia and put 7 on the board. So I think it's time to come home, get back to the home ice where you're 18-5-0, you're kicking butt, drill these guys tonight, drill the Kings on Friday, and then be off to wherever it is you go to recuperate during the bye week and the All-Star break.
By the way,
we are not going to see Darcy Kemper tonight.
What's up?
Well, what do you mean what's up? He played last night.
Oh.
What's up, man?
If you see Darcy, and
you're going to see Charlie Lindgren, who's actually playing pretty well between the pipes.
But if you see Darcy in the hallway and you greeted him with that, Marty,
what's up, man?
No. You guys need to get a camera near Kyle Keefe.
Oh.
And we got to drop it on him one more time.
Oh, we do.
We got, one more time. You see Darcy in the hallway, have Keefe go find him somewhere.
And
just
relive it.
Darcy, I just need 10 seconds of your time.
How much importance was defensively for you here tonight?
He's got to drop it one more time on him.
Just out of the blue. Not even say hello. Just go up and ask that.
Well, Darcy should recognize him. I mean, it was so funny because I remember like it's yesterday. We got on the plane. And I'm walking, and I go, do you know what the hell? He's like, I have no idea what he was saying. He goes, I just went with it and just answered something. He goes, I had no clue what he was talking about.
Hey, to get primed up for that game and others, let's take a look at some lines tonight, huh?
Please.
The points, the props, the favorites, the dogs. Mosher, Lombardi, and Kane presents tonight's lines this morning. Brought to you by Circa Sports. Betting the way it should be on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Circa Sports, Vegas's largest sports book. Download the app now, available in Colorado. Tight money line splits, no gambling limits, low holds, all of that. Go check them out. Circasports.com.
I'll be sleeping there Super Bowl week.
Yeah.
And I've offered you to sleep with me.
Are you heading up to the stadium swim?
Oh, yeah.
You got to check that out.
Wait, what?
Mm-hmm.
What?
That's where I'm hanging, dude.
What?
At that outdoor pool with the monitors.
Stadium swim. All the monitors, the pools, like 6 pools up there. Maybe more than that.
I'll save a tanning booth.
Well, thank you.
Real quick though, how do people? I mean, I can only imagine what that's like. How does that pool not get filled with margaritas and?
It does.
Yeah, I don't trust.
It does.
I don't trust people there.
That's what the chlorine's for. You're good.
I know, but I mean, every daiquiri known to mankind must be spilled into that pool on a daily basis.
Forget that. Just laziness.
The numbers, courtesy of
I
Circa
probably would
Sports
do it too.
Tonight. Caps and Avs at Ball Arena. The Avs are not only the favorites, minus 235. Heavy favorites in this game.
Yeah,
heavy.
I don't comment on that kind of stuff. That's my team, but you go ahead.
Also, Vic, tonight, big NBA game. The Suns are 3-point favorites in Dallas tonight, taking on the Mavs. The Suns rolling right now.
Yep, they won, 5 or 6 in a row, I believe.
So they're trying to keep that going. And then college basketball tonight. This is a big game for CSU, by the way. They're still in the top 25. They're number 24 in the country. They're 3-point dogs on the road at Nevada. Both of those teams at 15 wins.
Winnable game. And the Mountain West, in case you haven't been paying attention, it is loaded this year.
Yep.
Loaded. This is one of the best seasons I've seen out of Mountain West basketball in a long time.
So check out all those lines, Circa Sports. Download the app and start gambling like a pro, or go to circasports.com.
And you're talking about the Mountain West, and you look at Utah State, they're kicking butt. Boise State's good. San Diego State's good. The Lobos are 25th. The Rammies are 24th. They got some good teams up here, man.
Really good.
Vic, you're right about that, bro.
So
you're right. Utah State's 18 in the country.
To kind of roll through what we went through today, we talked to Bednar at 8 o'clock this morning. Lekanen and Byram back in the lineup tonight.
Huge
that's
too,
huge
because it gives you options. And I think that Lecky's going to play on a line with Ryan Johansson and Andrew Cogliano. You're not breaking up that roaring 20s line that Connor coined because they are going too good. I mean, and again, I brought up the Coneheads thing to Coach. He knew exactly what I was freaking talking about. Unlike you neophytes. He knew exactly what it was. He goes, everybody knows that scene.
Also, recap the Nuggets game again. Nikola Jokic with the incredibly clutch 3 with just a few seconds left to put the game away and get a win in Indiana last night.
I sort of feel like the Nuggets are playing with house money now. They've already won the road trip. All right, they've won the road trip. They've won 3 of their first 4. They got Madison Square Garden and the Knicks tomorrow night. Do I want them to win?
They're going to be jacked.
Of course
They're going to be jacked.
Of course I want them to win.
Jacked.
But they've already run the. If you give me a winning road trip, a 5-game East Coast road trip, and you give me 3-2, I'll take it every time.
Dude, going into MSG is just special. It means more. It's better. It's just the way it is.
You're acting like them now.
Who?
East Coasters.
No, I mean, players want to play there. That's where Joker first got off.
You were there for it.
I was there for it. But anyway, the point is that, do the Avs like to go to, I'm telling you, Gabe Landeskog won the Calder Trophy by his game at Madison Square Garden.
MSG is cool.
Yeah, okay, it's old school, but I look back, I'm over here with Blockhead before his show comes on, and I'm going through
That would be Steve Nelson.
Affectionately known as Blockhead.
Yeah.
It's an affectionate term.
Well, his head looks like a mini fridge, but that's beside the point.
Pony cake?
No, well, yeah, I guess.
Moj did yell, "Hey, Cinderblock, go make a float" once to him.
That's true. But I'm watching it. Joker he steps into it, makes the 3. Then he starts walking backwards. Then he just pivots and turns 180, just keeps walking, like not a look on his face.
Yeah.
Like Jason Bourne type of crap. It was so flippin' cool last night.
And then Todd Helton, obviously making the Hall of Fame yesterday. It was long overdue, but in year 6, he gets in. And we had a chat with Patrick Saunders of the Denver Post earlier. If you guys missed that, it was great because he was in the room as Todd Helton got the
Now,
call.
when does the induction go down?
He's on his way to Cooperstown right now. I don't know when the actual ceremony.
Yeah,
the ceremony's this summer, right?
Yeah, it's in the summertime.
Dude, and the
And
MLB,
they do it in the middle of the week.
it's like
on
a
a
Tuesday at noon.
They don't.
It's really weird.
It is the antithesis of how the NFL handles the Hall of Fame. The NFL, it's a huge event, right? Everybody goes to Canton. It's a weekend. It's a show. MLB, even like that last night, it was just so laid back when they announced the winners. We're talking about the oldest active sport in America, and here's how they announced the 3 inductees. Some dude just sitting there going, yeah, and this guy played his entire season. Wasn't it like, come on,
and
man?
it's the Hall of Fame that people care about the most is the MLB Hall of Fame.
But didn't you think it was a little...
But yeah, it was a little reserved.
Boring?
Yeah. I don't get it. But
fireworks or something.
Marty, got a couple minutes? How about a fact checker?
Marty monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
All right, let's see if you can spot Vic jerking the wheel after Mosher asked the question.
And incidentally, you know how much Vegas paid for their expansion team?
Mm-hmm. I met Ryan Smith at the All-Star game last year.
Yeah.
Hang on. You know what I love most about that? Once you get the, I ask a question and Vic hits you with the, that is the, I have no idea what you have said, but I got something else that's in my head. Let me hear that one more time.
You know how much Vegas paid for their expansion team?
Mm-hmm. I met Ryan Smith at the All-Star game last year.
Yeah.
Sorry, Vic, we were looking for a number. A number.
Oh, God. All right. 303-504-0925. Michael Malone will be on at 10:20 this morning.
How is us not just naming players from 100 different
Because
franchises?
we can do that every day.
I know, but how is that not?
Because we nailed every single one of them.
Yeah. What do you
You know,
mean?
although our boy Derek West, when we got to the Cubs, he goes, guys, there's literally a Mr. Cub. His name is Mr. Cub.
Yeah, but
And
I
you
wasn't
didn't name
playing
him.
your game. I wasn't playing your game, Derek. I was playing my game.
Jack
your game
Glasscock.
is?
And
What team was he even on? I don't even know.
oh, my name for the Cubs?
No. Who did Jack Glasscock play for?
Hell if I know. I just know he's Pebbly Jack.
Let's see if anybody can guess that
I think
right
he's
now.
a Pirate.
I will say he's a Cincinnati Red Stocking.
There's a bunch of teams that don't exist anymore.
Give us one.
The Cleveland Blues.
Oh,
The Cincinnati
yeah.
Outlaw Reds.
Oh, I love the Outlaw.
Why am I drawing a blank on? Let's play 2. Ernie Banks, Mr. Cub.
Wow.
Ferguson Jenkins.
I met Ryan Smith once. Talk to you guys tomorrow. Love you. Bye.
1-2. Holiday at first. Todd drives one high and deep right field. Get up and get out. Helton has done it. The Rockies win it. Todd Helton, the walk-off 2-run shot. Colorado has swept the Dodgers. How about that? How about that? Todd Helton, if he'd talk about himself or talk about the team right now, he'd say, don't bury us just yet.
Jokic, 8 to shoot. Give it to Murray. Gotta go, gotta go. Give it to Jokic, gonna hoist. Long range. Good again! Good again! Nikola Jokic is the bomb! 114-109.
2 threes in the last minute of this game to put them up 5 with 4 seconds.
Nikola Jokic, not only his first triple-double ever against the Pacers, but he is pouring it on from deep.
A triple-double against the Indiana Pacers. 31 points for Nikola Jokic, 13 rebounds, 10 assists, 2 massive threes as that game came down to the wire. 114-109 is your final. Carlisle gets ejected from that, but Nikola Jokic takes over, just has one remaining team on his list of triple-doubles. I believe that's the Washington Wizards is the only team that he doesn't have one against. Checks off the Pacers. The Nuggets get their 31st win of the season. And as you heard yesterday, Todd Helton, after 6 years on the ballot, officially headed to Cooperstown, becomes the newest Rocky since Larry Walker to be inducted into the Major League Baseball Hall of Fame. Welcome into the program. It's Dempsey and Company. I'm your host today, Alex Ryan-Emmy. You guys know me better as Raj, joined as always by super producer Steve Nelson behind the glass, Josh Grismer, and my co-host, the namesake of the program, he's Christopher A. Dempsey.
Nikola Jokic is the bomb.
What a goal. I love it.
He is the bomb. We should play that for Michael Malone.
We'll bounce back with it for Coach. So Coach will join us at 10:20 this morning, as he typically does. We'll also be joined by Tim Kirkjian of ESPN starting at 10:40 to talk about Todd Helton and the Major League Baseball Hall of Fame vote today. So that's what's coming up for you around the corner on Dempsey and Company.
Yeah, all the things. I mean, this is a, what a day yesterday, right? It seems like we had been talking in regards to Todd Helton, just really quickly. It seems like we had been talking about that just year after year after year after year, wondering why. And so I'm listening to the Hall of Fame announcement yesterday with Vic and Matt Kroll, and it's you hear the guy kind of list off the litany of accomplishments that each of these players have had over their career. And he gets to Todd Helton. And as he's listing them off, the only thing I could think of is how has this not happened many years before this? Because he is one of the great hitters he's one of the great hitters in this sports history. And I don't care that he played in Colorado but to hear that was great. And to get Todd Helton the honor that he deserves is awesome.
His home road splits were, I wouldn't say they were damning. They were stark, right? Like, he was a 287 hitter on the road. He definitely got helped along by Coors Field, but he was still a bona fide all-star just from a numbers perspective on the road, right? So it's not like he dropped off to a replacement level player. The guy was still a stud away from Coors Field. We also, at the time of his career, right? Obviously, it's going through the Balco era and the steroids, and he was a guy that was clean of that speculation for his entire 17-year career, unlike many of his contemporaries that won MVPs when he otherwise would have been either winning or first or second or third in those votes. He didn't have to deal with those things. What we also didn't realize is the effect that playing away from Coors Field has on both pitchers and hitters, right? Like the adjustment that one had to make was not appreciated as much as it is today. right? It was always, well, you play at Coors, you're going to be a better hitter there. They also didn't account for what happens when you have to adjust to going back to sea level, where it does get a little bit more difficult, at least in the first game, to pick up on off-speed pitches, to hit a curveball at the same rate. My craziest stat on him, and we're gonna get some stats from Tim. Like, he is the foremost authority on baseball statistics. The guy is an encyclopedia. He's second all time in OPS with 2 strikes. Second all time. He's one of the greatest 2-strike hitters in the history of the game. You could argue that Tony Gwynn's probably the best. He had a career batting average of 302. Helton had a career batting average of 257 with 2 strikes.
Yeah.
Right. And going back to 2007, which we always look at as, while it's not the greatest Todd Helton year that we ever saw. He was 33 years old when that happened, but it's the most iconic, right? The Rockies go 21 of 22. They win the play-in game. They run roughshod through the NLDS and the NLCS. They end up getting their doors blown out by the Red Sox, and I've gone on my tirade of like, listen, it wasn't that bad of a sweep, but they still got swept. It was the most iconic season because of those notes. The rest of the league with 2 strikes batted 182.
Yeah.
Batted 257 career
Yeah.
with 2 strikes.
Yeah. It's Raj. It's all these things, right? And I think that's why, Rockies fans in particular were so up in arms about this, because, I think we're all adult enough to be able to see a thing for what it is. If it's a hitter that is 320 in Coors Field and 210 away from Coors Field, then I think we're like mature enough to say, okay, well, maybe it was skewed a lot. Like, he was just so much better at home that the average together looks pretty good. But that just wasn't the case with Todd Helton. Home road splits for almost any player, you're not hitting as well on the road as you are at home. Like that's just the reality of the situation. And it was no different for Todd Helton, but except for the fact that he played at Coors Field. And if you have the bias of the altitude and the enormous outfield and all of those things being a help to hitters, then you'll never allow yourself to see what the actual context of the situation is. And so when you say a stat like that, well, of course, and because he is actually legitimately one of the great hitters ever. And it's just a joy to see him be able to finally get in.
Guys who hit 288, 287 over the course of their career. Rafael Palmeiro, Paul O'Neill, Andres Galarraga, right? Like, those are contemporaries of him. 2 of the 3 were heavily indicted in the steroid era. I don't know whether or not Paul O'Neill was a Mitchell Report guy, but Palmeiro and Galarraga certainly were in that list. But like, Todd Walker hit 289 over the course of his career, not just on the road. So if you just look at him from a career or from a road standpoint versus the career batting averages of other guys, he was a bona fide star. Other guys like that, Adrian Gonzalez, who is during the late 2000s and the early 2010s, a perennial all-star and MVP candidate, hit 287 for his career. Javi Lopez, one of the best catchers of the late 90s and early 2000s, was a 287 hitter. So while the splits were stark, they were not damning.
No, they weren't.
3-time Gold Glover. This dude, while Major League Baseball's situation, it's clunky as to how many guys get in and everyone wants a small haul. I understand that. It's a little bit of a joke, like, just let everyone in, but Major League Baseball also probably revels in this type of conversation where they always need to have a national perspective on their game, which is continuing to get older and older and older in terms of their viewing demographic. Part of the allure of the Major League Baseball Hall of Fame is that the voting process is wonky and crappy, and it doesn't make any sense. If they were to get rid of that and they were to actually put everyone in the first year that they were eligible, we would have talked about Todd Helton being in 2017.
Yeah, I just think there's a happy medium there, because it's a sport at, you can lean in all you want to being the stubborn, like, nobody gets in here, and that's the way it's always been, and that's the way it always will be. it's one of the reasons why people stopped watching the sport, because the general, thought process of the purist is that's the way it's always been and that's the way it always will be. If that's where you are, then every other sport's going to pass you by. Like, what sport's the actual national pastime? Probably football.
It's football. It's not probably the national sport is football.
And baseball kind of allowed that to happen by never changing, by staying always rigid. And so this is where we are with the Hall of Fame. Nobody says everybody doesn't deserve to get into a Hall of Fame. I understand that. But to keep so many people out all the time, just so for what reason? Yesterday we thought 4 might get in. 3 got in.
Well, yeah, Billy Wagner barely missed out. And he's going to have a tough time getting in next year, right? So, like, Helton getting in this year meant everything. Absolutely everything. Because next year's class it's stacked. Like, Ichiro comes on, that guy is a 99%. Like, he should be on 100% of the ballots.
Mm-hmm.
He'll be on 98 to 99% of the ballots there. CC Sabathia is going to be a first ballot Hall of Famer. You could argue that Felix Hernandez might be a first ballot Hall of Famer. Two of those guys those are the last dudes who pitched enough games to possibly win 300, right? Like, we may never see that ever again. Those guys are getting in. So it was vital that Helton got in this season, because we could have been waiting year after year after year because the situation is so weird that they say, well, you got to wait. But then there's another class that comes in that says, well, he's more deserving than you are in year 7. We can vote for you for 15 years. You'll get in sometime in 2030. It meant a lot for him to get in yesterday.
Yeah, Raj, when the answer is those 3 next year should be in, and Todd Helton, if he didn't make it, he should have been in too. So, like, that's the issue here. Is you are leaving deserving people off for really no apparent reason other than you want to keep the class to 3 or 4 maximum. And that is what a lot of people have problems with in terms of this process. It's not wonky. It's broken. It's not comically whimsical. It's terrible is what it is. And, for Todd Helton to have to wait this long and then to have to cross his fingers that he made it this year, because next year there's some more deserving, in air quotes. Are they more deserving? Candidates to get in
probably not.
It signals a problem with your process.
Again, I look at CC and Felix as 2 guys who are probably going to get in on first ballot Hall of Fame, and CC finished 49 wins short of 300. Like, Felix Hernandez at the end of his career didn't have the same amount of longevity and the same amount of starts that he did at the beginning. Well, right, he was on that trajectory to be like a 300 game winner throughout the half of his career, and then he only finished with like 170.
Sure,
but they're going to be first ballot Hall of Famers.
Yeah. No, I'm not.
And Todd's not.
And that was I was kind of just throwing that question. It wasn't super direct. But in situations like that, everybody should get in, because if you think that if Todd Helton could get in now, why couldn't he get in last year? Why couldn't he get in the year before? The stats are the same.
It was Brett's argument,
and that's the problem.
Brett's argument earlier today is like, did he hit 50 homers last year?
He did not.
Right. So where's the difference? Again, Todd Helton inducted into the Baseball Hall of Fame. We will talk with Tim Kirkjian from ESPN coming up at 10:40 on the other side of the break. Nuggets head coach Michael Malone.
Jokic, 8 to shoot. Give it to Murray. Gotta go. Give it to Jokic, gonna hoist. Long range. Good again! Nikola Jokic is the bomb!
Merry Christmas.
114-109.
He's got about a handful of games, hadn't even looked at that three, and he has just hit 2 of them. 2 threes in the last minute of this game to put them up 5 with 4 seconds.
Nikola Jokic, not only his first triple-double ever against the Pacers, but he is pouring it on from deep.
114-109 is your final. Alex Ryanemi alongside Christopher Dempsey on a Wednesday morning as we welcome in the head coach of your Denver Nuggets, Michael Malone. His visits are brought to you by Central City. Take I-70 to exit 243 in the Central City Casino Parkway. Your 4 lanes to fun. He's also brought to you by Phil Long Ford of Denver. Find your next ride with us. Visit phillongdenver.com for more. Coach, how the heck are you this morning?
Doing well, guys. Doing well. How are you?
Doing well. I got to ask you first before we actually get into basketball. How's your rock, paper, scissors game?
Yeah, I haven't. Me and my 2 daughters used to play that all the time, but until I saw Jamal and KCP doing it at the foul line last night, hadn't seen it in a while.
I hadn't seen it in an NBA game, that's for sure.
What's the allure of taking the technical free throw? I mean, they kind of go do this back and forth dance all year long. Is it just hey, I want to get this free throw, I want to get this point? I mean, what's the allure there?
It's pretty simple, man. Everybody wants an extra easy point. I mean, so you get to go up to the foul line, shoot a free throw, no one around you. And luckily for us, they're both tremendous free throw shooters. So you feel really good about either one of them stepping up to the foul line.
Also very tremendous has been the defense that your team has played here on this road trip. 100 points allowed to the Celtics, 104 to the Wizards, 109 to the Pacers. And these are like double digits below these teams' season averages. How pleased and satisfied are you with your team on the defensive end?
Oh, well, as you mentioned, we talked about coming on this road trip, being a business trip. Started off with a tough loss in Philly, a game that we felt that we were in control of, and obviously down the stretch got away from us. But then, to go into Boston, to handle your business in Washington, and to win last night. And, I think with the Indiana game, they are a tremendous running team. They're one of the fastest teams in the league. They come at you for 4 quarters after makes, misses, turnovers. And for us to, especially after halftime, come out and really kind of commit to getting back and forcing them to play in the half court was definitely in our favor. On paper, they only had 4 fast break points. And this is a team that is in the top 5 in fast break points per game. So I think that's where it starts for us, is getting back in transition. And when we can control the tempo and force the opposing team to play in the half court, we feel pretty good about a game plan and whatever adjustments we may have to make.
Coach, typically on this show, I'd ask you about injury updates and statuses of players, but you guys are playing with a full deck here. How vital is that for you going into a stretch where you're going to be playing, obviously, a lot of games away from home to start 2024? You got to have all 5 of those starters. That was the biggest thing going into the season was, well, Denver has the best starting 5 in the league. You got them all healthy now. What's that mean?
Well, I mean, that's kind of coincides with us being, I think, 17-5 in our last 22 games, one of the best records over that stretch. And that also means that Jamal Murray is back. He missed the 14 games due to injury, and since coming back from the injury, Jamal's just been fantastic. 23 points a night, 50 from the field, 40 from the free throw line, from the 3-point line rather, and close to 90 from the free throw line. So he's been ultra efficient. And, the only guy that is not healthy right now, Julian Strawther, who was in the rotation. But, being healthy, having that 5-man unit be so efficient on both ends, and then finding ways to continually help that second unit, getting Jamal out there with Reggie and Christian and Peyton and either DeAndre or Zeke. I think those guys are also finding a rhythm as well. But, health is paramount. If you want to win this league, you got to be healthy. And it's knock on wood, been great to have our whole team available to play every single night.
Speaking with Nuggets coach Michael Malone, whose team is in a virtual tie for first place in the Western Conference. Mike, Coach, you mentioned Julian Strawther, and when I was watching a report happen, I think Scott Hastings was talking pregame, and behind him we saw Julian Strawther taking kind of having kind of a vigorous workout out there on the basketball court, and that certainly was heartening to me. How close is he to coming back? He looked really good out there.
Yeah, not in the immediate future. He'll be out for a little bit longer. He's got to, pass a couple of different things, but he's making progress. He's moving in the right direction, which is all positive. But I don't see Julian being back within the next week or so.
Coach, one more game on this road trip, and then you come back home to have two marquee matchups against Milwaukee and Philadelphia. Obviously, on the end of a long road trip, guys are kind of pining to get back home, and obviously to have those two marquee matchups with two beasts in the East. How difficult is it for you to make sure that the guys are on task at that? It's a bad term, but that getaway game.
Yeah, no, I don't buy into the whole getaway game and marquee games. Every game we play is a marquee game. With the Denver Nuggets, with the reigning world champion. So whether you're playing in Washington, who's got 7 wins, Indiana last night, and then the great thing about tomorrow night's game against the New York Knicks is that, one, they're a very good team. They're a playoff team, well coached, and it's the world's most famous arena. And I think there's a certain allure for players that haven't played in it or don't get a chance to play in it very often, where you're playing in the Garden, the mecca of basketball. So I have no doubt that our players will be focused on the task at hand, and we will take care of the games when we get home. But it's been a very good road trip for us. We're not satisfied. We have one more game to close this out, and then we'll get home safely and then turn the page and try to play in front of the best fans in the NBA.
You say every game obviously is a marquee game because you guys have a target on your back, but I got to ask you individually, like going back home to play in the city, that's got to mean a little bit more, right?
Honestly, I mean, it's great because you have family and friends in the area. I grew up around here. Obviously, the Knicks in New York, Madison Square Garden is a magical place to play. But for me, a win is a win. Every game matters. It's not like I'm putting any extra preparation or anything on this game because it's the New York Knicks. This is just one of 82, and we have an obligation to go out there and continue to play at a high level. As I mentioned, we're 17-5 in the last 22, but even more impressive, I believe we're 9-2 in our last 11 road games. And we got off to a really rough start on the road this year, but could not be more proud of our group for understanding what it takes to win on the road and doing so at a very high level as of late. And the hope is that we can continue that tomorrow night. And again, the Knicks will be a hell of a challenge, and I'm sure our guys will be up for it.
So what's improved on the over the course of the season on the road with your team and leading to all this success?
Well, obviously getting Jamal back. I mean, it's we touched on that earlier, but when Jamal Murray misses 14 games, you're not going to be as effective. Reggie Jackson did a great job in starting for Jamal Murray, but we all know what Jamal's capable of. So getting healthy, I think, is a really big part of it. And then, weirdly enough, our early season road struggles were not on the defensive end of the floor. They were more on the offensive end of the floor. We were somewhat of a Jekyll and Hyde team on offense, depending upon we were playing a ball arena or on the road. And that has really improved. Now we, I think, are very efficient on both sides of the basketball. And that's got to continue as we move forward.
Coach, how do you get Christian Braun rolling again like he was last year in the playoffs?
Well, it's a different team. He's out there with different players. So Christian's got to do what he's done the last 2 games. Go out there and be aggressive, run the floor, fill the lanes, attack the basket, finish. If you're open, shoot the ball. If not, make a play for somebody else. He's got to be a guy that rebounds, defends, has tremendous game plan, discipline, and makes winning type plays in terms of taking a charge, getting us loose balls. Those are the things that Christian Braun can impact every single night that has nothing to do with making or missing shots.
Coach, we'll get you out of here on this one. I'm particularly interested in Kentavious Caldwell-Pope because I think it's very difficult to do what he does, and which is find the energy every single night to play defense at the level that he plays it, to be on the floor, and then to have a third quarter where he knocks in a bunch of shots when you guys need him to make shots. Just speak to what he does on a basketball court, the condition that you have to be in to play both ways the way that he does, and just the impact that he has.
Yeah, I mean, he's incredible. Does not get nearly the credit he deserves. Does all the dirty work for us. And, you know, he got the defensive player of the game again last night. You know, he's a guy that we feel is a first-team All-NBA defender, goes out there and guards the other team's best player and does it with a tremendous pride and passion and discipline. And I felt last night, you know, we came out in that third quarter. We were down by 8, I believe, at the half. We jumped on them 26-9 to start the third quarter. And I just felt KCP had his fingerprints all over that on both ends, making shots, as you mentioned. But some of the defensive possessions that he had, guarding guys like Buddy Hield, guarding guys like Pascal Siakam, one-on-one, taking that challenge on, getting on the floor for a loose ball, making shots, driving the ball, finishing at the rim. Just a really complete game. But I felt in that third quarter, when the whole dynamic of that game changed, I felt KCP was at the heart of everything we did on both ends. And, again, two-time world champion, completely selfless in everything he does. He is so important and impactful for this group. I cannot say enough great words about the player and the person that Kentavious Caldwell-Pope is.
He is the head coach of your Denver Nuggets, back in first place in the Western Conference, albeit tied with Minnesota and Oklahoma City at this moment. One of the hottest teams in the NBA. Coach, we appreciate your time. Good luck tomorrow as you take on the Knicks. We can't wait to see you guys back home Saturday against Philly.
All right, yeah, we can't wait to be home as well, guys. Always great to be on, and we'll do it again next week. Thanks a lot.
All right.
Michael Malone, brought to you by Central City and Phil Long Ford every week here on Dempsey and Company.
It's, you know, KCP had 12 points in the third quarter yesterday, 12 of his 14. And it's, you know, there's a little bit of a romanticized view of how basketball players should operate. So here's what I mean. We always want the player that's super great offensive player, working so hard on defense all the time, and we just do that every single possession because that's the way you're supposed to play, right? Yes. The reason why we can count those kind of players on one hand is because it's very difficult to do to that energy level on both ends every single night. And last night, the Nuggets probably don't win that game if KCP doesn't put in 12 points in that third quarter. He was amazing, and they were jump shots. And you know what's hard to make when you're tired from playing all the great defense? Jump shots. And I'm glad Coach spoke to that the way he did because, you know, when you're a championship level team, you obviously have to have stars to be able to do that. And then you just have these individuals on your team that you cannot live without. And KCP with the Nuggets is a player that you cannot live without, and he proved it in the past with the Lakers. He played the same role, and it's a joy to watch him do that every single night because I just know the energy level that it takes to be able to do that.
If he either eventually moves on or takes a tick down, is there anyone on the roster that can fulfill that role right now?
Man, no, not yet. Maybe
Peyton Watson.
Maybe Peyton Watson. He'd be the one that profiles that way. But the thing about KCP defensively, it's the energy and effort, right? But then it's just the smarts as well. He knows all the players, he knows all the teams, he knows all the so he can put himself in advantageous situations all the time on defense. And so for Peyton Watson, he's got to get through the league multiple times, and he's got to see these players multiple times. And be a real encyclopedia about filing all that information away and then being able to access that when you are playing against said player or said team. So Peyton Watson needs time in the league to be able to get to that space. But hopefully KCP sticks around for at least another couple of seasons because they need him as much as almost anybody on the team.
If you missed any of our interview with Coach Michael Malone of the Denver Nuggets, just search the Michael Malone Show wherever you get your podcast. You can listen to it in a few minutes. Here on the other side of the break, Tim Kurkjian of ESPN will talk to us about a historic day in Rockies history. Todd Helton is a Hall of Famer.
And our third and final member of the class of 2024 played his entire 17-year career while wearing number 17 for the Colorado Rockies. Today, Todd Helton becomes a member of the National Baseball Hall of Fame.
After 6 years of waiting, Todd Helton officially a member of the Baseball Hall of Fame in Cooperstown. Welcome back, Altitude Sports Radio. Alex Ryan-Emi alongside Christopher Dempsey as we head on out to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney at ramoslaw.com, where we find the incomparable Tim Kurchin of ESPN. Tim, it's a pleasure having you on. Thank you so much for giving us a few minutes of your time.
My pleasure, fellas. Great day in Colorado yesterday and today.
It's a fantastic day seeing the Todd father, Mr. Rocky, finally headed to Cooperstown after 6 years of being on the ballot. No one knows more baseball history than you, Tim. Make the case, your case, for Todd Helton being a Hall of Famer. Obviously, you don't have to worry about votes anymore, but tell me why he's a Hall of Famer in your eyes.
Well, he's one of the best players I've ever seen. I voted for him every year. On the big picture, he's a 300, 400, 500 guy. That is 300 average, 400 on base, 500 slugging. Only 18 guys have ever done that. And if you take his numbers in each, like the only guys ahead of him are like the 10 greatest hitters of all time. That's how productive Todd Helton was. I mean, 316 lifetime. We forget about batting average these days, which is a mistake. Your lifetime 316 hitter, and you drive in as many runs as he did. Plus, he was a really good defensive player. He won 3 Gold Gloves. But most important, fellas, Buddy Bell was the manager of the Rockies. Buddy, who I know exceptionally well and has been everywhere. His dad, his grandfather, his father played in the major leagues. He told me that Todd Helton understands the competition of the game as well as anyone I've ever seen. And the competition of the game, to me, covers everything. It's like he understands we're here to win. He understands what it takes to be a great teammate and what it takes to show up every day and be the best you can be. That's who Todd Helton was every day of his career.
Tim, first of all, I just want to say big fan, man. I've been watching you and reading you for years. It's just it's amazing to have you on the program, so thank you for being here. I do wonder this about the Baseball Hall of Fame. Do you think was this about the right amount of time? Well, he's on six ballots is what he was before. Is this about the right amount of time it took for him to get into the Hall of Fame, or did he have a case to maybe be included maybe a year or two earlier?
Well, again, I voted for him every year. I thought he should have been in the first year eligible. But this is how it works. I mean, Joe DiMaggio took 3 times to get in. So did Yogi Berra. And not everyone voted unanimously for Willie Mays. So there's no telling, how the voting is going to go, which is what makes the process so fascinating. And I know why people held it against Todd Helton, in part because of the ballpark in which he played. I mean, his OPS was basically 200 points higher at home than it was on the road. That is a significant difference. However, I'm just not going to punish somebody who was drafted by a team that happened to play at altitude, and he was loyal enough, and they loyal enough to him, to keep him there for his entire career. I'm not going to punish somebody because of where he played. I understand there is a big advantage to playing at altitude, but at the same time, this guy could have played anywhere and he could have played for anyone. So I think that's why it took a little while to get in. The Denver bias, which worked against Larry Walker, worked against Todd Helton, but now they're both in.
Is that kind of how people are still seeing playing in Colorado right now, just from like a national media or a baseball expert standpoint? That it's just a huge advantage for hitters, just no matter what, even in this kind of post-Humidor era at the Coors Field?
Yes. I mean, it is a huge advantage for hitters. But I will say, and I'm not making excuses for anyone, but, enough players have told me when they go to Coors Field, they have to make a major adjustment when they get there because of the way the ball travels. And then when they leave, they have to make a major adjustment because the ball doesn't travel and it moves differently at less than altitude. And Todd Helton and every other Rocky has had to deal with that every time they go on the road. The ball from the pitcher moves a little differently. So it's still a great advantage playing there. And, yes, it makes it hard to win there. It makes it hard to pitch there. But, again, some people just get through all of that. And Todd Helton's one of those guys.
ESPN's baseball insider Tim Kurkjian is our guest, courtesy of the Ramos Law Hotline on Dempsey and Company. Tim, you are a baseball historian. You've got like the Library of Alexandria in terms of baseball stats downstairs at your house. Give me a single stat about Todd Helton that blows your mind.
Well, the fact that no one's hit 60 doubles in since the 30s. I mean, it's just amazing. And Todd Helton came the closest of anyone to get to 60 doubles. And even though Coors Field, the ball travels out of there, the fact that he was able to hit as many doubles as he did is something that we've lost in the game today, especially today. We hit the ball out of the ballpark. We strike out. We walk. We don't put the ball in play very often. He was a hitting machine. He was a gap machine. And when you just look at some of those great seasons that he had, I mean, he's not Lou Gehrig. Let's be clear about this. But when you start looking at some of the cumulative numbers of X amount of years together, Lou Gehrig's the only other first baseman that can run up those kind of numbers that Todd Helton did, and that is really saying something.
He had those 59 doubles in what should have been an MVP season, right? All the way back in 2000 when he finished fifth. It was Jeff Kent, Barry Bonds, Piazza, Edmonton, and then Helton in the voting in the NL. If he plays and puts up those numbers today, do you think he probably wins the MVP if he doesn't have guys ahead of him like Piazza, Bonds, and Kent winning that was a little odd?
Yeah, well, the way we used to vote for the Hall of Fame, for the MVP, is the way that I still kind of vote for it is, did you help your team make the playoffs? Did you get your team into the playoffs? And now it's basically the Player of the Year award, unless, you are so great like Aaron Judge 2 years ago that maybe Shohei Ohtani did more amazing things, but Aaron Judge got the Yankees into the playoffs with a tremendous season. So, yes, I think Todd Helton would have won at least one MVP if the voting were back then like it is today. It doesn't matter anymore, though, whether he won an MVP or not. Everybody recognized what a great player he was on a daily basis.
Adrian Beltre and Joe Mauer also into the Hall of Fame yesterday. Tell us something that really resonates with you about each one of those guys.
Well, Adrian Beltre, to me, is one of the 5 greatest defensive third basemen I've ever seen behind Brooks Robinson, Nolan Arenado, Scott Rowland, Mike Schmidt. I mean, that's the list, unofficial list.
That second name, there's a poisonous name here, Tim,
yes,
for some reason.
Sorry. That's just the way it works. And then you throw in, 447 homers. And by the way, he never hit a home run on opening day. Think about that for a second. He has the most career homers of anyone who never hit a home run on opening day. I think Frank Robinson and Ken Griffey Jr. hit 8 homers on opening day, and Beltre never did, but he was a great player in every way. Only Brooks Robinson played more games at third base than Beltre did, and to have 3,000 hits, nearly 500 homers, be that durable, play for that long, that's why he's in.
He is Tim Kurkjian of ESPN. Tim, again, we appreciate you so much for your time. Get on out of here. Enjoy your newest grandbaby, the third one right now, McKinley. I hope you guys are loving her and having your son closer to home back there in Philly now.
Yes, grandchildren are the greatest. I have 3 of them, and I see 2 of them every day. I just got back from their house, and I'll see McKinley very soon.
You can fill a full bullpen at this time. Tim, we appreciate you. Get out of here. We'll talk to you soon.
Okay, guys. See you.
Tim Kurkjian of ESPN making the case for Todd Helton, Hall of Famer now. Again, the 60 doubles thing, the 257 career average with 2 strikes, the second all time in OPS behind Barry Bonds, who obviously was steroid juiced for that number. He also had all those walks. Like the guy was downright sensational every single year here in Colorado. Unfortunately, doesn't win a World Series, gets pretty close, gets blown out by the Red Sox. And again, a revisionist here, 2007. Like that dude was almost in Boston, almost got traded away from Colorado and waived the no trade clause, and it all got held up on. Again, probably a shrewd move from Dick Momfort and Dan O'Dowd at the time, which was, we want one of your best prospects for this guy. Helton was 33 at the time, still playing well, but not at his prime, not at his peak. And how that fell through was the Rockies asked for, at the time, Jacoby Ellsbury, who was like the number one prospect in baseball, the next coming of Christ as a center fielder. They also wanted a big, burly left-hander who had to beat cancer in John Lester, who won a few World Series rings, namely, I believe he was a member of the curse-breaking Cubs that year. They wanted those players, and eventually it just got to a point that in the winter meetings, it didn't come to fruition, and Todd said, screw it, I'm staying here for the rest of my career. They get to the World Series. They had a couple of years of success and then calls it a career.
Yeah. Now he's a Hall of Famer. It was really cool to hear the guy at the Hall of Fame to say all 17 years of his career in one uniform. And look, in sports, we know how difficult, like that doesn't happen pretty much anymore. Guys just staying with a team, it's becoming more and more and more rare.
It doesn't, but it happens a lot in Denver. It happens a ton in Denver.
Because who wouldn't want to stay here?
John Elway, Rod Smith plays his entire career here.
Yeah.
TD plays his entire career here, although it's cut short.
Yeah. No, it's more of a newer school thing. Now we're going to watch Nikola Jokic play his whole career here. And we're going to watch Nathan McKinnon.
His entire career.
For sure.
Milan Hajduk, his entire career.
Mm-hmm. We're going to watch those things happen. It's just becoming a little bit more rare in sports that guys stick with a team for the entirety of their career.
And it's a shame, man. You hear him say that. And again, I don't think there's a baseball mind out there that I appreciate more than Tim Kurkjian's. And again, like I made the joke, like he's got the Library of Alexandria in his house.
Yeah.
He has a full room that is lined with binder upon binder of box scores from every single day, every single game, dating back like 30 some odd years. It's crazy for him to bring up Nolan Arenado's name as the second greatest defensive third baseman that he has ever seen. And the fact that dude wasn't going to be a Rocky for his entire career.
Yeah.
It kills me.
Yeah.
Kills me because I know Moj gets all bent out of shape because Nolan forced his way out of here, but you could have made that relationship work.
Well,
he should have been the next Rocky in the Hall of Fame. Right. Arenado will be a Hall of Famer. Is he going to have a CR on his cap? I don't know.
No, he will not. If he stays with St. Louis, gosh, the remainder of his career, and I don't know if there's anything swirling around him there. Then I bet he goes in as I bet he'll just forget his time in Colorado. And I agree with you. You know, the thing that really gets to me the most was I feel like you could have salvaged that relationship. And instead of that, you literally pay for him to go away. And that's very disappointing.
Our special thanks to Tim Kurkjian of ESPN for joining us. If you missed any of that interview or the interview with Coach Michael Malone, just search the Michael Malone podcast wherever you get your pods, or Dempsey and Company on those same venues, Spotify, Apple, wherever you get your podcast. You can listen back to those interviews. On the other side, we got some Avs news that was uncovered this morning. 2 players of extreme note will be in the lineup tonight as the Avs take on the Capitals. We'll tell you what that means and hear from the head coach, Jared Bednar, on Altitude Sports Radio.
We will add Lehkonen back in tonight and Bo Byram as well. So as healthy as we've been all season, the only two guys that I have up on the missing board are Landeskog and Nichushkin. So, and the rest of the team coming in to play the final two. The Caps played last night, so we got to get after these guys here tonight early and often. And then we go again for LA before a big break.
That's the head coach of your Colorado Avalanche, who will take on the Washington Capitals and Alex Ovechkin tonight at 7 p.m. You'll have a 6:30 pregame show right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Artturi Lehkonen, coming off of a neck injury, finally back in the lineup this evening. Bowen Byram will also be in the lineup this evening. So the Avs are getting healthy. And I quote tweeted this when I saw the news this morning that Lecky and Bo were back. I feel like Adam Sandler holding a dodgeball in Billy Madison, because now you're all in big, big trouble. That the Avs have been within shouting distance all this time without one of their most important forwards and a bona fide top 4 defenseman on their team, although he's going through a little bit of a what I call the sophomore slump this season, since he's, games played wise halfway through his second year in the NHL. This is big news. Artturi Lehkonen is, while he's not the most skilled player on this team, I think in terms of effectiveness, it goes Nathan MacKinnon, Val Nichushkin, and Artturi Lehkonen. He is one of, without a doubt, the best
before Rantanen.
He's without a doubt one of the best forechecking forwards in the league.
Okay.
His neutral zone play is phenomenal.
Yeah.
Phenomenal. Like, I look at him the same way as I look at Kentavious Caldwell-Pope. Where he's not, like, unless you're looking for KCP in a game,
yeah,
you're not necessarily going to notice him. But he does so many things that make the machine churn.
Mm-hmm.
He's the cog that's right in the middle of it, that never gets rusty, it never gets squeaky. It's not the newest part, right? It's not the most exciting part of the machine, but without it, things get gummed up. And he's so good in the D zone getting pucks out, but where he absolutely thrives is the neutral zone forecheck. He's one of the best in the league at it, and you will see the Avs continue to give up fewer shots per game and continue to
and fewer grade A, like really good shots,
right?
Yeah.
You will see fewer rush chances against as a result. And I think you'll see your defenseman scoring numbers go up, which is insane because they score more from the blue line than any team.
Yeah.
He's that important to this team.
Yeah. It's such good news. And quite honestly, Raj, I've been looking forward to this for about a week. Ever since last week he came on the morning show and said, really just kind of pointed toward this game. Said maybe there was an outside chance that those two could play. And I'm talking about Bo Byram and Artturi Lehkonen in the Philadelphia Flyers game. But more likely that they would play immediately upon return home against the Washington Capitals. So, to hear him say, and we've been crossing our fingers that they could get into this space for the longest time, which is, I look up at my players missing board and there's only two, and that is they are major. They're two major guys, but it's the best development. It really, really is, and I cannot wait to see. These two back on the ice as they kind of get themselves. We haven't seen Lehkonen since November 9th, I believe is what it was. So it's been a minute. And so welcome back.
You get Washington on the second leg of a back-to-back. They're in the middle of a 4-game road trip that goes St. Louis, Minnesota, Colorado, and then Dallas this coming Saturday. They're in major need of a win. This is a team that they got off to a hotter start than everyone anticipated because they feel like that Pittsburgh team where they're getting older and the time has passed them by, which for both of these teams, Washington and Pittsburgh, that I've mentioned, time has passed them by. They will no longer, like Ovi with the Caps will never win another Stanley Cup. Sidney Crosby with the Penguins will never win another Stanley Cup. Mm-hmm. If they want other rings, they have to go elsewhere. But stemming off the last conversation that you and I had before the hour switched from 10 to 11 was those are guys that in today's day and age pride themselves on playing in one place.
Yeah.
I don't see Ovi leaving. I don't see Crosby leaving. I don't see McKinnon leaving.
I don't either. which is good. And Ovi's not been Ovi this year. I mean,
no, he's got 8 goals.
Yeah, it's
he's hitting the wall,
Yeah.
and he will play until he breaks the Gretzky record.
Which is, how far away is he?
I think he's like 50, 60 goals, something like that.
Man, you can't be putting up 8 goals and that's going to take him another 10 years to get.
Because he's at 830, right? Yeah, he's 64 goals short. And this is a dude who, like, Ovechkin, his goal scoring prowess over the course of his career it's nothing short of remarkable.
Yeah.
Like, there was never a dip in how many goals he scored from the beginning of his career. Like, 52 as a rookie, 46 the next year. He potted 65 as a 22-year-old for Washington in 2008. The fewest amount of goals that he ever had in a season was 32, right? You have to go back to 2021 when he only played 45 games because of the shortened season to see a 24-goal pace, but in a full season, he scored 32 goals. When the NHL also had half of a year of lockout in 2012, they only played 48 games. Do you know how many he scored that year? 32. Like, the dude is just a walking, for lack of a better term, a walking bucket, right?
Yeah.
And this year he's not. The father time came for him quick, but he's going to stay until he breaks it.
Well, and what do you do if you're Washington? You just keep him around?
I think it matters.
Forever?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. You deal with that. You deal with sucking, and you give him whatever he wants, because I think the historic nature of Ovechkin playing his whole career in Washington, winning a cup, breaking what we all thought was one of the more unbreakable records in the game, although Austin Matthews could probably do it if he stays completely healthy throughout his career.
Right.
It matters more to see that happen and to deal with the financial implications from a salary cap standpoint to benefit from the financial boom that would happen when the rest of the league just follows him for an entire season.
Well, and absolutely. Well, also you want to build a team that's, again, getting itself back toward being a Stanley Cup contender and or winner. And sometimes that runs counter to aging all-star just hanging around while you're trying to do 2 things at once. And that makes it difficult on franchises in that respect. So you just want them to, what they really want them to do is like, find your touch, please. Again, over the next 2 to 3 seasons, get this done. We all celebrate, and then we can turn the page to whatever else we're going to be next.
The Avs had to go through that issue too, right? Like, you had these years post-Sakic where you were, or post-Waugh, Sakic, Forsberg, that whole triumvirate, right? You still had Joe there, but like Patrick Waugh was gone, where you were still competitive. You had 95 points in 2005, 2006. You had 95 points in 06, 07. You had 95 points in 07, 08. You were still relevant. You were there knocking on the door. You lost in the conference semifinals every single one of those years, but you were relevant.
Right.
And you had to go back down to, you had to suck for a few years, right? And that's what Washington and Pittsburgh had to do for a number of seasons, half a decade, even a decade or more in some of those cases, where you just had to deal with not being a good team because your stars had aged out. Yager, Lemieux, gone. And then you get these top picks, and they turn into perennial all-stars. Fleury, Malkin, Crosby. Same thing happened with the Avs. You had to suck for a few years, and then who do you get? You get Matt Duchene, Ryan O'Reilly, Gabriel Landeskog. You move those other 2 players on for other pieces. You end up being able to draft a Nathan McKinnon 1 overall. You end up being able to draft because he falls to at 4, a Cale Makar. That's the way to do this thing.
Yeah.
Right? And you're now in that space where you can anticipate Stanley Cup championships over the course of, I would say, the entirety of the 2020s.
But what space is Washington in, though?
Oh, they're dead.
Yeah.
Dead.
Yeah.
They're a corpse. They're a walking corpse. So is Pittsburgh. Walking corpse.
Right. Yeah. So I don't know. It's very interesting, when you have stars, aging stars, kind of trying to break all-time records, and put themselves their names up with the all-time, like Gretzky. There's no bigger name, right? I mean, it's Gretzky. So I don't know.
It was funny. The first time that I ever sat down, because we talked to Tim a few minutes ago, first time that I ever sat down and talked to Tim about baseball, like my mind was just melted.
Yeah.
There's so many stats that go into that sport, but he's a seam head. That's what he knows. He loves sports in general, but doesn't have the same amount of knowledge for hockey, for basketball, for football as he does for baseball.
Or love.
Right. And
Yeah.
apparently, and I can't believe this is the case because he worked at ESPN for so many years. Apparently, I was the first person that told him if you removed every single one of Wayne Gretzky's goals that he scored, 894, he'd still be the leader by a wide margin in points in NHL history. All 894
Just
goals
take
gone.
all the
Take
goals.
him
Take
away.
him-
He
take him
scored
all.
0 goals. He's still the points leader all time.
That many assists.
Insanity. Insanity. Right? And he's the name to beat. Ovi will eventually beat him. That's the reason why, while those teams are corpses in the NHL, they're not going to win. They're not going to compete. Even though they're trying to fool their fan bases into thinking that they can. If you're an Avs fan, man, go to the game.
Go see him.
Go to the game. You're watching an all-time great. You're watching one of the top 10 best players ever to play the game. It's like going and seeing Jordan when he was with the Wizards. Was he great? No, he wasn't Michael Jordan, but he was still damn good enough.
Right.
And also you want to see that type of player play against your team.
Yeah, no doubt.
Go to those games.
Should we expect a full, what's normal ice time for Lehkonen?
Lecky would play between 18 and 20 minutes, 21 minutes a night.
And we just pop that back in?
Probably 15 tonight.
15? Okay.
15, between 13, 15, 16 minutes, something like that.
Yeah.
He'll eventually get back up to it, but you don't want to. I think he played just third line minutes tonight.
Mhm.
That's my expectation. I wonder who's going to get sent down from a defensive standpoint. Is it going to be Sam Malinsky? Do you scratch Curtis McDermott tonight in order to put Byron back into the lineup?
Man, don't you got to keep Malinsky?
Malinsky looks like he deserves to stay.
Yeah.
So I would, if I'm Bednar, I choose between McDermott or Johnson to sit. And I probably keep Malinsky up there, right? Because you're adding a left-handed shot Byram. You have a right-handed shot in Malinsky.
Mm-hmm.
You can balance out that blue line. I would scratch one of those two players, number 56 or number 3.
Yeah.
That's my hope of what happens tonight.
I hope Malinsky stays. He's been great. He really has. And I just like to see him grow. I mean, he's earned the chance to continue to grow.
He has. Again, he feels like Christian Brown from last year, where you can't turn your head away.
Right.
You cannot just say he's a young guy, he's a rookie, he's eventually going to hit a wall, which we might be seeing from Christian Brown right now. He might be going through a sophomore slump and learning the actual game of the NBA while he was maybe running on a little bit of a high during the playoffs, and he showed maybe the ceiling of what he could be or the potential of what he could be.
Yeah.
Malinsky's doing the same thing right now. He might hit a wall, but you can't not play him just for the sake of, well, he's young, he's eventually going to get taught.
Yeah, no, I agree. And look, Malinsky, like Christian Brown, that there's now film on him too. We know what kind of player he is. Let's force him to do some things he doesn't like or maybe not as good as. So Malinsky's not quite there yet. So the league is just now seeing him, and not only do you have your own learning curve, and then maybe you do hit a wall, but then also the league has film on you as well, and they start playing you differently. So, but that's the reason why these players have to stay up, because they need to go through all of those things to be able to, again, be the best versions of themselves.
NFL coaching carousel continues. Nelly's NFL Notes is on the other side. Right before we get to Nelly's NFL notes, just dovetailing off of our Avalanche conversation, Arturi Lehkonen and Bowen Byram will be reinserted into the lineup tonight against the Capitals. We were talking about who we would sit in order for Byram to get back on the blue line. Jared Bednar talking about who we would sit in order for Byram to get back on the blue line. Jared Bednar just addressed the media after morning skate. Jack Johnson will take a rest day. He's kind of nagging some injuries here or there, but things he could have played through. Now that the Avs have a stable of defensemen, they're going to sit Jack Johnson, allow him some time for some R&R. Nelly, what's happening on the gridiron?
I got one more story kind of wrapping up the divisional weekend that was. You may remember in the 49ers-Packers game, Anders Carlson missed a field goal that would have given the Packers a 7-point lead in the fourth quarter. And then at that point, Tom Rinaldi hopped on the broadcast and told viewers that Matt LaFleur informed him, quote, he just prays when Carlson takes the field for his kicks. And obviously that comment went viral, and a lot of people thought that was a pretty shocking indictment of his own kicker from the Packers head coach. Well, after the game, he was not too pleased with Tom Rinaldi and the fact that that comment was put out over the airwaves in that context. Here is Matt LaFleur.
That was extremely disappointing. That's how that message got portrayed. I've been doing this been a part of production meetings ever since I became a coordinator, and I've never had an experience like that. But it is what it is. I talked to Anders about it, and I think anytime something's out of your control, kind of saying it in jest and having fun with it, but it got portrayed that way, and it's a learning lesson for me.
You're doggone right it is. You know what? The thing about it is he does just pray when his kicker rolls up
100%.
there. So,
you're just mad you got caught.
Yes. That's the thing. And you know what? It's funny because it is a learning lesson for him. What he's going to do in every production meeting from now on is never joke about anything ever. So that's he'll be as straight-laced and quite honestly probably tight-lipped a coach as you'll see from this point on out. But all you ever have to do is go, you know what, Raj? When Nelly gets up there to kick, man, I just pray. Don't say this out. Like you literally have to. That was a joke, man. That was a joke.
That's a conversation for a coaching staff over a handful of beers and a card table.
Yeah. Yeah.
I've had that conversation. I don't say that in public.
You just don't say it in public.
You certainly don't do it when it gets broadcast on national outlets.
Yeah. Or you just have to make sure, and like Sean Payton went through a little bit of this earlier when he was going scorched earth on everybody and then had to walk some of that back.
2 lattes in the morning, 40 minutes later, I'm regretting it.
Scorched porcelain.
And he was regretting it. And you had better have everybody understand in the room that that's a joke.
Nelly.
It's been a while. Oh, excuse me. It's been a while since I've had Broncos in the NFL notes because they haven't really done anything noteworthy.
It's been 84 years.
So I want to go back to last week. You remember we had a bit of, I don't want to say beef, but a spirited discussion going back and forth with D-Mac, and we even involved Nick Kosmider and Kim Becker about PS2. Is he tradable or is he untouchable? And D-Mac actually kind of clarified his position a little bit that PS2 is tradable. And what he said is you would package him to move up in the draft to get a higher spot to get a quarterback. Now, D-Mac went on to say that you're not going to get the first pick or the second pick. Those are probably untouchable. The first overall pick, Bears are going to hang on to that, and they're going to take Caleb Williams. Second overall pick, the Commanders are probably going to hang on to that pick and take Drake May. So the highest that you could conceivably move in the draft would be number 3. You could maybe pull off a trade with the Patriots. And in that number 3 slot, you would have to draft the next best quarterback, which would be either Jaden Daniels or Michael Penix Jr. if he clears a lot of those pre-draft medical tests. So if PS2 is the bargaining chip it takes to pull off that plan, does that change your mind, Dempsey and Raj?
You have to be absolutely in love with Jaden Daniels or Penix or Bo Nix. And I don't know that the Broncos are going to be head over heels in love with either one of those 3 quarterbacks enough to give up multiple first rounders and the best corner in the league, right? He is cap controllable. He's on this team. He's got that 5th-year option. He's not going anywhere. You have to love those quarterbacks. If it was the first two, I could see them doing it. However, New England also needs a quarterback.
Right,
And
right,
do the
right.
Patriots think that they are close enough that a quarterback gets them into the playoff conversation when you look at the rest of the AFC East, right? Buffalo, as of right now, not going anywhere. The Jets, dominant defense. They're getting Aaron Rodgers back next year. So if you have a clean bill of health with Rodgers paired with the dominant defense, that's going to be another hurdle to get over. I haven't even mentioned Tua and the Miami Dolphins. New England might be in this situation where they have to draft a guy like a Jaden Daniels who's going to take 2, 3, 4 years to really mature into an NFL starter. I don't think that the number 3 pick is gettable right now because
it's not gettable. It's not
the
gettable.
Chances are New England
they are taking a quarterback.
New England's not going to make the same mistake that the Broncos have made for damn near a decade and think that they're closer to winning than they actually are. They're going to look at the landscape of the AFC East and go, we need to reset. We need to wait until one or two of these teams kind of falls off, and then we're ready to pounce.
Well,
they're smarter than what's happened here in Denver.
Yeah.
Just going to say it.
I just think that even if they're not looking around at their own division, if you just look inward at yourself, just look in the mirror and see what you need. The New England Patriots need a quarterback. The Broncos are not moving up to the 3rd spot. New England will take a quarterback in that spot. The highest they could get is 4, and that was the Arizona Cardinals. And they have said over the course of the latter half of the season that they are committed to Kyler Murray. Now, if they are telling the truth, then that's as high as you can get. And do they need a corner? Yeah, they probably do. They would probably take PS2 off of your hands. But then that to move up to 4 to get Penix or Bo Nix when you probably could get that player at 12 anyway, like
D-Max,
that's where you need your intel as to where these other 2 quarterbacks are going to go is going to matter the most. Because if you can keep PS2 and just draft the quarterback at your position, or a smaller trade to move you up a spot or 2, then that's the ideal situation.
D-Mac's thing is, if you're in love with a quarterback, go get him. Don't play the waiting game and hope that he falls to you. That's his big thing here. I just don't think that Denver is going to be in love with a quarterback enough to jump into the top 3 when New England needs a quarterback. The Giants could feasibly draft one, but they still have Daniel Jones under contract, so they probably won't. Tennessee needs a quarterback. Atlanta needs a quarterback. Minnesota might need a quarterback. One of those 4 teams is probably going to sign Kirk Cousins, right?
Well, and Justin Fields will be out there as well. So, I mean, Justin Fields is the answer to one of these teams' questions. There's been a lot of connection to the Falcons and all that kind of stuff. I just think if you're the Broncos, I mean, and you love a quarterback, the highest you're going to get is 4.
I don't think that they're going to do it this year, man. They have too many other needs. The cap is going to that is going to be a noose around their neck this year, where I think that they're going to go into the veteran market and they're going to get you're going to have to sign a Tannehill, or you're going to have to sign a guy who played decently under Sean Payton in Jameis Winston, and just deal with that guy at quarterback and sit him as your backup, and maybe you draft a quarterback in the latter rounds this year, and you get your guy of the future next year when you have more draft picks at your disposal.
You couldn't do it next year either. You couldn't do it next year either because they're going to be they're going to be a competitive football team.
I think you are so far off base.
Broncos going to what? They'll be a 4-win football team. 4, 3, 4.
I want them. I
know what you want them to be, but they're not going to. Sean Payton is too good. He can coax wins out of you.
I agree. He's too good of a coach, and I think that's the reason why you're in purgatory right now.
Which is.
You have to hope that you do what the Bucs did this year and you find a veteran quarterback that you sign to a 1 or 2 year team-friendly deal and he outperforms expectation, you make the playoffs, and then...
Yeah, I think they're going to try to get a quarterback. I really do. I mean, they can still do that.
Listen,
they can do both.
If Penix or Nix is available at 12 and they fall, be my guest. Be my guest. But don't give up multiple firsts and Pat Surtain to get into the top 3 to get a guy who you're not necessarily head over heels for.
But they're not getting to. I mean, what is the question is, what does Arizona want? That's it. And you can take Jaden Daniels out of this conversation because those 3 teams are going to take quarterbacks, and that's it. And so then the question that you have to ask yourself is, from 4 to 12, are there teams that would love Michael Penix or Bo Nix enough
Probably.
to take them.
Yeah.
And then if you identify
Tennessee, Atlanta, Chicago, Minnesota all need quarterbacks.
Does Tennessee like Will Levis?
Not enough to keep him starting the entire season last year.
He didn't start until the middle of the season, right? Wasn't it? That was Tannehill's until it was. And then they also have Malik, whatever his name is. And so like
Malik Willis from Liberty.
Yeah. So I mean, maybe they could. Yeah. Maybe look if they feel like a quarterback. I don't know what Tennessee's, but all you have to do is identify if you're the Broncos. Okay, how high do you think we need to go to be able to secure the quarterback that we want, and then just prey on the team that's in that space. Will that mean that you have to give up multiple draft picks to do it? If it's as high as 4, maybe. If it's, the Chargers are 5, the Giants are 6, Tennessee is 7. Could you get to one of those teams and say, hey, here's Justin Simmons and maybe a later round pick, just for this,
just swapping picks, and here's a vet that can help you now.
Yeah.
I could be talked into that.
So
I could be talked into that.
Yeah, it's just
multiple firsts and a guy of Surtain's value. Scares the living crap out of me.
No, they should not do that.
You have to, and if you make that trade, there is a Paxton Lynch scenario is worse. You can't have that happen.
Right.
Like you got to find your guy.
Right.
If you make those moves, Surtain and multiple firsts, like a pick swap this year and next year's first rounder.
Yep.
You have to find the quarterback that will be here until 2040.
Paxton's Paxton. And
It's a
you have
big
to be,
ask.
Yeah, you have to be sure.
It's
you
a
have to
big
be
ask.
sure. Yep.
Nelly?
Reminder that Nelly's NFL Notes is brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. We are Colorado's most complete local appliance store with locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, Glenwood Springs. Anywhere you want to shop, we got you covered. Offering every major appliance line and brand, mountainhighappliance.com. Right now, Cliff Kingsbury is the belle of the ball. Reports are coming down about him interviewing basically anywhere and everywhere for offensive coordinator positions. He started off interviewing for the Bears job, probably because they're going to draft Caleb Williams. Kingsbury was on USC's staff as an offensive analyst. He worked with Caleb Williams. Maybe they wanted some continuity there. Ultimately, they passed on him. Then he took his talents to Pittsburgh, and he interviewed for the Steelers' offensive coordinator job since they've had more trouble on offense moving the football forward than the Iowa Hawkeyes and could use a coordinator to modernize their offense. Maybe Kingsbury's that guy. While he was in Pennsylvania, he decided to hop over to Philly, and he interviewed for the Eagles' offensive coordinator job. Now, word on the street is he's headed to Las Vegas, and he's going to interview with the Raiders for their offensive coordinator position. So Cliff Kingsbury is just busier than a one-legged man in an ass-kicking contest right now. Where do you guys think he's going to end up?
If I'm Cliff, I don't even coach anymore.
Really?
Dude, just go into TV.
I don't think he wants to.
Just go
Does he
into TV. It's easier money. He's probably going to be living in LA. Go be an analyst for the next 15 years. Make a boatload of money. Date all the models that you want to, like he has been for the past few seasons.
Yeah.
You want to do this? You want to go through being an OC again and probably not being up to snuff in the NFL? And then guess what? If you suck again, those TV markets, they're not necessarily going to want you again. He's still a hot commodity. Still looks good. Still has a little bit of the shine of ooh, what could Cliff Kingsbury be? He's tied to Patrick Mahomes. If he goes to another team and then is a stinker again,
yeah,
I want him on my broadcast just because he's a good-looking fella. Do it now. I should be an agent.
Yeah. Don't coach anymore.
Give me what's the agent's cut for a salary? Give me 3% of that.
Yeah, Cliff comes to you and says, Raj, I really want to coach. Don't coach. But I really want to get better coach. Don't do it. I think that he should. I don't know where he should go, to be honest with you. I mean, if you have a chance to live in Vegas, don't you want to do that? I mean, I don't know. It sounds like he can have the pick of whatever job he wants. Let's see. Is there a quarterback situation that works better with him? Because, his offenses are wide open, kind of throw it up. They're very creative. Let's put it that way. That doesn't seem to be the kind of offense that Jimmy G would be great at running. So I'm just going to chop the Raiders off that list. I don't think that really jives with the Eagles either. That's not the way they've had success and how they want to operate. I think so. I'm gonna chop the Eagles off that list.
New England is vacant. Cincinnati right now vacant.
Cincinnati might be a place.
But do you want to throw?
Cincinnati might be a place.
It could be a place, but are you worried about Kingsbury somehow ruining Joe Burrow?
Nah.
I don't think I am
way?
either. I mean, the same way that nothing worked in Arizona?
Yeah, it's because your quarterback was Kyler Murray. I don't know why they're married to that dude. He's not a good quarterback. But Joe Burrow could just – I feel like you could – yeah, that would be the move.
Cleveland is vacant.
I don't want to work with Deshaun Watson.
It's a lot of talent. He's not on the field anymore, but it's a lot of talent.
Yeah.
Cincinnati
I
could
like
be
Cincinnati.
it. Cincy could be it.
Yeah.
But then again, you got to convince pretty boy Cliff Kingsbury to go to Cincinnati.
Yeah, and he doesn't want to.
You're going to leave USC to go there?
I know.
Come on.
I know.
Like this, it is a human business.
Yeah.
And we saw that too. He's like, yeah, I'm walking away from Arizona. Or no, walking away. I no longer have my job with the Cardinals. What am I going to do? The dude went to Dubai for like 6 months and hung out with supermodels. You're telling me he wants to go freeze his butt off in Cincinnati? Get out of town.
You know what he should do? Is we assume
Vegas
that
sounds right. Vegas could be good.
Well, he'd love living in Vegas. I mean, that's a thing.
You know what I saw? Jeremy Fowler on ESPN came out with an article this morning. They're trying to figure out where Russ is going to go next year.
Yeah,
Las Vegas. Because again, this is a human business. He's already made his money. He's going to get paid out by the Broncos. He can sign for a cheap contract. He's got a new head coach there that the locker room loves. He's on the West Coast. And Sierra can do a Las Vegas residency. There you go. Win, win, win.
Do you think Antonio Pierce, you know, he's watched the Broncos over the course? Like,
he probably doesn't want him, but it would be the most Broncos thing ever for Russ to go to the Raiders and then
throw for 300 yards and
Yep.
Yeah.
And I would want to see that for one reason and one reason only. I would want to see Russ partying with Maxix Crosby in the locker room post-game, trying to smoke victory cigars and rap along to whatever that guy's blasting. That would it would be like oil and water. That'd just be comedy gold.
I wonder if Vegas would give you Russ rather than Russell Wilson, right? Because that was the big difference. Is Russ in the sheets and he's taking the selfie videos with Sierra, and it looks like he's got like a ton of game, and then Russell Wilson in front of a podium is a dweeb with a pocket protector.
Raj, he is who he is.
Russ Wilson.
Remember, we already saw Russ gambling up in the casinos in Blackhawk during the offseason.
Okay, all right,
we sure did.
Who's headlining the casinos in Blackhawk? Your uncle, 67 years old, who had a short stint with a no-name band in the 70s.
Hey, you got to start somewhere. Somebody's got to put him on the map. Let's get Sierra up there. Residency up in Blackhawk.
Shout-outs are next. We'll also preview the Avs and the Caps coming up tonight, 6:30 pregame on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Alex Ryan-Emmy alongside Christopher Dempsey. Before we hand things off to PhD, Kreckman and Lindahl, 3 to 6 p.m. 6:30 is when you'll have your pregame show for the Avs and the Caps. Avs return home for a 2-game homestand, and they'll go back out on the road. They'll see the Caps tonight. They'll see the Los Angeles Kings coming up on Friday evening. But they get Arturi Lehkonen back tonight. They'll get Bowen Byram. Jack Johnson's going to sit out. He's just, monitoring some bumps and bruises. Nothing big. Just giving a veteran player a night off after playing heavier minutes this season than I expected a guy like Johnson to play. We talked to head coach Michael Malone earlier on in the program about his Nuggets taking on the Knicks tomorrow night. Final game of their road trip before they come back home to play Milwaukee and the 76ers. By the way, we haven't talked about this yet. Milwaukee gassing their head coach?
Yeah.
What is going on?
Yeah, it was an interesting story. So whenever you ask me the question, who do I think in the East can contend with the Celtics, I'm sure a lot of people have noticed that I skipped the Milwaukee Bucks 100% of the time. And the reason why is because I had watched them play probably half dozen times or so already this season, and I'm just not impressed, man. I wasn't defensively. It wasn't the same basketball team. Offensively, they weren't taking advantage of their two greatest assets. I mean, Lillard and Giannis, putting them in more actions together, really putting defenses in the conundrums. They didn't do any of those things, but they were such a good collective offensive team that they were winning all the games anyway because they could just outscore you. And then when I started reading some of the sourced, accounts of what was happening behind the scenes after they fired the coach yesterday, you understood a little bit more. And, it's the players behind the scenes were very, they were concerned, upset, whatever, frustrated about their roles, about the schemes. And when I saw that was the biggest red flag. If the players are frustrated with the schemes, basically what they're saying is, you don't know what you're doing, bro. And Giannis doesn't really mince words. And, I heard Vic on the way in basically saying, well, Giannis got another coach fired, and maybe that's true. And maybe this just wasn't the job for Adrian Griffin. I think he's probably a good coach, but maybe this wasn't the team for him at this point in time. I don't know that Doc Rivers is also the best solution to the story.
So that was floated 2 hours ago by Woj. It hasn't been confirmed yet. They're finalizing a deal. It seems like it's pretty much done.
So Doc was so there was a huge team meeting, not a huge team meeting. It was a meeting between Griffin and the core 5 players, and that is Giannis. Hastings is here already.
Scotty's just juiced up because he's in the city, man.
He's here. It was Giannis, Lillard. Everybody's names are escaping me. Middleton, Brook Lopez. They had a meeting to hash it all out. After the meeting, they ended up winning some games in a row, but things didn't get better. And they brought on Doc Rivers as a consultant. So he was kind of already floating around the scenes. And now that the coach is gone, now Doc Rivers looks like he's going to be the head coach there. So I think Milwaukee probably should. Raj, here's what they should have never have done. They should have never fired Budenholzer. That is the mistake that they made. And they made that mistake after a season in which they lost in the playoffs. But Giannis didn't play in like 2.5 of the games. Well, it made no sense to me to do that. You hire a rookie head coach. Terry Stotts leaves the coaching staff before the season even begins. So you knew there were some red flags there, and now here we are. They're going to be paying 3 coaches. It made no sense. They should have kept Budenholzer, but now we'll see. I still think Philadelphia remains the biggest threat to Boston in the East.
Is Doc the guy that can actually get it done? He feels like a Band-Aid. He doesn't feel like stitches. Feels like everything since Boston has been really good. Like, don't get me wrong, the dude wins games. 56 wins, 57, 56, 53. Like the guy finishes first or second in his division every single year. But outside of having those three studs in Paul Pierce, KG, and Ray Allen, the dude never got done.
Right. It's been a lot of disappointment, right? It's been a lot of the thing that's following him around the most right now is getting up 3-1 in a series and losing the series. The Nuggets did it to him when he was the head coach of the Clippers. I believe that was in the bubble when that happened. So I don't it's a good question, Raj. I don't know. I didn't love the job that Doc Rivers did in Philadelphia. I mean, I've been very vocal about that. Do I think that changes in Milwaukee? Look, he is an upgrade over Adrian Griffin. We know that. But is he the coach that's going to get them back into the finals and winning a finals? I'm a little skeptical.
It's Wednesday. It means it's time for shout-outs.
Who's killing it? Who's crushing it?
I love you, man.
You're my boy, Blue. Who's absolutely ballin'?
We just become best friends. Yep. Baby, you are so money and you don't even know it.
Dempsey and Company present.
You want to go do karate in the garage?
Shout-outs.
Just one for me. We haven't talked about this at all because, well, it's the PGA Tour and it's January 24th. But last weekend, the youngest amateur to win a PGA Tour event since 1910 and the first amateur to win one on tour in 33 years since Phil Mickelson did it as a young grad from Arizona State. Nick Dunlap wins the American Express last weekend. He's a sophomore. The dude's 20 years old at the University of Alabama, part of the Crimson Tide golf team. Always, they're a perennial title contender down there in Bama. He wins the Amex. Like, this does not happen ever. However, he has to, because he's an amateur, forfeit the $1.5 million prize. Doesn't get paid a single cent of that money. He also got exemptions to play this coming week in Torrey Pines at the State Farm, which is one of the biggest non-major events on the year. He withdrew from it because he doesn't know what he's going to do. Is he going to return to school, or is he going to turn pro and take all of these exemptions? He gets into the next majors, or every one of the majors for the next 2 years. He gets all of these big tournament exemptions. The kid should say,
because you can always go back to school.
Can always go back to school. Man, it'll be fun. Maybe you look back, oh, you want to be in college with your buddies and be down there at Alabama. I guarantee you, man, you're not. While being at Alabama and being a stud on campus is fun,
you can fly your buddies anywhere.
You can do the same thing on the PGA Tour.
That's right.
Per capita, the WAGs on the PGA Tour, maybe the best in professional sports.
Yeah, well, there you go.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Shout out Nick Dunlap.
All right, I have a couple of them. Just really quickly, one of them is Tatar Vanderveer, the coach of the Stanford Cardinals women's team, for breaking Mike Krzyzewski's record of wins in a career. 1,203 is what she's got. She has been at it for so many years and had great team after great team after great team. She's a truly great coach, so shout out to Tatar Vanderveer. Also want to shout out Keilani Alvarez. Who is she? She is a senior at John F. Kennedy High School. And what she did in a game against Hinckley last week was she broke the state record for points in a game for points in a game. She scored 64 points in this game. 64, breaking.
Did her coach call her immature?
No, because she stayed within the offense to get her 64 points. She didn't just go rogue on the team. It's a state record that was it had been in place since 2005. And she broke it with 64 points in the game. Congratulations to Keilani Alvarez, because that is a major accomplishment for John F. Kennedy.
How come sports commentary calls in any other language besides English are always better than English? My shout out is to the Korean call, the commentators who were calling the Bills-Chiefs game in Korean. This is how Tyler Bass's wide right 2.0 sounded.
모든 문들을 다 땄어요. 네. 그렇기 때문에 조시 앨런 선수가 오른쪽으로 나오면서 시간을 벌어봤지만 오픈된 리시버를 찾을 수 없었습니다. 44야드 거리입니다. 타일러 베스. 오른쪽으로 벗어났어요.
Oh, it's too good, Nelly.
I didn't
Too damn
understand
good.
the first part, but yelling is a universal language.
It sure damn is. That's going to do it for us today. Avs will take on the Caps tonight. 6:30 pregame right here on 92.5. For Christopher Dempsey, Josh Grismer, and Steve Nelson, we love and appreciate you, fellas.
Todd Helton, welcome to Cooperstown.
Damn right. The Todd Father, a Hall of Famer. I'm Alex Ryan, MA, PhD, is coming up next.
Gorgeous day here in Denver, Colorado. Appreciate you listening. I'm mixing it up with Good Raj and Demps on the way out here, Tyler, because it's times they are a-changing, and it's that time for the Nuggets and the Avalanche, and people better wrap their heads around things are going to happen, because things are going to happen. Things always happen, and that's just the way it is. Scotty in New York, how you doing, bud?
Good, man. Good. How are you?
Well, let's pay homage to Todd Helton before we dig into the Avs and Nuggets stuff, because what a day, what a day. And you go way back with Todd, so why don't you take the why don't you take this moment, my man?
Well, listen, love the guy to death. He signed for me. Remember when the Rockies had that short sleeve black jersey? I got one of his down in my basement, so I guess it just added in value.
That's awesome. Hall of Fame jersey.
I have two jerseys that I own. One is a Joe Dumars signed game jersey and a Todd Helton one. So I guess I've done pretty good. I'm not really a collector, but I do have to. He's always been good to me. He's always funny. He's got that dry sense of humor. I think it's a big step for the Rockies. I think it's a big step for the Jim Rome bias against Coors Field. You know, what he did for 17 years, and they do a good number. The analytics,
whatever that is.
Whatever it's called that Patrick Wall says. But if you break him down, what he did even on the road was pretty impressive. Congratulating to him. I tell you where you stand. You know how you get in life and you think you stand somewhere?
Mm-hmm.
Yesterday was a reminder of where I really stand. I reached out to Todd and Doc Rivers both, and neither one got back to me.
You know what? I had a moment yesterday where I become so stinking ambivalent to the Colorado Rockies. Like, no expectation, no concern, no care really about what they're going to do. But seeing that happen, I did have a little moment like, dude, you had a little stretch, you had a little run there, and that was fun, and I really do want that back. Todd said a lot of cool things. First off, it was kind of fun. I mean, it's all over Twitter. I'm sure you guys were watching all the same stuff I was watching. But, going back and seeing him playing football for Tennessee, and he was playing in front of Peyton Manning, playing in front of Peyton Manning, right?
Yep.
Maybe Peyton did the best thing he ever could for Todd because he ends up going in all in on baseball. Obviously, he was a great football player if he was starting quarterback at Tennessee. But watching those clips, seeing his iconic moments, finger up in the air as he's trotting around third base there, seeing the guys jump on him, just so much history. I forgot another one that I forgot was the slide, the famous slide in the play-in game. Todd hit that, right? Like he was at bat, and just so many cool things, so much history with Todd Helton, and I found myself actually feeling like I want the Rockies to be good, and I gave up on that feeling a long time ago.
Well, that's awesome. I love baseballs, but I understand sometimes the hesitancy to talk about it or go on in detail. But I'll tell you this, man. When Todd was on in the early parts of his career, he had the most unbelievable swing. And Scott, it wasn't a matter of if he was going to hit the ball. It was how hard it was going to go and how far it was going to go. I mean, he was a machine in the early parts of his career.
Do you remember early parts of his career especially? Man, he was a doubles machine. And
Doubles
everybody
machine.
was talking about, he should hit more homers and all that. And I'm like, but, dude, he's always standing on second, right? I mean, at one time in early part of his career, the only guy through that many games that hit as many doubles him was like Willie Mays or something. He was up there with names like that. So, man, he had some issues towards, right after he retired.
He's human.
He's human, but I understand he worked on that and did some self-help. Good on him. I'm just a big fan. Like I said, he always treated me well. Always got to see him. We used to, back in the radio, used to send you everywhere. Used to always go down to training camp, right, and spring training and hang out and get to see the guys on a different level. It's good, man. It's good for the Rockies. They broke that glass ceiling, if you will. I'm not sure who else is on there. Arenado's, heading his way to a Hall of Fame. Will he remember his Rockies days, or will he be a Cardinal? Because the Hall of Fame is the one place you get to do. You actually get to pick your helmet or your hat or your jersey, right?
Mhm. Yeah, you do.
It'll have Colorado Rocky on that for him. I love one comment I read that he had said, that run to that postseason and even getting lost, I would rather have that moment with the Rockies than have been traded and win it somewhere else.
Well, this is it right here. Go ahead, Dan.
We obviously we ended up playing the Red Sox in the World Series, and they throttled us. But I think making it with the team that I struggled with and watched help build, and put my heart and soul into for all those years. I mean, losing in the World Series meant more than winning it somewhere else.
Wow. Well,
I just think that's cool.
That's powerful, man. And
I'll give you a funny story about him real fast, and you
Sure.
probably know this, D. And I think it was when I was over across the street doing the show with Drew, and we had Todd on.
Mhm.
And baseball is probably the king of rituals, right? As far as, okay, I'm going to do this way. You see the guys jumping over the lines. They won't step on the lines, all the different things they do. Todd had to drive to the ballpark when in Denver the exact same route every day. And he was telling us a story that he got down the road and he was just kind of, how you get in your mind and you're just thinking of other things. And he realized he'd gone 2 or 3 miles and he was driving in the wrong road or the wrong lane. He got off, went back home, got back on the highway so he could get in the same lane that he always drove to work on. And I said,
Wow.
What? He goes, yeah, I had to turn around and come back because it just didn't feel right. But I don't know, man. I'm a big fan of Todd, and I'm so happy for him. I'm with you, Tyler. Baseball is one of those sports, and we could talk about this today. And I've always said this. I think baseball is one of those sports, at least for my generation, that once you have a team, you always have a team.
Interesting.
You can live all over the world. Like when I was a super little kid, it was the Kansas City Athletics, and then they moved to Oakland. So I kind of followed Oakland for a year, and then we got a new team called the Kansas City Royals come in the next year. I'm 69, I think it was, 69 or 70. And I'm a Royals guy, and you want to talk about a failed organization and all the losses. And I mean, we finally got to the postseason a few years ago. It was the first time in the postseason in 29 years. I mean, the Broncos will know something about it here in a couple more, another decade or so. But 29 years in between postseason. You're still a Royals fan. Always will be. And there will be kids that are growing up now, and I just think baseball does it to you. Once a baseball team hooks you, to me, you're just hooked for life for them.
Yeah, that's really interesting. Yeah, there's certainly enough annoying Cubs fans here. Oh, my God. Get over it. You live here in Colorado. But that's the Cubs fans. That's a whole nother topic. But I knew I was a Rockies fan for real because I was at a Rockies-Red Sox game, and I got a Red Sox tattoo when they won in 2004. And I'm sitting there with my kids, my wife, and John B. hits a walk-off against the Red Sox, and it was a packed house at Coors Field that night. And I just jumping up and down and yelling and screaming and all pumped up. And I'm like, oh, I'm a Rockies fan.
Yeah.
Look at that. So
you had to raise your sock up, though, to hide that Red Sox
That's
tattoo,
right. It's a badass ankle tattoo that I got right there. It's just that there is something about baseball. The tricky part about doing this job or just, looking at sports fairly and analytically or analytically or analytically, is you got to just judge what it is and sort of go from there. But if you just want to take a step back, I think we should all be incredibly grateful that a player like Todd Helton did spend his entire career here. I'm a big statue guy. I don't know how you guys feel about statues, but I think they should put a statue of the iconic photo of, the last out of the NLCS when Eric Byrne is sliding through first base and Todd's gripping that baseball, looking up, kind of on one knee sort of, or bent knee rather. Like, what more iconic Rockies image is there in the history of the team?
Yeah, probably is not one.
It's the image they put out when they announced that he got in, wasn't it? When it did that picture.
Put up the statue.
I mean,
it's one of the most iconic moments ever. Until the Rockies do something else. But listen, I don't mind statues either. I was in Atlanta for a lot of years, and you get to see Hank Aaron, and they finally did, I think, a Phil Necro, and I since I've been gone, I think they might have a Chipper Jones. But dude, you get in the Hall of Fame, there's got to be something more than just a little banner out there.
No doubt,
for sure,
no doubt,
for sure. I mean, especially in an organization like the Rockies, like you got to celebrate that thing going on. His comment of it meant more to make it to the World Series and lose than it would have to go somewhere else and win. Not very many dudes that would say that. I don't think. Me personally, I don't think there's very many guys.
The Yankees and Red Sox tried to trade for him a bunch of times. Didn't they?
Yeah. I mean, I really do think winning the championship is the ultimate prize for almost every single athlete in the world. And yeah, he wants to win the dang championship. Don't get me wrong. Of course, he wants to win it. But probably 9 out of 10 professional athletes, they will bounce simply for the goal of winning a championship.
Well, yeah, but I love what he said also is he was part of the team that built them, right? I mean, you had the Blake Street Bombers. Listen, people don't remember when he took over Andres Galarraga's job, Andres was a beloved.
Oh, hell yes.
And still is. And everybody's going, who's this rookie? What are we doing? Oh, my God. Okay. This guy's pretty good. All right. So I don't know. I get you. I just think there's something also like Elway. I mean, Helton and Elway, right, in the same mold. I mean, Elway, and I know they went to the Super Bowl in '77 with Craig Morton, but Elway really put this franchise on its back and on the map as far as being one of the iconic NFL franchises. That was John Elway, not Craig Morton. Not even the Orange Crush defense. That was unbelievable what they did in '77. But it was Elway that put this team on the map, and whatever the Blake Street Bombers did, great. But guess what? It was Todd Helton that helped put the Rockies on the map.
I guess if you're gonna quickly do the Mount Rushmore, which I sort of hate that shtick, but okay, I'll play along with it for a second. Where's Todd on that in Colorado sports?
Oh, Colorado sports. I thought you were talking Colorado Rockies.
Oh, Colorado. Well, just a heat check here. He's the best Rocky of all time, right?
It has to be.
Okay, I don't know.
I mean, I don't think that's debatable.
Okay, I agree.
He's got to be there. Man, championships matter. They do. So, I mean, you talk about that all the time, about guys that you want to retire their numbers simply because they were in a championship. They were part of the championship. Bruce Brown, for example. I think it's tough to put him like Elway's got to be number one.
Mm-hmm.
I think Peyton's pretty high up on that list. Peyton Manning, I think he's pretty dang high up on that list. You go down the guys of
let's just talk
2 championships, right?
Slam dunks would be Elway, Jokic, Sakic. Slam dunkaroonies. Sure. Like there's nothing to think about.
Yeah.
And then you kind of
in order there, I think that would be, and they're all deserved to be number one. But in order, I think it would be Elway, Jokic, Sakic.
Elway, Jokic, Sakic, I think we can all agree. Where does Todd fit, like, compared to Peyton Manning in Colorado sports history?
I think championships matter. I do.
Todd?
I think years of service matter.
I mean, I get what you're saying with, like, Peyton Manning specifically, but if you want to look at the 4-year window that he was here,
it was bonkers.
And the impact that he had in 4 years.
It's bananas.
The greatest 4 years now, I guess not the greatest because John Elway got back-to-back, but I mean, second greatest 4 years in Denver Broncos history.
If you just want to split it up, baseball, football, hockey, basketball, I mean, okay, fine. I mean, that's the easiest way to do it, I suppose. And right. I don't know who would even fight you on Elway, Jokic, Sakic. Sakic's the best, right? Avalanche history, right? When you put that him there,
yeah.
Right?
Ray Bork.
He's won 2 and he's directed 1. So I mean, he's got 3, kind of like Elway, right?
Yeah,
he's won 2 and directed 1.
Now I'm talking about the Mount Rushmore in South Dakota.
Hollywood.
No. That's the other one.
That's the Dion.
The Dion one has Shiloh, Shador, his dad, their dog, his daughter, his son.
How many faces are in the Hollywood one?
Travis Hunter's in there. Seaton's. I mean, what's that?
But how many faces are in the Hollywood Mount Rushmore?
There's like a dozen or so.
A dozen.
Well, he's got a big family.
Okay, so the South Dakota one, we got to narrow this thing down to 4.
4.
Yeah. All right. I think Peyton Manning goes in there before him.
Oh, my God. Oh, my Lord. More impactful athlete in Colorado history, Peyton Manning or Todd Helton?
Peyton Manning.
Scott?
Todd Helton.
It's a tricky one. That's a complicated
I get
one.
the love. I get the loyalty. I get the longevity. But the impact.
Yeah, I know.
No,
I
his
get
4
it.
years was outstanding.
I
But
get
I tell
it.
you what, if you got a statue in front of somebody else's building, then you ain't in the Mount Rushmore here in Denver.
And on that,
build him a statue.
And on that note, I got to run some scenarios by you guys. Okay.
The most important statue, real quick. I'll get out of here. Sorry. Most important statue that honestly needs to build. How is there not a helicopter one? How is there not?
I listen, sure. I mean, I agree with you on that. I think it's weird if you're running the team that you say I need a statue of myself. So, I mean, I'll assume that's delayed a little bit. But yeah, I'm a big statue guy. I love statues and monuments and that sort of thing. Like the Cardinals' new ballpark, they have all sorts of statues and cool stuff. And, you know, they've won a lot of world championships. But to Todd's point, real quick, is it better to be Todd and be the greatest of all time? Because Nolan could have had it. If Nolan Arenado stayed with the Rockies, he would have been the greatest Rocky of all time. He would have been, okay? Because he will go down as the greatest third baseman of all time. So never mind just greatest player. He's going to go down as the greatest third baseman ever.
Yep.
But it wasn't enough for him. No, Scott. Well, how big of a debate do you want to get in on that one, Scotty? Who do you want? You want to bring up Brooks Robinson?
Brooks Robinson, George Brett.
He's better than both of those guys.
No.
Yes. This is
he's a better fielder than Brett, but he ain't a better hitter. You gonna say he's a better hitter than George Brett?
I want to look at the numbers first. Talk about the era of baseball. Think about Brett playing on that artificial turf where you just bounce the ball on the ground and it was a base hit.
Brett got caught cheating. Pine tar's too high.
Pine tar. All right, listen. All good conversation to have. Amazing win for the Nuggets. I thought it was pretty amazing. I thought that was a great win for the Nuggets last night. But what changes are the Nuggets looking at? Are the Avs looking at? And the latest from the rink, I think there's something going on. Details coming up next. Hey, C-Mac, for the Mike Maroney Auto Group, and they've got new dealerships in Boulder and Longmont, and be a smart shopper. Give yourself options and choices, and it's Mike Maroney. Now you can get their lowest price and lowest payment on a new Chevrolet, Buick, GMC, and Ford. With over 1,000 new and used cars, trucks, and SUVs, you are sure to find the right vehicle at the right price at MikeMaroneyColorado.com. I'm a customer, satisfied customer, and I can vouch for their amazing service and showrooms. But simply going to MikeMaroneyColorado.com, you can shop right there online. And as always, for Mike Maroney, free delivery anywhere. They make it so easy. Plus, their money-back guarantee for your peace of mind. Visit them at Mike Maroney Buick GMC in Boulder, Mike Maroney Chevrolet Buick GMC in Longmont, and Mike Maroney Ford Longmont, proud partner of CU Athletics. Again, shop online at MikeMaroneyColorado.com. I'm sorry. You should tell. What's the story there, Tyler?
Well, your whole take on haircuts. You know, what's wrong with Georgie? He cut his hair off. What's wrong with Grizz? He cut his hair off, right?
Yeah.
So I did go in, and you wouldn't know it unless I told you. I actually did get my beard trimmed up today. Got a haircut, right? And you know, it just shaped the beard. Didn't take off a whole lot, just shaved the beard. But I did ask him, just out of curiosity. I didn't set it up at all. I said, "So, what would you think if I came in today and I said, I want you to cut my entire beard off?" And he said, "I'd call the mental institution and see if you need to be checked in. Like, what's wrong?" So the barber agrees with you.
That's he would agree with me.
Yeah.
Radical facial, Scott, appearance change is an indication of something's going on. That's all. That's all. Doesn't have to be negative, but that just means something's going on. I don't know what it is.
But does it mean finally growing it all out that there's something wrong too?
Yes, absolutely. Something's going on.
Yeah, but the growing it out is a commitment, right? The cutting it is an emotional like spur of the moment.
I'm talking radical changes, okay? Not just a little hair. I got you, Scott. So, Scott, if you trimmed that little goat beard up a little bit, there's nothing radical, but there's something going on with you that you wanted to grow it in the first place. I don't know what. I'm not going to put you on the couch and look at it, but something was going on.
It looks beautiful. That's a beautiful man right there.
At some point, Scott Hastings, just ask Reggie Jackson. By the way, Scotty.
I mean, if we're keeping it real, Scott was jealous of my beard, and, he wanted to be in the same company.
I mean, listen to this interview with Scott and Reggie Jackson.
How good and sexy would you think of me as a broadcaster? Do you feel I am?
You ought to be probably in the top 3 in the league. I'm saying you're probably a handsome guy up there. So.
Thank you very much.
Top 3.
You want to tell us the story behind that one? Where is that coming from?
Yes, I will tell you a story.
Okay.
And this is Radio Interview 101, Scott's edition. And this kind of always been one of my philosophies. We did a little something different. We haven't done much, if any, this year. We've done it in the past, but not this year, so the guys aren't used to it. They wanted me to go into the locker room before the game and grab a little sound. Do a little interview like that. And Reggie's always accommodating. He's the best.
Yeah.
But it's still, I feel, and once again, it's, 30 years later, I still got a player's mentality. To me, that's their –
I get it.
That's their place,
well,
right?
I get it.
It's not real comfortable to me. And I could ttell he was being quiet when I asked him and everything else because you still got about 5 or 6 dudes all sitting around you.
Right.
Right? They got the game. They're watching a handful of them are watching the tape on Indiana. And in my head, I'm a trespasser. And I'm going in thinking this will be a little more guarded than a usual interview. So I've always found if you could start them off with humor and start them off with something that has nothing to do with basketball or whatever sport you're doing, you can kind of set them at ease.
Yeah.
And I got a little, if you see the video of it, I got a little smile from him, and I went, okay, I'm in.
Yeah, a little interview foreplay. That's what you're talking
there
about.
There you go.
Little interview foreplay. Yeah.
And his answer was so good that I said, okay, we got to keep, keep that in there.
Well, I mean, I can't.
How good and sexy would you think of me as a broadcaster? Do you feel I am?
You ought to be probably in the top 3 in the league. I'm saying you're probably a handsome guy up there. So.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
I think that's great.
Thank you very much.
All right, we put a poll up, Scott. Who had more impact on Colorado sports, Peyton Manning or Todd Helton? So we're off and rolling on that, and I did vote for Todd Helton. But I fully appreciate and understand the argument for Peyton Manning. And right off the bat, Peyton Manning is off to a quick start. So we'll see where that goes throughout the course of the day. Now, I'll tell you this.
Listen, he was impactful. Dude, he went to 2 Super Bowls and won 1. I mean,
yes.
it was an amazing 4 years. But I'm it's kind of like I don't believe Ray Bork should be up in the the rafters with his
He
number.
Shouldn't.
He spent a year and a couple months here.
Yeah,
A season and a couple months here.
Listen, man,
So,
if you bring a championship to town, though, I mean,
Go to 2 Super Bowls.
Well, I get it. It's a tricky one because you're putting a guy with.
I'm going to sound like a real jerk here. I'm going to say, and I don't intend to do it because I love Todd Helton, man. I love Todd.
Well,
Helton.
you're about to be a real jerk.
I'm about to be a real jerk.
So go ahead and do it.
If you're the best player in an irrelevant franchise's history, what does that mean?
The Rockies aren't irrelevant.
Yeah, they are.
They are not irrelevant.
They are irrelevant.
No, they haven't produced the way we had hoped. But to think that the Rockies are relevant is silly.
Well,
they revitalize a sleepy, dormant cow town in the middle of Lodo.
We're talking about way different. I'm talking about success. I'm talking about what you played the game for.
Go downtown 25, 28 years ago, and now go downtown now. That downtown area that is a part of Colorado now, and all the conventions that feel safer and everything coming in is because of the Rockies.
Yeah, I'm just blanching at the
that's
word
not what I'm
around.
talking about. I'm not talking about how the economy. I'm talking about what you play the game for.
But you said impact, and that's
No,
part of the impact.
Irrelevant.
I said irrelevant, but and when I said irrelevant, I'm referring to what you play the game for.
So you're talking about irrelevant in the concept of the overall Major League Baseball.
Correct.
They're an irrelevant organization in the construct of baseball itself.
Yes.
How about this? He made, during his time here, the Rockies relevant in an organization that does everything they can to make themselves irrelevant.
There's something to be said about that.
And you know what? I hate. I'm not trying to
Scott.
just stick up for him, but you realize the Rockies have been to the playoffs sooner ago than the Broncos, right? They were in the playoffs in 2018.
I think that's more recent.
Well, whatever. Yeah. More recent. Mile long preaches,
D, I got you, brother.
You understand?
I got it.
It's not what I say. It's what I meant to say.
It's very rare when I get to correct somebody.
I didn't know you'd visited Kansas high schools before. I'm proud of you.
All right, we can get back to this. Go to Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 on the Twitter machine there on the Xbox. And vote, and we'll see where it goes. It'll be interesting to see where that plays out over the next couple of hours for sure. That being said, I'm down with the Avs today, and we're going to talk to Jesse from Gorilla Sports about more details with the Avs. And I'm thinking about the Nuggets too, Scotty, and I'm realizing, we're at that time. We're at that what changes are going to happen now time. And today, you got Jack Johnson, who could play. And he may play on Friday because Jared Bednar said he likes the matchup with Jack Johnson and the Kings. But they're rolling Bo Byram out, who is taking a little bit longer. And Bo Byram admitted he's been off to a bad start this season. He said that. Meanwhile, Lehkonen comes back, and you realize, you got a bit of a logjam. Now that these guys are coming back, you got a bit of a logjam. And now I'm thinking about the Nuggets, too. Is Christian Brown and Peyton Watson the same guy? Because I can't think of the last game Christian Brown dominated in. It seems like Peyton Watson is coming on strong. So, fellas, are we here? Are we here at that time that, changes are coming?
I think it's every year, though. I mean, that's every team, every single year. You get to a point in the season that you figure out who you are, you figure out what holes you have, and how are you going to try to fill those. So, where the Nuggets are at right now, talk about a luxury, dude. Like the biggest disappointment in the team right now is that Christian Brown, a dude that we thought was going to just have a leap in year two because he had such a great year one. Like the biggest disappointment on the team is that he hasn't had that gigantic leap. I
wouldn't call him a disappointment. I would just say his role's been replaced by Peyton Watson.
Okay, fine. Disappointment's too strong, but you get what I'm saying. Like he's still I like Christian Brown. I'm still down with Christian.
Scotty, are we seeing change coming?
No, I don't think so. And I go back to Joe Manager speaking before the season. I think he's into let's build what we got and see who we got. The only thing that's kind of sidetracked is Strother's injury, but he should be back, I think, within the, maybe in this homestand coming up. I think they're going to wait and see. I will say this. I don't think Peyton Watson and Christian Brown are the same guy. I think, and I've said this on the show before, I think Peyton Watson has a higher ceiling because I think he's just a little bit more athletic and a little more fluid in what he can do. both of them at times this year, and Christian's really fighting it right now, in my opinion, is a confidence issue. Christian Brown is looking more like a young player this year than he did last year.
Yes.
And it might be for the pressure of the role and everything else and all that. I know the guys believe in him. The guys get confident, but you can just see the hesitation.
Yeah.
Offensively, especially. He still competes, still gets in and gets some rebounds.
Well, but hold on.
Rebounds.
Isn't that because of the emergence of Peyton Watson?
No, I think it's the missing of a couple big shots here and there. I don't think there's a natural competition. We might put it on there, but I don't think those two guys look at it as a natural competition between those two guys. In fact, I think Denver would be better if they both had offensive confidence, because then they both would play. Because Christian can play more of that 2, backup 2, slide in small ball 3. Peyton Watson can play 3, 4, small ball 4, and then defensively you need him to guard some points. He's got that kind of quickness and the length. I mean, the shots. I haven't seen the stats, haven't paid attention to him, but I gotta believe shot blocking wise, he's got to be leading the team. Not even close. Although they give Joker a lot on those reach-ins and stuff like that. It's just different play. I just think Christian right now is super, super fighting himself.
The Colorado Avalanche have by far a bigger reason to go out and make a splash trade. By far, right? I mean, with Val out and everything that's going on there, they've got a legitimate need. But I'll say this, I'll be surprised if either one of the organizations go out and do something big. I mean, they might add a few puzzle pieces. Joe Sakic added a couple puzzle pieces in the championship year. And, Nuggets did that as well, actually. Last year they tried to do it. It didn't work out like it did for the Avalanche with Reggie and Thomas Bryant. But, Reggie's still here, and now he's a big piece of it. So I can see them doing puzzle piece moves. I'd be surprised if, especially the Nuggets, did something big.
I just want to point out the Nuggets last year, and I get it, it was complicated with Bones, but it was a highly regarded, drafted player, second year, that they moved on from because it was for the betterment of the organization. And Devon Reed was traded as well, which was a lower-level guy, but a good dude, somebody everybody liked.
Bones wasn't traded for a need, though. Bones was traded because it doesn't work. It can't. Yeah.
Addition to subtraction.
All right, fine. And Christian's not a distraction whatsoever. Nowhere close. I'm just pointing out it's not like that hasn't happened with a second-year drafted guy. And with the Avalanche, don't forget, the year the Avs won the Stanley Cup, you acquired Artturi Lehkonen, Marco Sturm, Josh Manson, and Andrew Cogliano. Mm-hmm. I mean, that's 4 pretty big moves in the middle of the year they won the cup. So again, when I look at, like a Bo Byram.
They ended up being huge additions, but correct me if I'm wrong. I feel like at the time, those were all looked at as like puzzle piece guys, not like huge additions. We're just going to toss these guys into the mix.
Well, they turned out to be pretty valuable.
I got it, but during the trade, when it happened.
Yeah. Boy, I got to put my memory banks to that one. I think there were a lot of expectations of Manson, for example, and he had a hard time sort of clicking. Sturm was just kind of like whatever. But what you got out of Lehkonen was like
crazy,
ridiculous what you added there. And who knew you were going to get the heart and soul of the team and the future pseudo-captain in Cogliano? Maybe you should have known because that's the kind of career he's had. I'm just pointing out that changes have come right around this time in championship runs. That's where I'm going. So I just don't know where everybody's head's at with it. I just think you should wrap your head around it.
So who you want to get rid of?
I don't really want to get rid of anybody, but what makes these teams better is the big question. I mean, I like all these. There's nobody like Bones on either of these teams right now. There's no like bad apples. But listen, man, there's something rotten in the state of Denmark going on with the blue line for the Avalanche when, Jack Johnson just ain't playing today, and he could. I mean, we're trying to see what we got here.
Nuggets aren't doing anything big. No chance.
Could it be, Jack's not playing because it might be a trade. It's one of those we don't want to get a guy hurt before you're moving.
It seems weird that you'd be trading Jack Johnson. I think what that's more about is what do we got here with Bo Byram? Because you know what? There's 2 games before they're off for a week. why play any of these guys, frankly, after being out? I think they got to see what they got right now and make some decisions. But we'll talk to Jesse from Gorilla Sports. He's out there at the skate, and we can break it down a little bit further as the Avs get going at home tonight. It's been a minute. And Scotty, when the hell are you coming home? Ever? You ever coming home?
I'll be home late Thursday night, my brother.
Okay, well, let's take your time. You're back in New York. How's it feel to be back in New York?
Yeah. Well, didn't we kind of start out here like a week or so?
Right.
Did you hit up the casino restaurant yet?
Weren't you ice skating at Rockefeller Plaza or something?
7-Eleven?
Yeah, what's going on?
We got in about 2-something last night. I probably got to bed about 3-something.
Oh, my God, dude.
And I haven't left the building.
It is PhD on 92.5.
You know, a few years back, I was just going to the weight room and just not getting the results that I wanted. Couldn't figure out what's going on. Went over to my friends over at Revitalized Health. Found out, hey, I got low testosterone. Not unusual. It really shocked me, though, because it was definitely not on my radar. So they hooked me up, got me back to the right numbers, and I'm looking better, feeling better, sleeping better than I have in a long, long time. It makes a huge difference in your life. Medical weight loss options, peptide therapy, and testosterone. They've got you covered with 3 locations. Find them online at revitalize-health.com.
we will add Lehkonen back in tonight and Bo Byram as well. So as healthy as we've been all season, the only two guys that I have up on the missing board are Landeskog and Nichushkin. So, and the rest of the team coming in to play the final two. The Caps played last night, so we got to get after these guys here tonight early and often.
All right, that's Jared Bednar earlier with the fellas in the morning, right here at Altitude Sports 92.5. I was out at the skate along with all the other Muggles, the hockey Muggles. Haven't seen them in a minute. Jesse Montagna, who's just doesn't do anything but travel with the Avalanche, joins us now. Welcome back to the United States of Colorado, Jesse. And what'd you see out there at the skate today?
Yeah, the first thing that, it doesn't necessarily mean anything, but it was good to see Gabe Landeskog out there. And, he actually even took a rep or two in some of the drills, not to get too far ahead, but to me, Gabe Landeskog today was moving better today than we saw at any point last year when he was trying to get back. So I still don't think he's, back this year, even if they, go deep in the playoffs, but it's good to see him back out there. That obviously means that things are progressing, but really the big ones for me are Lehkonen and Bo. Lehkonen's been there's been a slow burn to get him back. He's been skating for the last few weeks. He's been out of the non-contact jersey for over 2 weeks, went on the road trip. They took their time. They were cautious. Neck injury is scary. So, they were careful with it, but he's ready to go. He looks ready to go. And, I think with an injury like that, an awkward fall into the boards, you're probably going to be a little, there's probably a little bit of nerves the first time he's got to go into the wall and take contact. But otherwise, I thought Lehkonen looked good. It's going to be huge for them to get both those guys back.
Is Kemper going to be in net for what? Is he going to be in net?
No, he was out there with they did a real small optional skate, and Kemper was out there working. I believe he played last night, so he will not be in net tonight.
Okay.
Hey, you talk about Lehkonen, you talk about Bo Byron. We mentioned this a while ago on the program, and to Bo's own admission, he has struggled early in the season. What were some of those struggles do you think were tied to?
It's hard to say, and this is maybe this is a bit speculative on my part, but I almost wonder if there was a lack of confidence. That's one thing with Bo is that from the minute he came into the league, he didn't ever look intimidated, like he wasn't ready for it. But there's almost a part of me that wonders, the Avs signed Devon Toews to the long extension in the summer. Well, that was kind of Bo's spot, right? That he was maybe hoping to grow into and eventually step into that number one pair alongside Cale Makar. Once Devon Toews maybe moved on, there were question marks around whether the Avs could afford him or not. And like I said, I'm speculating a bit here, but I wonder if, there's any part of that coming into this year, the mentality, in his head, which, I get it's human nature, right? Man, but what about me? Now, what am I, there's nowhere left for me to move up. And I just wonder if he's kind of battled through that a bit this year mentally and staying focused on, what he needs to do and, taking care of his own business and stuff like that. I just wonder if maybe the lack of a path to being a top pairing defenseman with this team has eaten at him a little bit.
There's the log jam, man. There just is. So,
which good problem for the Avs to have, right? Especially with the emergency of Sam Malinsky.
Right.
I mean, really, you're looking at this roster tonight, they're giving Jack Johnson the night off just kind of because.
Right.
They've got a glut of defensemen here that are all NHL caliber defensemen. You're right, D-Mac. It's a bit of a logjam.
Okay. So what changes are going to be on the horizon, Jesse?
This is going to be, you would think, and if you're an Avs fan, you would hope this is going to be their most interesting trade deadline in a while. The last time I was on the show, we talked about, okay, does Bowen Byram's name get out there? And I stand by what we were talking about, that if you're getting into that room, okay, but it's got to be for a significant return and for a player that, you really think moves the needle. But I think they're going to be active. I think they're going to be aggressive from folks I've talked to. They're in on everything right now. If there's a player that's out there that they think can make them better, they're in on it. So you do, I know people like certain players, but you kind of got to start looking at this decor and saying, all right, you got to deal from a position of strength to help make your roster better somewhere where you're lacking. And right now, the Avs have, as evidenced by tonight, they've got more defensemen that they feel comfortable with than they can ice in a lineup. So good problem to have, but I think they're going to be making some moves.
Jesse from Gorilla Sports, follow them on Twitter, and they do an amazing job covering the Avalanche. They go everywhere. Thank you, Jesse. Yeah, Scott, and Tyler, it's tricky when you got good guys. When you got that logjam, what do you do? I mean, you got to make some tough decisions.
Yeah,
well, you hope they play out and some cream rises to the top, don't you?
Yeah.
I
guess I get what you're saying. If you do have a significant deficiency on your team, deal from a position of strength, just like Jesse said there. It does make sense. But look, man, teams are never in the business of just getting rid of good players. They're not. And I think specifically in the football world, dude, the Seattle Seahawks in their heyday, they had pass rushers growing off trees. I mean, and they kept every single free agency. They would go out and get another one. I'm like, what are you doing? Why are you getting more free agent pass rushers?
Mm-hmm.
They had 5 or 6 dudes that would be coveted about every single team in the NFL. And it paid off because every single time they had a rotation in, they had a starter caliber guy every single moment of the game.
I wonder, Scott, if you break it down, what's unique about this guy or that guy? What does he add that we don't get somewhere else? And if the answer is nothing.
Sometimes it's just depth. I mean, sometimes that is the answer.
Yeah.
Isn't it funny that Jesse brought up Bo Byram's confidence, and we just talked about it a segment or two ago about, and here's another guy, a young guy that with this team and won a cup and should have all the confidence of war, but we just talked about Christian Brown.
I find Bo Byram and Christian Brown almost rowing the same exact boat.
I could easily see how it could happen with Bo, and I'm not telling you it did, but I wonder, all the head stuff over the years, that adds up on a guy. Huh? That adds up on a dude. And it maybe it's not a confidence thing as it is a reluctance thing.
Yeah, I'm not sure. But you could feel it being around Bo today. I'm just telling you, and I've been around.
How'd you feel that?
You could tell there's body language, and he's got a mustache. He's just kept a just straight up.
And now we know where the facial conversation came into right there.
Yeah,
dude,
yeah.
He's just keeping a straight up porn stash. Boom, mustache.
That's beautiful.
Well, I'm telling you guys, it's something. There's something going on when you want to change. When you want to make change, you do different things. You do. It does happen.
You're reading between a lot of lines here.
I'm telling you, I'm sitting there, and all of a sudden, the dude's just got a mustache out of nowhere, and it's just he's talking about how lousy his first part of the season was, and Yeah, go ahead, Scotty.
Can we take a break real fast? I want you to look up to Dan, because you guys are in the room with me. Look what he's growing.
Oh yeah,
I know.
That's about 6 months for Dan right there.
I don't even know what that is, actually.
But have you taken the time? Maybe you're there every day to stop and say, Dan, is there anything you need to talk to or?
He needs to shave because it looks ridiculous. But Dan, what are you? All right, real quick, what are you going for there, Dan?
Laziness. That's all it is.
That's all it is.
That's all it is.
My grandfather would say. Or my grandmother would say, drip a little milk on it and let the cat lick it off.
Oh, yeah. Yum, yum. Listen, these are good first world problems for both the Nuggets and the Avalanche, okay? These are first world problems to have this kind of issue once everybody gets healthy. But change is inevitable. And I don't know, maybe it is weird when you win a championship at a young age. Maybe it is a little off-putting. Maybe you're not supposed to win a championship at 21 years old. It's now what? And maybe you start gripping. But tell me, for Christian Brown, tell me a better game he's had with the Nuggets since the NBA Finals when he basically won a game for the Nuggets. Give me a better game that he's had since then, Scott.
Well, he basically won game 4 of them in Miami, right?
Right.
Mm-hmm. He had a game, but it's a while ago, and I have to go back and pull up all the numbers, but he's had 1 or 2 games where you go, okay. And you know where Christian Brown probably is going to live at and could live at for a long career? A guy getting you 7, 8, 5-6 boards and good defense. That's all he needs. But I even see him hesitating on when he runs.
Couple of Twitch comments for D-Mac. LOL, what it take? He's got a mustache. the other one.
Change.
Put all your money on the Avs to lose. Byram has a mustache.
No, you talk about not getting it right. I'm not talking about them losing. I'm talking about them winning. I'm talking about when the depth is so strong, like Scotty said, the cream rises to the top. And if you get left behind, you get left behind. No. You're misinterpreting what I'm saying. I'm not saying these issues are because the teams are bad. I'm saying the exact opposite. Because these teams are good.
You are saying for Byram, it's because he's lack of confidence.
I'm just telling you what I'm feeling by standing right in front of the dude and watching him be slow to come back and what he said today, okay? This is what he said. And the mustache doesn't help. But I don't know, man. When you lose your confidence in pro sports, if you don't have it, what do you got?
I mean,
you don't have confidence.
I'm not going to lie. I'm convinced. I never had a beard when I was playing. I'm convinced if I had this beard when I was playing, I would have been a Pro Bowler.
Okay. All right. You can make fun of me all you want.
I actually joke about that all the time. I joke about it all the time. Why didn't I have this stinking beard when I was playing?
Why didn't you?
I don't know.
Why didn't you?
I don't know.
I tried to grow I call it a Dan Tanner mustache back when I was playing. And somebody came up to me where we were, and they go, "Are you Larry Bird?"
There you go. That is not a compliment.
I did not have. That mustache was off that afternoon, and didn't have one the rest of the time I played.
Dude, he had a beautiful stash.
Dude, Larry did a lot of things well.
Beautiful.
Growing facial hair wasn't one of them. I mean, it was pathetic.
Hey, Jokic just got the same problem.
This is a PhD on 92.5.
Shot clock down to 7. Game clock at 10.
Well, no, Jokic is not the one you want to leave open.
Jokic for 3.
That's why I said it. He is not the one you want to leave open because he's going to make the decision and or the shot right here. They're looking because they know what's going to see. They go to trap. But if you trap, the guy you leave open in this case is Jokic. He just steps in.
I loved that game last night. Loved it. Loved it, loved it, loved it. Loved everything about it. I like how Malone, too, took a very, very subtle dig at Embiid. Subtle. Because he talked about Jokic's efficiency. But everybody in the NBA was talking, about the 70 from him and 62 from Kat. And he just goes on about the efficiency of Jokic. And
if I'm being honest, I'm shocked Jokic had another 30-point triple-double. I almost thought that he would intentionally not shoot the ball last night.
Well, he only had 2 free throws, Scotty.
Which by the way, he tied Will Chamberlain for the most 30-point triple-doubles of all time.
I didn't even know that.
Last night, tied it. That's how common this thing is. Nobody's talking about that.
That's crazy, Scott. No. Yeah.
Listen, and I've always said this. It's funny when we get into it'll get worse, right? We saw it last year as it gets closer and closer to the voting for MVP or whatever, that we got to denigrate one of the dudes.
Oh, I know.
To uplift our dudes, which is what ESPN and the dummy with the cheesy mustache and long hair,
Nick Wright.
Nick Wright.
Yeah.
That moron. That you got to bring guys down to prop your guy up, and I've never understood that. I think Embiid. I was talking with a guy the other night. Embiid's one of the greatest mid-range jump shooting bigs, 7-footers I have ever seen. I mean, I watched some of those highlights of the game. Now, he also benefits for some reason he got 24 free throws or something like that the other night. And Joker, he had 14 in one game and 18 in one game. It's pretty good for him. But dude, and we talked about this earlier, D-Mac, when he stepped up in that last 3, they cut it to 2.
Yeah.
They cut it to 2. Ball, they're taking some time off. Maybe bam, gets it to Joker. He takes one dribble, steps up to the 3-point line. If that didn't remind you of Larry Bird, and then if we can get that on video and put it on our Twitch even, watch his facial expression after he makes a shot. It's not screaming and hollering. He's not doing this, tapping his arm and holding out the 3 fingers. And
nothing.
He just he turns around.
And the game was over. That was the dagger. There were like 4 seconds. You got to fight. That game is done. The end. Yeah. Nothing. No reaction. Cold as ice.
But the matter of fact, cold as ice, just get up there and shoot it that I've ever seen.
Well, there it is on the Safeway Twitch stream right there. He just steps up. Oh, look at how much space they gave him.
I'll take a dribble.
Yep. Drills it.
He just
drills it.
Look at it.
Nothing. No reaction. Zero.
There's no reaction. Now, Ferguson Turner's going to hedge because he's worried about Murray. This is what the benefit of the 2. Now, the other guy that tries to go, then goes back to KCP, that's a rookie. Dude, you at that time of that much time left in the game, you got to stay with Joker.
Did you guys see the funniest thing that happened in the game last night?
The rock, paper, scissors?
Yes.
Yeah, that was
so
great.
KCP knocks down,
was
it back-to-back threes, I think, back-to-back threes. Rick Carlisle gets himself kicked out of the game.
Yeah.
And then they got the opportunity to shoot the technical. And Jamal Murray and KCP played rock, paper, scissors
That was great.
to see who's going to shoot the free throw.
Scotty, has that happened before? I don't recall it. But
it's the first time I've actually seen it. But Malone talked about it in the postgame. He said, I told them guys, hey, you guys figure out who's going to shoot. I mean, they're both basically 90% free throw shooters. And if you missed it last night, they did it the first time they tied. So they
did they really?
What
did they throw?
I don't know. It was like a rock. Right?
Oh, I thought they were doing 2 out of 3 because they definitely I could see them do it more than one time for sure.
Yeah, they tied on the first one.
In fact, Jamal started going like he was going to win it, and I was like, oh, nope, I gotcha.
I mean, talk about luxuries, right? That you can even play games like that. But I freaking love that. That's where the Nuggets, where they are mentally. That's where they are in a game that they definitely want to win.
I actually didn't realize KCP was that good at free throws.
He's shooting over 90 this year.
Okay, I stand corrected. You just don't see him at the line that often.
He said something after the game. I can't remember the exact quote, but he was talking about what happened with rock, paper, scissors. He said, sometimes Jamal does give it to me, but I wanted that one, so he let me play rock, paper, scissors for it.
Okay. And, that's a good team.
But you know what? That adds to the mystery
yes.
and the mystique of this team, doesn't it?
Yep.
Well, I love how Malone
at the end of the year highlight film. Doesn't that have to be in the end of the year highlight film for this team?
No doubt. And I liked how Malone, if you just pay attention a little bit, he keeps slipping in world champion Nuggets, world champion team. We're the world champs. Can you notice that he's sliding that in a little bit? Just like, hey, mother truckers.
Yeah, we're here.
We're here, right? This ain't changing. I just attitude-wise, kind of stick your chest out a little bit, Scotty, right? When we're world champs, rightfully so.
Well, or just here's it reminds me a little bit of, and I was calling the games. The Broncos win the '97 season Super Bowl. Come back the next year, and they rattle off 13 in a row to start the season. And they were such a matter-of-fact team. They came out, run the ball down your throat, a couple of timely passes, bing, 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 win. Oh, you're up 14 on us in, Cincinnati or someplace. Bad, boom, sorry, we're going to take this too. The Dallas Cowboys, you won the Super Bowls before we started getting good. Okay. Terrell's going to have 186 yards before the third quarter's over. Sorry. It was so matter of fact. They were just professionals. And I don't think we use that term in its correct manner enough. Right now, the Denver Nuggets are just professionals.
Yeah.
And I've been calling their games a long time. And I've never seen it like this at any other time in my 30-year history with the Nuggets.
Well, I'm pumped, and I felt like once they were stopping this, back-to-backs, 3 and 4 nights, I don't care how good the competition is because, we're the danger. We're the one that knocks, to quote Walter White, not the other way around.
I am the storm.
No doubt about it. Here you go. That's the Denver Nuggets right now, and good luck. And I'm not saying they're going to win every game, obviously, but I'm not looking past this game against the Knicks, but it's been a good road trip already. But goodness gracious, I am so looking forward to that game Saturday with oh my God.
The Knicks have gone 10-2 since they made the trade for OG.
They're
pretty good too.
Cool, but Saturday with Embiid, is Embiid going to play? Is he going to be?
Has to. Come on.
It's not going to hide.
Well, never count him out for catching a cold.
You know what I've said before. I don't know if you guys ever heard it, but the hardest trip or the hardest game on a long road trip is your first game home.
Makes sense. The relaxation of getting home and all that, and just. Yeah.
Well, and then thinking about it, you get home finally, and then, okay, I got to catch up with bills. I got to get my dog out of the thing. I got to take the kids. I haven't seen the kids. I got to get them to school. And all these real life responsibilities hop back up here because you've been out. We left a week ago Monday. Was when we left. And so you'll come back, and seriously, and there'll be, hey, it's the end of the month. Got to get all the bills. Got to get this right. Hey, my kids haven't gone. Hey, Dad, can you take me to school? We'll get in. We'll play a 7:30 start Thursday night in New York, 5:30 your time, but 7:30 here. And we'll probably get on the airplane at 11:30 or 12 by the time we leave.
Yep.
And then you get a 4-hour flight. Right, you gain a couple hours, but you'll get back in bed at 3. And guess who's going to jump on you? Anybody who's got kids jumping on you about 6 o'clock in the morning, 6:30. You've got about 2 hours. It's that first game back after a long road trip is tough. And the NBA says, "Hey, we gave you a day off. Here's Philadelphia.
Yeah,
we'll give you another day off. Hey, here's Milwaukee."
And people don't understand on those late night returns on road games. You get home at 3 a.m. and you're like, oh, God, he's going to pass out. No,
yeah, but only,
it doesn't work like that. You get home and it takes you another 2 or 3 hours just to get to sleep.
Only 2 of the 5 starters have kids.
Is that right?
Yeah. Actually, the guy who's got the biggest problems there is KCP. He's got they're the cute. Are they the cutest kids? They are on fire. Those kids they're definitely jumping on him. Ain't no doubt about it. Jokic, his daughter's young. She ain't jumping on him. And then AG.
Oh, yeah, she will.
Well, he's got that under control. But then you got Jamal.
Hey, the problem with Joker is if his brothers come home because they haven't seen him in a while. No.
Well, if they're jumping on you, you got issues.
They're jumping on him.
Can we not wrestle at 4 a.m.? I just got home.
Well, good news for the.
Hey, I've told you that story, right? I was talking with Tim Kinley about wrestling his brothers, and one of the brothers, I think the big one, Strahinja, right? Strahinja and
close enough for me. Yeah,
Nemanja. It's Strahinja and Nemanja.
MMA guy or big guy?
Straw. He's the big guy.
Okay.
He's
I think it was Strahinja. Goes to Conley. This is now Joker starting, and all of a sudden everybody's going, "Oh, dude, this guy's pretty good. He's dropping 20 on Tim Duncan and stuff like that, right?"
Mm-hmm.
And Conley told me the story. He said Strahinja comes up to him and goes, "Tim, and I don't want to do the broken English or anything, but in broken English says, what is the new training that you guys have been doing with Nikola? We were wrestling last night, and his hamstring was really tight."
Let's just skip over the fact that we were wrestling.
That's what you want from the best player in franchise history, getting home and wrestling with his brother.
Strahinja's probably 6'8", 290, 300.
You're being
and
generous.
The other guy wrestled professionally MMA, as you mentioned, 6'5", whatever. And Conley goes, well, hold on a second. I'll check, but you were wrestling? and what I was told that first couple of years that they all lived together in a condo or house or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And they would go into the big living room and push all the furniture up against the
Outstanding.
wall.
Outstanding.
And the three brothers would have wrestling matches.
Outstanding.
In the middle of the living room in their house, with now what is the best player in Nuggets history.
Oh, my God. Now you got to toughen them up, I guess.
Isn't that an unbelievable story?
It's fantastic. And we thought all those scratches were from, basketball.
Now it makes sense. I thought it was a pet tiger.
No dumb questions on the way. 303-504-0925. Get them in. I got to go into the hot tub time machine. I want to take us ahead a year. We're going to go forward in time because I think I know what's about to happen with the Broncos. So I'm going to take you a year ahead because, and a heads up, turn your eyes towards
You mean
Boulder.
we're gonna look at the 25 mock draft?
My man? Yes, sir. I just want to let you know, you said Twitch. We got some good stuff on the Safeway Twitch line. Download the Safeway Deals and Delivery app and get exclusive grocery offers. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. Get all of your immunizations from flu, RSV to your COVID booster and more at Safeway's Pharmacy. Schedule an appointment at safeway.com/pharmacy. Hey, it's D-Mac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Congratulations, Todd Helton. So well deserved. And listen, if you're thinking about making some changes, if you want to make a resolution just to feel better and be better, well, the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic can help you. Guys in their early to mid-30s start losing 2 to 3% of their testosterone production every year. It's gradual, so you might not notice it right away. But if you go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com, take the low T quiz. It's simply 10 questions, yes or no, only a couple of minutes. Go from there. And if you think, hey, this is something I want to check out, they'll draw your blood results in 30 minutes. You'll consult with a medical provider who will give you your best options. And if you're moving forward, it's $99. T and PSA test. If you sign up for testosterone treatment the day of your appointment, hey, that is free. It's helped me. It'll help you too. 720-440-7900. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
It's always difficult when you have to make decisions relative to players you've coached. Some of the hardest decisions of guys that I can just look back on certainly when you've had a history with players.
All right, I'm going to go into the hot tub time machine here. I'm going to take, and no dumb questions coming up in just a few minutes. So 303-504-0925. Twitch, Voice of the People on the Altitude Sports Radio app. Haven't heard from that in a little bit. That'd be great just to hear your voice. Okay. I've got to sort of come to a realization here, Tyler and Scott, that the Broncos may not draft a quarterback. They may not. So
Oh.
you
You got to draft a quarterback.
You got to draft a quarterback.
Okay.
What, dude.
So I'm coming to grips.
Let's keep it real. If the Broncos drafted a quarterback, you wouldn't know what the hell to talk about.
Oh, I'd be so happy.
You would be all out of hot takes.
I would be so happy. I just would be I'd be so encouraging, whoever that person would be. I just would be like, hey, Penix Nix McCarthy and Jaden, I would be thrilled. But I've got to come to the realization there's a very distinct possibility it doesn't happen. So sitting here in the hot tub time machine, we're here a year from now. Do you know who we're talking about? Inevitably, you know what just happened?
Shedeur Sanders.
We are talking about Shedeur Sanders. And here's where I'm going to go. At 12, you know what you're going to draft? BPA, best player available. You're going to be hit by the cap. You can't add in free agency. You don't have many draft picks. Stinkum's probably your starting quarterback, Scott. You're probably adding a vet like Jameis Winston or something like that, but that ain't going to work out. And then you're drafting some dude in the 4th or 5th round. You probably are winning 5 games if you get best player available, 4 or 5 games. And then it's like, well, is Shedeur Sanders really that guy? I really do think if you mark this digital, Dan, a year from now, knock on wood, I don't get fired before then, I think we're talking about Shedeur Sanders on January 24th, 2025.
Of course, that is a realistic outcome. Of course. Now, look, Shedeur's got work to do. He is definitely. I do think that Shedeur Sanders would be drafted at the worst in the 2nd round this year. That's my personal opinion. Next year, he's got the ability, he's got the potential to be a top 3 quarterback off the board. Maybe even a first quarterback off the board if everything just goes lights out, right? The problem with that is that here's where I'm going to back you up on your takes. Look, you can dislike Sean Payton, but he's good enough to win 7 or 8 games just about every single year.
Well, I don't know.
He's good enough to do it, man. And you will accidentally have a 500 record with Sean Payton. So then what? So then you're next year in the same spot, drafted 13 or 14, and then what?
I actually don't know how you do that next year. I'm looking at it. I'm watching these teams and seeing the changes they're going to go through, Scott. I don't see it. I don't see Sean Payton have a 500 record next year. And I do think you would be smart, actually, because you have so many needs to take the best player available. I'm rolling my eyes at it if you don't take a quarterback.
Yeah, I think the question in this year's draft particularly, is there a dude that you really think that Sean Payton's going to fall in love with? Like a realistic dude, not a Caleb Williams, probably not a Jaden Daniels, probably not even a Drake May. So is there a dude in this year's draft that he's going to fall in love with? And then you combine that with George Payton's draft philosophy, which I actually think is a very healthy draft philosophy, drafting the best player available. Dude, they're probably not going to fall in love with the guy this year.
Scotty?
They win about 5 games. They'll move up to about 7 spots, 6 spot. They have a chance to trade up, and whoever the quarterback shines in next year's draft. I was told it was a deeper draft next year for quarterbacks, but, who knows until you get there.
Right. And can you name one quarterback in 2025 besides Shedeur? I doubt it. I mean, I'm sure somebody can.
No,
but...
I mean, I really can't. I'm not a big college draft guy, but
there'll be some dude from OU or Texas. There'll be some dude from
Sure.
Alabama or LSU. There'll be some dude, another good program. I mean, what a lot of teams are doing, Tyler, you can talk about this. They're taking these guys, they're playing 3-4 years at Ohio State, and then all of a sudden they're going to LSU and winning championships, or they're winning 11 games. So there'll be a guy like that somewhere that's a nice player that ends up going to a bigger program and shines.
yeah. And here's where I'll back you up on you can't choose when you suck take.
Mm-hmm.
Look, man, Sean Payton made Teddy Bridgewater. He got that dude paid. Sean Payton made Jameis Winston look like pretty damn good quarterback.
I think he's going to try that this year.
No, I know. But he will find a guy that he will be able to have reasonable success with.
Okay.
Yeah, but you still don't have any talent around them. You
Correct.
still
Right.
have question marks at offensive line, question marks at defensive line, question marks at wide receiver, question marks at linebacker, question marks possibly at DBs. running backs. I mean, you just got so many questions, and then with the over the cap, draft only, not a lot of free agents. What do you do?
Yeah, you know what you'd probably do? Probably stink. We'll stink them. But I think Peyton will try to bring in, like, if not specifically Jameis Winston, you know, that $5 to $8 million a year guy reclamation project. And I do think they'll draft somebody in the 4th or 5th round.
He already got 1 year with Jameis Winston and it drove him out of coaching. You think he's going to bring Jameis Winston?
I don't know. I think he really likes Jameis Winston. Like, I think he really respects Jameis Winston. Do not overlook Jared Stidham in this thing.
Look what Dan's put up there on Twitch right now. Is this a 2025 mock? Do you have the Star Wars music? I mean, if we're going to do a mock draft, I mean, my God.
This is a respectable one, Walter Football.
I love Walter Football. I mean, are you kidding me?
I mean, that's a legit one, though.
Let's go to the 2025 mock draft, Scott.
I'm more of a Jerry Football.
At number 1, the Tennessee Titans, with their new head coach, draft Shedeur Sanders, number 1 overall, out of the University of Colorado.
Number 1.
Wow. Hey, Dan, just for shizzles and gizzles, what are the Broncos taking in this mock? If you keep going down, Giants, they're going to suck again. Patriots are going to stink. Come on.
Travis Hunter. Oh, did I just see Travis Hunter up there?
Did you see Travis Hunter at number 4 to the Rams?
Number 4. The Colorado Buffaloes have 2 top 5 draft
Holy
picks.
Cow.
Take that, Deion haters.
That's a hell of a draft for a 5-win football team. What else we got? Oh, Broncos at number 8 take a cornerback.
What else?
Of course.
What is it with the Broncos and mock drafts and quarters?
Oh my God! Of course.
Hey, hold on. Scroll back.
What would you do, D-Mac?
Oh,
Let's go ahead.
Scotty.
Let's hope we're all together.
Dude.
They draft a corner this year, and then they end up drafting a corner next year. What are you doing?
I'll run naked down the 16th Street Mall. I mean, you know, seriously, it's.
Walter Football does have in the 2024 mock J.J. McCarthy going to the Broncos. So they did not, in this draft, select 2 corners. Hey, scroll back up, though, Dan. Just out of curiosity, I want to see what the other QBs are.
I don't think there were any others.
Were there not any others?
I didn't see any there. Defensive tackle, keep going. Defensive end, keep going. Outside linebacker, cornerback. Well, they got Travis Hunter's cornerback. Offensive tackle. Yeah, so
this is why it's a no-brainer for Shedeur Sanders to go back to school.
Right.
A no-brainer. I don't think of Shedeur Sanders as a number 1 overall draft pick. I don't.
But you know what, dude? You can't choose when you suck, and if you don't have a quarterback, lucky for Shedeur. You know? And
wow. Are we all the way down to 16? Yeah.
No other quarterbacks.
16. Quinn Ewers from Texas.
Yeah, and that's borderline right there, too. A good quarterback and all, but if he was that good, he'd be coming out this year.
Manning isn't going to be starting next year?
I think Archman's going to have to transfer. Oh, because
I mean, the dude is good.
Yeah, Ewers. I mean, he set all sorts of records at Texas, and he had him in the Final Four.
He was the number 1 quarterback in high school. The number 1.
I get it. What's Arch Manning going to do? Sit on the bench again next year? I mean, why would he do that? Time to go to Ole Miss or Tennessee or some other place.
Is Ole Miss going to give him $8 million as a backup?
Yes, of course. Yeah, are you kidding me? One of the most iconic pictures recently was Ewers. I know I'm saying it wrong. He's sitting at a podium 20 feet away. There's Arch Manning with like 30 reporters around him, and the starter's talking to nobody. Scotty, me and Tyler were out at the Hall of Fame a couple of years ago, and we're like, oh my God, what's going on? What's the commotion? This is when Arch Manning was a junior in high school.
We walked out of the Hall of Fame, and the Hall of Fame is just jam-packed. And we walk out, and we see Manning standing there outside of the Hall of Fame with a line around the block trying to get autographs.
Yeah, it wasn't press. It was just fans.
Yeah.
Just people. Insane. So he's going to sit on the bench for another year?
You want to talk about pressure. That kid. That dude's got pressure.
Well, I pulled it up because, you know, I am a team player.
What do you got there?
25 NFL prospects at quarterback.
All right, who we got?
Well, and let me ask you guys a question. Do you really think the hype will not be as strong? So this is Shedeur's starting point. You think he's going to be like Spencer Rattler? You think he's going to fall off the map? I doubt it.
Probably.
I doubt it. And boy, oh boy, what was the last number 1 overall drafted quarterback that had a losing record as a starter in Division I football? Give me the name of that dude. So, and let me tell you, I'm not trying to dog on CU here, but they were 4-8 as a division. And actually, he didn't even play in that last game. So you could say his record was 4-7 as a starter for CU.
Mm-hmm.
They going 8-4 next year, Tyler? They going something like that, 9-3, so he can have a above 500 record?
Yeah, I mean, it feels unlikely, but I don't know if he's a number 1 pick. They will. Yeah, they will if he's going to be a number 1 overall pick.
No dumb questions. Let's go to it, Dan. Dan?
Columbus, Hastings, and DMAC present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space. Send us your not dumb question now. You're a smart guy. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions.
Hey, I know this segment is called No Dumb Questions, but sometimes there are.
On Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Scotty, you're traveling. You're in New York. You must have something dumb to say.
Yeah, do you want Drew Allar or Connor Wegman next year in the 20?
I love it. Are those the quarterbacks? Are those the quarterbacks?
I'm not going to lie. I'm really bad. I don't even know who they are.
Well, they got to be quarterbacks after Shedeur. Is that right?
What schools?
Drew Allar, BYU, number 2. Connor Wegman, Texas A&M, number 3. Carson Beck, Georgia, number 4.
Hey.
Quinn Ewers, number 5 at Texas.
Wow.
Yeah, baby.
Wow.
So when you pass on Penix, Nix, and McCarthy, take a peek at what's down the road. Just know what you're doing when you pass on those guys at 12.
Do you think that's unusual, though? I mean,
No.
come on. This is probably normal.
No, Kenny Pickett was the only quarterback taken his draft year, and he was like mid-first round. It happens. It sometimes happens. So you better, hey, man, if you don't like Penix, Nix, and McCarthy, okay. All right. You just make sure you're looking down the road. That's all.
I just got one question. When are you people just going to believe me when it comes to the voice of the people? When are you people just going to believe me? Because I have been crushing the poll opinions, crushing them. I haven't got one wrong in our poll up on 92.5 Altitude SR Twitter account. Who had more of an impact on Colorado sports? Decent little turnout. We got over 400 votes on this thing. 71.9% Peyton Manning.
Yeah, what's your point?
I'm right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Hey,
What's the question?
Everybody in the sane asylum thinks the same thing, too.
No dumb question.
I'd rather be popular and not a sane asylum.
If Scotty has an anal tick, an analytic tick, would Tyler pop it? Wow.
You know what? I mean, I do like popping zits. So.
Oh, my God.
There might be a little joy in that.
Do you watch Dr. Pimple Pooper?
I've seen it. I can't watch it more than once, but I've seen it a couple times. It's an unbelievable show. It's an unbelievable show.
I don't go on TikTok very often, but whatever my algorithm is on TikTok is like purely pimple popping. Like that's the only videos that I get.
God. All right, and here you go. Here's a real dumb question.
Yeah.
What? And Tyler just answered his, I guess. What's your Instagram what's it called?
Algorithm.
Algorithm
And all
that
it
keeps
takes-
popping up on your
That was perfect.
That pops up on your time thing all the
time. Boy, is this a serious question or
it's a no dumb question.
I watch a lot of drum stuff. I watch an absurd amount of YouTube drum videos. So
That one dude with the beard, my.
El Estepario Siberiano from Spain.
Have you seen what he's been doing one-handed lately?
Dude, if you want to go like a jaw-dropping WTF moment, look up El Estepario Siberiano playing drums. I know that sounds weird, like how entertaining could it be? It's mind-blowing. And all of a sudden, I am not impressed by Rick Allen only having one arm for Def Leppard after watching this guy.
Right.
Like, no big deal.
I was thinking the same thing. Hey, did you ever put a weight or whatever it is he does on the snare drum once in a while?
Scotty, every time I watch them, I take my drumsticks and I throw them as far away from me as humanly possible. It makes you not want to practice.
All right, so Tyler's got pimple popping.
Mm-hmm.
You've got a drummer thing.
What do you got?
We know what Dan's is. Come on.
What is Dan's?
Women with like zero clothes on?
That's
workout lady.
Dan, what do you got, man? What's your algorithm?
A little of this, a little of that, you know.
What does that mean?
Honestly, you want to know the truth? My Instagram algorithm, it's a bunch of hot chicks and hockey and basketball stuff.
There
That's
you go.
about it.
Are they playing hockey and basketball?
Sounds like sports radio.
Scotty, you got something? This is like what's on your Spotify, right? Like what's on your playlist?
Mine's been kitties and sourdough bread lately. I tell you, sourdough bread is a giant man cave hole. You gotta be careful you'd fall into.
What are you making, cats in a blanket?
Sourdough. That's not the one I would have thought, but you know we've heard the history.
Mama got into sourdough, so I started falling. You know what I found out, and I use the term semi-loosely. There are more experts in every single field you can absolutely imagine on the internet.
Oh yeah.
I mean, there must be a dozen now different people doing different sourdough stuff. I got in the drummer thing with D-Mac for a while too, and all of a sudden I had like you ever seen like the little kids? They're like a kid is like 8 years old gets up on the drum and you're like, oh my gosh.
Yes. Yes, there's this 10-year-old who plays in a church choir band, and I've seen his videos like 10 million times. It's absurd. It's ridiculous.
How about when the Foo Fighters drummer who passed away this past year and his son went and did a concert?
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
And then there's Nandi Bushell from, she's like 13-year-old girl from England who's unbelievable, and she played with the Foo Fighters. And
these are not on my algorithm.
Okay,
I don't even know.
Yeah.
I'm going to answer this dude because he's asked me like 6 days in a row.
Okay.
No dumb questions.
Yes.
Tyler, what type of beard products do you use to maintain your beard?
And
outdoorbeards.com.
Okay.
You get a nice little tree flavor in your beard. Now the staple is the oil. That's the daily staple. If you're going out somewhere nice, you want to put a little extra shine on it, extra little firm on it, keep everything in place. You use the balm. Beard butter, to me, overrated.
I lost my train of thought. Yeah, hearing that bullshit.
All right.
I just changed that dude's life.
Jeff Lakewell joins us next. Hey, it's C-Mac for Premier Heating and Air. My guy Reed and everybody at Premier has been so instrumental in keeping my home safer, more efficient, up to date with the technology that really matters. I mean, anything I could hope for to make my home better, Premier's been there for more than 12 years for me. Call them today. Put this number in your phone, 720-547-8009. One more time, 720-547-8009. They're the heating and air pros with free repair diagnostic, $49 furnace or AC tune-up, $1,000 trade-in toward new system, 0% interest financing. and geez, so much more. And all of their equipment comes with a 10-year bumper-to-bumper warranty and a 100% satisfaction guarantee. Premier, the name says it all. Premier Heating and Air. Again, 720-547-8009. PremierAirColorado.com. PremierAirColorado.com. Let's go, Jeff Legwald, brought to you by BetSafe Colorado, the exclusive club for passionate gamers and bettors across the state. Jeff, let's start with some breaking news. Vic Fangio and the Dolphins have mutually agreed to part ways. And apparently Fangio will be the top target for the Eagles. This is just coming out, so I don't know if you have any more insight into it aside from just reacting to the news. But I'll just start there. What do you think about Vic moving on from the Dolphins to, I guess, the Eagles?
Yeah, no, I got a few texts just in the past few minutes from coaches saying they think the Eagles thing is, having been discussed back channel in some ways before this happened. So, and that it makes sense. He's still got a lot of family in that area of Pennsylvania, and Vic's been a head coach, and sometimes guys who've been a head coach that go back to coordinator are very opinionated. And maybe he was asked to make some changes or wanted some commitments to personnel or something that, I don't know any of that. I would think I'll see Vic at the Combine or somewhere in the coming weeks. But, mutually parting ways is often a nice way of saying the head coach wants you out, so you're out.
Am I the only one in this room that has a soft spot for Vic Fangio?
Yes. Well, as far as I'm concerned.
I've got a serious soft spot for Vic Fangio.
Okay.
Tyler, he will never get enough credit for. I think that I think he's a guy they should have hung in with a little bit. I think two COVID seasons was an awfully hard judgment line for him, we can all argue about what they did at quarterback over that period, but I think if Drew Lock was ready to be the Broncos starter, he'd be a starter somewhere else now too.
Yeah.
Good point. Speaking of another defensive coordinator, Green Bay has gotten rid of their defensive coordinator there 3 years he was there, and it sure seemed like in the playoffs, defensively, they were okay, weren't they?
Yeah, Scotty, but he was wearing the Tampa game. I think they gave up almost 500 yards against Tampa late in the season. And then Carolina, I think he just could not leave that in the background. The Carolina game, late in the regular season was he just couldn't escape that. And he's been under fire even last year. There was some surprise there that LaFleur didn't fire him last year. So not shocking. And I think a lot of guys I know up in Green Bay thought that was coming.
It's interesting, Jeff. We were playing the game of, all right, so you stay at 12. You don't like any of the quarterbacks. Now it's 2025. And
you're not going to like any of the quarterbacks at 12, especially to be a starter next year. You're just not.
Okay, fine. But we looked ahead of 2025, and if we get all together in the hot tub time machine, what we realize, shockingly, is you're really looking at, do you want to make a play for Shedeur Sanders? Right now, today. So my question to you is, how much forward-looking do GMs and scouts do when they decide to not go in a direction one year, looking forward to what the possibilities are the next year in terms of what they should do this year?
Yeah, D-Mac, I think that's a tough way to do it because so many things can happen. Football, one play changes everything. You suffer an injury, something happens. So I think they give sort of the overall strength projected of a position some credence, but I don't think they decide quarterback now or later banking on the next year's class is going to be better. I think that's just a tough way to go. And we've seen an awful lot of things happen through the years. I mean, I think especially at quarterback, you have to sort of make that decision in real time. As an organization, do you believe in one of the guys enough to take them? And if it's a hung jury, you can't do it.
No.
And they did that with Paxton Lynch, and it was disastrous. They were not convinced across the board, and they did it anyway. So if you're going to take a quarterback in the first or second round, after all my years of looking at this, the organization has to be committed across the board, or don't do it. Because then you might as well just cut the guy as soon as you get him, because that's how it's going to end.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to be drafted a quarterback because for the exact reasons you're talking about.
Maybe in the third.
Yeah,
maybe in the third, Tyler. The Tulane kid or somebody. I mean, just somebody in the third they like developmentally. But yeah, I don't. Look, I'm going to be in Mobile next week for the Senior Bowl. I'm going to the Combine. I've done a lot of my early grades, but I don't have a quarterback on this board where I had C.J. Stroud last year, and I'm just saying that out loud right now. I mean, a lot can change, but right now I don't have a quarterback on this board graded even pretty close to Stroud where I had him last year. So
yeah, so the question is really, what Band-Aids are out there? What veterans are out there?
Who can they afford?
I mean,
what Band-Aid can you afford? That's the real question.
I think Sean Payton really respects Jameis Winston and what he was able to do with him. I think that's a name. What other names are out there for the Band-Aids?
I know from talking to coaches around the league, Sean Payton likes parts of Minshew's game too, and I think Minshew
we're
would be
in.
a guy
That's how you keep Broncos country alive. Let's go, baby.
That'd be fun.
Minshew mania.
I don't know what would happen, but it'd be fun.
I'm just saying he has told coaches I know. He has not told me this personally, but he has told coaches I know there are parts of Minshew's game he likes and that fit his offense. So but can they even afford that? I mean, honestly, Mayfield's certainly priced out of their range now, and Minshew might be priced out of their range. I think people are vastly underestimating what cutting Russell Wilson is going to do to the checkbook.
Carson Wentz. Okay. Hey, real fast. There's a whole bunch of moronic people that keep just screaming about moving up in the draft for a quarterback.
You can't do it. How are you going to do it?
No, I'm not one of those guys. But
Trade Surtain. But go ahead. Go ahead, Scotty.
I will look at this, and you look at Houston and the strides they made and everything else, and everybody with C.J. Stroud, and that's beautiful. But they also moved up to get Anderson, their outside edge rusher guy, that turned out, and I think he made the all-rookie team also on the defensive side of the football. Are there guys like that would be available that you can move up and not cost you an arm and a leg?
Yeah, I mean, again, for them to move up, I think they're going to have to do the one thing I don't think they should do, which is trade future draft capital. I mean, that's how they got to this point.
Right.
They're going to follow, I believe last year's draft class was their smallest in almost 2 decades at 5 players, and they are now going to follow that up with likely a 6-player draft class. So that is not the way to dig yourself out of a hole. And to trade future picks, to me, is kicking the problem down the road while not fixing it at the same time. And I think you either want to fix it or move it on, but I think to not fix it and move it on would be a bad choice for them. And to trade, I don't know how trading the team's best players makes you better, but and the Surtain thing, I am on record as saying that'd be one of the dumbest things they've ever done if they trade him. You think Washington feels good about trading the Broncos Champ Bailey all these years later? I mean, I don't know.
The one thing to me, if you want to roll the dice on a quarterback, and I could not agree more, by the way, about everybody needs to be on the same page with them. I do agree with that. But if you're at that spot that you need it so bad and you can't get on the same page, trade back and just select the dude that's left over, I guess. I mean, that.
No, you should bring in whoever you agree on in whatever fashion you agree on. But nobody, the top 2, again, I have nobody on this board at Stroud's level. So if that's your premise, that the Broncos would get a quarterback like C.J. Stroud and do what the Texans did, I think you're incorrect on both counts, because there's nobody on this board with that kind of accuracy and deep ball efficiency. There's just not. And those are the things that determine rookie quarterback success: processing, accuracy, not running around and looking cool. And the quarterbacks on this board are all move-around guys who've got a lot of work to do on processing and accuracy.
Hey, real quick, because time's running short here, Jeff, and we appreciate it, and hopefully we'll talk you down to Mobile. But if the Broncos just wanted a 1-year sort of let's see what's what, could they afford Justin Fields for a year and as a Band-Aid or not?
I know that's a popular one because that's always the guy people wanted them to take instead of Surtain. But that was a hung jury, too. I mean, that's why they didn't take him. And a lot of the same football people are in the building. So, I don't know if suddenly they would have rejuvenated what they think of Justin Fields. But I think that's too expensive.
Too expensive,
yeah.
I
think the Bears are going to want more than that. I mean, the Bears control the board, obviously.
Right.
Whatever they are going to do is going to make the dominoes start to fall. But I think they're going to want something for that choice of moving on from Fields, and that would be more than the Broncos could give.
All right, Jeff, we appreciate it. Will we hear from you in Mobile? I don't know if schedule allows.
Certainly, yeah.
That'd be great.
It might be like during practice or something, but, you can hear some whistles in the background and whatnot. Sure.
Well, that'd be kind of cool, or I could just come over to the crib and stand in the background and whistle for you, and then you don't have to leave.
Yeah, no, I could just
your kitchen.
I could do what the fancy people do and fuzz up the background so people think I'm somewhere cool. But yeah,
hey, Jeff,
dining room table is where it happens, people. That's where the action is.
That's it.
Jeff, to start a basketball team, who you taking? Jordan, LeBron, or Kobe? Give me your 1, 2, 3.
Wow.
I'm Jordan, Kobe, LeBron would be my 3, but they're all 3. Come on, that's Mount Rushmore.
All right, Jeff Legwall, brought to you by BetSafe Colorado. Thank you, Jeff. It's PhD. We get to the big news of the day, saluting Todd Helton. Great win for the Nuggets and some changes for the Avalanche. All that coming up next. Hey, it's Z-Mac from Mike Maroney Automotive Group. They've opened new dealerships, which are fantastic. Find them in Boulder and Longmont and find them online at MikeMaroneyColorado.com. They do free delivery anywhere in Colorado, which is amazing when you think that you can shop for the vehicle you want, see it online, and everything happens online. Yep. The showrooms are spectacular. You can visit them today at Mike Maroney Buick GMC in Boulder, Mike Maroney Chevrolet Buick GMC in Longmont, and Mike Maroney Ford Longmont. Showrooms are great. Service is great. But again, you can get their lowest price and lowest payment on a new Chevy, Buick GMC, and Ford at MikeMaroneyColorado.com. Over 1,000 new and used cars, trucks, and SUVs. You're going to find the right one. Tell them D-Mac sent you. And check them out at MikeMaroneyColorado.com.
Well, I think Carlisle went out to call a timeout, and they didn't get it, so he went out all the way on the floor, which now becomes the technical.
I don't know if you guys just saw that, but Caldwell Pope and Murray Rochambeauing for who shoots the technical. It went 2 times.
Rock, paper, scissors?
Rock, paper, scissors, and Caldwell Pope won it.
That was hysterical. I mean, the game basically ended like this.
Shot clock down to 7. Game clock at 10.
Well, no, Jokic is not the one you want to leave open.
Jokic for 3.
That's why I said he is not the one you want to leave open because he's going to make the decision.
That's right, man. I mean, what a night last night.
How good and sexy would you think of me as a broadcaster? Do you feel I am?
You ought to be probably in the top 3 in the league. I'm saying you're probably a handsome guy up there. So.
Thank you very much.
He paid him.
We got all the bases covered. Scotty, and we'll salute Todd Helton here in a second. And some interesting response about all the Broncos stuff. People are sort of wrapping their heads around being stuck with Stinkum. But put in perspective that win last night for the Nuggets, Scotty.
Well, you have a 5-game road trip, and you just won 3 in a row. So now that puts you, even if you drop one tomorrow, in a really good road trip record. That being said, now it's time you need to be greedy, and you can go from having a really good road trip to a great road trip if you can find a way to win New York. So you always want to be, Fratello taught us this a million years ago. You want to be 500 on the road if you can, so get 20 wins, and that gives you that 81st game or that 41st game on the road. Maybe you can go 21-20, but that's a good road record. So that being said, you go on a road trip 5 games, can win 3 or 4. Really, really good.
I love where the Nuggets are at right now. I love it. The Avalanche are back tonight, and Jack Johnson's just kind of being sat down so they can get Bo Byron back in the mix, and Lekkonen's coming back. Okay, we're seeing it. Just good problems to have being healthy.
Artturi Lekkonen, heard of him?
Yeah, he's great. I talked to Mikko about Lekkonen today. Just kind of curious, like everything cool, with the dads and all, and Mikko is great. Mikko was wonderful. Had plenty of good things to say about.
What did you ask him?
I just asked him what it meant for Lekkonen to be back on the ice, what it adds to the team, that sort of thing.
No, I mean about the dad thing.
I did not ask him directly.
Oh, I thought you.
No, I'm not going to be a complete jerk.
Oh, I thought that's what you were saying. Yeah.
No, I mean, what am I supposed to say to him? Hey, that guy over there is back. You still hate his dad? No, I didn't quite go that far. But when talent is built,
what's it? What's his name? Play that video.
His name's Suckham, Scott.
Lekkonen dad. You know him?
Yeah.
That's what you should have counted up to. Lekkonen's dad. You know
To this
him?
day, I'd like to punch him in the face.
Oh my God. But when there's a talent backup, good thing or bad thing at the end of the day, talent backup.
Always a great thing.
Great thing.
Never a bad thing. The only time that it can become a bad thing is when there's a great player and a good player that you feel a responsibility to get the good player more playing time, right? When in reality, the great player should be getting the most playing time. Now, hockey's radically different than other sports because they're all playing. They've all got their lines. They've all got the times when they're going in. But you always want to have backup. And then the best part about it is where the Avalanche are at right now. We were talking about trades earlier in the show. I don't think that the Nuggets are going to really do anything. They might go out and get someone that could score off the bench. Okay, that makes sense. Avalanche have a far bigger need to go out and make a splash. And now the great luxury of it, as Jesse said earlier on the show, well, now you've got a position of depth that you can actually trade for to go improve at a point of deficiency.
Yeah, I think the Avs are going to make a couple moves. I'm not sure about the Nuggets, Scotty. I'm not sure. What do you think? Where are you at with that?
Well, I think the Boston game showed you that they feel pretty good on where they are
for the playoffs.
Come playoff time.
Yeah.
And that's why you just want to add as many W's on that left side as you possibly can. So yeah, I'd be very shocked to see them do much. I don't think they'll do anything with the top 7, 8 for sure. Maybe you move. Maybe you get this piece. Maybe you've got a project that hasn't really worked out that you could trade for somebody else's project and see if new settings can spark something. You might see something like that. But I don't expect Denver to be very movement oriented.
I mean, Calvin's already
this year.
He's already told us what his long-term plan is, right? And he's not doing anything stupid for this year. Nuggets are in great position to repeat. They certainly can pull it off. I hope they do, and they certainly can. But Calvin Booth made it very, very clear. It's not about winning another championship this year. It's about keeping the team in a healthy position.
I loved the game last night. I thought it was awesome. And Malone did point out, and he is right, the two-man game with Yoke and Murray. I mean, let's not reinvent the wheel, right? I mean, you 5 minutes to go. Scotty, I don't know, man. It works.
Well, I mean, what did they have? 69 points or 60-some points between them?
Yeah.
And we showed you that last play, just a two-man game, and here's a guy leaves Joker, goes all the way crazy, steps way out. So now you find Joker. And instead of that weak side guy coming over, he fakes, goes back to his guy. Well, you're not faking Joker out. I mean, if you come and commit, then KCP's shooting that shot. If you fake and do what you do, and then Turner, his first move was to run straight to basket because he thought he had help. Just let Joker step up and make a three.
And then, hey, by the way, I did not. It was interesting on that pick and roll where. What's his name? Got his arm across Yoke, right? And Murray hits the shot. What is the rule if you set a pick and you roll in terms of a foul? Like, I mean, I get it. Yeah, go ahead.
Protect the official and replay as best you can. The rule.
But by the way, that delay crushed the momentum of that game.
It was like 4 minutes.
Oh, my God, Scott. That took forever.
Well, listen, I think in all sports, including the NFL, that when you go to the replay, because the people who are judging the replay are other officials in the replay centers, that they're doing everything they can to justify the call that was made on the field, the floor, the ice, in my opinion. But as soon as that guy wraps his arm around, there's a foul. So now you look, okay, where's the ball in relationship to the shot? Now, they have a thing called the gather where, once I pick it up, I'm now in a gather.
Mm-hmm.
It was super, super close, and maybe you got to go to 10th of a second. But I thought Murray, when we watched our replay, because I asked that to Chris on the air, I said, there's a foul right there. Okay, let's see where Murray is. And he'd already started to pick and get into his bounce. Well, isn't that in the gather?
And the gather's part of a shot.
Yeah.
How do you define the gather,
But maybe, when you're dribbling, you stop to gather yourself to go either for a layup or to go up for your jump shot. You're in the gather.
Okay, so the shot actually begins by the rules where the ball is collected like that, not just when the shot is going up. So that's the process of the shot?
Here's our fumbling in the end zone, not in the end zone. On a layup, the gather, and you get a foul, you don't ever have to put the ball down. You go back up, and you could be fouled at the free throw line. The guy could take 1-2 steps after the whistle, lay it up. It's a continuation because you were in the gather. I'm guessing by that call, the gather on a jump shot is considered differently.
I guess.
And maybe that becomes now when the ball leaves your hand.
Okay. All right. Boy, that just damn, son. I mean, that just killed the game, but all right. Meanwhile, we have a poll up, and the results are, I mean, it's interesting to say the least. Who had more of an impact on Colorado sports? We've had well over 500 votes, and it is 72% Peyton Manning and 27.8%, Todd Helton. Are you guys surprised by that number from people, the peeps out there voting?
I'm a little bit surprised that it's that big of a difference, but I think it's pretty simple. Fans care about championships, and that matters a lot, especially when you're talking about Mount Rushmore type of players. It's hard to say, like I was joking. You guys were joking about Shedeur yesterday. What has Shedeur done? Well, yeah, okay, I get it. The team won 4 games. Like what has he done? Well, he put up killer stats and put himself in a position to get drafted. So he did something. He's going to go down as one of the greatest, if maybe the second greatest quarterback in Colorado football history, right?
Wow.
That's the potential that he has right now. If they don't ever win anything, is anybody going to look at Shedeur Sanders like he is an icon of NCAA football? Probably not.
Okay,
Well,
Scott?
I think the poll shows you that you got football fans that listen to the program and not baseball fans. I think that's all it is. I think baseball has helped. I think the Rockies have helped stifle a little baseball interest in this town. I mean, you traded and you said a while ago what was going to be the best player that you ever had, and you paid for his salary for a year and a half after you traded him.
Mm-hmm.
So I think the organization has helped lose some of that interest, and I just don't. I think in this town, baseball is 4 in popularity, and to be honest with you, I'm not so sure that if you got a voice from everybody, that the Rapids aren't close to the Rockies.
Well, I'll tell you this, man. I'm not surprised that Peyton Manning's winning this poll. I get how popular football is. But for a guy who went into the Hall of Fame yesterday, which is amazing, and congratulations, who was his whole career was here, who was the best player in the history of the organization, is that far behind a player who is incredible, but was only here for 4 years and probably is defined even to this day by another team with Indianapolis rather than Denver. To me, the degree, the separation there, is something else.
I do
surprises
think
me.
Scott's onto a little something there. And to me, it's not so much that we don't have baseball fans, but I think that the baseball fans that we do have are just angry at the Rockies. They're just angry. Like they're tired of it. They're sick of it.
But they angry at Todd?
Well, but I think that Todd, he's a rep. He's just a part of the anger. They're not mad at Todd Helton. Everybody loves Todd Helton. You're not going to find a Rockies fan in Colorado that doesn't love Todd Helton, but you just hate the organization.
I would say 72 to 27 fan base listening or football over baseball. So I think that probably filters in. I'll say this also, and here's also the difference between Peyton and Todd. How much have you seen of Peyton Manning since his retirement in 15?
Right,
a lot.
Every single second of every day.
I mean, when do we not see him?
Yeah, he was even big in congratulating Todd online yesterday, right? He's been everywhere, is everywhere, won a Super Bowl. Don't want to take any of that away from him. And that 4 years was as spectacular of a 4 years I've ever seen. But he is still present. Who comes to Nuggets games and sits there with his kids? I mean, he is active and around, and people see him in this community, and they see him on all the commercials. They see him on everything else. When's the last time we heard from Todd?
It's a fair point. Hopefully we see a lot more of him now. Hopefully a lot more happens now, and congratulations to Todd Helton. I'm surprised by the results, but it sort of tells you where everything sits. We have an adorable Jason Kelce story that makes me want to throw up. Let's Football Goes coming up next. Hey, what's going on? You know, losing weight it's something I've been through a few times, and that's my bad for putting myself in that situation. And what I've discovered with soda weight loss is working with a nutritionist, Amanda, who I've become pretty close with. It's about a different sustainable lifestyle, accountability, and just being smarter about what you're doing. And that is a little bit different than everything else I had been through. So I'm really looking forward to keep on losing weight like I have. I've dropped, it's between 3 and 5 pounds a week, which is right there. That's about average. And that's what you can expect. Most men can't expect that sort of weight loss with soda weight loss. So It's 3 to 5 pounds of fat, too. You're not losing muscle. You're not starving yourself. Incredibly sustainable. And I just urge you, if you're thinking about, hey, it's time, 1-800-555-6521. 800-555-6521. SOTA, SOTA, weightloss.com. SOTA Weight Loss, state of the art. There it is. Oh, I knew that was a no-brainer, Dan Tanner. Nice job, but yeah, I mean, that goes without saying. Hey, Mountain High Appliance, you got to be kidding me. Fantastic. Colorado's most complete appliance store with locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs, offering every major appliance line and brand. Find them at mountainhighappliance.com. Dan, let's hit it.
All right, let's start off with a good reminiscent story here. 8 years ago today, a 75 to 100-pound heavier Tyler Columbus and the Denver Broncos did this 8 years ago to the date.
Denver wins it, heading to Super Bowl 50.
Well, Jim, a couple of weeks ago, he was the backup quarterback.
Backup quarterback for the first time since he was a freshman in college. Came off the bench week 17. Got the Broncos restarted. Gave them a spark. Won the Division 1-1 seed.
So Peyton, benched earlier in the year, comes back in the Chargers game, leads the Broncos to the Super Bowl with Tyler, obviously. Last matchup ever between Peyton Manning and Tom Brady, and then you had the famous quote after the game, Peyton Manning to Bill Belichick, "This might be my last rodeo, but sure, it has been a fun ride." So cool moment to reminisce on today.
Best memory, Tyler, of that day?
That game is funny because when you play the game, you honestly don't remember the details of the game like fans do because you're caught up. You're sitting on the bench and you don't even know what the defense is doing. You're talking to your positional group, right? Like the Super Bowl, honestly, that's like a blacked out memory. I barely even remember the details of the game. I barely remember the momentum swings. I mean, obviously I remember Vaughn and Malik and all this cool things they did. But that game against the Patriots, to me, was by far the most memorable game of that run. Because first off, it was Tom Brady versus Peyton Manning. Second off, Von Miller and DeMarcus Ware were terrorizing those offensive tackles, including my buddy Nate Solder. Oh, wait, was Nate might have been out of that game. But anyways, absolutely terrorizing them. And then you come down to the wire, and it's like Tom Brady's got a chance to win this dang football game.
Unreal.
You're going for two. Rob Gronkowski, his boo-boo,
just throw it
is
anywhere near him.
Freaking wide open.
Yeah.
I mean, wide, stinking open. But Von Miller and DeMarcus Ware were so deep in Tom Brady's brain that he was seeing ghosts that game. He was under such duress that he couldn't even find his wide open, most favorite target. And honestly, Ryan Harris had a huge moment in that game. CJ's run, it was a tackle pull, an 18 tackle pull. Ryan Harris is out in space, gets that cut on the DB, and CJ's off to the races. To me, the most memorable game of the playoffs.
When you're in the locker room and you're going to the Super Bowl, what are you thinking?
What point?
Game's over. And
we just won the Super. Oh, you're talking about after the AFC Championship.
AFC champion 8 years ago. You're in the locker room.
It's a good question because if you're being honest, making it to the Super Bowl is a dream. Winning the Super Bowl is the ultimate dream. Right. But making it to the Super Bowl, there is certainly a feeling of accomplishment when you win that AFC Championship game. And you've got the confetti. You've got the blue and white and orange confetti, just like you do when you win the Super Bowl. And you get to that point, you would be amazed. We were a confident football team, but by no means did I feel like, oh boy, we're definitely winning the Super Bowl. We are absolutely winning this thing. So you soak it up because you don't know if that's going to be the last memory or not, but you got to stay humbled and you got to stay grounded and you got to go back to work and you got to do your best. And I really think being in Santa Clara was awesome for us because it was hard to get distracted. And then when you get to the Super Bowl, you got to do your best and treat that like a normal week.
Scotty, when you just were like, hey, we're going to the NBA Finals, like, it's got to be a powerful moment. Never mind playing in it, but just that moment of like, damn, it's us now.
For me, and ours was a Game 7.
Oh.
And it was the Pippen migraine game.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, beat Chicago Game 7. And it was also my birthday. It was June 3rd.
Oh, come on. Right on.
And so, yeah, I did not drive home that night.
All right. Well, wow. Hey, happy anniversary. You know, the Super Bowl you all always remember, of course. And listen, just being there that day, I just remember being in the locker room and just being like, these guys did it. It's just a moment of like, damn, this is really going to happen. Because you spend so much time wondering and thinking and gnashing your teeth, and even just as a fan or a reporter about it, to actually realize, damn, the team that, well, you're on, I'm covered. What the hell? This is really happening.
Yeah.
It's wild, man. And to think that we've had that with the Broncos, the Avs, and the Nuggets all in a relatively short period of time is out of this world. And I will tell you, when the Nuggets swept the Lakers last spring, Jokic said very famously, I thought it would be more. So up yours, Lakers. He thought it would be more. He really, it was a really funny reaction from Jokic I thought this would be a bigger deal.
But think about this. Think about that with that comment right there. And it hit me right when you said it. Who are the teams that were kind of their nemesis in the postseason during
Suns and the Lakers?
Yeah. Well, they didn't even play the Lakers in the postseason.
Right.
It was Suns in Portland.
Portland, yeah.
You know, those were the ones that you know. So once again, not my hump. You know, the Lakers.
It wasn't our hump.
Are Denverites, Nuggets fans hump.
Right.
It was monster for us fans.
Right.
For him, he goes, hey, he probably had a bigger hump beating Phoenix the round before because they had swept him 2 years earlier.
I think you might be right on that. And, you know, that all led to, you know, well, how do you feel now? And are you excited about the parade? Because he said he wasn't excited about
I can't go back to Serbia?
I mean, it's just, hey, stay on parade. You know?
I think Joker learned of the hump at the parade.
It coalesced. It made sense.
And he's kind of said comments like that, like he didn't realize how important it was for so many people.
Yeah.
And when he saw that parade,
right.
I think the hump. I think he went, oh, I own part of that hump too now. I mean that's okay. I get it now because I think he truly was shocked. I think he almost thought we're going to throw a parade and no one's going to come. or we're going to go downtown Denver and we got 19,000 season ticket holders. We'll have 19,000 people on a 6 mile thing. Instead, you got whatever 3 or 4 million people show up throughout the route, and you go, oh wow.
Well, let me ask both of you guys because you stood there. Both you guys have been on fire trucks. Both of you guys have stood there. What is it like to look out on that? I mean, what is it like?
I mean, I don't know how to describe it. I mean, my experience is truly like a 1 in a million experience because I was at the 2 parades the Broncos won before. I was in the crowd.
Right.
I was standing there in the lawn, looking up at the stage and seeing these guys. To this day, I've got a T-shirt that I bought or my dad bought. That was like all the caricatures of John Elway, Terrell Davis, McCaffrey, all those guys. Like I actually still have that T-shirt. So for me, it was such a full circle, just like deja vu, like just weird moment to have it completed with the Denver Broncos.
Scotty?
My first parade I was on.
Dad.
No, I had like 2 wee ones. That were like just turned 5.
Oh, you're talking about kids. I thought you meant drinks. You're talking about
No.
Yeah,
kids.
two wee little baby bottles of vodka.
I had 2 wee ones that were like 5 and 2, and it was more of a float in Detroit.
Mm-hmm.
And the parade scared the hell out of them.
I bet.
And they're crying and screaming the whole place. So I'm just trying to make sure no kid falls off a float and I can calm them down just a little bit. The 2 Broncos ones, I remember sitting with Dave on both of them and going, what are we doing on this thing? The first one, we were in a Humvee, and he and I led the parade. The second one we were on, they did buses. I was on a bus, but both of them were like, what are we doing?
Well, what about being with the Nuggets on a fire truck this past year?
Well, a little bit the same thing.
Really?
Yeah, I mean.
You remember
these
that
guys-
one?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Tell the story about Malone making you drink his beers.
Well, about a mile in, he caught a beer or a shot and slammed it, and he was throwing them down after doing it. He also, and I just interviewed him because I told Bob Nikolai, I said, Bob, we got to get an interview before it's too late. I didn't want the Dempsey interview that he got. I said, let's get one before it's too late. So but now I'm stuck up there sitting close to the little basket.
Mm-hmm.
And he slams about his third one or something. All of a sudden he bends over, not even mean to, bends over the end of the basket towards me and goes, hey, I'm going to keep catching them, but I ain't doing no more. You got to do the rest. Coach, I haven't had a drink in 7 months. Should I?
Team player.
But anyway.
Hey, win in Rome.
Team player.
All right, next story, Dan. Great memories. Great memories.
All right, let's hear from Jason Kelce.
Oh.
Obviously, we all saw shirtless Jason Kelce at the Chiefs-Bills divisional game.
Is this going to be an adorable story where we're all forced to really like Jason Kelce?
You know what? You guys just
How
decide.
could you not like Jason Kelce? I don't even understand the disdain with Jason Kelce.
Another adorable Jason Kelce story, right? I mean, is that where you're going, Dan?
Well, he kind of talks about how he's disobeying his wife a little bit. Here he is talking about him and the Buffalo Bills crowd.
All right.
I'm not gonna lie, I gave Kylie a heads up. The moment we got into the suite, I said, I'm taking my shirt off and I'm jumping out of that suite. And she said, Jason, don't you dare. I was like, hey, just letting you know what's happening. I'm not asking for permission. I'm doing this.
Once a Kelce man's determined, there's no stopping him.
And she was already telling me to be on my best behavior because we were meeting Taylor.
This is hilarious.
I was like, Kylie, when I met you, the first day I met you, I was blacked out drunk and fell asleep at the bar. This is part of the charm. This is part of the Jason Kelce charm. I want to make my best first impression. This is my best chance.
My best first impression is the worst impression ever, so I can just build
Set
from
that
that
bar,
point
nice
on.
and
Yeah,
low.
exactly.
That's freaking funny. Man, that's funny.
Keep doing it. They keep being adorable. Those stupid Kelces.
I think somehow they're making Taylor Swift bearable. They're making her bearable.
Scotty, I do want to hate them. How can you hate them when you hear the story about how he met his wife being blacked out drunk and, making an impression that way?
No, Kelce.
Jeez.
The lineman Kelce got me on the Christmas album they did.
Oh my
2 years
God,
ago
ridiculous!
With the Eagles. And once I heard that, I went. And then they did some of the the background while you're filming and all that. I'm like, oh my gosh.
Yeah.
I kind of found myself pulling for the Eagles after seeing that video of them doing Christmas songs.
All right, this is crazy. Does Jason Kelce make the Chiefs more likable?
Yes.
Yeah.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
That's bananas.
I think the answer is a firm yes. And you know what does not get talked enough about with Jason Kelce? I know people know he's good. He might be the best center to ever play the game.
And we're just throwing that log on the, we love Jason Kelce stories.
I get why people don't like Travis. Like he's got serious look at me tendencies. And I guess you got to say Jason does too if you're jumping out of a box. But he's got like annoying look at me tendencies.
Last one, Dan.
See, I thought Jason looked more like an offensive frickin' lineman having beers and good time at his brother's game. He looked like a big bro enjoying the moment.
Yes.
And I don't give a flip if the world's biggest star is in the booth with me. I'm taking my shirt with my fat-ass body out there, and I'm going to go hug and kiss fans and drink beers with them.
No, that was his game plan before he was intoxicated. I mean, I think it just made more sense as he kept drinking. Yes, Dan, last one. Let's go.
All right, just a quick note here. So the Falcons are interviewing Mike Vrabel for their head coaching vacancy today.
Oh.
Vrabel has been widely considered one of the top candidates left for head coaching vacancies. But interesting note here, fellas. So Jim Harbaugh was supposed to have his second interview with the Falcons tomorrow, but they have canceled that interview.
He's going to the Chargers. God, I thought Belichick had that one wrapped up in Atlanta.
Belichick's already done two with Atlanta.
Yeah, I thought so.
Yeah.
He has.
And that means Harbaugh's definitely going to go to the Chargers. Interesting. Belichick didn't lock that down, huh, in Atlanta?
Most appealing coaches and one of the greatest coaching off seasons like ever. To me, Harbaugh's got to be number one. Vrabel would be number two. Belichick, man, he'd be so down the list for me.
I wonder if Belichick gets shut out here.
He doesn't get shut out.
He doesn't, huh?
Yeah, I
You
think
sure?
Vrabel and Harbaugh, they got to be up there in the top, and then any coordinator that works for Kyle Shanahan. That's three.
I tell you what, man, I'll roll with you that he probably won't, but I won't be shocked if he gets shut out, okay? I won't be shocked.
Well, I wouldn't do it. You wouldn't do it.
I
so
definitely wouldn't
I
do
guess
it.
we shouldn't be shocked if he gets shut out.
I mean, I get it. Mike didn't want to compete against Kyle, I suppose, but why did Mike Shanahan get shut out after all these years? I mean, he's the same age as Belichick. I mean, you don't tell me Mike Shanahan couldn't do the job.
Dude, and the craziest part about that, I think Mike Shanahan's coaching job in 2012 out there in Washington when he turned Robert Griffin into the Rookie of the Year, I think that was his best year of coaching of all time.
It's PHC on 92.5.
Hey, what's up, guys? Tyler here from my great friends at Revitalized Health, whom I've been working with for 7 years. Why would I work with them for 7 years? That's a long time. Because they made my body feel better. I'm looking better, I'm feeling better, I'm sleeping better than I have in a long, long time, and they're going to do that for you as well. They can help you out with testosterone, peptide therapy, hormone replacement, and medical weight loss options. Those medical weight loss options are changing lives, so call Revitalized Health if you've gained a few pounds. They've got 3 locations. They're close to you no matter where you live. Find them online at revitalized-health.com.
Scotty, what are you doing there in New York? Anyways, we're seriously. You got the whole day to yourself in New York. Are the Nuggets even practicing today?
How do I have the whole day to myself?
Well, what are you talking about? I mean, it's.
Well, I went to bed at 4. I got up at a little after 11. I went and had a bite to eat. I came back in here, fiddled around and got my thing set up. Had a little quiet time.
Whoa. You fiddled
3
around and got
hours
your
of
thing
show.
set up?
Whoa.
Yep.
Well, it's only 5 o'clock in
And,
New York City, your time.
I will head to the gym.
Nice.
Soon after the show. I was told they have a steam room, so I will take my daily steam and shower today.
Nice.
And then I will come down, and I think I will walk to Joe's Pizza.
There you go.
Get a pizza from Joe's.
There you go. Workout. You'd earn it. That's what I'm talking about. What do the fellas do on a New York City? Is going to a big city a big deal for the guys on the team? Is it more fun? Or is it whatever, rinse and repeat?
It used to be when I played, but I think but I didn't. You never went anywhere. You know, the way I grew up, we didn't have no money, and we lived in the middle of the country. So it used to be kind of cool. Now I think it's, can we get this road trip over? Can we get out of? Can we? How many games we got? 35. Can we get let's go. Let's get these games done.
Okay.
When's All-Star break? Okay, here we go.
Is this the longest road
I
trip?
wish that we got to experience road trips. Like that. Like we didn't experience anything.
Yeah.
I've been to so many cities in America that I know absolutely nothing about. That maybe if I was lucky, I got to go to a steakhouse.
Right. Hey, look at the Fogo de Chao in Kansas City, and the Fogo de Chao in San Diego, or whatever. Whatever's near the hotel. I get it. All right. Well, with Todd Helton going in the Hall of Fame, it does beg an interesting question. And the poll was interesting. Peyton Manning over Todd. Tyler, you knocked it out of the park again, and that goes with Peyton Manning on that one. But let me ask you guys a question something to think about here today. Is it better to try to do something for an organization that's never been done before, but you fail? You don't get there, but you try. Or is it better just to glom on to another organization that's done it a million different times? And even if you win a championship, isn't going to be defined by you, but you do get a championship. Kind of like what Nolan Arenado's doing there in St. Louis.
I mean, so specifically, are you referring to Todd's comments of it meant more to me to get to the World Series and lose than it would have to go somewhere else and win?
Obviously we ended up playing the Red Sox in the World Series, and they throttled us, but I think making it with the team that I struggled with and watched help build, and put my heart and soul into for all those years. I mean, losing in the World Series meant more than winning it somewhere else.
Woo. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I think for Todd, he is in there's different levels of greatness, right? There's dudes that are franchise all-time players. There's dudes that are Hall of Fame players. There's dudes that played for the same team for 15 years. How many years did Todd play, by the way? 17. Yeah. 17 years. I think if you're in that category, it probably feels different because you have you are Colorado. Like that's your life, right? I think he's in the minority of most players on their opinion on that one, but I certainly understand why he feels that way.
I will say this, and you might be right. But it's unique. Baseball probably more than a lot of sports, although it's changed a lot lately. When you play that long in one place, it's ingrained in you. And he had opportunities to go to the Yankees, and he had opportunities to go to the Red Sox, and he had the no trade clause, right? And he turned them down. But if you ask Kevin Durant, he'll go, "Oh yeah, sure."
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, and Ray Bork at the end of his career did it.
Yeah.
Durant's done it multiple
but
times.
Didn't you almost feel Ray Bork when he did it was like the entire NHL was going, please, go somewhere so you can win it because you deserve it. You are an NHL ambassador.
I do, but don't you think people felt that way about Todd?
Well, other than New Jersey. Well, not around I don't think he had the love around the baseball that Bork had in Boston. I mean, he was Mr. NHL. I mean, the only people cheering for the Devils in that series were living right around Secaucus.
Mm-hmm.
No one else, no one in New York,
Right.
Boston, Philly, the whole country were Avs fans in that series.
So when Todd says it, obviously that's how he feels. So, okay, fine. But you don't think in general that's how most athletes feel about it?
I don't. I mean, I think the evidence is you're going to find way more guys that bounce chasing a championship than dudes that are loyal for an entire
And winning
lifetime.
that championship doesn't feel less than.
No.
Because you searched it out a little bit.
No, I don't think so.
Well, here's the thing. More people are Bruce Brown than are Nikola Jokic. And most people are, just regular dudes. I mean, I wanted to win a championship, and I thought I'd win one in Atlanta.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't want to leave Atlanta. I'd have been happy staying there my whole career. Got drafted by Miami.
Right.
Well, you ain't going to win one there. And then as soon as, the Pistons knocked after they had won one, they knocked, say, hey, we'd like, okay. So I guess on one hand I chased it. I wasn't testing free agency. Once Detroit said, we'd like you, I said, okay, here we go.
What do you think Todd would have said if he did get traded and he won a World Series and he got an actual ring? In his heart of hearts, what do you think would be his favorite season of all time?
Peyton Manning lives in Denver, right?
Yeah.
You
Hey, it's Todd Helton. We love him. Thank you.
We could find him a nice place to live in Ipswich, Massachusetts. I'm telling you. He'd be okay living in Nantucket, too.
Question is, do you want to be a fish in the ocean or do you want to own the pond?
I mean, by logic, then, if we all agree and on the same page, why are fans here upset with Carmelo? I mean, didn't he do what he thought was the right thing to do? I mean,
I've always been a Carmelo defender.
Right. I mean, so he didn't do anything wrong. Correct, Scott?
Hey, and Peyton Manning's got a statue in Indianapolis.
Yeah, but
he ain't got one in Denver.
Not yet, but I know where I can go visit him. I know where he's going to be practicing football with his kid.
Hey, no dumb question.
Yeah.
The horse's statue in front of Mile High or the big Lucifer out by the airport? Which statue do you like best?
Lucifer's killed somebody.
I'm all for Lucifer.
Lucifer killed the designer.
Yeah.
Or the architect or whatever they are.
Yeah, but Lucifer is, I mean, I just Lucifer would mess with that big blue bear at the convention center.
The New World Order is a thing, and there's a reason why Lucifer is there.
I'll see you down underneath in the tunnel after the show.
Yeah.
Thanks to Revitalize Health. Visit them at revitalize-health.com. Have a good day. Nate and Andy coming up next. Have a good
You want to put a little extra shine on it, extra little firm on it, keep everything in place. You use the balm. Beard butter, to me, overrated.
So I lost my train of thought, yeah. Hearing that bullshit.
Well done. Hey, this is Tyler here for my friends over at Phil Long Ford. Guys, every single car that I bought since my rookie year has been from Phil Long Ford of Denver. And I keep going back because I always have a great experience. I know that car shopping can feel a bit cumbersome at times, but not at Phil Long Ford because they've got the largest inventory in the state of Colorado. Whether you're looking for a used vehicle or a new vehicle, they've got the largest selection and they've got the best deals. And you can check out all those deals online at phillongdenver.com. They've got incredible inventory arriving daily. They've got cars and trucks on the lot for you to choose from, or you can always go online and get exactly what you want. And check out their incredible line of electric cars, pickups, and vans with the latest technology. They've got the largest selection. They've got the best deals. They're going to get you in. They're going to get you out. And once you buy a car from Phil Long Ford, you will be a customer for life because you will realize that it is an experience that is different than other car dealers in Colorado. Go check them out online at phillongdenver.com and let them know that Tyler sent you on over.
Denver, Colorado. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's Kreckman and Lindahl.
A beloved teammate and fan favorite, he reached the postseason 5 times, winning the 2011 American League pennant with the Texas Rangers. Adrian Beltre, welcome to Cooperstown. Our second member of the class of 2024 played his entire career with one team.
Oh, this is it! This is it!
His hometown Minnesota Twins.
Why would you do that? Why? Why would you do that?
Why? Why would you do that?
You're sick. Twisted.
Joe Mauer became the face of the franchise he grew up watching. During his 15-year career,
man.
he made 6
The
All-Star
fake
teams.
Psych! Dude, you totally got me.
Here's Nate and Andy, driven by Colorado Off-Road.
That was a fun moment yesterday. That was a good time. We posted the clip on social yesterday of us listening to hear if Todd's name would be announced, and it included us getting deked out on Joe Mauer. Spent his entire career with the same club. Hey, that's our guy.
That's it.
Hell yeah.
Only it wasn't. It was Joe Mauer.
Oh, hell no.
Todsky had to go last, even though he got a higher percentage of the vote than Mauer, and alphabetically would be before.
Well, that's what I got worried about.
Joe Mauer.
Yes.
Yeah.
I was like, all right, Beltre. So are we going in order? Elton's got to be close to next.
Because then if it was going to be 3, it would have been Beltre, Mauer, Billy Wagner, who he was only like a small handful of votes shy. Then he's got to wait another year. But yeah, Todd ended up going 3rd. I have no idea. I guess it worked out for us for the buildup of the drama for programming. Was good, but damn, it was pins and needles there for a moment.
Shout out to the new building, by the way.
Yes.
We wouldn't have been able to do that if we were in the old place.
Yes.
We've got different capabilities in this building, a new TV package, that allowed us to actually have that.
Things are plugged into other things around here these
We're
days.
a modern building.
Yes.
So the modern building for the win as far as building the drama on a radio show.
We got it, and we got there. Todd Helton, we saw the video. Patrick Saunders posted it yesterday. The Rockies posted it yesterday of Todd getting the call, which was kind of funny. It was a little anticlimactic because he was just like, I'm excited.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, somebody.
Okay.
Oh,
I'm
did
excited.
I send you the clip? Somebody had just a great quote tweet of that video going, "This is what it looks like when you want to get off the phone as soon as possible and still be polite."
I'm excited. Thank
Yeah.
you.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'm
Can't
sure
wait.
they were like, somebody will call you from the
Yeah.
so-and-so, and you'll have to talk to somebody from MLB Network. And I'm sure they were giving him all those details. And he was like, I don't give a crap. I just want to be excited here for a moment. Thank you.
Todd's like, I got people for all this, so
Exactly.
you're not even telling the right guy.
Todd Helton, when he did his interview with MLB Network, he talked about what it was like to wait for the big call from Cooperstown.
I was pretty nervous. I really didn't think the phone was going to ring, and when it rang, I was still in shock. When it said Hall of Fame on it, I was very happy, and this is something you don't play for, but obviously it's the greatest award you can have as a baseball player.
Wait a minute, when the Hall of Fame calls, it says Hall of Fame on the caller ID.
I'm sure he had labeled it.
How would he have had the number?
Well, I'm sure.
Did Todd call the Hall of Fame before?
No, don't they? I'm sure someone's calling and going, hey, is this the number we reach you at so we can put some TV on?
To double check the thing? So he plugged it in? I don't know. Like on my phone, it says when Spam Risk is calling me.
Does it say Cooperstown?
Yeah, exactly.
Cooperstown.
Like something from Cooperstown, NY, and then National Baseball Hall of Fame. That's pretty sweet.
I mean, everything's labeled these days, right? Because ain't nobody answering a number that's not labeled.
Not necessarily. Exactly. Like, that's just it. A bunch of numbers aren't labeled these days. But
you can label Cooperstown,
Well, of
can't
course you can. But what I'm saying is, like, was that does that automatically pop up when they call?
Well, not probably for you or me. I'm telling you, my guess is somebody beforehand told Todsky.
This is the number?
Yeah.
If
you're
they
going to
call.
want to answer this one. There's always those funny draft stories, and I've heard guys about waiting for the Hall call too.
What if
people
he would
calling?
have gotten the robocall like right at that moment while everyone's pointing the camera at him and someone was asking him like if he wants to change his car insurance?
Wouldn't it have been funny?
Checking in on the warranty on his car.
Would have been cool if he'd have picked it up. Then yelling breaks out. He's clearly animated. He's upset. He's holding the phone back. He's even pointing at it and all that stuff. No, I don't think that. What? How many calls do you think that guy even answers per day?
Todsky?
Yeah.
I don't know. You never know anybody's personal
How many
answering
calls
philosophy.
are you answering it? Let's say you and I didn't work together. Let's say this goes down the way a lot of my former partners have gone down, and I just call you to chew the fat.
Mm-hmm.
How many times a week would you answer?
Well, how many times a week are you calling me?
I don't know. So that's I don't know.
But that's an important note in here.
Let's say it was a couple.
Okay.
Couple times a week, just checking in on Nate.
I'd give you one answer
Sure.
a week. I'd
That's
give you
what I'm saying.
a courtesy answer a week. Yeah.
Isn't that the average for most people?
That's what I would outside of my wife or my parents, I can't think of anybody that I talk to more than once a week on the phone.
Sure.
Yeah. And you.
Yeah, but you're contractually obligated.
Yes.
Let's just be,
but also, like, I talk to you on the phone more than I talk to any other radio partner that I ever had.
Because that's how I am.
You're a phone caller.
You can ask Ed.
Yeah.
You can ask Romy. See, when Ed, Romy, and I started our show, it was kind of funny because Ed early on just quit answering the calls, and it was just me and Romy.
Uh-huh.
And I was like, there's a small party that's like, the guy that's on the air with me, I'd like to get his vote of approval on this.
Sure.
We'd come up with all these ideas. You know what? I'll give you one behind. Should we do one salty behind the scenes story?
I want to hear it.
Ed, I love you. But I didn't this day. So it's like May, right? We're on this sports station. People don't seem to be rushing to get their news from or whatever, meaning we don't get a ton of calls every day. So we went into one of those very May sports topics of, I'd seen and you and I do this, the list. We make fun of the list.
We love lists.
You give me a list, we'll probably talk about it on the air. Why? Yeah. Nothing else. Opening day is gone. The draft is over. And we, at this time, weren't really in the playoffs like we're now accustomed to for the NFL or for the NHL and NBA. So I told Ed, I go, hey, we're going to talk about the top triplets of all time. NFL Network put out a list, and the top of the list was Michael Irvin, Troy Aikman, Emmitt Smith.
Oh, so the quarterback, running back,
the
receiver,
trios, right?
trio, sure.
And I was like, hey, man, we could probably make an argument for your team. Now, I don't know. Would it be Elway Davis Sharp? Would it be you, Elway Davis? I don't know.
It would not include Ed McCaffrey.
I know. I think even Ed knew, to be quite honest with you.
That's the tricky part.
But regardless, I was like, let's throw this out there. We can have some fun with it. All right. Dude, I set up the topic of your favorite trip. We had full lines, which back in the day was a big deal.
Okay.
This was, what was it, 2016, I want to say? When we still took more calls. Now we just do everything over text and digital for the most part.
Yeah, we don't want calls.
So, right away, we got the 4 lines filled up. All right, we got some action.
All right.
So I set this up.
Hit the phone lines.
Romy's sitting in that third chair. She's all excited because she'd made made a list or whatever. We're all going to have a big discussion.
Okay.
And Ed goes, yeah, I hate this topic. Threes? No football team's made up of 3 people. It's a crap topic. And there go the hang up. And I'm like, well, it's 3:10. I plan to carry this at least till 3:30. So why don't you tell me what you want to do, Mr. Don't Answer the Phone guy? And we stared at each other for the next 15 minutes.
That's good.
Oh, and Romy gets uncomfortable, got up, and just left. It was like Dad yelled at everybody. Did you ever have that? Do you have siblings?
Yes.
We all had it where Dad gets pissed off, and the 2 that aren't in it, everybody, you're allowed to leave because you're not the one that they're mad at. That's basically what Romy did. I'm out of here. And it was just me and Ed sitting in there with a topic he hated, and I really had no other ideas. So we just stumbled our way through 15 minutes of radio.
Would you have preferred to break down the importance of pulling guards and what they were able to create
Maybe
for these particular triplet groups, because football is a symphony of 11 on 11? Did he wax poetic about the
every guy matters?
God, man.
You know what? He's funny, and Tyler said it again today. You know what else I used to try to get out of Ed? Because for me, when we got an athlete on, what I like to try to be people, what we can't bring to the table, I want to know how it was. How was it in the huddle? How was it on the field? How was it during a play? Like, take me to the place that nobody can pay for access for, right?
Sure.
You know, I've been in the locker room. We've got stories of stuff behind the scene, but I was never allowed on the field between the lines while it mattered with you.
Which is
so
lame.
Just give me a story from that. Like, there was one time, one of the favorite ones Stink told me, and I borrowed from him, and I still laugh about it to this day. There was some men in hats. Oh, it was at Pop Music. Who sang that song? You know, Pop Music. Pop, was that?
It's a good question. I'll Google it in the break.
Classic 80s band anyway,
Sure.
right? Well, Mark told me that he and Nayland, like we could get Nayland on, I guess, to talk about this. They would come to the line, and if they saw a certain look out of the D line, they would go, shooby-dooby-doo-up, and that's all they do. Shooby-dooby-doo-up, because they both liked the song, and it meant like they were going to stunt. Like, it meant some guy's about to get his knees taken out because they got the look that they wanted.
Yeah.
And they didn't have to say anything but that. And every time I tried to get something like that out of Ed, he'd be like, dude, I don't remember the games. And Tyler just said it earlier. He goes, we don't remember the games the way you guys think we remember the games. You know, I'd be like, tell me about the tension. I don't remember. What do you mean you don't remember? How the hell do I remember and you don't remember?
Yeah, that
drove me nuts.
That's just the head injuries talking,
No,
though,
I'm
isn't
telling
it?
you, I've had like 5 or 6 guys always tell me that. I'm not into it the way that you were. What do you mean? This is your livelihood.
I had a different experience with Nayland. Like, he was really
He
good on
remembered
that
everything?
stuff. Yeah.
You know what they remember?
Nayland had, again, despite head injuries, an insane steel trap memory. He was one of those guys. He had like the Sean McVay gift. He could tell you
remember
the
every
stuff.
little dude.
It was
Ed
insane.
remembered stuff, but it was never anything good. Like Ed, anything Ed did that was bad is what Ed remembered. And I was like, was that why you were a great receiver? Is that because you never remembered anything good?
So it was like, you were like Super Bowl 32.
Well, I was like, yeah, hey Ed, remember when? Yeah,
take us to that
he wouldn't
day.
tell us about the block.
And Ed was like, the eggs in the hotel were runny that morning.
Do you remember the block he had on? I think it was Wayne Simmons. You may not, because again, this is, I'm super fan Andy at this point, not even the media.
Bus was late.
But there's the
that day.
highlight of TD going down the sideline, and Ed takes Wayne Simmons and flat backs him. He was a linebacker, for those who don't remember. And then Ed, out of character for Ed, they show at the end, he gave him a little point, like, I got your,
Yeah.
And I mean, he pointed at him after he knocked him down and ran by. I begged Ed for 3 years to tell me what he said to Wayne Simmons, and he refused to tell me. But he said something because we saw his mouth moving, and again, he pointed at him after he dropped him on his backside, and Ed would not tell me. I was like, geez, dude, was it some satanic scripture or what? Why will you tell me? And he wouldn't tell me. But again, or he had a tip play where they tipped the ball up in Minnesota on a Hail Mary, and he comes up and catches it and fell into the end zone. Doesn't remember anything about that, but he blew a block, and the guy went and got TD, and he lost 4 yards. He remembers every minute of that play. Drove me nuts. And I love Ed. But damn it, Ed, tell me some good stuff.
This is the one thing I can't tell you about Ed McCaffrey. Guy could read the hell out of a Red Robin read. Let me tell you,
dude,
my
and
friend.
His mustard. You know what else he was addicted to? Pokemon Go. Remember that game that
Where
everybody was playing?
Kids were like wandering into
Yes,
traffic.
dude.
Yeah.
So you'll love this. We were in Chicago, okay, for the first preseason game. Remember 2016, they opened in Chicago?
Yes.
Okay.
Sure.
We're there for the first road trip of the year. Ed's on the broadcast crew. We're on the broadcast crew. And we go out to dinner at Joe's Stone Crabs.
Okay.
Ed insists he and I walk home, and we're like under viaducts. We're in places where I'm like, Ed, getting a little nervous.
Little lower whacker
I'm not-
drive
yeah,
for you?
yeah.
Okay.
You got a nice coat on, Ed. And he's running around with his phone. Remember, he had to hold the phone up, and he was trying to figure out, there's a Pokemon nearby. Where is it? Now I got to fight him. We stood outside some fountain. I think it was by the Trump Towers or the fountains were, as he's fighting some Pokemon thing, trying to win. I'm going to take over the gym. I'm like, what the hell are you talking about? I need a Scorzord or something like that. I'm like, what? What? You are one of my childhood heroes. You should be in the Ring of Fame. And I'm watching you fight for Pokemon dominance right now. What is happening? So there you go.
That never meet your
Just
heroes,
me
they
and him
say.
in
Andy.
downtown Chicago as he tries to take over a gym for Pokemon.
By the way, numerous people on the text line are still playing Pokemon Go.
Well, I mean, good for them. Ed
Everyone
was
needs a
over it by
hobby.
the end of the year, and I was happy because we didn't need to go wander around, some cold area. We need to go walk around. Dude, we got into an Uber in Pittsburgh to go to Jerome Bettis' steakhouse. Guy immediately we were like, hey, how's it going? Oh, today it's better than it was yesterday. Guy pulled a gun on me, and I had to pull my gun right back. And I was like, all right, what dude. Simple, it's going okay.
Now, that's a good story.
No, it's not a good story. I'm like, hold on. Everyone's getting it. So is it Wild Wild West?
That's a
We all
great
got
story.
6 shooters? Can we just go to the steakhouse? Steakhouse sucked. It was like a wannabe Hooters. God. Pittsburgh sucks.
This is one of the key differences between you and me. If a rideshare driver tells me that he pulled a gun on somebody the day
Who
before,
pulled a gun on him?
I'm asking more questions.
What did you want to know? What would you have asked? I mean, obviously it worked out okay. We were all still there to get a ride.
I would have asked for the play-by-play. I would have been like, I need to know what happened. Where did you pick this guy up? How did the conversation start?
Yeah.
What kind of piece was he flashing? What did you have?
Where did he want to go? Because was it Jerome Bettis' steakhouse? Because if so, we may rethink this.
These are the questions that I need answers to, but I'm a curious person by nature. Jason Hirsch today on this show. He will, in fact, join us after the break to talk about Todd Helton to the Hall of Fame.
Oh, yeah. We're late. My bad.
It happens. Our buddy, Tyler Maughan, going to join us. I had to look at the sheet.
You had to look at what buddy we still got left.
Which buddy of ours?
Which pal?
Tyler Maughan will join us at 20 minutes after 4 o'clock. We'll talk to him about Todd to the Hall of Fame. 5:20, Connor McGahey previews Avalanche and the Washington Capitals. It's all happening today on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
I have a feeling you have a lot of Colorado Rockies fans that will make the trip to Cooperstown, New York. What does this mean to that fan base? You played your entire career for the Colorado Rockies, and so many people talked about your home and road splits, the fact that you are now an elected Hall of Famer, and what you mean for that franchise. Well, what comes to mind?
They can't take this away from me, can they? I'm just glad I'm in. For the fans, they're unbelievable in Colorado. 162 games, there's sometimes where you're just not feeling it. And you go out and you play at Coors Field, and the fans get you energized and they get you ready to play. And, you never know when the one kid's there that's his first time watching you play. So that's what I thought about when I went out there and to play is to try to show the younger kids how to play.
And yet, nobody could play like Todd did. Guy whose career ended with a .953 OPS, a guy that only topped 100 strikeouts one measly time in his entire career. Nobody could play the way that Todd did. The great Todd Helton goes into the Baseball Hall of Fame at 4:20. We'll talk to our buddy Tyler Maun, get the sort of Rockies fan perspective on all of that right now. We bring in one of Todd Helton's former teammates. He played with Todsky in 2007 and 2008 as a member of the Colorado Rockies. I haven't chatted with him in a while. Good to have back on the program our old pal Jason Hirsch. Jason, how you doing, man?
I'm doing great. I'm glad to be back.
It's good to have you as always. Jason, why was Todd Helton so difficult to get out?
He's an incredible hitter. He had unbelievable hands, great plate discipline, a great approach. All of those things are, I guess they run counter to a lot of even modern, baseball. Todd's a generational talent, a guy that could kill you with singles, he could ding you with doubles, or he could hit you with the long ball, and he was capable of doing those at any point of an at bat.
And as a pitcher, when you would either face Todd or where you would see guys go up against Todd, like guys could throw their best stuff, their wipeout pitch, man, their out pitch, like they could just scrape the corner of the zone with a splitter that is diving into the dirt, and to watch that guy just get the end of his bat on it and hack it off into the seats and live to face another pitch and just extend out those at bats. What did Todd Helton do to pitchers?
Yeah, those are the worst kinds of hitters to face as a pitcher, is that guy who can just foul off your nastiest stuff to try and get to something that he can make solid contact with. And so, that type of a bat in a lineup is one that you're always going to bookmark before a series and go, all right, I'm going to have to really be on my P's and Q's when I'm facing a guy like this, because like I said, he had the ability to ding you for power, but you weren't going to fool him very often at the plate. And so, that combination of skill at the dish with the ability to fight off stuff to get to a pitch that he wants made him extremely dangerous.
Do you realize you're playing with a Hall of Famer, like while you're playing with him? Like when you got into the clubhouse, and I know you were part of the Jason Jennings trade, is there anything that tips you to the fact that, you know what, this guy's going to Cooperstown someday?
When I got traded to the Rockies in 2006, the only name I knew on the lineup or on the squad was Todd Helton. I knew him from, when I was a kid. I probably had his baseball card. He was the most prominent figure on the Rockies. And I knew him as a tremendous hitter and a defenseman. And I'll tell you, just being on his team, I would rather have nobody else at first base than Todd Helton. Like, he made my life as a pitcher so much easier. And you could just see, from a future casting standpoint, just the way he conducted himself on a field, his professionalism, his skill, his aptitude for the game. I'm a high school coach now, and I'm hammering on these kids about PFPs and covering first base and fielding bunts. And, when I was a Rocky, I never had to worry about any of that. If there was a bunt down the first baseline and Todd knew it was going to happen, he was in that hitter's back pocket before I ever delivered the ball. If there was a screaming ground ball to the right side that he had to dive for, and I had to run over to cover first base, he would always put his glove up like, dude, I got this. So, I mean, he made my life as a pitcher so much easier just with his defensive prowess. And then obviously, you know, what he was able to do at the plate, you know, helped us offensively through that 07 run that we had.
Jason Hirsch joins us on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. Hirsch, a Rocky 2007, of course, for that great run in Rocktober and in 2008. What about Todd in the clubhouse, in the cage, getting ready to play every single day? There's a lot of different ways to be a baseball player. There's a lot of different ways to be a person. What was Todd's general approach to it all?
You know, I think he was a very superstitious ball player, much like a lot of us. We have stupid ticks that we feel like make us good. And so he was the kind of guy that he was very routine-based and oriented. If he had a great day at the plate, he would try and repeat that day the very next day. He would take BP the same way. He'd lift at the same time. He might eat the same food. You know, he was very, very routine-oriented in that manner. You know, if he was struggling at the plate, and if you're an astute Rockies watcher, you might have seen him come up to the plate with his pants down or his pants up. He might have one batting glove on or two batting gloves on or no batting gloves on. Oftentimes he'd be digging through the bat rack looking for somebody else's bat to help him get out of a slump. Like, you know, he would shave in the middle of games. I mean, I'm pretty sure there's video of him with a goatee to start a game and then no goatee to end a game. So, I mean, like I said, that was just who he was. He was kind of quirky. He fits a left-hander mantra pretty well. Most left-handers in, you know, baseball lore are a little off in that regard. But, you know, like I said, that was him in the clubhouse. He was very, very serious about his preparation, but around other guys in the clubhouse that he got along with, he was jovial. He was encouraging, and you know, he was our leader.
So were you worried about him getting in, Jason? I mean, the resume speaks for itself, and a lot of us think he's a Hall of Famer here. I was worried how baseball would view it. Were you concerned that maybe this day wouldn't come?
Yeah, I was. I thought it would come eventually. I know it's his 6th year on the ballot, and you know, the whole Hall of Fame process itself is screwed up. But I didn't think he was going to get in this year based off some of the pre-ballots that had come out. I think he was like -1 or 2 on the Twitter ballots that were being broadcast out there. I know there was a lot of people that have been high on him the last couple of years, and rightfully so. So I was really concerned that he wasn't going to get in. I think there's a lot at play there. There's a lot of sports writers who probably should have their credentials removed for some of the ballots they turn in. And there's other ones that, you know, are going to have clear biases based on the coast they play on. And I know there's a lot of sports writers that talk about the Rockies like we play Little League baseball up here as a major league organization. And they don't particularly care for any players that come out of this town or out of this team. And so I thought that they would hold it against him. They were going to hold Coors Field over his head, regardless of what Larry was able to accomplish in his career here, which is obviously great things. You know, but Todd not playing anywhere else didn't really have another body of work that they could compare it to. So I thought they were going to hold Coors Field over his head, and they were either going to make him wait long enough to the point where he wouldn't ever get in, or they were just going to write him off entirely. And I'm extremely happy that he got in. He got more votes than Joe Mauer, which I didn't think was going to happen. So clearly the writers that held their ballots secret and didn't publicize them made the right choice.
Talking to Jason Hirsch here. Jason, you know, you were a teammate of Todd in 07 and 08. And really, it's, you know, no dismissal of his, you know, production in those 2 years, but like that was past the prime of Todd Helton. He was, you know, 98 to 05. You look at it right there. I mean, that's the golden age of Todd Helton. And I think one of the things that started to sort of pop up 06, 07, and you really saw it in 08. He only played the 83 games, was, you know, the back injury really started catching up to him. I mean, let's not forget, dude played 17 years. Dude went until 2013. The time spent in the training room and everything else, can you give us some insight into sort of what Todd had to put himself through to get out onto the field in the back half of his career?
Yeah, I mean, when you're carrying the Rockies organization on your back for 17 years, your back's probably going to have some problems to it. So, but I mean, again, that was his preparation. He was always in the weight room. He was always talking with our training staff and finding creative ways to keep him glued together and on the field. Maybe more of that stuff would be better suited for, Keith Duggar or one of the other guys that was in the training room and working with him on putting together programs. I know they laid out game plans with Hurdle and Tracy and all the other managers that the Rockies have had over the years. Just trying to manage his workload. Giving him a break when he needs to take a break. If a game is out of hand, pulling him early so he can get some extra rest. I mean, all of those things factored in. But the injury bug, it's not exclusive to anybody, and it really is something that. As a player and playing 162 games over 7 months, and then you factor in spring training and postseason runs, I mean, it takes a toll on your body, and you've got to be built as an endurance athlete as much as an explosive athlete. And so all of those things you have to manage as a player, and Todd was able to do it for the most part. Obviously, he missed some significant time, but 2007, he had a really good year in 2007.
Yeah.
And then I think it kind of fell off a little bit, but it was everything I remembered, as a kid watching him play, from a hitting standpoint, a fearless battler at the plate and a tremendous Gold Glove defensive first baseman behind you. And I mean, all of those things were still prevalent. And even though his body was failing, he was still giving the effort that was necessary as a major league player.
Is it, and I want to ask this question the right way, not that I'm worried about you being offended. Is it a tip of the cap to the accomplishment because there wasn't a lot of winning attached to his career? Did you think also the winning could be a problem?
Yeah, the Hall of Fame is about on-field accomplishments. At least that's what it should be. It's not about awards or accolades. I might see those things come along, but winning championships shouldn't be the sole signification of whether a player was a Hall of Fame player, right? I've had this conversation with many guys about it's the Hall of Fame, not the Hall of really good players. And this goes more to the whole process of the Hall of Fame ballot and how names get selected and this, that, and the other. But I think, his accomplishments on the field are definitely worthy of being in the place that he's in, or he's going to be in July. But, holding Coors Field or holding a poor performing Rockies team over his head, I think doesn't provide the justice to his playing career that his accomplishments on and off the field were able to do.
That's well said right there. Jason Hirsch, everybody, played for the Rocks 07, 08, teammate of Todd Helton's, here to celebrate the greatness of number 17 and him getting the call to go to Cooperstown in the Baseball Hall of Fame. Jason Hirsch, good stuff as always, man. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Man, back is going to go out when you carry the Rockies for 17 years. Somebody get Jason Hirsch a broadcasting gig. That is a good line right there, my friend.
Which Hall of Fame induction outfit do you more relate to? The SpongeBob SquarePants fishing derby shirt or
the purple quarter zip?
The purple, dude. Todd was my spirit animal. I'm just going to sit here and I guess I got to put something nice on for the camera.
Right.
So here's a purple pullover.
Exactly. Yeah. It was not his hunting jacket.
Gosh, I guess they couldn't do this because of all the candidates. But how the NFL tends to take like the last 25 and puts a few guys up in hotel rooms, and Baker does and goes the knot, does the knock on the door and they give him the big hug.
Yeah,
and all that kind of
the
stuff.
15 finalists.
Would you like to see baseball maybe go that route, or is it just impossible because they don't reduce to 25?
Well, yeah, and it's like...
Don't you have a general feel, though, of who might? You know what I'm saying? Like, of all the guys on the ballot, there's only 10 that really have a shot, right?
Well, and in a given year, I mean, this year, like, after Todd, because I think most people figured Beltre and Mauer were going to go in year one. And then after Todd, Billy Wagner was right there. Gary Sheffield and Andrew Jones were sort of right there, in the neighborhood. I suppose they could do that. I would imagine a lot of the players would be like, I don't want to do that crap.
Well,
you know,
you don't want to just.
And it's like with the Football Hall of Fame, you're at the Super Bowl, so
True.
it's like a cool event,
right?
You know, versus like, are they going to just, put these guys up in Palm Springs or something like that and be like, well, you can play a round of golf in the morning. I don't know what you want to do all day.
That's fair. It takes 3 days to tabulate the votes.
I mean, I suppose they could do it like at the, at the All-Star game or something like that where everybody is around and change it up a little bit. But no, the phone call seems to be like this has become the thing for baseball.
Real quick, is Sheffield getting the Terrell Owens treatment?
I think with Sheffield, there's a lot of PED questions, clouds, sort of.
The dude was a really good hitter, and for you to tell me he was close, it's kind of clicking in. How is he not in?
I mean, Andrew Jones is as good a defensive outfielder as there was in our lifetime, and to me, like Gary Sheffield was just top 5 violent swing that you ever saw in your life.
And you didn't want to be facing him late innings with the game in doubt.
He's another guy that to me is just a no-doubter. A part of the problem here is, and Andy, you know me, I could spend 3 hours on this, but like baseball and the voters and the attitudes and opinions, they've walked themselves into a corner on the PED thing, right?
Sure.
And so it's like, okay, we're going to tell Barry Bonds and Roger Clemens and Mark McGwire and these greats of the generation that they're not going in, right? And Manny Ramirez and Alex Rodriguez and all of that. We're going to tell those guys they're not going into the Baseball Hall of Fame. David Ortiz is going in. Wasn't he on that? He was on that New York Times list. Was he not? I believe that he was. And yet he's going into the Baseball Hall of Fame. There's been a number of players in recent years that you side-eye it because, Andy, even if I don't know, even if the fans don't know, we all know. We all know. And guys have gotten in. And so it's like, hold on. We're leaving out some of the greatest baseball players that ever lived. And we're giving the pass to others. And then there's guys like for example, guys in Sheffield's world that I think are just like they're caught in this in-between. And then you're asking the voters, like, take a position with your vote. Let's be honest. There was whispers about Todd. We brought it up the other day, the Wayne Hagen thing about Todd Helton. Well,
talking to Don Baylor.
Exactly. Well, he's going into the Baseball Hall of Fame today. So the line, it's not even a line. It's just like it's a squiggly ellipsis that is all over the place, and everyone's just trying to make up their mind and make it all up as they go along. And for me personally, it frustrates the ever-living hell out of me. But, we talked to Hochman last week, and he's a voter, and he brought up, his line is, were you caught? Were you suspended? Okay, and that's where he puts the line.
I guess that's fair, but when you found out the pitchers are doing it too, if everybody was on to something, then you got to live with what it was because you did nothing to stop it.
I know.
And frankly, we all flocked to the park to watch
and
it.
I am of the opinion, put them all in. Put them all in, and this is the story of your game. This is the story of your sport, and these are the best players of their generation, whatever they may have done. And if you want to write it on the plaque, write it on the damn plaque. And if you want to put an asterisk on their name on the plaque, go ahead. But these are the greatest players that ever lived, and the fact that they are not memorialized alongside other dudes that played in generations and eras with their own problems, believe me, it drives me nuts. See, told you. Let's go to break so I don't keep going. Altitude Sports Radio.
Murray has it left side of the midcourt circle. Throws it on the high right side over to Nikola Jokic. Jokic guarded by Turner. Hands it back off over to Murray. 5 seconds. Over to Jokic. Jokic at the point. Steps into a three. Ball game! Denver leads it by 5 with 4.7 seconds left to go. Nikola Jokic absolutely clutch. 31, 13, and 10.
I know it's not technically a buzzer beater, but it was at the end of the shot clock on the possession where they needed to score to end the game. I mean, it was kind of a buzzer beater, right?
Fair enough.
Don't we call that the Golden State shot in that one? Those are his 2 game winners this year. That was a game winner last night. That was, I know they had a lead, but that iced it. That meant that the Pacers' next possession was a moot point.
It's weird. That was a weird game, wasn't it? Like at one point I'm feeling, I think I walked back upstairs because again, it was one of those weird early games that you always talk about. So I get done. I was Traegering up some burgers and all that. Got done, sit down, 5 minutes left to go, 8 minutes left to go, whatever it was. They're up 10 and I'm going, all right. And the next thing you know, it's just does it not annoy you when the little spark plug guys come in and make a run on your starters? I was like, come on, what is this? Who is it? McConnell?
TJ McConnell.
And then who was the other
Ben
dude
Shepherd.
that was in towards the end?
Oh, Ben Shepherd was.
Oh my gosh. Come on, man.
Dude, give the Pacers credit. First off, I like that team. They play-hearted their way back into that thing last night. You know, they didn't have Halliburton. The game was kind of crazy. The Nuggets, something has kind of happened with the Nuggets here of late. And I want to get back to last night's game specifically, but I think something has clicked here. Maybe it kind of started a little bit on this road trip. Maybe it kind of started with the Pelicans game. This team has I think gone to another level of intensity.
Okay.
And I don't they don't play with it for 48 minutes because they did for the Boston game, but you can't play with it for 48 minutes. So they find it in spots, and last night it was the third quarter was where they found that championship level, that Nuggets nuclear intensity that they can bring out, and they brought it in the third quarter last night, and they got the separation, and they got themselves the lead, and then give the Pacers credit. Like, they got really physical. They just played very hard in that fourth quarter, and they made it tough on the Nuggets, but Denver got the buckets when they needed them. Jamal went coast to coast and got a goaltend. Joker hit that three. Jokic had that shot in the paint. MPJ had a blocked shot. They got big rebounds when they had to have them down the stretch, and it was just like, okay, we're better than the Indiana Pacers, so we will win this game. But I think the Nuggets have kind of been displaying that sort of intensity. Again, not for 48 minutes because you can't, but they've been doing a little bit more of it lately. It kind of feels to me like something is flipped a little bit in this team. I'm not saying they're turned it up to 11, but they're pressing the gas.
Now, you know what I'd give you? They come back and they have that amazing third quarter, and they get back in that game after being down big, and to your point, then they manage it from there.
Right. It is a lot of managing leads and managing wins.
But they have to, because unfortunately the bench just isn't giving them what they need at times, and so the starters are in spurts giving them what they need. Now, again, there's some more sloppy basketball last night, right? Sloppy passes. There was that wild possession where, was it McConnell again? I don't know.
Shepherd had the steal from behind.
Yeah, they decided they're trying to pass it up floor, and Jamal goes speeding up to get it across the half-court line, and he gets the ball knocked away, and just some stupid stuff like that. But they did enough to get the wins, because I think now, look, it is January, and they know they need the wins now.
Yes.
Aren't they near the top of the West again? Didn't Chris say that towards the end?
There's a virtual three-way tie at the top of the West right now with OKC and Minnesota, and then I think the Clips are a game and a half back.
Isn't this the classic? Look, the Chiefs are doing it in the NBA or in the NFL. All right, you guys can have whatever you want, but when it comes time, we're going to buckle up, we're going to focus, and we're going to go get things handled. The Nuggets are kind of doing that too. All right, Minnesota, OKC, whoever else, have your little fun. You're allowed to November and December. But now we're getting towards late January, and we're going to lock in and make sure we got more, maybe not home court throughout, but home court through most. And you're going to have to come deal with us now.
Seating matters at this time of year, and you need home court advantage. You know, look at the splits. The bench is vastly better at home. The team is vastly better at home. So, home court advantage is absolutely going to matter. I want to play a piece of audio for you really quick. You heard Kaz on the call right there. I was rewatching this morning the NBA.com posts a highlight video, and it had the Pacers, the hometown call on it, and I had not heard this originally. I just saw Marlo and Scotty and Katie last night, and I want to play for you this is the way the Pacers broadcast team called the Jokic game winner, which there was just something funny about this call to me in that it reinforced the greatness of Jokic and how when he walks into your building, everybody knows what they're watching.
They're in our way. Jokic, shot clock down to 7, game clock at 10.
No, Jokic is not the one you want to leave open.
Jokic for 3.
That's why I said he is not the one you want to leave open because he's going to make the decision and or the shot.
That's Quinn Buckner on the call right there as the analyst right there. That's not the guy to leave open.
Yeah.
Also, the swish on that was Spring. Can you give me that swish again? That was whoo. They had that baby mic'd beautifully. That was pure. Give me that swish.
3.
Oh, that sounded good.
That sounded like the swish on Double Dribble.
Yeah, it did.
Remember Double Dribble?
That was string music right
I
there.
love that game simply for the swish when you would rip it through the net.
Oof. Give me it again. Give me it again, Spring. One more time.
3.
That is nice.
You're just going to walk around here with your hand up all day like you made something because you heard that swish. That needs to be your new text sound.
That's my
ripping the net.
That's when my texts come in.
Yeah.
Yes. It's going to be about having to go get that weird thing on my leg checked. It's Kreckman and Lindahl.
Wow, what?
It's not important. We'll take a break. Coming up next hour, we'll talk to our buddy Tyler Maughan all about Todd Helton going into the Baseball Hall of Fame. But something that we learned about Todd Helton today, I didn't realize that he had this in common with the great David Puddy. We'll tell you what that is next. It is hour number 2 with the Crackman and Lindahl show on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. 20 minutes after 4 o'clock, our buddy Tyler Maughan joins us to talk about Todd Helton to the Baseball Hall of Fame. 5:20, Connor McGahey joins us on the program to preview the Avalanche and the Capitals tonight.
Did you see Connor's latest tweet?
I did not.
Connor's beef tweeting a little. We got beef tweets today, too.
Who's he beef tweeting with?
Anybody that does not know how to speed up and merge onto the highway. So Connor's caught me off guard on X a couple of times. First off, I didn't know he loved cake donuts.
Okay.
And I was not aware that he was upset about the old zipper merge. He didn't just speed up and go.
Isn't everybody
and
just
he hates chrome helmets.
Aggravated in traffic all the time? Isn't that just kind of standard amongst the population?
Folks, I thank you for allowing me to do a drive time show. I do not have when we drove home from Twin Peaks the other day. Yeah.
Twin Peaks. That's the sponsor.
I'm having a senior moment. I'm like, wait a minute. Is that the right spot?
Twin what?
Yes. Why is it named that?
It's a double entendre.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
2 meanings.
See what they're doing?
Yeah. When you get there, you do. And the flat irons, you can gaze upon those as well.
Mountains.
We'll be there back in February.
Right there.
No, when we drove home that night, though, and I got into rush hour traffic, I feel bad for all of you. I don't know how anybody's sane. I don't know how you do that on the daily.
This is what we are here for, to make it
to make you laugh.
Somehow better and more tolerable.
Less angry.
While everyone's giving each other the finger.
So
out
Todd
there.
Helton and David Putty. Is Helton now a famous chest painter? Now that he's retired?
Not that I'm aware of, or face painter. I've never seen
No,
Todd.
remember they did the Devils, remember?
Well, that was at the end of the show, yes. Mm-hmm. But he started with the face as well. I don't know about that part of it.
Okay.
I don't know if he's a mechanic. I don't know if he will eventually become a car salesman.
He sells sobs.
I don't know what Todd's next plans are. I think it's just to keep hunting. I don't think anything really changes for Todd Helton other than I guess his autograph is worth more now. And he had some fascinating insight into what Todd Helton's relationship was like with longtime Rockies trainer Keith Duggar. And in this column, Sean Keeler reports that, and Jason Hirsch confirmed this earlier in the show today, Todd Helton was insanely superstitious. And if something worked one day, he was going to do it again the next day. And I read this from the Post today. Like many great hitters, Mr. Rocky was a notorious creature of habit. Here's the quote from longtime Rockies trainer Keith Duggar. Quote, "If he ate at Arby's the day of a good game, I promise you he was going to eat Arby's the next day and the next 15 days, close quote. Yep, both Todd Helton and David Putty were Arby's guys.
So where do you want to eat?
Feels like an Arby's night.
All right.
Apparently, Todd Helton would eat Arby's sometimes as much as 15 consecutive days. It's a lot of 5 for 5, man. That is a lot.
All right, man. See, I get real nervous about segments like this.
See, the thing about 15 straight days.
Do I need to worry about besmirching Arby's?
Of 5 for 5, it's only $75.
What's your Arby's go-to?
Not too bad. I was always a beef and cheddar guy.
Yeah.
Personally,
Who isn't?
That was always my Arby's go-to. I don't know. Do you think Todd was eating like the Meat Mountain every single day?
What about their French dip? Feeling saucy? Dipping a little beef in the old au jus?
It's literally what it's there for, the sauce.
Did you ever have their mozzarella sticks?
I don't believe so. No, I was my Arby's order never ventured far outside of the beef and cheddar and the curly fries.
Hey, real quick behind the scenes, Alex Ryan, Emmy's like, I waited through break for that. That's what I'm supposed to put on Instagram. Just put Nate's part up. You'll be all right.
Came in here for content.
He was all excited.
We're talking Arby's on the show.
You know what you're getting? You ever do the glasses? The Arby's had some pretty cool Avs glasses. Were you ever a glass collector? Do you remember the 80s when we lived like kings and even into the 90s and every place had a glass?
I feel like I had most of the Dream Team, the 92 Olympic team. I had the Dream Team plastic cups from McDonald's, which I could report those things didn't really hold up in the dishwasher.
They were cool, though.
Very cool.
I used to get Domino's and McDonald's would do Bronco player cups.
Sure.
And of course, I bought everything until I got I got Atwater.
Arby's went with they had the memorabilia Avs glasses.
They had Avs
souvenirs.
glasses one year.
Mm-hmm.
A few years ago, my wife got me. They did all the Denver Bronco logos on them throughout the years.
Do you think Todd had the whole collection?
Is Todd part of the collection?
He could have.
Do you add the glass? They don't do glasses anymore, though, right? When was the last fast food chain to offer a commemorative glass?
I got to be honest with you. Been a minute since I slid through an Arby's, so I couldn't tell you.
Same, friend.
Mm-hmm.
Same.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, you want to talk about the boomerang effect?
15 straight days of Arby's, though.
Yeah, that
is commitment, man.
Listen. Good on you for not having issues during the game.
Todd Helton, maybe he did. That's the thing about baseball. It allows time for those things.
The old trip to the dugout.
Remember, wasn't it who was the guy? Was it Vlad Jr. Spring? Who was it that got in trouble for liking Instagram pics while sitting on the can during the games?
Wasn't it Josh Beckett or one of the Sox?
Well, that was the fried chicken and beer.
Oh, okay.
And they were playing video games. Yeah, it was like John Lester. Those dudes were all back there, pounding beers and playing video games when they were supposed to be out there.
Now, hold on. So who was the quote from? The trainer?
It was from Keith Duggar.
Yeah.
Yeah. The trainer.
So we don't know for sure that Todd ever had Arby's.
I'm pretty sure that if somebody would have known, I believe the training staff would have known. Plus, I'm assuming that Todd was probably a man after your own heart. He was probably well known for walking through the door with the Arby's
with the cup.
Yes.
Well, I like the ice. The ice is still good.
It's still good ice.
I got a cup in my car right now.
I know you do. Don't waste that ice.
Yeah, got to keep that ice. Yeah, I don't know. It's
Todd Helton, not exactly a Nathan McKinnon sort of guy when it comes to the diet, I think is what we're learning.
See, that's
here.
I've been debating whether to tell this story.
Baseball
on the air.
players, though, again, like it's a different kind of athleticism that is required of you.
Thank you. There's not a lot of Kirby Puckett types playing other sports.
Not a ton.
Tony Gwynn wasn't exactly a G.I. Joe action figure.
I wouldn't say
in his
so.
build.
No, not really.
Brian Bohannon.
Sure.
You know, I can relate to Brian
Ray
Bohannon.
King had he had himself an interesting physique, and yet it was effective, you know? Not a lot of Bartolo Colognes in the NBA.
Do you have any getting sound from Todd in the locker room stories?
Well, see, the thing is about the Todd stories is they're kind of the same every time.
Whoa.
Yes. Todd Helton.
He enjoyed messing with us.
He was very liberal with the towel.
Okay, see? Now I don't even have to ask you. I'm going to tell it because you apparently... So Todd, I think, in order to move the proceedings along.
Sure.
My first time in there, okay? My first time in the dang locker room trying to get sound.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just trying not to screw this up, right? Put the mic in the right place, stand off to the side.
Press the button correctly on the tape recorder.
Record the stuff.
Yeah.
And here comes Todd. Todd is at his locker, back to us, doing whatever he's doing.
Mm-hmm.
Got the towel on. Didn't think much of it. You know, we've all been to a gym, right? Didn't know Todd was going to pull the old man. Turns around, looks at us, towel's gone, let's do this. And I'm like, oh, like this? Okay. And he stood there in the birthday suit.
His locker stall, Andy, was... And the clubhouse at Coors Field is massive.
Yeah, it's large.
It's huge.
Yeah.
And so Todd's locker stall was always direct, like all the way across the clubhouse from the showers.
Yes. It was a long walk.
Yes. And Todd would dress for the showers, we'll say, for the entire walk. And he was never in any hurry. He was moving at his own pace.
Yeah, again, old dude in the locker room was what, and you know, all I remember is that he turned around and I was just like, we're not really, and everyone put their mics in. I was like, we are. All right.
Okay.
I didn't know first day of my internship we were going to interview a naked man, but here we are.
Here we are.
Mm-hmm. And I think, now look, probably well played by Todd. It was a 5-question deal and we were out of there, right? Nobody's got too many follow-ups. I'll just put it that way.
Hey, what did you see on that 2-1 curveball in the fourth inning?
You got a hold of that home run. Were you sitting on a pitch? What did he give you there?
We're really asking him for a lot of extra info right
You know what
there.
else Todd was big into? Fantasy football.
That makes sense to me. He was a football guy. He played at Tennessee.
He loved to talk fantasy football with you.
A couple of other notes that I learned from this story from Sean Keeler today. Apparently, so Duggar, you know, he'd have to do all the taping of Todd Helton, and as he got older and his body was breaking more and more, it was
a lot more tape.
Yeah, you were taping him together basically every single day, and a part of their ritual apparently was Todd would poke Duggar in the belly. He'd poke him as hard as he could. And the reaction would be that Keith Duggar would then slap Helton in the face.
Okay.
And this was their ritual?
Yeah.
And so he'd tape the left wrist, and then Helton would poke him in the belly, and then Doogie would slap him, and then he'd tape the right wrist, another poke, and then they'd slap him again. And to the point where they were doing this, and Keith Duggar's wife was like, why do you have bruises all over, these little dot bruises all over you? And on the other hand, apparently Todd's eye started getting swollen from the smacking, and they had to eventually chill out on this ritual beating of each other that they would go through every day while taping the professional athlete up to go play professional baseball.
Didn't he? So he was John Randall. Remember John Randall had that happen too, where the guy just had to waylay him in the face before he put his helmet on and went out. I've never heard of a baseball player getting that done though.
Well, Todd was a football guy, so maybe that was where it came from, I suppose. Yeah, he
have so many questions.
Couldn't go out and play until he
got whooped,
been worked up a little bit,
pollywomped or whatever that would be.
Yes. So Arby's and getting smacked in the face, and then Todd would go out and go 3 for 5.
Switching pants, switching bats.
Exactly.
Was he who wore the golden thong first?
Well, Giambi brought
I know, but
it.
who did he? Todd just put that thing right on.
Tomorrow we'll talk to Ryan Spielborgs and we'll find out
as to who was the first to don the magic.
The first to ever wear it. We'll talk to our pal Tyler Maun all about Todd Helton going into the Baseball Hall of Fame coming up next.
1-2. Holiday at first. Todd drives one high and deep right field. Get up and get out. Helton has done it. The Rockies win it. Todd Helton, the walk-off two-run shot. Colorado has swept the Dodgers.
8th time on a walk-off win for the Rockies this year. Nobody's enjoying it more than that guy.
George Frazier and Drew Goodman on the call right there. What would that have been? Would that have been Fox Sports Rocky Mountain back then, Andy?
Yeah. What year?
Am I getting back to that would have been 07 right there.
Yeah, I think it was, Yes.
That was the walk-off against the Dodgers.
It wouldn't have been Root. Trying to remember all the different.
Was that pre-Root days? Pre-Root, pre-AT&T?
I think you're right.
Fox Sports!
Fox Sports Rocky Mountain, and they then would have a show. Our guy Dave Benz, and remember, they actually had like a little Sports Center type thing after.
Yes, I do remember that. Man, times.
Remember some stuff.
They haven't changed. Joining us right now to talk about Todd Helton going into the Baseball Hall of Fame, the longtime host of the Purple Dinosaur podcast, which I got to be honest, I don't even know if it exists anymore, but he is beloved Denver broadcaster, and quite frankly, when we need to find out what Rocky people are thinking, this is the guy that we talk to. Our buddy Tyler Maughan joins us right now on a beautiful Wednesday afternoon. Hi, Tyler.
I don't know if that podcast exists anymore either.
You're the host of it. You should know, right?
Yeah, did you give it up? What happened? Did you sell it?
It was the Rocky Mountain Sports Report was the name of that show. Remember that show? That show was awesome on Fox Sports Rocky Mountain.
Tim Ring,
I was a big fan of the Rocky
Dave
Mountain
Benz. Yeah. Quality program right there. Jim Armstrong used to make his guest spots with his Hawaiian shirts on and his blonde mullet. God, those were the days. Yeah, things were glorious back then.
Jimmy had a mullet?
Good late 90s times, man.
Yeah, hell yeah. Tyler, the Todd Helton thing and Todd going into the Baseball Hall of Fame, I don't. This is an objectively great thing, so I don't want to make this the Rockies sure are pretty lame these days, but. For you, Tyler, diehard, dyed-in-the-wool Rockies fan from day number one, yesterday, and Todd Helton getting the nod to go into Cooperstown, that was the best day for a Rockies fan since what?
Larry Walker going into the Hall of Fame in 2019. And it really is it's very weird, these little signposts of there are small things for you to be proud of or excited about in your fandom with this franchise. So there's not a lot in the modern era. I heard when you guys were talking yesterday about, this is the last Denver athlete that's probably going to go into a Hall of Fame for a while. In a way that's a good thing because we've been in an era where we're presently witnessing so much greatness in Denver, at least for the indoor sports. It's strange because for Rockies fans, you had 2017, you had 2018, you felt like you were building something, and then all of a sudden the bottom falls out, and you trade away, the guy who would have been the greatest player in franchise history, and you recede to not only, the normal monotony of irrelevance that Rockies fans are so familiar with, but historically bad irrelevance to be coming off of a 100-loss season. It's kind of sad that these are the things that you have to look at as, at least there's the positivity, and it has nothing to do with the modern franchise. But it is something for Rockies fans to feel good about, and everybody feels something about it, whether positive or negative around baseball. But it's a guy who gets honored for a very long and very bright career.
All right, I'm going to keep this simple. What's your favorite Todd moment?
Oh, man.
And you know what? I want a play, not so much the hands to the sky that's become like the logo for the Rockies after securing that final out to send them to the World Series. I'm going to make it a little tougher. Give me a play, just your best Todd play.
I do enjoy that he had so many of those iconic moments, especially during that 2007 run. I mean, I think the walk-off that you played off at Takashi Saito, that was the second game of a day-night doubleheader. That was, I think, the most important thing about that day was 6 weeks before I met Nate Klekman for the first time.
Hey.
So it's like, I mean, these are, we're like counting down the days at that point. But I was an unemployed college graduate that summer. I went to, 50 Rockies games. I went to every home game during that, 21 wins in 22 days or whatever it was. And I was at both ends of that doubleheader because I had nothing else to do. And I remember, Takashi Saito at that time was
nasty.
A very, very good major league closer. Yeah, I mean, he was filthy. And for Todd Helton to be the guy to have that moment, I remember him coming home, around third base, and he's stoic, old-timey grinder Todd Helton, but him throwing off his helmet and then jumping, screaming into the pile at home plate was like, oh, something feels different with this team, with what's going on with this team right now. And that's probably, as far as an on-field thing goes, if it's not, the picture with Eric Burns slumped into the dirt behind him at first base, I think that walk-off over Saito, there was just something different about that day and that moment where you thought, maybe they got the chance to do something interesting here. And that was probably the biggest moment kicking that streak off. Because that was early on in it, and it just set the tone for that whole September and October.
Yeah, it really got it all started right there. We're talking to our old buddy Tyler Maun here about the career of the great Todd Helton. So, Tyler, Todd Helton getting into the Baseball Hall of Fame to me is a nod to progress, quite frankly, in the way that we evaluate and analyze baseball players. Like, you just go off the counting stats, like which we used to, 3,000 hits, 500 home runs. Those were sort of the benchmarks that mattered to be able to get guys into the Baseball Hall of Fame. Todd Helton didn't have any of that stuff, and yet today you can look back through what he accomplished and you can recognize, oh, this is like a top 15, top 20 first baseman that ever lived. What are, to you, some of the biggest things that have evolved, both in terms of statistical evaluation and just attitudes about baseball at altitude that helped get Todd across the finish line?
Yeah, I think that's a great point, and he really is one of the guys who embodies the newer era of evaluating careers in baseball and in the scope of the history of baseball. Because for so long it was just, like you said, like what was your career average, how many career home runs and RBI? But so much of the last generation of baseball has been realizing the value that players bring outside of those stats. It used to be, back in the day, people viewed walks as being like selfish. People viewed walks as being a net negative because sure, you got a guy on base, but you didn't move anybody over. If you talk to anybody in baseball in the 80s or 90s, it would have been, I'd rather have a hard ground ball to the right side that advances a runner, even if it's an out, than a walk. Right. And that's insane now by modern day metrics. And so I think people have started to realize that baseball players bring value in vastly different ways. And for somebody like Todd Helton to be so consistently elite with the way he handled the bat, if he had played his career 20 years earlier, I don't think Todd Helton is a Hall of Famer. I think the fact that people now recognize all of these different measuring sticks for greatness in baseball is a positive, because you do get guys like Tim Raines in the Hall of Fame, or guys, Jim Wright's making a Hall of Fame. These guys who were so underappreciated in the immediate reflection of their careers that now are a lot more recognized for the greatness that they did bring. And, to your point about reevaluating what it means to have now two Rockies in the Hall of Fame, I think we are at a point where a lot of intelligent baseball people have recognized you can't hold anybody's home ballpark against them. Todd Helton did not demand to be a member of the Colorado Rockies for his 17-year career. He could have just as easily been an Oakland A or a Seattle Mariner or Minnesota Twin or whatever. The fact that he came to Colorado, that was his lot in life, and he made the most of that. You never hear anybody hold it, wow, Ryan Howard, he wouldn't have put up Hall of Fame-ish numbers as a slugging first baseman if he didn't play in Philadelphia. Or Mickey Mantle, how about that short porch in right field at Yankee Stadium? He wouldn't have hit 500-plus home runs. Like, those things don't get tagged to other ballparks. And the fact that I think people around baseball and the voting members for the National Baseball Hall of Fame have recognized, yes, the Coors Field inflate offensive numbers. Absolutely it does. Should you hold that against someone as though they can control that? No, you can't, especially when it's over the course of 17 years. If Todd Helton had an 8-year career and somehow had put out there, 400 home runs by hitting 50 jacks a year, then yeah, did you call into question like, wow, what was that all about? But the fact that over a 17-year span of time, he was able to do that, and Larry Walker, the stuff that he did in Denver, that is, to me, the biggest step forward in terms of, I don't want to say getting rid of this stigma, because if you check the comments of any post about Todd Helton going into the Hall of Fame now, it's all mouth breathers on Instagram saying like, Hall of Fame's never been less worthy of being called the Hall of Fame. But we're just in a different era where people can recognize what it means to be a great ball player, and that's gotten guys like Todd Helton and Larry Walker deservedly into the Hall of Fame.
You know the minor league system as well as anybody in this town. How far away are we from having like a fun cast that Todd used to, from having a bunch of guys that we can all get excited about again?
Who
Tyler?
are the next toddlers?
Well, yeah, the toddlers or dude, I'd even take again, I think what was it, 4 years ago when you and I started the show and they had Story and Arenado and
DJ
and on and on.
LeMahieu.
Yeah, they had like a fun roster. How far do they have any of these guys in the pipeline in your mind?
It's not the same. The thing that's weird about the Rockies system right now, and I will say they do have some really exciting prospects. They've got a kid, Adael Amador, who's a shortstop who made it to Double-A last year, I think at 19, maybe 20 years old. He's going to be a stud. They've got a young outfield prospect, and Yadiel Fernandez, who's going to be good. Chase Dollander, who was their first-round draft pick last year, the 9th overall pick, is a monster. I mean, a guy who I think touched 104 with his fastball at one point in college. The talent that they do have is there and is interesting. The problem is a lot of it is so differently placed in the system right now. Like, you've got guys who are Double-A who are exciting. Chase Dollander, a guy who they took in the first round last year, he didn't pitch at all in his debut season. So where does he go this year? Does he start at high A? Is he Double-A? If he struggles, how far back does that push, his potential arrival date in the major leagues? What the Rockies have done when they've had eras of being, contenders is they've gotten these guys to graduate all around the same time. So that mid-2000s core where Garrett Atkins and Troy Tulowitzki and Matt Holliday and Brad Hopp and all those guys arrived. They all arrived largely by climbing through the system together. Same thing with that next wave when it was Story and Arenado and John Gray and those guys who came up. Right now, what's strange is you've got a lot of prospects at Double-A. You've got some guys at the Class A level. You've got some international free agents who are really young. It's just not quite as consistent in terms of where these guys are in the system. And that makes it a little bit more difficult to predict. They've got a prospect in Zach Veen, who everybody said a couple of years ago was the best hitting talent, especially among prep players in the draft. Well, Zach Veen made it to Double-A last year, really struggled there, but he was only 21 years old. So how do you know what you have in him and how long it's going to take to arrive? It is not the same glut of talent that the Rockies had in the mid-2000s or in the early 2010s that kind of propelled them back to at least some brief relevance. But there are some really good pieces. The question mark, as it always is with baseball, is going to be development and the ETA for these guys and how long it takes to get them all around as a core at the same time, and if that's possible.
Hey, what are you guys doing August 17th? I'm curious.
Is that Todd Helton Day?
We just got it.
All
it's
right.
Todd Helton Day, Tyler Vaughn. 8-17,
do you think they're going to
baby.
give him another horse? That's what I would like to know. Are they going to get him a replacement horse? Because they gave him a horse when he retired.
Yep.
That horse died. So, did they get another? Is it called a true Bust-A-Move 2? The way they, have weird names for
No
horses?
Get him a
warranty.
pony. Why not just a
A
pony?
pony.
He can raise it then to good health.
This is a pony. Get him a mini horse, okay? Tyler Maughan, everybody. He'll be on the call tomorrow. Jeff Wolbrin's Pios hosting the Coyotes of South Dakota. So listen to Tyler Maughan calling Pio basketball. Tyler, good stuff, buddy. We appreciate it.
Thanks, guys. Good to talk to you.
All right, our buddy Tyler Maughan with us right there. So the answer is, hey, We're still holding out hope for that 2033 World Series, okay,
Tom
Andy?
texts in, ha, 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 the answer is no. Yeah, we can all feel it. Oh, they got guys that are exciting.
Yeah, a couple of guys.
They're there.
A couple of guys.
Oh, man. When you really, like, again, I know this franchise hasn't won a lot, right? We've all witnessed it.
We know.
I've had to do post-game shows. They've had a lot of fun players come through here, though. They've had some fun teams.
Sure have.
Right? Now, you're not putting fun team banners up in your field. I don't know. Maybe they will. But I'm just saying.
Wait a minute. I actually just came up with this. This is Spring. Type out an email to Dick Monfort. Send it to his iPad right now. Okay. Everybody else gets to have their ring of fame, their walk of fame, their hall of what are the Yankees got
the
the
true
plaques
greats
and the statues and all of that. Can we just have a remember some guys wing down there at
just
Coors
call
Field?
it the wing of fun teams.
That's
2007 was a fun team.
The wing of fun guys.
2009 was a fun team.
That sounds like something you need a cream for.
2018 was a fun team.
Yes.
Till the Brewers thing happened.
That's not important how it ended.
2017 was a fun team.
It was
you
fun.
lost to the D-backs, but whatever.
The Hall of Remember Some Guys. This
95
is
was a
my
fun
idea.
team. Do you remember when Dante Bichette went yard to open Coors Field late against the Mets in an April evening?
What do we have in the Hall of Remember Some Guys? What do we got? Like
hey,
you
Dexter Fowler
can't do plaques.
Oh, what's the honor?
You can't do a statue.
You know what?
What about a paper mache?
In honor of Todd.
What about a wax figure?
In honor of Todd.
Like a Madame Tussauds wax figure.
I want framed pants. The pants that they wore.
The pants they wore.
There it is. You don't get the name of the jersey. You actually have to go look at the plaque at the bottom to figure out whose pants it is.
Here is Jamie Carroll's pants.
Yeah.
Okay.
Clint Barmis's pants.
That's what I'm saying. Jeff Francis's
Brad
pants.
Hopp's pants.
Jeff Francis had some long pants.
He did.
Some very long
What about
pants.
your guy? Who was the first baseman that took over for him? For Todd. Shoot. He was actually good. Won the batting title.
Justin Morneau?
Thank you. I was about to say Frenchman. Justin Morneau's pants.
He was Canadian.
Yeah.
He should have his pants in there. Yes.
Alex Cole's pants.
Todd Hollinsworth's pants.
Eric Young Jr.'s pants.
Remember some guys, the pants wing.
The pants. Yes. There they are.
Okay.
It's out there by the broadcast position from center field that they do the stuff en route.
Spring, email Dick Monfort right now. Pitch the idea. Let him know we're available for a conference call if he wants to do lunch. We could stop by. We're not on the air until 3:00. And
you'd like that, wouldn't you?
We can make this happen over there at Coors Field. I think people would love it.
Ethan says wing of dudes.
Exactly.
I kind of like that. That rolls off the tongue. Life-size bobbleheads, that's not bad. Huh?
Those just take up a lot of space. You'd have to watch out.
Yeah, but you could shift them out as it needs to. You know what I mean?
Ubaldo's pants. If you
Cargo's not a guy. Somebody said, how do you not say Cargo? Cargo's not a guy.
No, Cargo's a great.
Right. Oh, Arenado's a great.
Yeah.
Tulo's a great.
Matt Holliday's a great. These guys go in a different. Trevor Story's a great. These guys go in a different part of the ballpark.
Yeah,
okay.
Todd Hollinsworth.
Yes.
Not a great, but the pants can go on the wall.
That's what I'm saying. Meanwhile, Juan Pierre, he gets his pants in there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Who else?
Remember some guys. Rockies.
David Need.
Edition.
Pants on the wall.
Quick break when we come back. Something happened in that Nuggets-Pacers game last night that had me saying, we're still doing this?
Oh, yeah.
I'll tell you what that is next.
How good and sexy would you think of me as a broadcaster? Do you feel I am?
You ought to be probably in the top 3 in the league. I'm saying you're probably a handsome guy up there. So.
Thank you very much.
I thought that was very generous, very kind of Reggie Jackson right there. Scott Hastings, top 3 sexiest broadcasters in all of the NBA. Oh, we have major NFL breaking news we're going to get to here in just a moment. But first, just one thing I need to react to last night. So, Nuggets-Pacers, fourth quarter, 3 minutes to go, roughly left in the game. Nikola Jokic gets called for moving screen. They challenge the call. Call is overturned. In fact, the foul is called on the Indiana Pacers. Here's your referee last night announcing that the call had been changed.
After review, we see that Ben Shepherd puts his arms out across the side of Nikola Jokic. It's going to be a defensive foul on Ben Shepherd. That's going to be the 14th foul. It's going to be a side out to Denver with 14 or greater on the shot clock.
Yeah, we heard it.
Nikola
RJ
Jokic.
Only been the MVP of a few things. He's got 3 different MVP trophies, 2 for the full seasons and 1 for the finals, and it's still Jokic.
Also, like, you got the ch part at the end. You got that right. So you're willing to adapt to some Serbian pronunciation, but not all of it, apparently. A bridge too far to go with the soft J, jogging. He couldn't go there. He had to go with Jokic. I know he did better than Chris Russo did.
Jokic.
But still, like...
That one makes me laugh every time.
I know, right? Jokic? What does he have to do?
I don't know. Is that why you guys don't give him calls ever? Is this part of the reffing problem? You don't realize that's the 2-time MVP? You think that's a guy named Jokic?
Is there a guy out there that's still like, Jokic, one of the great all-time big men, but he has not caught Wilt Chamberlain. I'm sorry, he's not there.
By the way, it's also Nikola, right?
Nikola.
Is that what we're doing?
If you want to be if you want to be very strict about it, it's Nikola Jokic.
Was it Serbian night in Indiana last night, too?
I think it's always Serbian
Just
night.
everywhere he goes?
Wherever Nikola goes.
Automatic
yes.
built-in promo night?
I would think you can sell a few extra tickets, yes, to the fine Serbian and former Yugoslavian population. You can do well for yourself. Spring, are we ready to break news? Let's break news. Adam Schefter is reporting, and we were waiting for this to go down. It sounds like they got across the finish line. They did what the Broncos couldn't do. The Chargers are hiring Jim Harbaugh to be their next head coach. This from Adam Schefter.
A lot of milk.
44-19-1 in his last NFL stretch with the San Francisco 49ers. That was pretty damn good. It included a Super Bowl loss to his brother John. Jim Harbaugh then went to the University of Michigan, where he's been since 2015, culminating in a national championship just a few weeks ago. Now, Jim Harbaugh jumps back to the NFL. He escapes any NCAA infractions that may have been further coming his way. What did he miss? 5 games last year, I think, in total?
And, look, at the end of the day, he wants to win a Super Bowl.
I would say that's the last item that he's got to cross off what is going to be a Hall of Fame coaching career. Jim Harbaugh to the Chargers. Andy, instant reaction. How much better or more dangerous does this make the Chargers?
We ought to call up our buddy Mike Sanford, get his thought on this since he worked for Jim. Maybe I'll text him in the break.
Let's get your thought on it.
Yeah, well, I'm trying to decide because I've been trying to think. You and I power ranked this last week, right? Didn't we do it Friday?
We did.
We power ranked it because that's basically when we all figured out that's probably where he was going. See, Nate, I think it's a problem. I think he might be the second best coach in the division right now because he's won everywhere he's gone. So nobody thinks that I'm trying to grind an axe with Sean Payton. I'm not. Sean Payton, though, has 1 Super Bowl appearance. Jim Harbaugh was able to go to a Super Bowl. As a matter of fact, he did it later than Payton did when he was with the Niners. He
He built the Niners into a machine. He did good things at Stanford. He was able to go now get a national championship at Michigan.
Literally won everywhere he's been.
Let me ask you this, though. Now I'm going to turn the question to you. Here's what I can't quite decide. Will this be great for Justin Herbert, or will they reel him in? Because remember, Harbaugh's Niners teams were run-first, physical kind of team. They looked a lot like his team in Michigan looked, right?
Yeah.
Really good defensively, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, a lot of, you look through the years, and I mean, the quarterbacks that he had at Michigan generally,
they were fine.
The way that they won was like they weren't asked to do a ton, Like, I think J.J. McCarthy is a good quarterback, but also, like, he wasn't in a, uncork it 35, 40 times a game kind of system there at Michigan. And I love the system that they ran right there. But it was largely, you fit within what we want to do here in this system, and this is how we're going to win. And they had excellent talent, and they were able to make that happen.
I don't know quite the word I want to use, but this is the one I'm going to use. Is this a little embarrassing for the Broncos? You wanted the guy a year ago, and it was well known. You wanted the guy a year ago.
Yeah.
He was your top candidate from the time the thing came open. All the insiders are reporting that.
Yes.
You went out there to go talk to the guy, and you couldn't convince him to show up here, and now there he is in your division with a team that's a rival, I guess. Is that a little embarrassing? Is that a little a black mark? I see, again, embarrassing feels like too strong a word, but I don't know what other word to use.
Timing was in the Chargers' favor here, right?
Fair enough, yeah.
Like, a lot has happened in the 12 months in the life of Jim Harbaugh.
Sure.
And in the life of the Chargers since all of that went down, right? But he was the Broncos' top target a year ago. They were not able to convince him to leave Michigan and to take this job here in Denver. He did wait another year. He did win a national championship. He did get to a point where his stock was never possibly going to be higher, and the going was never going to be better than it was going to be. Plus, he gets to walk in the door and coach one of the best young quarterbacks in all of football. And what is Justin Herbert, 25, 26? I mean, you're walking in with a star ready-made quarterback in his 20s. Most coaches never get to do that sort of thing, and he gets to do that from day one.
I think Russ influenced that. I'd love to know how much Russ influenced the Harbaugh decision a year ago.
Like Harbaugh not wanting to coach Russ?
Yes.
I do think when you look at roster construction and everything else, and I do think the Chargers have a lot of rebuilding to do. That team's old. And the Chargers
got cap problems, no doubt about it.
They are old, and they need to fix some things, and if I'm Jim, probably the first thing I do is raid John's front office in Baltimore and go and get somebody, do like a Kyle Shanahan. Remember Kyle Shanahan hiring John Lynch? I would build myself that sort of structure right there, and I would go get myself a really good personnel guy to have directly next to me right now, and I would start to reconstruct this thing. I don't think the Chargers are in any sort of contending place going into next season. But I do think that within a couple of years, if they can operate with some good discipline and everything else, and I believe they're going to have to, I think that Jim can get back to a place where he's going to be able to win a lot of football games with this team.
Yeah, there's also, let's see if Schefter's updated this. They're talking to a guy from the Giants, I want to say. That's been one of the news cycle things that also hit today. He was supposed to go talk to the Atlanta Falcons, and he pushed it back. It was supposed to still be tomorrow. Clearly, that was to put pressure on the Chargers to give him the contract that he wanted. I can't find it. But anyway, they'll have their GM soon enough. I'm with you. Most coaches are going to want to do it the way Kyle did it moving forward, right?
Yeah.
You're going to pick, I'll have a GM because I think the job is too big for you not
to.
Yeah,
you need a good personnel man at your side.
GM.
Tom asks, how does Harbaugh work with Spanos? And the whole weird Spanos family dynamic. What I would say is, and this, I'm just speculating here, but I think Jim Harbaugh is very smart, Andy, and I think he waited a very long time to pick his spot for when to jump into the NFL. I think that Jim Harbaugh probably has told the Spanos family, you're going to leave me the hell alone.
Yeah, and I think they're ready to do that.
With the amount of different interviews that they did, I mean, they put the investment into Justin Herbert. Like, they paid him. They know how good a quarterback that they have in front of them, and that with Brandon Staley and the roster that they built around him, and they couldn't stay healthy, and Chargers going to Charger, and all those different things, they weren't able to put together any sustained winning with that group. They've got to know, like, this is the opportunity. We gave this guy $250 million here right now. We need to shut up and just listen to this guy and let him win, and we'll print money off the whole thing.
It's been weird in San Diego, it's been weird in LA forever. They need to go back to San Diego. I won't quit saying that, but it's been weird in LA forever. If you think the Spanoses, no matter how cheap they are satisfied with still having most of the other team's fans occupy their building when it's supposed to be a home game, you're crazy. And again, if they need to make merchandising sales back. Like, they need to be competitive. So
they're spending money on the roster. Like, you might as well win.
Anybody that hires Harbaugh knows they're handing it over to him.
Yeah.
Right?
And the thing is like, when you hire Jim Harbaugh, this is, like, this is the kind of thing that I always used to think about when I was, like, in my early 20s and I would start dating somebody, and, like, immediately you'd be like, well, I know we're going to break up. I wonder how that's going to go. Like, that was a thing I used to think about when I was at that age. You kind of got to be the same way when you hire Jim Harbaugh. Like, you're going to break up. It's going to be weird eventually. The question is, how long can you make it, and how much winning can you do before it gets super weird at the end?
Mrs. Right now, not Mrs. Right.
Mm-hmm. That's exactly it. And just know you're not going to be retiring. You're not moving to Florida to play shuffleboard with Jim.
Sure. You're getting 5 years out of the deal.
Yeah.
Right? Isn't that about what Michigan got, or did they get 10?
Actually, he was there since 2015. He was there that was the longest he ever committed.
There you go.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And the guy loves milk. Jim Harbaugh, new head coach of the Chargers. Keep it here.
Hey, it's Andy Lindahl from my friends over at Colorado Off-Road. Have you purchased a new truck or 4x4 lately? Did you get everything that you wanted on it? If you're like me, you gave up some options in order to afford the monthly payment a little bit earlier. I did that with my F-150 back in 2019, was lucky enough to hook up with the good folks over at Colorado Off-Road. Jerry Jones has recommended a lot of the accessories I've since added to my vehicle. The bed cover. Great. And I mentioned that because if you need suggestions, Jerry knows this climate. He knows Colorado well. He knows what works here, what doesn't. Picked out a great bed cover for me. Got the right step rails going. Added the remote start. Wasn't even really something I was thinking about, if you can believe it or not, but ended up getting the remote start put in. It also has a car alarm on mine, which helps, but the remote start's so key. Got to leave my truck outside. Doesn't quite fit in the garage. Warming the truck up before you get in it to go anywhere, that's key, especially this time of year. And if you have a 4x4, if you want custom lighting, they can do custom jobs. If you're a contractor, they can do upfitting. Colorado Off-Road's located 3 blocks south of historic downtown Littleton on Prince Street, right behind ACC. Find them on the web at cooffroad.com.
Yes, it is. Hour number 3 of the Craigman and Lindahl Show. Did you know you can watch us on Twitch? You sure can. Our Twitch feed is brought to you by Safeway. Download the Safeway Deals and Delivery app and get exclusive grocery offers. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. Right now, it's time for football news. 5 biggest stories of the day from around the league. We broke the news last segment. We revisit the news right now. Biggest story of the day in the NFL, Jim Harbaugh, new head coach of the Chargers. Spring.
Time for the High Five, brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it is never ordinary at Bet365. Other news today, and this could be Jim Harbaugh to the Chargers related as well. Vic Fangio will no longer be the Dolphins' defensive coordinator. According to Adam Schefter, he now becomes the Philadelphia Eagles' top target as the Eagles are looking to reshape their staff around Nick Sirianni. But Vic Fangio, the former defensive coordinator of Jim Harbaugh with the San Francisco 49ers, so he could go to L.A. perhaps.
Okay, so here's the question, all right? So Vic's family, Andy, is in Pennsylvania in the Philly area. We know our old buddy Vic Fangio, diehard Phillies fan. He lives and dies with that city. The Eagles have a needed defensive coordinator. It would make an awful lot of sense. Remember, I believe he was consulting with them a couple of years ago before he took the Dolphins gig and when he was done with the Broncos. Or could Jim call him up and say, we can outbid everybody and, you know, you're a mere hop, skip, and a jump away from the Bay Area. We know the importance of that part of the country to Vic Fangio because he likes to go and see his boo.
I think he's going to end up in Philadelphia because our buddy Leggy jumped on the midday show. It's his turn. It's their leg day, as I like to call it, or they used to call it. He said it sounds like there was maybe some back channel communicating before Vic and Mike McDaniel just decided to put out into the open. We ain't feeling each other.
Sure.
Go ahead and move on. So it sounds like he's already got it figured out that he's gonna
off to Philadelphia.
He's gonna head off to Philadelphia. But look, to
Can
your
John
point,
swoop in?
To your point, Jim was not the coach of the Chargers when
Nope.
all this stuff broke earlier.
That's true. God, I'm gonna
a lot of people are claiming though he's bringing the staff from Michigan with him though to the Chargers.
I am going to deal with the having both Jim and John back in the NFL and messing that up forever now.
Hold on though. What is Vic Fangio? He's Philly. You and I were surprised he was Miami guy, but he's older. A lot of people when they get older love to retreat to Miami.
I'm sure he enjoyed the mild weather.
I think he's more Philly guy than LA guy.
I think that Vic Fangio is a modern Renaissance man who can find his gray crew neck sweatshirts in whatever locale will be paying him the best. To be the premier defensive
Flying
mind
the meatballs that you want
in football. Yes.
Let me ask you this though.
Also, there's a bunch of people that are texting in telling us, yeah, but his girlfriend is in San Francisco. Guys, we broke that news.
Yeah, we know.
I mean, I guess we didn't break that news. I guess technically
Griffith did.
Fox 31 did, but that's our scoop. We're well aware. You know that because we told you.
Yeah. Look, don't tell me my news. Seriously, if you're going to be a defensive coordinator, do you think Vic? Let me preface this. Do you think Vic wants to be head coach again?
No. Well,
because if he does, I'm going to Philly because Sirianni's got weird stuff going on.
You're right.
Harbaugh just minted a new 5-year deal. He ain't going anywhere because I'm sure that deal wasn't cheap. If you want to possibly be the head coach again, you're going to Philly. Also, if you're just going to be the DC, Nate, do you really want to jump back into the division with Mahomes?
I do believe that Vic Fangio had a bitterness about the way that it went here in Denver. I do believe that he thought that he was dealt a bad hand
at the QB position.
At the QB position, COVID, everything else that happened in his tenure as an NFL head coach. I don't think it was the opportunity that he envisioned for himself for many, many years. And so I think that Vic Fangio, I think there's a competitive part of him that would like to be able to prove that. He's also, he is a couple of years older right now. He was no spring chicken when he had his head coaching opportunity. And I think maybe he has also recognized this is what the league recognizes me as. I am probably the best defensive coordinator and defensive mind alive today. Thus, I can command a top-end salary for doing this job. you got a good niche. You don't have to push back against it. And as far as I know, has Vic gotten a single interview in this go-around?
He got one last year.
In the head coaching cycle. I haven't seen his name attached to any. I will admit I haven't been following, every interview that Atlanta and Carolina has taken, but I don't remember having seen Vic's name anywhere.
He got one last year with somebody, and I can't remember who it was. It doesn't matter. I think he goes to Philly, but we'll wait and see.
Spring.
High five.
Have some playoff football, of course, this weekend. The conference championship games. First up, Sunday afternoon, the Chiefs at the Ravens. For the Chiefs, left guard Joe Thuney is unlikely to play.
That's bad.
Due to the pectoral injury that he suffered in the win over Buffalo. Also, Patrick Mahomes talking to the media today, and he was asked about his buddy, Travis Kelce. Him and Travis passed Brady and Gronk for the most touchdowns for a duo in playoff history last weekend, and he was asked if Travis Kelce has let the fame get to him. Is he still the same Travis that Patrick knows and loves? Here is Patrick.
Travis has always been Travis. At the end of the day, it's been cool to watch for me because, obviously he has all that attention, but he's just been himself the whole time. He's still Travis Kelce. He still will walk through the stadium and treat every single person like they're his best friend, and he's going to be like that in the locker room every single day. It hasn't been any different to me. I've come to the building, come to work every single day, and lucky enough that I have a lot of great players around me, and Travis is one of them.
Hold on. Go back to the beginning of that answer right there, Spring. I thought I heard something right there from Patrick Mahomes in the way that he described Travis Kelce. What was that?
Travis has always been Travis.
He's always been
Paxton.
channeling his inner Vance Joseph right there.
Travis has always been Travis.
He always has been.
Paxton.
At no point has he undergone an identity change. He hasn't gone into hiding. There are no aliases that I am aware of.
He's not just Trav.
Like he puts his sunglasses on and he becomes Trav.
Now he's Trav.
Suddenly gives everybody the finger guns.
I've become oddly amused with the X updates of the social life of Travis Kelce.
Who did he used to date?
No, just all the Taylor Swift stuff. The latest one that I've seen this tweet retweeted like 9 times. Travis planned something special for Valentine's Day. I'm like, come on, dude, really? Really?
Isn't today only the 24th?
Yeah. He's a guy, right? Is he allowed to get out of Valentine's Day?
It's a little
I
early.
don't think so. What's he gonna do? I'm not feeling it. Here's a sweater.
How are they aware of what he's planning?
Yeah, that's what I want to know. Someone in an inner circle said, get him out of the inner circle. Is she going on tour soon?
Who's in this inner circle?
Right.
Who are these people? Is it his drunken brother not wearing his shirt? Who's in the inner circle?
I heard the story today. I guess they did their podcast today, Jason and Trav.
Okay.
Trav. And Jason said his wife was begging him not to take the shirt off. But he did anyway. That's when you know you've got pro athlete clout, I guess.
Sure.
When you can just ignore the wife begging you not to embarrass the family yet again.
Anyway, Travis continues to be Travis.
High five.
Bills GM Brandon Beane talking to the media, and he was asked about Von Miller, who has a few years left on his contract. Certainly will be with the team next season due to the dead cap hit that they would have to eat if they got rid of him. He did not have a great season, but it was coming off of that torn ACL from the previous season, which was late in the year on Thanksgiving. Here's Brandon Beane on Von Miller.
Unfortunately, an ACL, it's kind of 2 years in a row we've had a key guy get hurt on Thanksgiving. You're getting him back the next year, and wasn't the Von Miller that he wanted to be, for a good portion of this year. I think it was trending up as the year went on. Thought he actually made some good plays in the run game the other night, more than pass rush opportunities presented itself. But you saw that explosiveness coming back, and that should only improve according to our medical team.
Yeah, that's a guy that gave a massive contract to an aging pass rusher that has dealt with nothing but injury and off-field drama ever since he has shown up to play for your team. So you got to say things like, hey, he was really setting the edge against the run the other day. That's not what you pay him for.
Yeah.
No.
No.
You were paying for a strip sack.
Yeah. You paid him imagining the LA Rams version of Vaughn dipping under every tackle trying to block him and getting to the quarterback in 2 seconds instead of letting Patrick Mahomes just fling the ball all over the field like he ended up doing.
You are stuck with that.
One more year, right?
Yeah, at least.
Like, isn't that the problem? They want to get rid of a few guys, but didn't you tell me yesterday you looked up the cap numbers? The two top names would be Vaughn and Diggs, and they're both under contract for one more year. That's going to make it tough.
For one more year, and Allen's contract, like all of the restructured and money that they kick down, the Bills do. Bill's bill is due. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. We'll talk to our buddy Connor McGahee coming up next. The return of Artturi Lehkonen. I have heard of him. That's next. Craigman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We are rolling along with you here on a lovely Wednesday afternoon. Coming up tonight, right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, your Colorado Avalanche will return to the Ball Arena ice as they will welcome in the Washington Capitals. This evening we'll drop the puck at 7:30. We'll get your pregame coverage at 7 o'clock. I say the Avalanche are returning to the Ball Arena ice. Two key members of the Avalanche are returning to the Ball Arena ice. So joining us right now to get you all set for that matchup this evening, the voice of your Avalanche, our pal, Connor McGahey. Hi, Connor.
Nate, I missed your Chris Cuthbert impersonation, who I actually saw last week in Toronto.
Well, and we saw it the other day against Philadelphia. The all-time greatest Cuthbert name ever
100%
was there and getting worked over by the Avalanche.
Mackay is hurt.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
We may not be saying that name for a while. There is an uncomfortable investigation underway.
Yeah, we'll leave that alone for the time being. But I did see Chris Cuthbert the other day, so that's great. And it made me think of you.
What else can you do? You've got a lot of them that you like. Didn't we have a Bronco that you thought would have got the Cuthbert
Chris
treatment
Cuthbert
pretty
treatment?
well?
Well, they're all over the place, man. I mean, this weekend.
Anything with the R.
Playing
Anything
with an
the pirate
opportunity.
sound, you can Cuthbert up, is what you're telling me?
Exactly. Like
Connor, is Cuthbert a pirate?
We could have.
No, he's not.
We could have a Super Bowl.
Could be.
With Lamar Jackson.
Lamar. Oh, good one.
Which
we
would
need
be-
just a pronunciation guide for Nate, just doing just random names as Chris Cuthbert.
As Cuthbert.
Tonight, the role of Chris Cuthbert will be played by Nate Crackman.
I know, and Connor, I watched the, NHL.com, they'll post those, highlight highlight segments. And so the one that they posted of the game in Toronto, it was Cuthbert's call right there. And it warmed my heart to get a chance to listen to him.
Your heart.
However, so many of the great Cuthbert names didn't do much that night, which was the only thing that was a little bit unfortunate. Outside of, I think Sammy Girard had an assist, there wasn't much else going on.
I shouldn't love this as much as I do. I really shouldn't.
I'm here to entertain. In the meantime,
let me entertain you.
Speaking of it, Connor, Bowen Byram and Arturi Lehkonen.
Good one.
Return to the ice tonight for the Avalanche. Let's start with Lehkonen. It's been quite the absence. Where should we set the expectations as he works his way back into playing form?
Yeah, I mean, it's been 76 days.
Wow.
Or 1,824 hours, if you're that guy. But I think this is the Avalanche as a group. They don't rush anybody back, and they don't throw anybody in if they're not even close to game shape, if that makes sense. And Jared Bednar said it this morning. He said, trying to bump against guys in practice is way different than taking full contact inside of a game, especially when you've had a major injury and a major surgery like Arturi Lehkonen has. But I do think that if he wasn't close to game shape, they would probably still wait until after the break coming up when they start that 6-game trip. But look, he came with us on this last long trip, was there the entire time, was on the ice every day, and he's in shape. So as was the case with Miles Wood, Miles Wood came back from that illness and just hopped right to it and had a 3-game point streak going. So I would not necessarily expect that, but I mean, Arturi Lehkonen is an impact player. And I think it was Raj who said it earlier today. When you're talking about impact players on this roster, it's Nathan McKinnon, Val Nichushkin, Arturi Lehkonen is number 3 when it comes to the forwards. So he plays in all 3 phases, power play, 5-on-5, penalty kill. And so even if he doesn't make it on the score sheet, if he's feeling good enough, he's going to be out in all of those situations.
Connor, how scary was his situation? Because, again, I'm so happy to see him back on the ice for a million reasons, and you just listed a bunch there. But, look, you and I have covered sports a long time, different sports. These high-contact sports, they let you know sometimes how scary a situation is. The guys in the dressing room let us know after that game they were worried about Arturi. How scary was this whole situation for him?
I mean, it really was, and it was on our end of the ice here, Andy, as I'm looking at it here at Ball Arena, right in that corner. And anytime that you have the reaction, oh, no, that's when your heart skips a beat, and you just hope that it's not terminal. And, you think of, his name is escaping me right now. He was Chris Drury's friend from Boston University.
Yes.
Remember around the 01 Cup?
I can't remember his name, but I know who you're talking about because every time Chris played, they showed the story of his friend, right?
Absolutely. But the point is with him, one shift, and he just loses an edge, goes into the boards, and he's paralyzed, right? And that's his life instantly changes. And that's what you seem to think is a possibility every single time that you see a guy go headfirst into the boards, or you have a DeMar Hamlin situation where he collapses out on the field and he's not moving. Or
DeMar!
Good one.
Sorry, just had to break the tension a little bit.
The mood. That was really, really, and you can in that instance because he's come back. But no, I honestly, my initial reaction was, oh no. And we all fear for the worst, I feel like, maybe too often, but especially in a sport like hockey where it's just moving so fast and you have sharp objects everywhere, you got immovable objects everywhere. It's amazing that stuff like that, frankly, doesn't happen more often.
Connor McGahee's got the call tonight as the Avalanche will take on the Washington Capitals. We got the return of Bowen Byram after a 3-week absence as well this evening. But I want to steer the conversation in a different direction. Connor, he just continues to basically kick ass on a nightly basis. He puts up points every single time that they play at Ball Arena. Nathan MacKinnon, is this finally the year that he wins himself a Hart Trophy?
I was hoping you were going to do that.
Thank you.
Good job. It better be. And I tongue-in-cheek, because Nikita Kucherov had a 4-point night in Philly last night. Hat trick and an assist.
Keeps going, man. Yeah.
Keeps going. So Nathan started the day in first place in scoring in the NHL, and then Kucherov gets a 4-point night. He's now at 80 points, McKinnon at 77. But I remind people that the Hart Trophy is not the Art Ross Trophy. We have we have a trophy for the most points in the NHL during the regular season already, and so the Hart doesn't exactly have to match the art, right? And the Hart Trophy is the player who is most valuable to his team, and the Lightning crowd will make the argument that, look, even though they have Vasilevsky, even though they have Point, even though they have Stamkos, that they wouldn't be where they are in the Eastern Conference right now if it's not for the point leader in the NHL, Nikita Kucherov. And that's exactly the argument that I think applies to Nathan MacKinnon more than anybody else. The Avalanche are not a top 5 team in the NHL, standings-wise, goals for, et cetera, if it is not for Nathan MacKinnon. And I just think that in a season where he should have won it over Taylor Hall back in 17-18, not sure what happened there with the writers who voted, but I detect East Coast bias, which never happens to teams out west. Never. I just think that this year the eyes have sort of been opened up a little bit more into the real impact that MacKinnon has pretty much on every shift. And I know that the Oilers are coming on strong. They've won 14 straight, and Connor McDavid will eventually be in this conversation as well, as he always is. But I just think, really from the drop of the puck on the season, Nathan MacKinnon has been the most valuable player, not just for the Avalanche, but frankly in the entire NHL.
Interesting article in The Athletic we're going to chop up one day, but it talked about the disappearance of the dominant goalie. I'm going to try to do better with this question than we did Thursday, the last time I broached it with you.
No, I loved it.
But do we need to reevaluate how we expect goalies to be in an era where the Brodeurs, the Waz, on and on, pick your favorite dominant goalie. There aren't many of them around, if any, anymore. Do we need to reassess what we expect from goalies in the modern era?
I think, and that's a good question, by the way, and I'm being serious. Gave you a hard time the other day, but I think that, like every other aspect of the game, that position has evolved as well, right? And I mean, you look at the Boston Bruins, for example. Last year, they win the Jennings Trophy, which is the fewest goals against in the NHL between their netminders. And it really kind of was a split between Swayman, between Ullmark, who ended up winning the Vezina. But it was a duo that won that trophy and made Boston one of the best regular season teams that we've seen in a long time. And so I just think that in an era where you're going every other night, 3 and 4, that sort of thing, the recuperation, the rest, the fueling, the science off of the ice is more important, I would argue, make the argument than what you do on the ice surface, because it extends longevity. And when you're talking about long playoff runs, which the Avalanche are hoping to do, that's the name of the game. So I just think that when it comes to the playoffs, you want to ride one guy. But in the regular season, I think you need to build up that rest and strength equity for the postseason. And I think that's where most and a lot of teams have evolved into, okay, we have a 1A, we have a 1B. We're not going to necessarily have one guy who's going to start 65 games on the season. So that's not true for everybody, but I just think that has been the evolution of the position, and frankly, for a lot of teams, especially over the past 5 or 6 years.
Connor, really quickly, does Ovechkin catch Gretzky on the all-time goals scored list by the time it's all said and done? I
honestly don't think so. I don't. It seemed like it was inevitable, right? Because the all-time goal mark is 894. Remember, Gretzky missed 900 by 6. He's led the Capitals in goals each of his first 18 seasons, but just has 8 this year. 0 goals in his last 7 games. You can't go through those dry spells when you're 38 years old and expect to be the all-time leading goal scorer. So I think in the middle of last season we said, hey, this is a possibility. He sticks around for three more years. That's, the way that Ovi has played, the ease in which goal scoring has come to him, that shouldn't be a problem. This year, it's been a completely different story. And as someone told me a couple weeks ago, they said, you will not recognize number 8 anymore when he comes to your building. So that's not exactly the most glowing evaluation of one of the greatest goal scorers the game has ever seen.
I mean, 92 goals over his age 36 and 37 seasons, 8 so far this season, which is absolutely wild. Connor, before we get you out of here, you're the voice of the Avalanche. You're the voice of a Stanley Cup championship here in this town. You're you're an ingrained Colorado broadcaster, but you walk because of the path that was forged by the great Larry Zimmer, the longtime voice of the Buffs and the Broncos. Tell us what the voice of Larry Zimmer and the work that he did, what it meant to you as a young play-by-play announcer and as a kid growing up here as a massive sports fan and deciding this is what I want to do.
Well, I tweeted this out right away, and I texted Andy this, and obviously I was not as close to Zim as Andy was, but I associated the voice of Larry Zimmer, frankly, with sports early on here in the state of Colorado, because we would go down. We shared season tickets to the Buffs with Frank Brown, the old mayor of Breckenridge, and he was a CU alum, and he got on in years, and it was sort of an exchange for us. He wanted to keep the tickets, but he wanted somebody to enjoy. So when I was a kid, we would drive down 2, 3, 4 times a year and watch the Buffs, and we would listen to Larry Zimmer any other time. And obviously, up until 1996, he was the radio voice of the Broncos, too. One of the most distinct voices that you could remember, and the quality of his work, to me, was exemplary, because he captured emotion better almost than anybody I've ever heard inside of big moments. I mean, I was at the Salam 2,000-yard game when they beat the Iowa State Cyclones. I was along that sideline in the north end zone there at Folsom Field, and I remember talking with my dad on the way back to the parking lot that I couldn't wait to get back and hear what Larry Zimmer said about that big moment, because everyone was there with the 2,000 signs. I'm sure you guys remember that. But the one thing I wanted to do was to get back and hear how Larry was able to capture that. And I can hear his voice right now, and I'm immediately transported back to 30-plus years ago. And it's when you have a Titan like that in your community, you're lucky enough to have that. It's inspiring, and he is one of the main reasons that I wanted to do what I do today. So I was so sad to hear of his passing, but I know that he's now completely at peace, and God bless him and his family. And I am just so grateful for all the many moments that he was able to give us, especially in the sport of football, over his time here.
Connor, beautifully said, man. We appreciate it as always. Bowen Byram, Arturi Lehkonen,
yes,
return tonight as the Avalanche will take on Ovi and the Caps. Will drop the puck at 7:30. Connor has the call right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Connor, have fun tonight, buddy. Thank you.
Thanks, boys. We'll do. I'm watching Andy on television now, which is kind of weird. So,
am I on?
Yeah, you're on with Pat Coyle right now.
Oh, I am?
Yeah.
All right. Not the game?
Not the game. Although I listened the other day. Good job. Great job, actually.
Well, hey, the game kind of did the work there, Connor. We'll always take that, right?
They usually do.
Oh, we've had a few that haven't this year, my friend.
Connor, thanks, buddy.
Thanks, boys.
All right, Connor McGahee with us right there. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, Andy, we got beef tweets.
Oh, yeah.
We got beefy tweets.
Hey, man, these are kind of surprising. Look, this is inner team beef tweeting.
It's fun when the moms and the dads and the brothers.
It's fun when it's not your team anyway.
Start tweeting. I think it's kind of fun when it's your team too. We'll go to break right now. We just talked about it. We'll play it one more time. A encore performance, so to speak. The late great Larry Zimmer, 1994, CU and Iowa State, calling Rashawn Salam's 67-yard touchdown run, which got him over 2,000 yards on his way to a Heisman Trophy.
He needs 28 yards to get him to 2,000. Here is the give to Salam. Salam to the outside. He's down to the 50. He's got 2,000. He's on his way. 20, 15, 10, 5. Did he get in? Yes, touchdown. Touchdown, Rashawn Salam. This place is coming apart. Rashawn Salam, whole team going down. What a story. He goes over 2,000 by running 67 yards for a touchdown. I tell you, what a golden moment that is. I admit, I'm choked up. I tell you, what a golden moment.
Damn right, it's Beef Tweet time on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. It is presented to you by our friends at GQ Barbecue. Get a free pulled pork sandwich from GQ BBQ at GQBBQ.com, Colorado's only championship barbecue.
They also have a special meat coming back to the menu very soon. Saw Jason last Friday. Went and picked some up. Keep it up. It's one of my son's favorite on the menu. I'm very excited for when it shows up.
I got a special meat, and it's beef.
I see. I knew. Somehow.
It is beef, my friend. This is...
Hey, you know what? This is fitting because it's Texas. And who loves beef more than Texas?
This is grade A prime steer right here.
This is, what is that, Kobayashi beef or whatever? What is it?
Oh.
Wagyu beef?
Wagyu beef?
Yeah.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Kobe beef?
Kobe beef.
This is the prime beef right here. This courtesy of Clarence Hill of the Fort Worth Star-Telegram. The headline, Dallas Cowboys meltdown drama continues to ensue among players and family members. Andy, I love when the family starts getting into it.
Well, one guy's been the main focus of this, right?
Well, several guys.
No, but I mean the guy that's been the target of the angry families.
So, CeeDee Lamb's mom.
Thanks, Mom.
Yes. CeeDee Lamb's mother decided she wanted to go in on Dak Prescott. Now, this is a generational thing. She went boomer style and got on Facebook.
Okay. All right.
Jeez.
That limited the damage a little bit at least.
So, along with everybody's angry uncle, CeeDee Lamb's mom on Facebook writing, Dak isn't it.
Yeah.
All in caps.
Ain't it?
And she added that her son deserves better.
Whew.
Here's the quote from Lita Ramirez, a.k.a. CeeDee Lamb's mom. They need to get rid of his ass. It's guys on that team that want a ring, all caps. They work too hard. He don't want to win a ring, all caps.
Yikes.
Dak apparently doesn't want to win a ring, according to...
It was already weird between those two during that playoff game, and now she's going to go popping off on Facebook?
Yeah.
Did Dak's mom reply on Facebook?
Not as far as I know. However, somebody replied that CeeDee Lamb, this being Texas and all, should go play with the Texans, to which she replied, bleep, I wish he would. CJ is great. Close quote.
All right. So she's got eyes. She's that meme.
Yes, she's a CJ Stroud kind of guy. Micah Parsons' brother.
Yeah.
Also got in on the beef tweets. Terrence Parsons Jr. critical of Dan Quinn and said that Dak Prescott needs to pack his bags. This according to Terrence Parsons Jr. He also added, trust me, if I could get Dak to leave Dallas, I would. This being, this is the response now, excuse me. This is the response from Dak Prescott's brother. Cowboy fans, why continue to DM me? Trust me, all caps. If I could get at Dak to leave Dallas, I would. I, too, want him out of Dallas. The city and organization have been great to he and our family, but done with drama and the so-called fans. But he loves this team and wants to bring it rings.
Okay.
They keep bringing up rings.
Everybody wants a ring. I
They
got
sure
it.
do.
I get it.
Want a ring. They really do. Mm-hmm. Micah Parsons' brother. Quote tweeting a picture of Dak, I am questioning your future, LMAAAOOOO. Take $40 million or pack your bags. I ain't gonna lie, you need all the help you can get.
Now, who was that again?
That was from Micah Parsons' brother.
So he's back at it.
Yes, he's both mad at Dan Quinn and mad at Dak. So
Okay.
the family members don't seem to be big Dak Prescott fans there in Dallas. Nobody bothers at any point, by the way, to be like, hey, Jerry, why didn't you get rid of Mike McCarthy?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
It's, look, Dak is the one. See, I'd seen all of these. Like this, it's been a week. Why is this showing up though like a week later, right?
Well,
did this all pop up this week, or did we just unearth these this week? Because it's been a week since their loss.
I believe as the week went on, they were each active on
each got more angry.
Different social media platforms. We call it beef tweets, but we scrape the bottom of all of the social media sites to bring you
We
this
go
stuff.
everywhere.
We
Anyone
really
Instagramming anything now?
Not that I've seen. I'm sure if I wanted to do any further investigation, I could find it. I'm more than happy just to dip my toes into these waters.
Yeah, a lot of people wanting him to give his money back.
Yeah. So Micah Parsons' brother and CeeDee Lamb's mom, they don't like Dak. Micah Parsons' brother also doesn't like Dan Quinn. Dak's brother, in turn, also
hates everybody.
Doesn't like Dallas and wants to win a ring, but wants to win it elsewhere, which there is an interesting situation. Dak Prescott, at the end of this upcoming season, after the 2024 season, Andy, he is an unrestricted free agent.
Yeah.
He is. There are no restrictions placed upon Dak Prescott. And so if he so decided he wanted to, he could play this year, and they can't franchise him. They can't do anything to retain his services, which doesn't happen very often. Dak could simply say, it's been real, but I'm out.
So this is interesting. So Jeff Saturday spoke on this week on Get Up.
Mm-hmm.
And he said he was a part of this. I didn't realize this. Did you realize that one time while Peyton was still in Indy, they lost a playoff game, and apparently Archie Manning took to Twitter to complain about the offensive line play and protecting his son and all that.
Okay.
And Saturday said, he goes, look, man, I'm still friends with the old man and Peyton, and we all laughed it off later, but he said it makes it weird in the locker room. Like,
I would imagine so.
This is no just pushing it, because Micah Parsons has come out and tried to be like, hey, man, that's my brother.
Right.
That's not me. Okay, but come on. Look, all of us are wondering, did you say something to set your brother off? I understand that everyone's their own man, but whether you like it or not, your family members start going in on this kind of stuff.
You have to assume once a couple of drinks are going down around the dinner table, lips get a little loose.
Yeah.
And suddenly guys are telling state secrets, and they're griping to their families, because everybody gripes to their family about work. Not me. I would never do that. But people do these things, and in this case, these are people with Twitter accounts and too much time on their hands, and maybe they get a couple of Chardonnays in them, and I don't know what CeeDee's mom is into, but this is what she does before she goes spouting out off on the internet.
Remember, got a little of this going on in the Avs.
Here's
This will be the first game back for Arturi since Mr. Lehkonen had made the comments that Mikko
with
did,
Mikko
right?
Rantanen. One quick note on Dak, okay? And let me tell you what is going to happen here. If he wants to do it, and you may think I'm crazy when I say this, but Andy, Dak Prescott, age 32, he was a second-team All-Pro this season, open market. He will become the highest-paid player in the history of the NFL.
Oh no, I don't disagree with you.
Yeah.
The numbers are the numbers.
Yeah.
He'll go Kirk Cousins. He can go the next Kirk Cousins. I'll go get 3 or 4 guaranteed contracts. What do you think of that?
No, you look at it and you go, should Dak Prescott be the highest-paid player in the NFL? No.
It doesn't matter.
But that's not how
it's his turn.
That's not what matters. Exactly. He gets to reset the market, and he will, somebody will be paying him north of $300 million to go and play quarterback for his team. Now, it could be Dallas. I told you in the break before.
There's a lot of teams that would line up to sign Dak Prescott.
You think of what Mike McDaniel could do with Dak Prescott?
Yeah, sure.
He could be done with Tua after this year if he wanted to. Dak Prescott on the open market, going to play in Miami. If he dislikes things in Dallas as much as his brother suggests that he does, Dak will have a market wherever he wants to go.
I don't think sometimes, like the fans, I know it can be exhausting for guys, and they love you. They love most of you, but it can also be exhausting for some, and you just get a little. Look, we talk about how wild it is here.
Yeah,
dude, Dallas.
Right.
I can only imagine.
You're a Dallas Cowboy.
Yeah, there's a lot of people with their eyes on you in that position. So, they had Troy Aikman there once. Again, it's kind of like Denver. They're used to greatness at that position. Get a little impatient when they don't feel like they get it.
That's Beef Tweets, brought to you by our friends at GQ Barbecue, GQBBQ.com. Go to the site, find out how to get a free pulled pork sandwich. Colorado's only championship barbecue right there at GQ Barbecue. Thanks again to all of our guests today on the show who were great. Connor McGahee was with us today. Tyler Maughan was with us